Chapter 1. Return from the Abyss of Tianyuan. Qinqing Yuan, I present you with two choices. Firstly, to become my Dao partner. Secondly, in the depths of a forbidden zone known as Tianyuan, a maiden clad in a flowing red dress spoke coldly. Her long gown trailed gracefully, adorned with several exquisite blossoms. Barefoot, her ankles were revealed, as pure and flawless as white jade. A dark veil concealed her visage, leaving only her star-like eyes visible, framed by delicate brows reminiscent of spring waters and cascading hair like a waterfall, each expression exuding captivating charm. I choose the second option. Before the red-dressed maiden could articulate her subsequent words, a young man in a blue robe resolutely made his choice. Beautiful women are akin to poison, particularly those who have lived for countless years. Qinqing Yuan, having endured a century of torment from the maiden in red, was acutely aware of her formidable nature and remained impervious to her enchanting appearance. Furthermore, he had previously made a verbal vow with another maiden to become Dao partners, a promise he could not betray. "Don't regret your decision, you rascal." The maiden in red shot him a glare, snorting disdainfully. "I shall never regret it," Qinqing Yuan declared with unwavering resolve. "Then we shall establish 9 agreements, after which I will grant you your freedom and sever your ties with me." The maiden produced a jade bracelet, extending it toward Qinqing Yuan from a distance. Taking the bracelet, Qinqing Yuan set forth on his journey home. After being trapped in Tianyuan for a century, he was finally able to leave this wretched place, his heart brimming with excitement. In the northern wasteland, in the Fuliexing domain, at the Xianshan Dao sect. "Master, the soul lamp of my junior uncle has ignited." Today, a core disciple on duty at the Soul Fate Hall rushed to the Elder's Pavilion, alarmed by a significant discovery. "Preposterous! Your junior uncle has been dead for over 100 years." Inside, an elderly man was brewing tea, his voice booming in reprimand. "Truly, if you do not believe me, go and see for yourself." This was a grave matter. The core disciple had confirmed it multiple times before daring to report it. Upon hearing this, the elder choked slightly on his tea, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Is that true?" Upon arriving at the Soul Fate Hall, a faint glow emanated from a soul lamp in the corner, confirming the extraordinary claim. The elder's body trembled slightly, filled with excitement yet tinged with apprehension, fearing the possibility of his hope shattering and enduring despair once more. "Has the soul lamp reignited? Is my junior brother truly still alive? Master, what shall we do?" The core disciple inquired. "Investigate." A glimmer of hope sparkled in the elder's eyes, his hands clenched tightly, his expression grave. He was Dong Wenjun, the esteemed guardian elder of the Xianshan Dao sect, holding a position of great authority and prominence. Over 100,000 miles from the Xianshan Dao sect, there lies an ancient forbidden zone known as Tianyuan. A century ago, an extraordinary phenomenon emerged from the Tianyuan, with reports of a celestial treasure said to have fallen into the abyss. Consequently, numerous sects from a northern wasteland ventured into Tianyuan. The Xianshan Dao sect dispatched over 10 powerful elders, alongside dozens of core disciples. Among them was a newly appointed inter-sect elder named Qinqing Yuan, young in age yet of high lineage. Upon entering the forbidden zone, many experts from various sects vanished without a trace, meeting their demise within. The Qinqing sect has suffered more than any other sect, facing complete annihilation. After a century, the soul lamp of Qinqing Yuan flickered to life, igniting a fervor among all members of the Qinqing sect. "At last, I have emerged," he sighed deeply by the lakeside, his attire coated in dust, devoid of any spiritual energy. Qinqing Yuan was the last disciple accepted by the supreme ancestor of the Qinqing sect before his passing. The elders of the sect referred to him as junior brother, while the younger disciples called him uncle or even granduncle. I never wish to re-enter that place again. As he cast a glance back at the dark forest, concealing an ancient abyss filled with hidden realms, a celestial female voice echoed in his ears. "Young man, do not forget our pact." At this, Qinqing Yuan shivered, hastily silencing himself. The 100 years spent within the abyss were a haunting memory he preferred not to revisit. He pondered why he had been fortunate enough to escape. Perhaps it was due to his striking appearance. Though this possibility seemed slim, it was not entirely out of the realm of reason. The maiden in the crimson dress discreetly informed him that the Xianxing sect would soon discover his presence and send someone to seek him out. Let me find a shady spot to rest. Thus, Chen Xingyuan, disinclined to walk, reclined beneath a large tree and drifted into a blissful slumber. It was indeed remarkable that he dared to act so nonchalantly in such a desolate wilderness, despite having lost his powers. This suggested that, although his cultivation was diminished, he must still possess some hidden strength, otherwise he would not be so audacious. After a while, Dong Wanjun arrived with a group of individuals. Upon spotting Chen Qingyuan reclining in the shade, Dong Wanjun trembled with excitement, his lips quivering, yearning to shout. Yet, fearing it might be an illusion, he stood frozen, his eyes shimmering with emotion. "Junior uncle, please wake up." Several disciples hurried forward, calling out to him. Chen Qingyuan slowly opened his eyes and beheld the gathered faces. In the next moment, he locked eyes with the silver-haired Dong Wanjun, joy illuminating his expression as he gently called, "Brother Dong." Hearing that familiar voice seemed to anchor Dong Wanjun back to reality, as he swiftly moved to stand before Chen Qingyuan, cautiously reaching out to grasp his arms. "Is it truly you, junior brother?" "It is indeed," Chen Qingyuan replied with a smile, "but be gentle, that hurts." Dong Wanjun released his grip, inspecting him closely. "Junior brother, what has happened to your cultivation?" He had not noticed this detail earlier, but upon scrutinizing, he realized that Chen Qingyuan exuded no traces of spiritual energy and possessed no cultivation whatsoever. "It's gone, but it's not a significant issue," Chen Qingyuan responded with an air of nonchalance, a smile lingering on his lips. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator rendered powerless would find existence more unbearable than death. Yet, Chen Qingyuan appeared unfazed, as if it were merely a trivial matter. The century spent in the abyss had not been without its merits. This. Dong Wanjun was taken aback, a flicker of concern crossing his features. "Let us speak no more of this. It is time for us to return," Chen Qingyuan interjected, waving his hand to halt the conversation. "Very well," Dong Wanjun replied with a solemn nod, acknowledging that this was indeed not an appropriate place for idle chatter. Consequently, Dong Wanjun retrieved a treasured artifact to safeguard Chen Qingyuan's physical form, and together they made their way back to the Xianying sect. The Xianying sect was able to locate Chen Qingyuan thanks to the guidance of the Soul Lantern. Before long, Chen Qingyuan found himself back at the Xianying sect. Towering mountains surrounded him, shrouded in mist. As he beheld this enchanting landscape, a radiant joy blossomed on Chen Qingyuan's visage. "At last I am home." Having grown up in the Xianying sect, it was a bittersweet return for Chen Qingyuan, for he had only recently been taken as a disciple by the Grand Elder, who had since passed on. Thus, Chen Qingyuan had cultivated his skills under the tutelage of his senior brothers and sisters, forming deep bonds with them. The council hall was filled with elders of the Xianying sect, convening for a meeting of utmost significance, one from which even core disciples were excluded. Chen Qingyuan was ushered into the council hall, where he surveyed the familiar faces and bowed respectfully. "I greet you, esteemed brothers and sisters." The sect leader, Lin Changsheng, who was also Chen Qingyuan's eldest senior brother, occupied the seat of honor. "Younger brother, how did you manage to survive?" Lin Changsheng, already aware of the general circumstances, inquired from his position. "Alas, it is a long tale, difficult to convey," Chen Qingyuan replied, feeling the weight of numerous gazes upon him in the center of the hall, making him quite uncomfortable. "We have ample time, please. Share your story at your own pace," Lin Changsheng urged with a grave expression. Thus, Chen Qingyuan began to recount the events of that fateful day. "On that day, we entered the abyss of heaven." He conveyed the prepared narrative, summarizing how their party had ventured into the abyss, encountering various barriers and unknown perils, until only he remained alive. By employing a secret technique, he had feigned death to escape and had spent a century returning. Though he had narrowly evaded death, the backlash from the secret art had obliterated his cultivation, severing his spiritual roots. As the elders listened intently, they fell into deep contemplation. Lacking knowledge of the abyss, they could not ascertain the veracity of Chen Qingyuan's account. "You're the sole survivor." "Alas," Lin Changsheng sighed. Initially, the others had harbored a flicker of hope that perhaps the others had, like Chen Qingyuan, feigned their demise to escape. The abyss of heaven is not to be entered. Chen Qingyuan recalled the harrowing images of his comrades' tragic fates, his expression tinged with sorrow. The laws governing the Forbidden Zone were dreadfully perilous. To touch them was to invite death. Chen Qingyuan's survival could be attributed to either sheer luck or destiny. Younger brother, for the sake of safety, we must examine your physical condition, Lin Chongsheng stated with gravity. Understood. Please proceed, Chen Qingyuan acquiesced. The Xianying sect was concerned that he might have been possessed by another, and if not handled with caution, it could pose a threat to the sect. Typically, possession allows one to usurp a body without claiming its memories. However, there exists a rare possibility for a possessor to retain the memories of their former life.
Chapter 2: Regret of Marriage. After various mystical inquiries, it was determined that Chen Qingyuan's body exhibited no abnormalities. Could it be that we have been overly concerned? The crowd still found it hard to believe that the little junior brother, who had died a century ago, had suddenly returned to life. Was he not possessed by some formidable being? Observing the lingering doubt among the onlookers, Chen Qingyuan turned towards the elder protector of the sect, Dong Wenjun. Seated at the prominent position on the left, Pan could not restrain himself from speaking. Brother Dong, I recall that 150 years ago, you led me to stealthily pilfer the treasured 100 spirit fruits cultivated by Sister He for many years. Upon hearing this, Brother Dong's face flashed instantly, his gaze evasive. Continuing his playful interrogation, Chen Qingyuan shifted his focus to Brother Su. Brother Su, have you lost the thousands of spirit stones you secretly hid from your wife? Brother Su's brows twitched, his eyes widening in alarm, as if fearing that someone might overhear. Brother Wang, the last time you mentioned that the fairies of Dongi Palace were far more beautiful than your wife, is she aware of this? Upon this remark, Brother Wang's ears turned crimson, pinched painfully by his wife seated beside him. Brother Shiman, you owe me 3,700 high-grade spirit stones, it is time for repayment. And, Brother Ling, have you opened the treasure box you left at home? What splendid items lie within? As Chen Qingyuan was about to continue his banter, his brothers hastily covered his mouth, signaling him with urgency, little brother, cease your words. I can assure you, this is indeed our little brother, without a doubt. The crowd affirmed, rallying behind Chen Qingyuan, firmly convinced that he was not possessed. You rascal, did we not agree to keep our secrets for eternity? What is this commotion? His elder brothers whispered furtively to him, causing a buzzing in his ears. They were convinced now, with no lingering doubts. Only an exceedingly powerful entity could seize another's memories. However, even if memories could be appropriated, one's character and temperament could not be replicated. Chen Qingyuan's cunning nature and that faint, elusive smile elicited no suspicion among the crowd. He was undoubtedly their little brother. Is it necessary for me to divulge these secrets to prove my identity? Chen Qingyuan lamented, feeling helpless, to vindicate himself. He had no choice but to sacrifice his brothers. Little brother, do continue. Why have you stopped? On the right, the elder sisters wore solemn expressions, their gazes sharp. As events unfolded to this point, the elders momentarily lost their joy at Chen Qingyuan's return. I feel a bit fatigued, I shall return to rest. Chen Qingyuan coughed a few times and swiftly departed. Soon after, a clamor erupted within the hall, escalating to the point of physical altercations. Devoid of his cultivation, Chen Qingyuan enlisted the aid of a patrolling disciple to escort him to a secluded cave that had been unoccupied for a century. After having a light meal, Chen Qingyuan lay on his bed, deep in contemplation. Suddenly, a voice resonated, you have just returned and already caused such a ruckus, it is truly vexing. Elder brother. Chen Qingyuan quickly sat up, recognizing Lin Chongsheng, who had already entered the room. Lin Chongsheng donned a purple robe, his hair graying at the temples, exuding an aura of ethereal wisdom. The great hall was filled with a cacophony that pierced the ears, and Lin Chongsheng, disinterested in the domestic affairs of others, sought an excuse to depart, making his way to this secluded spot. Your spiritual roots have been severed, I cannot assist you, junior brother. Upon confirming that Chen Qingyuan had not been possessed, Lin Chongsheng retracted the stern demeanor he had exhibited within the hall, his expression now clouded with concern. It's all right. Being a mortal can be quite pleasant, Chen Qingyuan replied with a grin, indicating his indifference. Had I intervened forcefully back then, perhaps such calamities could have been averted. Alas! A century prior, Lin Chongsheng had deemed the abyss of Tianyuan to be exceedingly perilous, repeatedly advising Chen Qingyuan against entering. Yet, Chen Qingyuan's resolve was unyielding. He insisted on venturing forth. Reluctantly, Lin Chongsheng acquiesced to his wishes. Even now, he remained perplexed as to why Chen Qingyuan was so adamant about exploring the abyss. With Chen Qingyuan's prodigious talent, even without extraordinary fortune, he could have soared to great heights, perhaps even reached the pinnacle of achievement. It is not your fault, senior brother. Do not blame yourself, Chen Qingyuan reassured Lin Chongsheng while pouring him a cup of tea, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seemed that a mysterious force had drawn Chen Qingyuan in the past, compelling him to seek entry into the abyss, a situation he himself could not fully comprehend. What are your plans for the days to come? Lin Chongsheng was not inclined to sever his tea, his thoughts consumed by Chen Qingyuan's predicament. I have my own arrangements. You need not worry, senior brother, Chen Qingyuan replied, already having devised a plan for his future. Although rendered powerless and with his spiritual roots severed, which appeared to others as a catastrophe, to Chen Qingyuan it bore little significance. Very well, Lin Chongsheng acknowledged Chen Qingyuan's character. Convinced that once he set his mind to something, no one could alter his course, I shall do everything in my power to help you restore your foundation. Chen Qingyuan merely smiled and offered no response. There was a matter that Lin Chongsheng hesitated to broach. Besides visiting Chen Qingyuan, he had come to discuss this very issue. Let us speak plainly, junior brother. As they sat in the courtyard, a gentle breeze wafted through. The Dongi Palace and the Tianyu sect are preparing for a union. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chongsheng continued, the betrothed is Bai Shishue. At this revelation, Chen Qingyuan's eyelids flickered slightly. Bai Shishue of the Dongi Palace had once been betrothed to Chen Qingyuan. In those days, he was renowned as a paragon of talent in Beihuang, the object of admiration for countless women. During his travels, he had met Bai Shishue, and they had developed mutual affections. Consequently, their respective sects had formalized an engagement, intending to unite when the time was right. However, following the events surrounding the abyss, the world believed Chen Qingyuan to be dead, and the engagement was all but forgotten. Now, with Chen Qingyuan's return, the situation had grown complex. Is this a decision made by the sects, or is it Bai Shishue's own desire? Chen Qingyuan's expression turned grave. It was rumored that the young master of the Tianyu sect had gifted Bai Shishue a spiritual elixir, aiding her breakthrough to the golden core stage. In my view, since Bai Shishue accepted his goodwill, she likely harbors no intention of refusal. Lin Chongsheng revealed the information he possessed. The path of cultivation is delineated into several realms: the postnatal realm, the innate realm, the yellow spirit realm, the mysterious spirit realm, the earth spirit realm, and the heavenly spirit realm. These comprise the 6 corporeal realms, serving as the foundation of the Tao. Beyond this lies the golden core realm, the primordial infant realm, the divine transformation realm, the unity realm, the tribulation crossing realm, and the great ascension realm. A century ago, Chen Qingyuan was a cultivator of the primordial infant realm, celebrated as a paragon among the youth of the northern wilderness. When will the official betrothal take place? Chen Qingyuan inquired, his gaze complex and his voice soft. In a year, Lin Chongsheng replied after calculating the time. I understand, Chen Qingyuan nodded gently, refraining from further comment. Junior brother, since you are still alive, your engagement with Bai Shishue is naturally not considered resolved. Perhaps, Dongi Palace will send someone, or she may come herself. Lin Chongsheng expressed his concern, fearing for Chen Qingyuan's well-being. Let her come, we shall see how she chooses, Chen Qingyuan responded, maintaining a demeanor of calmness despite the gravity of the situation. Perhaps. Lin Chongsheng hesitated, his words unvoiced. Senior brother, I am weary and wish to rest, Chen Qingyuan interjected, rubbing his temples. Very well, I shall not disturb you further. Lin Chongsheng said, casting a deep glance at Chen Qingyuan before standing and slowly making his way outside. In a matter of days, news of Chen Qingyuan's resurrection spread, causing a stir among various circles. Simultaneously, the revelation of his diminished state as a cultivator also circulated, prompting countless discussions and lamentations. This news inevitably reached the higher echelons of Dongi Palace. To ensure the betrothal remained undisturbed, Dongi Palace promptly dispatched personnel to address the matter. A few days later, a revered female elder named Yao Susu arrived from Dongi Palace, her middle-aged visage still exuding charm. The hospitality of Shensheng sect left no room for criticism. However, the necessary words must still be spoken. Her visit could not be in vain. "Master, may I meet Elder Chen Qingyuan?" she inquired. Of course, Lin Chongsheng sighed inwardly, concealing his emotions as he sent someone to inform Chen Qingyuan. Upon learning of the elder's visit, Chen Qingyuan instructed the disciple to guide him to the council hall aboard a spiritual treasure. Inside the hall, a mist swirled, creating the illusion of being amidst the clouds. As Chen Qingyuan entered, all eyes turned toward him. Yao Susu scrutinized Chen Qingyuan, her mind reflecting, indeed, he has been rendered a shell of his former self. What a pity. Once renowned throughout the northern wilderness, he now stood as a mere shadow of his past, his spiritual roots severed. "Senior brother." Chen Qingyuan saluted Lin Chongsheng with a clasped fist before taking a seat beside him. Dressed today in a pale white robe, his ink-black hair held up by a wooden hairpin, he appeared dignified yet diminished. "Elder Yao, what brings you here?" Chen Qingyuan inquired, feigning ignorance. "Before all my fellow Taoists, I shall speak plainly. If I offend, I ask for your forgiveness," Yao Susu stated, her voice steady. She had been sent because she was Bai Shishue's master. "Speak." Chen Qingyuan nodded. The crowd fell silent, entrusting the resolution of the matter to Chen Qingyuan. Regardless of how Chen Qingyuan had changed, he remained the younger disciple of the group, deserving of respect and free from humiliation. Should Dongi Palace dare to speak disrespectfully to him, Shenqing sect would not hesitate to retaliate. Years ago, Elder Chen had a verbal engagement with his beloved disciple, Shishue. A union that was to be a momentous occasion for both families. However, when Elder Chen entered the abyss a century ago and his soul lamp extinguished, the world presumed he had met a tragic fate. Consequently, Shishue fell into a deep malaise for several years before gradually regaining her composure. Yao Susu first placed the burden of responsibility upon Chen Qingyuan, then expressed Shishue's deep concern for him, suggesting that her longing had become an affliction. She continued, "We all believed Elder Chen had suffered misfortune, surely your esteemed sect shares this sentiment. Therefore, the verbal engagement from years past can be considered null and void, as there has been no discussion in person. 2 years ago, Shishue met the young master of Chenyu sect, forming a bond and setting a wedding date. From a logical standpoint, Dongi Palace bears no fault, and Shishue did not intentionally breach any agreement. We have come to clarify this matter, to prevent any unnecessary complications." With a flourish of her right hand, Yao Susu produced a Chen Quan bag, extracting its contents. "We are delighted that Elder Chen has returned alive, and in honor of this, Dongi Palace has prepared a modest gift, which we kindly ask you to accept." A medium-grade spiritual vein hovered above the discussion hall, having been miniaturized through Chen Quan techniques. The true vein spanned over 100 miles, capable of yielding numerous spirit stones for the cultivation of many disciples and elders. This was no trivial offering. Although Yao Susu did not articulate her thoughts explicitly, the assembly understood her message clearly and found no fault in her presentation. She first clarified the situation, then offered a substantial gift, thereby affording Shenqing sect due respect. Should Shenqing sect persist in their grievances, it would reflect poorly on them. After all, there was no formal documentation of the original engagement, then Dongi Palace's visit to apologize was already commendable. The apology from Dongi Palace served 2 purposes: first, to avoid incurring the ire of Shenqing sect; second, to prevent any potential disruptions from them in the future. "Little junior brother, what are your thoughts?" Lin Chongsheng refrained from making an immediate decision, instead turning his gaze toward Chen Qingyuan. Chapter 3: Resolving Causality. Without regrets, although reconciliation between the two families is the most desirable outcome, Lin Chongsheng harbors concerns about potentially undermining Chen Qingyuan's dignity, necessitating a cautious approach. Elder Yao, being aware of the modest gift, should retract it. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qingyuan remained expressionless. At the sound of his voice, the crowd's eyes subtly widened, their hearts tightening in anticipation. Yao Susu furrowed her brow and inquired, "What do you mean by that, Elder Chen?" The verbal betrothal from years past should not be taken too lightly. However, to conclude this entanglement, it would be prudent for Bai Shishue to make an appearance herself. "I assure you, once she arrives, I shall not pursue any further," Chen Qingyuan stated earnestly. He uttered this to ascertain whether Bai Shishue's intentions were voluntary or coerced by the sect. Before embarking on his journey to Tianyuan, he had spoken with Bai Shishue, who had claimed then that she would wait, regardless of the circumstances, for a millennium, 1,000 millennia, without remorse. Moreover, at that time, Bai Shishue was merely an ordinary disciple, whose significant cultivation was a result of Chen Qingyuan's influence. It can be said that much of what she possessed was bestowed upon her by him. If her choice was indeed voluntary, he harbored no resentment towards her. After all, in the eyes of the world, he was considered deceased, and blame could not be placed upon anyone. Some matters are best resolved through face-to-face dialogue. As such, Yao Susu initially presumed Chen Qingyuan sought to exploit the topic for his own ends, but realizing otherwise, she nodded in agreement. "In a few days, I shall summon Shishue to meet with Elder Chen. Furthermore, if Elder Yao truly wishes to present a gift to celebrate my return, a single medium-grade spiritual vein is far from sufficient." Though Chen Qingyuan currently lacks cultivation, his gaze was sharp, akin to a blade piercing Yao Susu, rendering her uneasy. "In the past, when Bai Shishue accompanied me to explore the secret realms, the gifts I bestowed upon her were all treasures. I generously offered her no less than 3 high-grade spiritual veins, not to mention the medium-grade ones," he declared. Upon hearing this, Yao Susu awkwardly chuckled and hurriedly retracted the medium-grade spiritual vein. Lin Chongsheng and the others regarded Chen Qingyuan with complex expressions during his numerous excursions. He had often returned empty-handed, yet it seemed he had bestowed his riches upon others. However, these instances were few, and none pressed further. For the majority of the resources Chen Qingyuan had previously acquired were either utilized for the sect's development or discreetly gifted to his senior brothers as personal allowances. "With no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. I appreciate the hospitality of your esteemed sect," Yao Susu remarked before turning to depart. After Yao Susu's exit, the protective elder, Dong Wenjun, could not suppress his curiosity. "Little junior brother, you squandered the fine treasures you once obtained and failed to bring them back." "Elder Dong, do not place such importance on material possessions," Chen Qingyuan replied with a slight smile. Over the years, Chen Qingyuan had indeed returned with numerous resources to aid in the construction of the sect and the cultivation of its disciples. "You rascal!" the other sighed in resignation, shaking their heads. Even though Chen Qingyuan had become an ordinary mortal, they still regarded him as family, offering neither reproach nor neglect. It was precisely this bond that led Chen Qingyuan to consider Shenqing sect as his home. Days later, individuals from Dongi Palace arrived once more. Several elders and over 10 disciples gathered, with Bai Shishue among them. The Shenqing sect had arranged for the guests at Dongi Palace, allowing Bai Shishue to have a private audience with Chen Qingyuan. Clad in a flowing pale pink gown that brushed the floor, her hair was elegantly secured with a jade hairpin, and a pink sash adorned her waist, complemented by a jade pendant. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, her skin as pristine as snow, and her eyes like painted masterpieces. Standing within the room, Bai Shishue placed her delicate hands upon her abdomen, betraying a hint of anxiety. "Why the silence?" Chen Qingyuan inquired coolly, observing Bai Shishue, who dared not meet his gaze. "I apologize." Though her heart brimmed with words for him, She felt it unnecessary to voice them now, leaving her with only an apology. My return must have left you feeling somewhat disconcerted. His gaze was calm. Yet he found Bai Shishue to be a stranger. No, I am genuinely pleased that Brother Chen has returned safely, she replied, her lips pressed firmly together, her gaze lowered. The extinguishing of the soul lamp signifies the end of life. One cannot wait eternally for the deceased, I understand. He continued. This meeting is merely to ascertain whether you are being coerced by the sect. From your demeanor, it seems not. Chen Qingyuan bore no resentment towards Bai Shishue, rather. It appeared to be a case of fate being unkind. Had you returned sooner, perhaps circumstances would have been different. Bai Shishue spoke softly, if I were not incapacitated. How would you and Dongi Palace have chosen? Chen Qingyuan shook his head gently. This is not about my late return but rather a matter of strength. Bai Shishue longed to clarify but ultimately remained silent, her words swallowed by the weight of the moment. Enough of the past, it is behind us now, he remarked. A subtle shift crossed Bai Shishue's expression, but she offered no reply. Observing her, one could surmise that her feelings for the young sect master of Tenyu sect were more transactional than emotional. Had Chen Qingyuan retained his strength, Bai Shishue would undoubtedly present a different demeanor. For cultivators, the century is but a fleeting moment. If Bai Shishue's love for Chen Qingyuan ran deep, it would be implausible for her heart to waver so easily. Now that he had returned, there existed the potential for rekindling their bond. Yet, Bai Shishue's intentions were not to profess love but to sever ties. Perhaps a century ago, she truly loved him, but now everything had transformed. From this day forth, we shall have no further entanglements, Chen Qingyuan stated thoughtfully. The room fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere oppressive. An elder from Dongi Palace gently knocked on the door, signaling that it was time to depart. As she prepared to leave, Bai Shishue glanced up at Chen Qingyuan. Noting the absence of his former brilliance and the lack of spiritual energy within him. At some point, Bai Shishue's gaze shifted from initial remorse to indifference. Her internal tension gradually dissipating. She cast one last contemplative look at Chen Qingyuan before exiting without a word. Although Chen Qingyuan had lost his powers, he had observed Bai Shishue's subtle movements. She had crushed a jade talisman to summon the accompanying elder to break the stalemate. Alas! The hardships endured in those years were not in vain. Within the confines of the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, the lady in red took a liking to Chen Qingyuan and wished to forge a partnership with him. However, Chen Qingyuan firmly declined, stating that he was already betrothed. As a result, he was subjected to various torments, ultimately leading to the destruction of his spiritual roots and the loss of his cultivation. According to the lady's words, it was all for Chen Qingyuan's own good. Although his innate talent was exceptional, he ultimately fell short of reaching the pinnacle. To unlock infinite possibilities for the future, he must first rebuild his foundation. With that matter concluded, it was time for him to attend to his own affairs. Chen Qingyuan had not forgotten the agreement with Tianyuan and planned to set off in a few days. Recently, news of his return from Tianyuan spread across the vast lands, prompting numerous factions to seek information about the conditions within. Many sent high-ranking members to the Shenqing sect. In response, the sect declared that Chen Qingyuan was unwell and would not receive any visitors. Despite the coercion and temptations from various powerful entities, the Shenqing sect diligently protected Chen Qingyuan, shielding him from these troublesome matters. In secrecy, under the arrangement of his guardian, senior brother Dong Wenjun, Chen Qingyuan quietly departed from the Shenqing sect. Even though many were curious about his whereabouts, they refrained from pressing the issue, merely wishing for his safety. With his cultivation rendered null, temporarily leaving the sect was indeed a prudent choice. He journeyed to a nearby city, purchasing some travel talismans that required only spirit stones to activate, eliminating the need for him to expend his own spiritual energy. After an entire month, he finally reached his destination, Mingwei City, nestled in a remote corner of the northern wilderness. At the end of a street within the city stood a modest courtyard, seldom frequented by passers-by. Who is it? Chen Qingyuan knocked on the tightly shut gate, and an aged voice resonated from within. You will know once you enter. Chen Qingyuan replied. With a creak, the gate opened, producing a grating sound. An elderly man, with dark skin and a stooped figure, leaned on a cane, appearing frail. He scrutinized Chen Qingyuan for a moment before breaking into a toothy grin, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Have you perhaps come to the wrong place, young master? I have not erred, I seek you. Chen Qingyuan responded, producing a palm-sized wooden token. The moment the old man laid eyes on the token, his pupils dilated and his expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness. Please, come inside. The token, which Chen Qingyuan had brought from Tianyuan, was said to have belonged to someone who owed a significant debt to a powerful individual. It served as a token that could compel the token's owner to fulfill any request, even to the point of risking their life. From where did you acquire this? Once inside, the old man, as if transformed, fixed a sharp gaze upon Chen Qingyuan and asked in a low voice. Tianyuan. Chen Qingyuan replied candidly. Upon hearing this, the old man retracted his earlier wariness, bowing deeply to Chen Qingyuan as a sign of respect. Then, recalling a recent event, he inquired. Could it be that you are Chen Qingyuan of the Shenqing sect? Indeed, Chen Qingyuan confirmed with a nod. Since you have obtained the wooden token, I shall honor my promise. What is your command? The old man stood resolutely, prepared to sacrifice his life. Is there any way to help me rebuild my foundation? Chen Qingyuan clarified his intentions. There is. The old man assessed Chen Qingyuan's physical condition and nodded. I expected a significant matter, yet it appears to be rather simple. Are you certain? Chen Qingyuan inquired with skepticism. It is not difficult, replied the old man. May I ask your esteemed name, senior? All the senior members of the Shenqing sect together could not devise a means to assist Chen Qingyuan, however, the old man before him considered it a trivial task, instilling a profound respect in Chen Qingyuan, who clasped his fists in reverence. Just an old fool, the old man chuckled self-deprecatingly. Chapter 4, Reshaping the Foundations. The enigmatic Daoist bones. How should I address you, esteemed elder? Chen Qingyuan inquired, displaying a commendable discretion by refraining from further probing. Just call me the cripple. The old man replied, glancing down at his severed right leg and the cane in his hand, his tone remarkably composed. That would be inappropriate, Chen Qingyuan protested, daunted by the prospect of offending such a mysterious figure. Not at all, the elder responded nonchalantly, his demeanor unperturbed by the title. Subsequently, the elder arranged for Chen Qingyuan to have accommodations for the time being, as he needed to depart to procure certain items essential for reshaping Chen Qingyuan's foundational Dao. I am indebted to you, venerable elder, Chen Qingyuan expressed with a respectful clasp of his fists. It is my duty. The old man returned the gesture with a slight bow before exiting the premises. As the elder departed, Chen Qingyuan surveyed the disordered courtyard, noting the cobwebs in the corner, the yellowed withered leaves in the flower bed, and the stone slabs laid upon the earthen floor. Following the stone path beneath his feet, he stumbled upon a firewood shed, stocked with a plethora of dried twigs. How peculiar, Chen Qingyuan mused aloud, why does the elder's way of life resemble that of an ordinary mortal? Upon closer inspection, he observed that the furnishings within the courtyard were unremarkable, wooden tables and chairs, all enshrouded in dust. Casting a glance at the firewood shed, Chen Qingyuan opted to wander towards the garden, seeking a more aesthetically pleasing environment. Now a mere mortal, he found it necessary to venture out daily to procure sustenance. After residing here for 10 days, he had grown increasingly familiar with the nearby streets. As the autumn winds blew chillier, Chen Qingyuan resolved to prepare some congee to warm himself. Upon entering the firewood shed, he prepared to kindle a fire when his eyes fell upon a broken sword embedded within the woodpile, instantly piquing his interest. This sword, approximately 2 feet in length, was rusted and darkened, bearing the marks of time. Chen Qingyuan scrutinized it closely, discerning that this broken sword was no ordinary object, yet he could not pinpoint its significance. He crouched down, reaching for the blackened sword resting on the ground. As his fingertips made contact, a sudden weight bore down upon him. As if numerous mountains were pressing against his chest, overwhelming him with a sensation of suffocation. This feeling intensified, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Just as he resolved to invoke a hidden trump card from the abyssal forbidden zone, a refreshing breeze swept through the shed. Instantaneously, the oppressive aura of the black sword dissipated without a trace, prompting Chen Qingyuan to retract his hand, his expression taut with tension. "Master, I have returned," the elder announced. Leaning on his cane as he re-entered the courtyard, his hands empty. Emerging from the shed, Chen Qingyuan met the elder's gaze directly, unabashedly stating, "I owe you my gratitude, esteemed elder. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I would have found myself in dire straits." "A broken sword could hardly harm a master such as yourself," the elder replied, a smile creasing the folds of his weathered face. "Were it merely a broken sword, there would be no treasures left in this world," he added, acknowledging the formidable nature of the black sword despite Chen Qingyuan's current lack of cultivation. "Surely, you jest," Chen Qingyuan replied, bemused. "Even a single sword possesses such formidable power, one can only imagine the magnitude of strength held by the elder who wields it. Have you gleaned any insights from your journey, esteemed senior?" Chen Qingyuan opted not to delve further, redirecting the conversation. "Rest assured, everything is in order," the elder replied with a slow nod. In the depths of the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, Chen Qingyuan had encountered a mysterious maiden clad in red, whose origins were shrouded in enigma and whose prowess was unfathomable. This red-clad maiden severed Chen Qingyuan's spiritual root and dismantled his cultivation. Subsequently, she bestowed upon him a wooden token, instructing him to seek out this elder upon leaving the Forbidden Zone, promising to reconstruct his foundational roots and elevate his innate talent to new heights. The elder unveiled a long-sealed chamber, revealing a bathtub carved from ice, with a chilling aura permeating every corner of the room. After retrieving various herbs and necessary items, the elder instructed Chen Qingyuan to remove his upper garments and sit cross-legged within the icy basin. Complying with the elder's guidance, Chen Qingyuan settled into the tub, his expression serene. "I have recently heard a rumor, young master. The Dongi Palace and the Chenyu sect are on the verge of an alliance through marriage. Are you aware of this?" the elder remarked, his voice raspy as he continued to prepare the herbs. "I am aware," Chen Qingyuan replied with a subtle nod. "Is there anything you require of me?" During this outing, the elder had thoroughly investigated Chen Qingyuan's background. Additionally, he had ventured to the fringes of the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone. "No need," Chen Qingyuan shook his head. "The ties of causality have been severed. There is no need for your concern, esteemed senior." "That is good to hear," the elder replied as he placed the precious herbs into the icy basin, his murky eyes seemingly penetrating the very essence of existence. Chen Qingyuan gazed at the herbs in astonishment. Red yun, 8-pointed mystic leaf, white moon vine. A mere glance revealed these to be exceedingly rare and precious medicinal herbs, treasures that are seldom encountered. Among them were a select few whose names eluded Chen Qingyuan. Yet their worth was undoubtedly higher still. "Young master, the process of reconstructing your roots may bring forth considerable pain," the elder kindly cautioned. "Please proceed, esteemed senior." "I can endure it," Chen Qingyuan affirmed with a resolute nod, steeling himself for what was to come. Thus, a torrent of boundless spiritual energy surged from within the elder, illuminating the chamber floor as an ancient array of runes materialized. The elder then struck the icy basin with his right palm while his left hand activated the grand formation. A resonant hum echoed throughout the chamber, and it seemed as if a myriad of stars appeared above, undulating across an expansive sea of constellations. In that moment, Chen Qingyuan felt as though the very fabric of reality was spinning, his body ensnared and rendered immobile. As time passed, he sensed his soul being excruciatingly severed by countless blades, each slice intensifying his torment, prompting a muffled groan to escape his lips. Gritting his teeth, Chen Qingyuan was drenched in sweat, struggling to maintain his composure amid the escalating agony that threatened to shatter his resolve. The elder, however, did not relent. His gaze cold as he observed the suffering of Chen Qingyuan. After an hour had elapsed, Chen Qingyuan's visage contorted in pain, his skin ruptured, flesh torn asunder, revealing a ghastly sight of his internal organs through the gaping wounds. A glimmer of golden light emerged from his chest, resembling a seed. The moment had arrived. The old man's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried to proceed with the next step. A chilling aura enveloped Chen Qingyuan, while the congealed crimson blood melded with the medicinal herbs, creating a thick, sanguine mixture that sent shivers down one's spine upon sight. Now, the old man formed intricate hand seals, and before him materialized a black box. With utmost care, he opened the box, revealing a fragment of bone within. Approximately a foot in length, the dark bone resembled charcoal. Would he be able to withstand it? The elderly man cast a glance at Chen Qingyuan, who had fainted in agony, then slowly shifted his gaze to the black bone within the box, murmuring to himself. According to the old man, this black bone was the remnant of an ancient being's Dao bone, which had perished in a cataclysmic battle, leaving only this fragment behind. Not long ago, during his journey to the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, he had complied with the instructions of the Maiden in Red and brought the black bone back. Reconstructing the foundation was not an arduous task, the true challenge lay in integrating the black bone into Chen Qingyuan's body. Was it truly feasible? In the beginning, the old man found himself in a dilemma, uncertain of how to proceed. Subsequently, the Maiden in Red conveyed a message, instructing him to merely activate the formation, whereupon a golden seed would materialize at Chen Qingyuan's chest, enabling the extraction of the black bone, for all would unfold according to fate. After a brief moment, the black bone began to levitate. With a resounding sound, the outer layer of the black bone shed away, revealing a luster of pure gold, intricately inscribed with many ancient principles that had withstood the test of time. The old man's pupils constricted, his entire body tensed, as he observed the black bone descend upon Chen Qingyuan. Gradually, the black bone seamlessly integrated into Chen Qingyuan's being, vanishing without a trace. No matter how the old man probed, he could not uncover its whereabouts. Truly, a remarkable individual. Initially, there was a sense of repulsion between Chen Qingyuan and the black bone, yet this phenomenon swiftly dissipated, resulting in a perfect harmony, as they became one. Days later, Chen Qingyuan awakened. The old man had vigilantly remained by his side, fearful of any misfortune. Upon witnessing Chen Qingyuan's revival, the heavy burden that had weighed upon the old man's heart was finally lifted. My body. Chen Qingyuan felt no pain, instead experiencing an extraordinary lightness, devoid of any scars. In the next moment, he became acutely aware of the spiritual energy permeating the cosmos, his expression shifting as he hurriedly examined his physical condition. The golden Dao bone. Chen Qingyuan was taken aback, a mixture of astonishment and joy washing over him as he lifted his gaze to meet the old man's eyes. Chapter 5, The Celestial Sword Immortal of Chonggang. Reaching the Yellow Spirit Realm in the past, Chen Qingyuan possessed extraordinary talent, yet he remained merely a mortal. Ancient texts indicate that the golden Dao bone symbolizes a flawless foundation, devoid of imperfections, conferring unimaginable benefits for future cultivation. Among the 5 regions of the world, the northern wilderness encompasses vast territories, home to countless stars. Once, Chen Qingyuan was regarded as a celebrated prodigy of the northern wilderness, possessing considerable insight. Nonetheless, he had never heard of anyone who could cultivate the rumored flawless golden bone. The preciousness of this golden Dao bone was not lost on Chen Qingyuan. It was truly priceless. Senior, this. Chen Qingyuan, unable to remain in a state of elation, gradually adopted a complex expression and hesitantly remarked, "This is excessively precious. I feel unworthy to receive it. By the decree of the esteemed elder of the Forbidden Zone, the Dao bone is bestowed upon you, young master," the old man stated, shaking his head to indicate it was not his merit and clarifying the situation. Suddenly, the thought of the girl in red crossed Chen Qingyuan's mind. stirring feelings of trepidation and an inexplicable longing within him. "Young master, please rest well, I shall take my leave," the old man said before departing the secluded chamber. In the ensuing silence, Chen Qingyuan fell into deep contemplation. After a long while, he organized his thoughts and gained clarity regarding his condition, casting aside his previous distractions. With a flawless Daobon and a perfect foundation, as long as Chen Qingyuan's resolve remained steadfast, his future achievements would undoubtedly be boundless. Chen Qingyuan donned a clean and tidy garment and stepped into the courtyard. In a corner of the yard, the old man sat upon a wooden chair, his cane resting by his side, as he chopped firewood with a broken sword in hand. Observing the old man's actions, Chen Qingyuan hesitated for a moment before approaching him. "Senior, why waste such a fine sword?" he inquired. "The sword is broken, what use is it, no matter how good it once was?" The old man replied dismissively. "My foundation may be shattered, yet you possess the divine ability to mend it. Is there truly no way to restore this sword?" Chen Qingyuan expressed his unwillingness to see such a fine sword employed for chopping wood, feeling a pang of pity. "I have attempted many times, all to no avail." The old man paused in his chopping, the flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan was at a loss for words and fell silent. "What is the name of this sword?" After a moment, he asked. "Giang," the old man pondered for a long while before revealing the name of the sword. "Giang. I feel as though I have heard it somewhere before," Chen Qingyuan murmured softly, repeatedly pondering the name, sensing a familiarity that compelled him to think deeply. Moments later, Chen Qingyuan suddenly looked up, astonished, awe flickering in his eyes as he exclaimed, "You are the celestial sword immortal of Chonggang." Upon hearing this title, the old man's body trembled slightly, his expression complex, his voice hoarse. "It has been many years since I have been addressed in such a manner." Clearly, the old man acknowledged his identity. Initially, he had been reluctant to reveal himself. However, after witnessing Chen Qingyuan merge with the mysterious Daobon, he altered his stance. "It truly is you, it's hard to believe." Chen Qingyuan was left utterly astounded, his emotions fluctuating wildly, making it difficult for him to regain his composure. The renowned Chonggang sword immortal, whose true name was Li Muyong, was once a legendary figure whose prowess resonated throughout the world. Hailing from the elite swordsman of the northern wilderness, historical records indicate that the last appearance of the Chonggang sword immortal was over 10,000 years ago. It is said that he ventured to the central continent, also known as the Imperial Continent, where he cleaved the Xiun Mountain, a symbol of the will of heaven and earth, all in pursuit of the pinnacle of the sword path. However, this act of severing Xiun Mountain angered the heavenly laws and brought forth divine retribution. In that fateful battle, the Chonggang sword immortal was defeated, leading the world to believe he had perished and been buried under the laws of heaven. Since then, his life story has transformed into a legendary narrative, regarded as an insurmountable monument by countless sword practitioners. Yet, all of it was mere vanity, long dissipated like smoke. Li Muyong had long since grown indifferent to such things. How could a figure of the sword immortal's caliber be confined to this place? From a young age, Chen Qingyuan had heard tales of the Chonggang sword immortal and held him in great reverence. It is no exaggeration to say that if Li Muyong so desired, he could effortlessly establish a top-tier power, sharpening the sword. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse, no matter how fallen Li Muyong had become. He was not a mere ordinary cultivator. Despite countless failures, Li Muyong had never relinquished hope to sharpen the sword in such a manner. Chen Qingyuan gazed at the scattered firewood, unable to comprehend it for the moment. "Young master, what do you believe is most essential for a sword practitioner?" Li Muyong set down the broken sword in his hand and locked eyes with Chen Qingyuan. "According to common sense, it is crucial for a sword practitioner to possess a sword that resonates with their spirit, as well as superior sword techniques," Chen Qingyuan continued. "However, I believe that regardless of the path one chooses, the most vital aspect remains the heart of the Tao. To cultivate the Tao, one must first cultivate the heart." Upon hearing this response, ripples of thought danced in Li Muyong's eyes, rendering him momentarily speechless. After a lengthy silence, Li Muyong sighed deeply. Had I possessed the wisdom you do in my youth, I would surely have avoided this fate. The truth of cultivating the heart of the Tao is something I have only come to realize in my twilight years. What Li Muyong was honing was not merely a sword, but his own heart of the Tao. In his youth, Li Muyong believed himself to be exceptionally gifted, sailing smoothly through life while overshadowing his peers. During his peak, he even proclaimed himself as the third greatest in the world, inspiring awe and admiration from countless sword masters. Why the third, you may ask? Heaven and earth are but one and two. He claimed the title of third, as none dared to assert the first or second, fearing the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Eventually, Li Muyong found it increasingly difficult to encounter a worthy opponent among sword practitioners, leading him to believe his strength had reached unparalleled heights. He set his sights on the revered Zion Mountain, drawing his sword to challenge the very heavens. Alas! Li Muyong was defeated and subsequently faded into obscurity. Dare I ask, the esteemed elder, where has the other half of the treasured sword gone? Chen Qingyuan inquired, his gaze fixed upon the rusted broken sword. The sword had rusted due to its intelligence slumbering, reduced to an ordinary weapon. One day, when Li Muyong rekindles his sword heart, the treasured sword shall awaken, revealing its former brilliance. It remains at Zion Mountain, Li Muyong replied, gazing into the distance with myriad thoughts on his mind. The Zion Mountain of the central continent, that is indeed a forbidden place. Chen Qingyuan gazed silently in the direction indicated by Li Muyong. In the ensuing days, he embarked on his cultivation journey. On the very first day of his renewed practice, Chen Qingyuan ascended to the postnatal realm. Both the postnatal and innate realms serve as the fundamental stages of cultivation, each comprising 9 tiers. Within a mere month, leveraging the innate talent of his flawless Daobon and his personal insight, Chen Qingyuan shattered the 9th tier of the postnatal realm and ascended to the innate realm. After consolidating his foundation for several days, he diligently continued to advance his cultivation. This routine persisted for 6 months, during which Chen Qingyuan reached the initial phase of the Yellow Spirit realm. Achieving such a foundational establishment and progressing to the Yellow Spirit realm in just half a year is indeed astonishing. Had Li Muyong not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. In his recollection, no one could compare to Chen Qingyuan, who, without relying on elixirs or the guidance of formidable masters, drew solely from the ambient spiritual energy of the world. Moreover, Chen Qingyuan's foundation was remarkably solid, devoid of any flaws. Finally, he attained the cultivation of the Yellow Spirit realm. Having accomplished his first objective, he felt a slight sense of relief. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan remained indoors and retrieved a dark-hued bracelet from his possessions. The reason he was able to emerge alive from the abyssal forbidden zone was due to a pact made with the crimson-clad maiden. He was to assist her in fulfilling 9 tasks, thus resolving their intertwined fates. Such a request was one he had no right to refuse. Only upon achieving the Yellow Spirit realm could he wield the unique secret methods imparted by the maiden to unlock the bracelet's restrictions. What was the first task she assigned to me? After laboring diligently, Chen Qingyuan finally dispelled the restrictions, allowing a thread of consciousness to enter the bracelet. Chapter 6. The first agreement. Attending the marriage ceremony within the bracelet lay an independent space shrouded in terrifying laws. As Chen Qingyuan surveyed his surroundings, his soul quivered involuntarily. Suddenly, a law surged forth, and a tightly closed white umbrella materialized before him. The appearance of the umbrella triggered a certain restriction within the jade bracelet, and a cold, unyielding voice echoed, "Chen Qingyuan, this is a wedding gift for your beloved, and your presence is mandatory." Presenting a white umbrella at a wedding, wasn't that a curse upon others? Could it be that the voice was tinged with jealousy? Chen Qingyuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had anticipated that the first task of their agreement would be exceedingly arduous, yet it turned out to be this. Years ago, upon entering the abyss, the woman in red had expressed a desire to become his companion, often teasing him. Chen Qingyuan, however, had firmly declined, stating that he was already betrothed. It was not that the woman in red was lacking in beauty, indeed, her visage was exquisite, far surpassing that of ordinary mortals, and words could scarcely capture her allure. While Baishishue of Dongi Palace was said to be a beauty of legendary proportions, she paled in comparison to the woman in red. The difference in their presence was akin to that between clouds and mud. Did she possess a hint of cunning? Chen Qingyuan murmured softly to himself. He had thought he had moved on, allowing the past to settle into oblivion. Yet, with this unexpected turn of events initiated by the woman in red, he found himself compelled to attend. One should not assume that leaving the abyss would grant him freedom. The consequences of failing to fulfill the agreement were dire indeed. After resting for several days, Chen Qingyuan resolved to depart from Minghui City and return to Shensheng sect. Calculating the time, he realized that merely half a year remained until the betrothal between Tianyu sect and Dongi Palace. "Senior, I must take my leave," Chen Qingyuan stated, having packed his belongings. As he bowed to Li Muyang, who was seated in the courtyard. "Should you encounter difficulties in the future, you may seek me here," Li Muyang promised. Agreed. Chen Qingyuan did not indulge in pleasantries. This was indeed a life-saving token. After Chen Qingyuan departed, Li Muyang gazed into the distance, lost in thought. At Shensheng sect. In the council hall, the elders were engaged in discussions concerning the sect's affairs, particularly the impending union with Tianyu sect. They planned to send an elder to represent them at the ceremony. As the day of the betrothal drew near, numerous representatives from various factions had already set out. And Dongi Palace was gradually becoming bustling with activity. Junior apprentice brother has returned. As Chen Qingyuan approached the gates of Shensheng sect, the gatekeeper disciples reported his arrival. In order to avoid drawing unnecessary attention, Chen Qingyuan concealed his cultivation level. As long as he bore the jade bracelet, it would activate the restrictions within, masking the aura emanating from his body. The sword immortal had repeatedly cautioned him against divulging any information regarding his Daobun, lest he entangle himself in terrifying repercussions that could endanger those around him. Furthermore, the sword immortal preferred to keep his whereabouts concealed, leaving Chen Qingyuan unable to explain the restoration of his spiritual roots. He resolved to find a suitable opportunity in the future to discuss this matter with his senior brothers. "Junior brother, where have you been for the past half year?" The elder protector, Dong Wenjun, set aside his affairs and hurried out to greet him. "Just went out for a bit of fresh air," Chen Qingyuan replied with a faint smile. The elders gathered in the backyard, engaging in leisurely conversation with Chen Qingyuan. Since his recent return, he had scarcely settled before embarking on a new journey, leaving little time for his fellow disciples to share a cup of tea together. His arrival had stirred quite a commotion, as numerous sects sought an audience with him, eager to glean insights regarding the forbidden realm of Tianyuan. However, upon hearing that Chen Qingyuan had become incapacitated and feigned death to escape, coupled with the resolute stance of the Shenqing sect, the various factions refrained from pressing him further. Now, with the impending union of the two sects, the attention of the forces in the Fulyu Star domain had shifted away from the Shenqing sect. The northern wilderness is replete with countless star domains, with the sects of the Fulyu Star domain numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The Shenqing sect stands as a first-rate power within this realm, boasting considerable prestige. "Junior brother, the woman from Dongi Palace has called off the engagement, that is her loss. So do not dwell on it too much. We will surely devise an excellent plan to help you restore your spiritual roots, allowing you to regain your former glory." An elder with a white beard remarked, mistakenly attributing Chen Qingyuan's despondency to the recent union of the two sects and hastily offering consolation. "Thank you for your concern, Brother Su," Chen Qingyuan replied warmly, a smile gracing his face. "Today, as we gather so rarely, let us not speak of such troubling matters but raise our cups and drink together." Master Lin Chongsheng, seated at the center, stood to raise his cup. "Cheers." The elders rose to drink from their cups, whether filled with wine or tea. The Shenqing sect exhibited remarkable unity, unlike other powers that thrived on intrigue and self-interest. Of course, minor frictions occasionally arose within the sect, but these were easily resolved, not constituting significant issues. The cohesion among the sect's leadership was largely due to the efforts of the Grand Elder, who invested considerable thought into fostering such harmony. The core elders present, enjoying tea and drink, had all benefited from the Grand Elder's kindness. Approximately 2 centuries prior, the Grand Elder had taken in an infant still in swaddling clothes, adopting him as his disciple. Shortly thereafter, the Grand Elder passed away. Since then, the elders have held the boy in high regard, outwardly acknowledging him as a junior brother. They treated him as kin, akin to blood relatives. In truth, the Grand Elder had only ever taken one disciple in his lifetime, Chen Qingyuan. The elders referred to him as junior brother out of respect for the Grand Elder, whom they called Master Uncle. Senior brother. I wish to attend the ceremony of the union between the two sects, Chen Qingyuan expressed after a few rounds of drinks. His declaration was met with a heavy silence as all eyes turned to him, uncertainty etched on their faces. Why? Lin Chongsheng inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. The others gazed at Chen Qingyuan with bewilderment and disbelief. There is nothing to evade, Chen Qingyuan stated plainly. The elders pondered this, coming to understand his resolve. Have you truly made up your mind? Lin Chongsheng's eyes reflected his apprehension. I have, Chen Qingyuan replied with a subtle smile. Then you shall accompany junior brother Yan. Lin Chongsheng deliberated briefly before nodding in agreement. Thank you, brother, Chen Qingyuan expressed his gratitude. The Xianqing sect dispatched Elder Yan Minghai to Tianyu sect bearing a gift. For regardless of the awkwardness between the two factions, a semblance of goodwill must be maintained. 2 months later, Yan Minghai set forth alongside a dozen others, including Chen Qingyuan. Upon a spirit vessel, Yan Minghai donned a deep grey robe, standing tall at 7 feet, his hair slightly flecked with grey. Junior brother. Our sect leader has been tirelessly seeking renowned physicians on your behalf. However, once your condition was disclosed, none were willing to intervene, deeming it a hopeless case. Yan Minghai stood beside Chen Qingyuan, enveloping him in a protective aura of profound light. Thank you for your concern, senior brother, Chen Qingyuan acknowledged quietly, keeping these matters close to his heart. With a sigh, Yan Minghai remarked, in your prime, you were unparalleled, your name resonating throughout the northern wilderness. Yet now, you find yourself in this predicament. Had we foreseen this, we would have bound you to prevent your journey to Tianyuan. There is no need for concern, senior brother. Perhaps this is my fate, Chen Qingyuan replied. He could not divulge the experiences within the Tianyuan forbidden zone to anyone, lest it incite calamity. Some truths are best kept within oneself. Before long, the Xianqing sect's worship arrived within the domain of the Tianyu sect. The sky was adorned with an array of spirit vessels and treasures, each displaying the banners of their respective sects, creating a grand spectacle. Nestled amidst mist-laden mountains, the Tianyu sect was intertwined with ancient trees, their roots gripping the rocky earth, soaring into the clouds, casting shadows upon the ground. At the foot of these mountains stood formidable spirit beasts, alongside deep green colossal serpents coiling through the air, fiery birds alight with flames, and winged steeds galloping majestically. With merely 3 months remaining until the union of the two sects, representatives from various factions could now enter the Tianyu sect or remain aboard their own vessels in anticipation. Junior brother, let us remain here for the time being. When the day arrives, we shall make our presence known, Yan Minghai suggested, intending to spare Chen Qingyuan's feelings by staying aboard the warship. Senior brother, we have already entered the territory of Tianyu sect. As the Xianqing sect's representative, it would be somewhat inappropriate for you to remain absent. You should greet our fellow cultivators. I can manage on my own, Chen Qingyuan urged, not wishing to impose upon Yan Minghai. That would be improper. The Xianqing sect's worship is conspicuously anchored here. If I were to remain hidden, it might appear as though we are being aloof, which would diminish our standing, Yan Minghai replied. Fear not, I will be discreet. Chen Qingyuan reassured him with a confident gaze. After contemplation, Yan Minghai relented. Very well, you shall stay in the cabin during this time and refrain from venturing out. Understood, Chen Qingyuan said, watching Yan Minghai depart. Even though the Xianqing sect was far from an ordinary sect, It was imperative to maintain favorable relations with numerous formidable powers to avoid unnecessary antagonism. Thus, while the forthcoming event was a marriage ceremony between Tenyu sect and Dongi Palace, it also served as an opportunity for various sects to gather, fostering communication and forging connections. Not long after, someone approached the worship of the Su Nq sect, accompanied by a voice that taunted, "Chen Qingyuan, how daring of you to attend the union of the two sections. Aren't you afraid of humiliation?" The words carried a hint of sarcasm, clearly intended to mock Chen Qingyuan. Chapter 7. My departure is none of your concern within the confines of the cabin. Chen Qingyuan heard the words and stepped outside, encountering a young man clad in purple, standing amidst the void. It was none other than Xia Shaochong, a long-awaited reunion. A subtle smile graced Chen Qingyuan's lips as he stood elegantly in a light-colored long robe, his demeanor embodying scholarly grace. "You." The young man in purple, known as Xia Nonshong, hailing from the Serpent clan, had once been vanquished by Chen Qingyuan. "You remain as unlikable as ever," he retorted. Having caught sight of Chen Qingyuan's figure while observing the battle vessel of the Xianqing sect, prompting him to approach. "You are not even human," Chen Qingyuan shot back. At this, Xia Nonshong felt a flicker of annoyance. However, upon reflection, he realized that he indeed had transcended humanity, thus stifling his retort. Nevertheless, Chen Qingyuan's words carried an undertone of insult, prompting Xia Nonshong to huff in irritation. Over a century ago, a dispute had arisen between Xia Nonshong and Chen Qingyuan, culminating in a fierce confrontation. Following that battle, Chen Qingyuan had playfully dubbed Xia Nonshong with the moniker Little Bug, much to the amusement of many. Defeated, Xia Nonshong had no choice but to acquiesce. "Are you not aware of the identity of the betrothed from both our families?" Xia Nonshong, suppressing a hint of anger, refrained from stooping to Chen Qingyuan's level. "I am aware," Chen Qingyuan replied with an air of indifference. "Knowing you still come here, your temperament is truly commendable," Xia Nonshong remarked, offering a thumbs up, a mixture of admiration and mockery in his tone. "In your heyday, you were unparalleled, causing no small amount of distress to Qin Yutong, the young master of the Tianyu sect. Now that Qin Yutong is to wed by Shishue, have you not invited humiliation upon yourself?" Xia Shaochong, "Are you expressing concern for me?" Chen Qingyuan replied with a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor entirely mocking. "Concern for you? Dream on." Xia Nonshong, disliking the nickname, felt little anger towards Chen Qingyuan, viewing him as both a rival and a companion. "Let me advise you, you have become a mere shell of your former self. Remaining in the Xianqing sect is your safest option." "Thank you for the reminder," Chen Qingyuan replied nonchalantly. "I may mock you a few times, but others might not be so lenient," Xia Nonshong stated before losing interest and turning away. After their encounter, Xia Nonshong confirmed the extent of Chen Qingyuan's downfall, feeling a mixture of happiness and melancholy. After walking a short distance, he glanced back at Chen Qingyuan's direction, sighing softly, "Such a prodigy, what a pity." In just a few days, news of Chen Qingyuan's arrival in the territory of the Tianyu sect reached many ears. Cultivators from various sects gazed at the battle vessel of the Xianqing sect, whispering among themselves, "Chen Qingyuan, what treasures lie within the abyss of the heavens? Did you obtain anything there?" A young man questioned from an elevated position. "None of your business," Chen Qingyuan replied coldly, casting a glance at the black-clad youth whom he did not recognize, speculating that he was likely a figure of renown who had emerged in the past century. How many formidable beings of the divine transformation and integration stages perished within the forbidden zone of the abyss? What right do you, a mere nascent soul cultivator, have to emerge alive?" The black-clad youth persisted, failing to regard Chen Qingyuan with any respect. "Had this been a century ago, I would have surely sent you crashing against the wall," Chen Qingyuan declared with a scornful tone. "Humph. Now, all you can do is reminisce about your past glories." The young man in black, aware of Chen Qingyuan's esteemed achievements, recognized his own inferiority. Yet, times have changed, Chen Qingyuan had become a shadow of his former self, and there was no reason to feel intimidated. Chen Qingyuan merely smiled in silence, considering conversing with such a fool a waste of precious time. Thus, he settled at the bow of the boat, savoring fragrant tea while admiring the surrounding beauty, completely disregarding the incessant chatter of the young man in black. In truth, many were eager to uncover how Chen Qingyuan had managed to survive, or perhaps glean some secrets regarding the Forbidden Zone from him, which could prove advantageous in the future. Due to the influence of the Shenqing sect, various cultivators had refrained from employing excessive measures against him. What puzzled everyone was Chen Qingyuan's claim of having faked his death. How could he possibly have lived within the Forbidden Zone for over a century? If one could ascertain that method, it might allow them to venture into the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone in pursuit of fortune. Time slipped away like sand through fingers. And soon the day of the union between the two sects arrived. Today, a group of elders and disciples from the Dongi Palace gathered, preparing for entry. The bride, Bai Shishue, had yet to make her appearance. She would only reveal herself on the day of the official union. At the helm of the Dongi Palace was Bai Shishue's master, Yao Susu. Dressed in a simple light-colored robe cinched at the waist with a snow-white silk sash. Her long hair secured with a jade hairpin, she exuded an air of classical elegance and grace, her hands gently resting on her abdomen. Oh! Yao Susu caught wind of some murmurs around her and turned to glance towards Chen Qingyuan, who stood 100 paces away, momentarily halted. After a moment of hesitation, she resolved to approach him, followed by a throng of over 100 individuals. What brings Elder Chen here? In the presence of esteemed figures, Yao Susu extended a courteous greeting to Chen Qingyuan with a respectful clasp of her hands. Congratulations. Chen Qingyuan remained seated, lifting his gaze to acknowledge her with a fleeting glance. The entourage from Dongi Palace perceived Chen Qingyuan's lack of decorum and contemplated reprimanding him, only to be restrained by Yao Susu. It is merely a matter of customary pleasantries, there is no need for concern. Yao Susu was more interested in understanding Chen Qingyuan's intentions for being there. Was he attempting to disrupt the union between the two sects? She tentatively inquired. Is it simply to extend your congratulations? Indeed, I have even prepared a gift for the occasion. Chen Qingyuan recalled the white umbrella within the jade bracelet. Though it might cause some discontent, it posed no substantial threat to either sect. Moreover, it was not his intention but rather a matter of necessity. Compared to the actions of Dongi Palace, Chen Qingyuan appeared as a living Buddha. In the past, he had bestowed numerous treasures upon Dongi Palace. Now that the engagement was rendered void, they had not returned any, and there was even an attempt to sever all ties using a mid-grade spiritual vein, which was nothing short of a humiliating affront. At least in Chen Qingyuan's eyes, it was a form of disgrace. What sort of gift? A wave of unease washed over Yao Susu, as an inexplicable feeling settled in her heart. Since it is a gift, it cannot be disclosed. Had it been in the past, Chen Qingyuan would have shown Yao Susu some respect, however, he no longer regarded her with any significance. Chen Qingyuan, should you dare to disrupt the union between our two families, do not blame me for the lack of compassion from Dongi Palace. Observing Chen Qingyuan's blatant disregard, Yao Susu abandoned her pretense, removing her mask and coldly warning him with a piercing gaze. Oh! You seem unfazed, Chen Qingyuan retorted with a light-hearted laugh. Is there truly a history between the Shenqing sect and Dongi Palace? How pitiable you are. To Yao Susu, Chen Qingyuan's words were merely a display of bravado, a desperate attempt to cling to a shred of dignity. With a disdainful glance, she shook her head slowly. You must understand that cultivators live for millennia, while mortals barely see a century. Now that you are but a shell of your former self, even if the Shenqing sect prolongs your life, it will not be for long. So, what then? Chen Qingyuan's expression remained impassive, as tranquil as water. Returning now would be beneficial for both you and the Shenqing sect. In her desire for safety, Yao Susu sought to force Chen Qingyuan to retreat. If he departed from Tianyu sect, the union would surely proceed without incident. His presence felt akin to a ticking time bomb, liable to unleash unseemly remarks that could have far-reaching consequences. My presence or absence does not seem to be yours to dictate. Chen Qingyuan chuckled. This union is a matter between Dongi Palace and Tenyu sect. And I certainly hold a say in it. Seeing Chen Qingyuan's refusal to leave, Yao Susu's anxiety deepened, prompting her to issue an outright dismissal. The Shenqing sect had received an invitation from Tenyu sect and traveled great distances to celebrate. Are you serious about wanting to expel me? She questioned. Taken aback by her own irritation towards Yao Susu, whom she had previously underestimated. I merely wish for Elder Chen to take his leave. It is not my intention to offend the Shenqing sect, Yao Susu, a co-elder of Dongi Palace, quickly clarified. Aware of the consequences of miscommunication under the gaze of thousands. Such audacity. Before Chen Qingyuan could respond, a voice of fury echoed from within the worship's inner chamber. Chapter 8, the protective senior brother dressed in a grey robe, Dong Wenjun stepped out, his expression somber. Upon meeting Elder Dong, Yao Susu and the others immediately changed their demeanor, bowing deeply in reverence. Who is Dong Wenjun? He is none other than the revered guardian elder of the Shenqing sect. A formidable being at the tribulation stage. The presence of such an esteemed figure sent shivers down the spines of many, instilling a sense of awe. The guardian elder of the Shenqing sect has come. This is indeed a renowned individual. The union of the two sects surely does not warrant the personal arrival of a tribulation stage expert. It appears he is not here for the union, otherwise he would have shown himself sooner, rather than lurking in the shadows. The gathered cultivators erupted into a clamor, their eyes wide with astonishment. Dong Wenjun had not left the Shenqing sect for many years, and his clandestine departure this time was out of concern for Chen Qingyuan, who had been hiding in the cabin's crevices. Senior brother, what brings you here? Chen Qingyuan asked, taken aback, as he turned to look at the white-haired, imposing Dong Wenjun. It is because I feared for your safety, Dong Wenjun replied. As he regarded Chen Qingyuan, his demeanor softened, shedding the coldness reserved for outsiders, revealing a gentle smile and speaking in soothing tones. He had lost his little junior brother once and could not bear to endure a second loss. Years ago, when Chen Qingyuan's soul lamp extinguished, it struck Dong Wenjun like a thunderbolt, leaving him in profound sorrow. Later, he knelt before the tomb of the Grand Elder, expressing his regrets for not having taken better care of Chen Qingyuan, burdened by guilt. Senior brother. Chen Qingyuan felt a tightness in his throat, his nose slightly stinging. The guardian elder only leaves the sect in times of great peril or for significant matters. Yet, for the sake of ensuring Chen Qingyuan's safety, Dong Wenjun defied the sect's regulations. The onlookers were both astonished and envious upon hearing Dong Wenjun's words. Having a tribulation stage senior brother to safeguard one is a privilege that countless would dare not even dream of. In the past, this would have been fitting, as Chen Qingyuan possessed extraordinary talent and was the hope of the new generation of the Shenqing sect. Now, however, he had been reduced to a mere mortal. A situation that left many questioning the high-ranking officials of the sect. My little junior brother shall not be bullied by anyone, Dong Wenjun declared, instructing Chen Qingyuan to stand aside while he handled the matters at hand. He then stood tall, surveying the gathered cultivators from various sects, his gaze finally resting on the members of the Dongi Palace. If the union of the two sects is unwelcome to the Shenqing sect, then we shall take our leave at once. Please, Elder Dong, do not take offense, that was never my intention, Yao Susu stammered, her back drenched in cold sweat. Moments ago, she had dared to speak harshly to Chen Qingyuan, emboldened by the few inner disciples accompanying him, underestimating the situation. Had she known Dong Wenjun was concealed within the cabin, she would have never uttered those words, even if it cost her life. Offending Dong Wenjun's authority would compel the current leader of Dongi Palace to offer an apology. A tribulation stage expert is a top-tier figure in the vast North Wilderness, and one must not provoke such a being. What do you mean by that? Dong Wenjun demanded loudly. The younger generation. The weight of a terrifying pressure descended upon Yao Susu, rendering her as if crushed beneath an immense mountain, heavy beyond measure and gasping for breath. Previously, out of consideration for the junior disciple, she had indulged in conversation and granted him some semblance of respect. Yet, when it comes to lineage and strength, she was not even worthy of meeting my esteemed presence. To dare to bully my junior disciple today is truly an affront. Dong Wanjun, who had watched Chen Qinyuan grow up, had always doted on him, striving to satisfy his every desire for delicacies and amusements. He would never scold Chen Qinyuan. So how could he tolerate others' oppression of him? Were it not for the presence of a few old fellows in the Dongi Palace, Dong Wanjun would not have merely exerted pressure but would have directly dealt Yao Susu a few resounding slaps. When the younger generation came to provoke, Dong Wanjun could turn a blind eye, but when the older generation dared to take advantage of their seniority, he could no longer bear it. Junior acknowledges the fault. Yao Susu, unable to withstand the pressure of the tribulation period, felt as if her bones were being crushed, and she gritted her teeth in apology. Humph. Dong Wanjun snorted coldly, dissipating the pressure. If there is a next time, I shall ensure you receive a proper lesson from the Dongi Palace. Thank you for your forgiveness, Senior. Despite harboring 1,000 grievances and discontent, Yao Susu had no choice but to express her gratitude. Leave. Dong Wanjun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, utterly dismissive of Yao Susu. If he so desired, a mere finger could suffice to suppress her. Consequently, Yao Susu and her companions hurriedly departed, not daring to look back. The humiliation they suffered was immense, destined to become fodder for countless discussions thereafter. No one had anticipated that such a prominent figure from the Shenqing sect would appear. And the young man who had just verbally insulted Chen Qinyuan fled in fear of retribution, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The commotion had drawn attention, and upon learning that it involved Chen Qinyuan, Yan Minghai rushed over. Brother Dong. After a brief inquiry, Yan Minghai grasped the full context of the situation. Upon returning to the worship, he first paid his respects to Dong Wanjun, then turned to Chen Qinyuan with concern in his eyes. Junior disciple, are you unharmed? Suddenly, Dong Wanjun delivered a kick to Yan Minghai, sending him flying 1,000 meters. Yan Minghai paused midair, adjusted his attire, and swiftly returned to his original position. Little 7. How could you be so thoughtless as to leave the junior disciple alone on the ship? Had I not come along, who knows how he would have been bullied? Dong Wanjun berated Yan Minghai, pointing an accusatory finger at him. It's all my fault, I nearly put the junior disciple in danger, Yan Minghai lamented. Brother Dong. I am fine, please do not blame Elder Yan, Chen Qinyuan quickly interjected, urging Dong Wanjun to sit down, pouring him a cup of tea. Brother, have some tea to cool your temper. Dong Wanjun's kick had been so swift that Chen Qinyuan had not even had time to react, realizing only in hindsight. If the junior disciple bears no grudge against you, let it be. After sipping the tea, much of Dong Wanjun's anger dissipated. Yan Minghai cast a grateful glance at Chen Qinyuan, relieved to have avoided a severe reprimand. The gathered practitioners gazed at the scene before them in disbelief. They found it perplexing that despite Chen Qinyuan's transformation into a mere shell of his former self, he was still lavished with such affection. Elder Dong personally visited the Tianyu sect and was invited to take a seat within, while the crowd pondered Chen Qinyuan's unusual favoritism. The Grand Elder of Tianyu sect stepped forward with a smile, bowing in greeting. I must play chess with my junior brother and have no time to spare. However, Dong Wanjun had no intention of extending courtesy to the Tianyu sect and outright declined the invitation. Upon hearing this response, the Grand Elder of Tianyu sect was momentarily taken aback. He quickly regained his composure, smiling as he said, whenever Elder Dong finds the time. You are always welcome to enter, the Tianyu sect will ensure you are well received. Dong Wanjun, disinclined towards such formalities, refrained from responding. Dong Wanjun's appearance attracted many elder figures, who came forth to exchange pleasantries. All these trivial matters were managed by Yan Minghai, while Dong Wanjun sat comfortably in the cabin, engaged in a game of chess with Chen Qinyuan, sipping tea and sharing laughter. Soon, the day of the union arrived, as auspicious clouds adorned the sky, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles. Numerous sects arrived punctually, grandly presenting their congratulatory gifts. The welcoming procession of Tianyu sect arrived on time. exuding an impressive aura that drew the attention of all. 7 dragon-like creatures pulled a white jade war chariot, brimming with powerful practitioners, radiating an extraordinary presence. Following closely behind the chariot was a flower palanquin. Though referred to as a palanquin, it resembled a moving miniature palace, entirely adorned with gold and jade. Many areas were intricately carved with images of dragons soaring and phoenixes dancing, surrounded by ethereal mist. Within the palanquin, Bai Shishu donned a flowing pink gown, crowned with a phoenix tiara. Celestial mist billowed gracefully, and radiant colors filled the sky. The practitioners gazed from afar, captivated and spellbound. Chapter 9. The arrival of the white umbrella Bai Shishu arrived, her demeanor as frigid as the summit of an icy mountain, resembling a snow lotus that one could admire from afar yet never reach. To receive her, several elders of the Tenyu sect, accompanied by 100 disciples, stepped forth. Petals of crimson floated through the air, ultimately converging to create a path leading directly to the grand entrance of the Tenyu sect, resembling a breathtaking painting. Draped in a flowing red gown that swayed gracefully with the breeze, Bai Shishu was a vision of enchanting beauty, adorned with a phoenix crown. Her hands rested elegantly before her, her porcelain skin akin to finely sculpted jade, each movement radiating charm. As the war chariot came to a halt, the dragon-like roar emanated, instilling awe among the surrounding spiritual beasts, which bowed their heads in submission, daunted by the dragon's might. Shortly thereafter, Bai Shishu emerged from the floral bridge palace, followed closely by a cadre of stunning female disciples. Additionally, a middle-aged woman stood beside her, clad in simple light-colored attire yet exuding an air of extraordinary dignity and grace. This woman was Du Ruosheng, the current matriarch of the Dongi Palace. Naturally, the sect leader would not miss the occasion of this union between the two sections. Master Du, please enter. The leader of the Tenyu sect, Qin Yang, made his entrance, resplendent in fine garments, radiating authority. The two sect leaders instinctively turned their gazes towards the same direction, their eyes resting on the worship of the Shenqing sect. They were well aware that Dong Wenjun had arrived, yet his demeanor was less than amicable, rendering it unnecessary to seek confrontation. Thus, Qin Yang, Du Ruosheng, and others proceeded into the grand hall, where the faces of the elders and disciples of both sects were alight with joy. After today, the Tianyu sect and Dongi Palace would form an alliance, gaining greater influence within this starry domain, their status unassailable. Inside the worship, Chen Qingyuan gazed at the throng of figures, murmuring, "What an impressive spectacle." Junior brother, be cautious, Dong Wenjun cautioned, uncertain of Chen Qingyuan's intentions for attending the union ceremony, suspecting it might not bode well. "I mean no harm, rest assured, senior brother," Chen Qingyuan replied with a gentle smile. "No matter what transpires, I shall safeguard you," Dong Wenjun vowed. "Now that I am here, I am determined to ensure your safe return home." Regardless of Chen Qingyuan's intentions, Dong Wenjun had prepared for various contingencies. He had even discreetly brought the protective treasures of the sect, just in case. "Thank you, senior brother," Chen Qingyuan said warmly, turning towards the gates of the Tianyu sect. Dong Wenjun, a formidable figure at the third stage of tribulation, faced the necessity of undergoing a tribulation every millennium, culminating in a total of 9 trials before attaining the realm of great transcendence, freely traversing the heavens and earth. In recent years, the tumultuous energies within him had become increasingly difficult to contain. It was likely that he would soon have to confront his next tribulation, a perilous endeavor fraught with danger. "Alas, I have aged, I fear I may not survive this trial," Dong Wenjun mused, watching Chen Qingyuan's departing figure and reflecting, "Years ago, my master showed me great kindness. You are the sole successor of my master's legacy. Even at the cost of my life, I shall protect you." A century prior, the incident involving the treasure of Tianyuan had resulted in the complete annihilation of all members of the Shenqing sect who had ventured within. Upon receiving the news, Dong Wenjun found it difficult to accept, her heart aching profoundly. Now that Chen Qingyuan had returned alive, Dong Wenjun would not allow such events to transpire again. The grand hall of Tianyu sect was teeming with people. The higher-ups from various sects could proceed to the inner chamber to enjoy superior services. while the common disciples were relegated to the front hall, engaging in conversation with peers of similar standing. Chen Qingyuan, did he truly dare to enter? It was rumored that he had once been betrothed in word to Bai Shishue of Dongi Palace. Was his intention today to create a scene? The Tianyu sect and Dongi Palace were not ordinary forces, and should Chen Qingyuan dare to cause trouble, he would face dire consequences. It seemed there would be quite a spectacle to behold. As the crowd observed Chen Qingyuan approaching from afar, their interest piqued, eager for the unfolding drama. Representatives from various sects presented their gifts, while ethereal phenomena of colorful clouds continuously manifested in the skies above Tianyu sect, creating an auspicious scene. The Grand Elder was responsible for receiving the offerings, his face beaming with joy as he expressed gratitude to the guests, diligently recording the items bestowed by each faction. Chen Qingyuan walked alongside Yan Minghai until they reached the entrance of the Grand Hall. "Friends of Xianqing sect, please enter," the elder of Tianyu sect remarked, casting a polite glance at Chen Qingyuan. The elder responsible for welcoming guests had already received instructions regarding Chen Qingyuan not to obstruct his entrance. "This is a token of goodwill from Xianqing sect." Yan Minghai, representing Xianqing sect, retrieved a gift box and slowly opened it. A faint azure light emanated from within, revealing a blue spiritual pearl, unremarkable amidst the array of gifts, yet not lacking in quality. "Thank you," the welcoming elder accepted the offering. As Yan Minghai was about to enter the hall, Chen Qingyuan halted him, saying, "Senior brother Yan, please wait a moment." "What is it?" Yan Minghai paused and turned back. "I have prepared a separate gift." With that, Chen Qingyuan produced a low-grade spiritual stone, using it as a guise, before revealing a white umbrella from his Chen Quan bag. By employing the spiritual stone to activate the Chen Quan bag, he could conceal his true cultivation level. If word spread about Chen Qingyuan's re-establishment of his Dao root, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. Currently, with his power still limited, he needed to remain hidden, even from his fellow disciples. The welcoming elder and the gathered disciples were momentarily stunned, followed by a flicker of displeasure on their faces. On a day of joyous union between the two sects, Chen Qingyuan had the audacity to present a white umbrella, which clearly suggested ill intent. The color white was typically associated with funerals, and upon deeper reflection, an umbrella implied parting. "What does Elder Chen mean by this?" the welcoming elder inquired, his expression darkening. "A gift," Chen Qingyuan replied. Were it not for the obligation to honor the agreement with Tianyuan, he would not have come to Tianyu sect. For him, since Bai Shishue had chosen another, she was no longer a suitable match, everything was in the past. If Bai Shishue had truly harbored genuine feelings for Chen Qingyuan, she would certainly endure any pressures to accompany him upon his return. However, the reality was starkly different when Bai Shishue confirmed that Chen Qingyuan had become a cripple. Her guilt dissipated like the tide, leaving no trace of emotion within her. On the day of the union, presenting a white umbrella seems akin to disrupting the occasion. How splendid Chen Qingyuan once was, yet now he resorts to such means to preserve a semblance of dignity. It is indeed pitiable. I had anticipated a grand spectacle, only to be left disappointed after such prolonged expectation. The disciples of Chen Qingyuan, who had been observing intently, exchanged glances and shook their heads, their interest waning. Initially, they had hoped to witness Chen Qingyuan's outburst, anticipating some unseemly remarks. The umbrella, crafted from simple materials, was rather mundane. The elder in charge of receiving guests intended to reprimand, but was suddenly interrupted by the directive of the Grand Elder: accept the item, and do not create further complications. Complying with the order, the elder reluctantly set aside the white umbrella, his expression clouded as he addressed Chen Qingyuan. "Elder Chen's gift has been accepted by the Tianyu sect. Please, come in." It was merely an umbrella. The Tianyu sect wished to avoid causing a significant stir that might disrupt the overall situation. As long as Chen Qingyuan refrained from crossing any lines, the sect would remain indifferent. Having concluded this matter, Chen Qingyuan walked alongside Yan Minghai and took their seats in a designated area within the inner hall. The hall was adorned with thousands of tables and chairs, resplendent in gold and jade, while a delicate layer of white mist wafted across the floor. The tables were laden with exquisite fruits and celestial brews. The rich aroma of wine drifting to every corner on the gentle breeze. "Junior brother, you have been rather reckless," Yan Minghai whispered. "I apologize for causing you concern." Chen Qingyuan replied. "I understand the anger in your heart, and I sympathize," Yan Minghai said, casting a sidelong glance toward the group from Dongi Palace, his tone grave. "It is not that I blame you, but rather that we should strategize together. If it were to escalate into conflict, we must be prepared in advance. The Tianyu sect is unlikely to engage in war over such trivial matters." Chen Qingyuan chuckled lightly. "One must be cautious to navigate life's tumultuous waters." Yan Minghai was known for his prudence. "Understood, I will heed your advice," Chen Qingyuan acknowledged, appreciating Yan Minghai's concern. As the auspicious moment arrived, the Grand Elder of the Tianyu sect addressed the gathered guests from the high platform. "We now invite the two newcomers to enter." Chapter 10, The Cavern Below. The Union Air suspension in the esteemed hall of Dongi Palace, Bai Shishue and Qin Yutong appeared resplendent in their crimson attire, standing side by side atop the elevated platform. To the onlookers, the pair embodied a harmonious blend of talent and beauty. It was well known that young Master Qin was a remarkable talent, and upon witnessing him today, his reputation proved to be well deserved. The elders from various factions began to extol his virtues. As Qin Yutong surveyed the crowd, his gaze fell upon Chen Qingyuan, seated in a corner. A smirk played on his lips, his eyes gleaming with a provocative challenge, clearly mocking. In contrast, Chen Qingyuan met his gaze with an unflinching calmness, displaying no signs of agitation, as if enveloped in a serene cloud. Having spent over a century in the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, he had endured much and was not easily provoked. "Thank you, esteemed friends, for your support." Qin Yang, the leader of Tianyu sect, stood at the center, wearing a smile and performing a courteous bow. After a lengthy oration, he proclaimed that Tianyu sect would henceforth advance in unity with Dongi Palace. The Holy Master of Dongi Palace, Du Ruosheng, also took the stage to deliver customary pleasantries. Once these formalities concluded, the newlyweds prepared to offer their solemn vows to the heavens. Upon the completion of the ceremony, they would officially bind themselves as partners in both joy and adversity. A towering incense stick, approximately 10 meters high, was lit, its smoke ascending towards the heavens, marking the commencement of the celestial rite. As the ritual neared its completion, a glimmer of joy flickered in Qin Yang's eyes, hinting at something more profound. Logically speaking, with the deep-rooted heritage of Tianyu sect regarded as a pinnacle within this star domain, one would not expect Qin Yang to exhibit such exuberance over an alliance with Dongi Palace. Should the two sects unite today, Dongi Palace would surely come to regret it. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from afar, reaching the ears of all present. This utterance caused the engaged couple to pause amidst their ceremony. "There is no need for concern, Master Du, it is merely the antics of some nefarious individuals. I shall dispatch someone to deal with this immediately." Qin Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Du Ruosheng with a faint smile. Then discreetly communicated with the elders of his sect to seal all barriers, allowing no one to enter. Du Ruosheng's brow furrowed, a sense of unease settling within her. However, she chose not to halt the wedding rituals and instead directing her gaze towards the source of the voice, eager to discern the situation. The barriers of Tianyu sect suddenly activated, capturing the attention of the crowd, who were left puzzled. "Master Qin, what does this signify?" inquired a certain cultivator. "To prevent any disruptions from malicious individuals. The barriers will remain until the union has concluded. Rest assured, they shall be lifted thereafter." Qin Yang feigned composure, urging the guests to be patient. Most in attendance nodded in agreement upon hearing his rationale, though a few remained skeptical, furrowing their brows in contemplation. "Proceed." Qin Yang quickly gestured to the Grand Elder, urging him to hasten the completion of the union ceremony. The Grand Elder, understanding the implication, prepared to have the two newcomers exchange tokens, perform a blood oath, and forge a soul contract, thus binding them as partners. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the eastern barrier. The barrier was torn open, And a figure clad in black, expending all his strength, proclaimed loudly, "The subterranean cavern beneath the Chenyu sect harbors a malevolent force. Should the Dongi Palace form an alliance with them, calamity will surely follow." At this declaration, the tumult arose among the crowd. Countless gazes turned towards Qin Yong, as if seeking a definitive answer. After a moment of silence, Du Ruosheng, who had remained quiet until now, interjected, halting the proceedings, "Sect Master Qin. Do you not have an explanation for this matter?" "Such nonsense." Qin Yong vehemently denied. "Is that so?" Du Ruosheng's expression grew grave. "If this is but a fabrication, dare you swear upon your Dao heart, Sect Master Qin?" In that instant, the atmosphere became profoundly still, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Numerous elders of the Chenyu sect advanced towards the eastern barrier, intent on subduing the rogue who disrupted the alliance. The figure in black had no intention of living alive. "I am Wang Ping, a co-disciple of the Chenyu sect 5 centuries ago. I stumbled into a forbidden area and discovered the cavern, inciting the wrath of the sect's upper echelons. Fortunately, I managed to escape with my life. To create a breach in the barrier, I have employed all my life-preserving techniques, driven by a desire to tarnish the reputation of the Chenyu sect and exact my vengeance. The sect, ruthless in their pursuit, tortured my family to death to draw me out. After 500 years of hiding, I have finally found an opportunity to reveal the truth. Millennia ago, the Chenyu sect was merely a third-rate power in the flowing meteor domain, yet, within a few short centuries, it ascended to prominence, the reason being the cavern below. The Chenyu sect has consistently extracted resources from this cavern, allowing it to grow unchecked, all the while concealing this fact. Now, the cavern's influence has become overwhelming, and the Chenyu sect seeks to find scapegoats. As Wang Ping contended with the elders of the Chenyu sect, he vocally recounted all that he knew. The cavern is replete with boundless resources, the Chenyu sect has only tapped a fraction of what lies within, vaulting themselves to the apex of power in the flowing meteor domain, to keep the cavern's existence secret. No more than 5 individuals within the sect are aware of it. As it stands today, the cavern has expanded into an abyss of unfathomable darkness. Only now does the Chenyu sect wish to suppress it, but they have realized it is too late. Hence, they have strained to forge a marriage with the Dongi Palace. Once allied, the Dongi Palace will find it difficult to remain uninvolved and will be compelled to assist the Chenyu sect in addressing the cavern's threat. Is it possible? Someone mused. I seem to recall a Wang Ping from before, who later disappeared without a trace. The meteoric rise of the Chenyu sect is indeed peculiar. Transforming into a colossal entity within mere centuries raises many questions. If what he says is true, the existence of a cavern beneath the Chenyu sect presents a dire scenario should it erupt. The crowd erupted in astonishment at Wang Ping's assertions. Chen Qingyuan, seated nearby, had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this point. He found the unfolding drama quite riveting. Thankfully, he had come and had not missed out. If this is indeed the case, matters will become quite troublesome. Yan Minghai murmured, his brow furrowed. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the expressions of the attendees grave. And the more they pondered, the greater their apprehension became. Qin Yang's expression darkened considerably. His hands clenched tightly beneath his sleeves as he cast a glare at the figure in black on the eastern side of the barrier, wishing fervently to rend that individual into 1,000 pieces. Noticing Qin Yang's prolonged silence, Du Ruosheng sensed that this matter was likely not without foundation. She swiftly moved beside Bai Shixue, forcefully severing the connection between Bai Shixue and Qin Yutang, then coldly stated, "If your esteemed sect fails to provide a reasonable explanation, the alliance between our 2 sects may prove exceedingly difficult to pursue. After the ceremony concludes, I shall take the time to elucidate matters to you," Qin Yong insisted, hoping to negotiate an alliance with Dongi Palace. However, Du Ruosheng, a formidable leader, was not easily swayed and retorted, "If you have something to say, it can be expressed now, there is no need to wait until later." Bang! Following a fierce battle, Wang Ping was besieged and met his demise at the hands of the elders of Tianyu sect, his body exploding into a mist of blood. No one mourned Wang Ping's death, their expressions were indifferent. The members of Dongyi Palace, however, glanced towards the direction of Wang Ping's demise, feeling a surge of gratitude. Had it not been for Wang Ping's sacrifice, Dongyi Palace would undoubtedly have found themselves ensnared by Tianyu sect. Qin sect leader. Will you not offer an explanation? The representatives from various sects pressed, exerting immense pressure on Qin Yang. The numerous elders and disciples of Tianyu sect appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend how the ceremony for the alliance had devolved into such chaos. It was no wonder that Tianyu sect was so eager to ally with Dongyi Palace, they surely had ulterior motives. Given Qin Yang's demeanor, no one doubted the veracity of the matter regarding the demon cave. Dongyi Palace had nearly fallen for the deception. Many felt a chill of apprehension for Dongyi Palace, or had they truly allied, they would undoubtedly have been entangled in the consequences of the demon cave, unable to extricate themselves. Dongyi Palace was regarded as a premier force within the flowing meteor domain, capable of alleviating some pressure from Tianyu sect. Originally, Dongyi Palace had anticipated that an alliance with Tianyu sect would bolster their foundation and grant them greater influence in this star domain. Little did they realize how deeply Tianyu sect had concealed their true intentions. In light of these developments, I invite all esteemed friends to step aside for a more detailed discussion. Realizing that the truth could no longer be concealed, Qin Yang resolved to lay everything bare before the gathered assembly. Chapter 11 Departure of the crowd. Guided by Qin Yang, the high-ranking members of various sects followed closely behind. On one side, Qin Yutong's expression was exceedingly grim, with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He remained oblivious to the affairs concerning the demonic lair. His union with Bai Shishue was a directive from his father, Qin Yang. Furthermore, given that Bai Shishue had once been the confidant of Chen Qingyuan, Qin Yutong was more than willing to pursue her, dedicating considerable effort to win her affection. Originally, Qin Yutong had intended to engage Chen Qingyuan in a candid conversation following the conclusion of the marriage ceremony, perhaps exchanging a few cutting remarks to elevate his spirits. However, the unexpected turn of events left him utterly bewildered. Bai Shishue, equally at a loss, stood at the center of the assembly from Dongyi Palace, her expression dazed, seemingly yet to grasp the full extent of the situation. Senior brother Yan, let us go and take a look, urged Chen Qingyuan, clad in a blue robe, eager not to miss the unfolding drama as he pulled Yan Minghai to follow the crowd. Do not wander off, you must stay by senior brother's side, Yan Minghai cautioned, concerned for Chen Qingyuan's safety. He had initially intended to escort him to the worship, yet yielding to Chen Qingyuan's stubbornness, he reluctantly agreed. Rest assured, I shall not stray, this is no place for recklessness, unlike at Qianqing sect, Chen Qingyuan assured him. Qin Yang dispelled a series of prohibitions, leading the group to the forbidden grounds of the rear mountain, where a lush forest thrived with vibrant life. Initially, a co-elder attempted to contest Qin Yang's decision to bring the sect members to the demonic lair. However, after Qin Yang presented his well-founded arguments, the informed elder lost his temper and begrudgingly consented. If a solution to the demonic lair was not found promptly, the impending eruption would spell disaster for Tianyu sect. Not only would Tianyu sect suffer, but it would also endanger the entire Fuliexing domain. After traversing the dense forest, over 1,000 individuals arrived at a desolate plain. Deeper into the plain lay an abyss approximately 10,000 meters in diameter, its mouth shimmering with intricate magical runes, from which thick demonic energy emanated. The demonic lair resided at the bottom of this chasm, situated at the very core beneath Tianyu sect. Due to the multiple barriers established by Tianyu sect around the abyss, the demonic energy had not dispersed into the surroundings. What a formidable demonic lair! Where does it lead? Is it connected to the demon realm? Should this lair encounter disturbances, Tianyu sect will bring calamity upon the entire Fuliexing domain. This is intolerable. Qin sect leader. Why was I not informed of the emergence of the demonic lair at the earliest opportunity? Now that the threat has materialized, should it erupt, the repercussions would be endless. The elders of various sects began to hold Qin Yang accountable, their expressions darkening. Listening to the accusations, Qin Yong remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm. He had anticipated such a day and had mentally prepared himself. Once the outcry subsided, he finally spoke, addressing his fellow cultivators, "Dear friends. This indeed falls upon Tianyu sect's shoulders, and we willingly accept the consequences. However, I implore you to return to your respective sects and deliberate collectively on how to address the issue of the demonic lair. You are all well aware that should the lair erupt, it will impact every corner of the Fuliexing domain, and even other star domains, none can remain unaffected." Qin sect leader. This calamity has been wrought by Tianyu sect, why must we bear the responsibility? One individual exclaimed in anger. The Heavenly Jade sect is willing to relinquish half of its treasury to gift to the various sections. Qin Yong ascended into the air. Standing tall as he addressed the assembly, "Once this matter is resolved, the Heavenly Jade sect shall take responsibility for the heroes of the world." He then turned his gaze towards the members of the Eastern Palace. "Sect leader Du, if the Eastern Palace is inclined to continue our alliance, I shall gladly offer the remaining half of our resources." Although Qin Yong felt a pang of regret, such a course was necessary. The turmoil of the demon abyss would first devastate the Heavenly Jade sect. For the future of the sect, he had to set aside his pride and deplete its resources to gain the support of others. It seems the Eastern Palace is not destined to ally with the Heavenly Jade sect. Perhaps it is best to let this go, Du Ruosheng decisively refused. Unwilling to gamble the future of the Eastern Palace. Resolving the chaos of the demon abyss would merely yield abundant resources, if unsuccessful. The Eastern Palace would surely be dragged down and forever unable to recover. Would sect leader Do not reconsider? Qin Yong sought to persuade. In response, Du Ruosheng merely cast a cold glance and remained silent. Understanding her resolve, Qin Yong ceased his insistence. He then uttered a few grandiloquent words, urging all guests to relay the message back to their respective sects and to promptly devise a solution for the demon abyss crisis. What a predicament! To have us clean up the mess of the Heavenly Jade sect is truly infuriating. This is of great importance. We must hasten back to formulate a strategy. Let us depart. After a brief commotion, the assembly left in indignation. Before departing, the Heavenly Jade sect returned all gifts. Since the two sects had not formed a union, the celebratory banquet was deemed unnecessary. My sincere apologies, esteemed friends, the elders of the Heavenly Jade sect, perhaps wishing to avoid offending the other sects and seeking their assistance, offered apologies, starkly contrasting their initial arrogance. On the way back, Chen Qingyuan encountered the members of the Eastern Palace at the entrance of the Heavenly Jade sect. Sect leader Du Yan Minghai, of slightly lower status, clasped his fists in greeting. Elder Yan, Du Ruosheng responded with a nod, her expression impassive, concealing her inner thoughts. After exchanging pleasantries, Du Ruosheng's gaze fell upon Chen Qingyuan. She scrutinized him deeply, finding nothing amiss, and sighed inwardly, lamenting that such a once great talent had now become a mere shadow of himself. An elder returned the gift from the Shenqing sect, leaving in defeat. Chen Qingyuan regarded the white umbrella in his hand with an oddly contemplative expression, murmuring to himself, though the gift has been returned, it was not due to my actions. The first agreement should still stand fulfilled, right? The members of the Eastern Palace could not help but notice the striking white umbrella. Previously, the Heavenly Jade sect had wished to avoid drawing too much attention, and many were unaware of Chen Qingyuan's gift. At this moment, numerous gazes converged on Chen Qingyuan, whispers circulating among them. Chen Qingyuan, your gift was indeed well-timed. Du Ruosheng remarked impassively. It was merely coincidental, Chen Qingyuan replied, unperturbed in the presence of the Eastern Palace's leader. To my knowledge, you are not a person devoid of grace. Du Ruosheng spoke softly, standing a distance of over 10 meters from Chen Qingyuan. The expression on the faces of the elders behind was grim. This union had devolved into a farce, bringing them no honor. Bai Shishue, clad in a crimson dress, discreetly assessed Chen Qingyuan from the corner of her eye, feeling a mixture of embarrassment, awkwardness, and resignation. The decision regarding the sect's union was beyond her authority. If given a choice, Bai Shishue would prefer to see this union through rather than endure the scorn of others, thus preserving her dignity. Soon, she convinced herself internally, gradually lifting her head, her gaze shifting. Having embarked on this path, there was no possibility of turning back. From this moment forth, she would remain a gifted cultivator, while Chen Qingyuan would only possess a lifespan of a century at most. Any trace of guilt within her evaporated in an instant. No offense intended, Master Du, please do not overthink this. Chen Qingyuan smiled lightly, slowly retracting the white umbrella. You are fortunate to have emerged alive from the abyss, might you share what transpired within? Du Ruosheng remained quite intrigued by the abyss. As soon as these words were spoken, many ears perked up, and the crowd halted, their gazes towards Chen Qingyuan turning decidedly unfriendly. Chapter 12: The Dissolution of Alliances. A shock to all, Yan Minghai sensed a myriad of unfriendly pressures, evidently intrigued by Tianyuan. He promptly readied his defenses, moving a few steps closer to Chen Qingyuan. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on Chen Qingyuan, Yan Minghai would be the first to shield him. Since Master Du is so curious, why not venture in yourself? Chen Qingyuan smiled faintly, undeterred by Du Ruosheng's imposing presence, responding with a casual remark. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly pay a visit. In front of the crowd, Du Ruosheng could not resort to threats or inducements against Chen Qingyuan. Most importantly, within the worship not far away sat the guardian elder of the Xianqing sect. A formidable figure in the tribulation stage. Du Ruosheng had no desire to offend such a powerful being, it was simply unnecessary. Senior Yan, let us depart. Chen Qingyuan disregarded the members of Dongi Palace, not even casting a glance at Bai Shishue. As Chen Qingyuan stated, his ties with Bai Shishue had been severed. Perhaps Bai Shishue had once held genuine concern for Chen Qingyuan, but that was contingent upon his status as a renowned prodigy. Since his return, the world had come to know him as a cripple, and Bai Shishue exhibited no emotional turmoil, save for a touch of guilt. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges in finding those who truly reciprocate one's feelings. While Chen Qingyuan could understand Bai Shishue's actions, he would not offer forgiveness. They were now akin to strangers, with no debts owed to one another. This lad undoubtedly harbors secrets, Du Ruosheng murmured as she observed Chen Qingyuan's retreating figure. Were Chen Qingyuan to have emerged alive a century ago, the cultivators of the world would have shown little interest, deeming Tianyuan a place of great terror, best avoided. However, with Chen Qingyuan's return after 100 years, how could it fail to pique the curiosity of the world's cultivators? Master, is there truly no room for negotiation between Dongi Palace and Tianyu sect? Yao Susu mustered the courage to inquire. What? Does Elder Yao wish to act as a mediator? Du Ruosheng cast a dismissive glance at Yao Susu, her tone indifferent. Absolutely not. I beseech the master to temper her ire. Yao Susu quickly bowed in acknowledgement of her misstep. Humph. Du Ruosheng scoffed, leading the members of Dongi Palace away. Should the two sects form an alliance through marriage, Yao Susu, as Bai Shishue's mentor, would undoubtedly see her status ascend. Thus, at the request of a certain elder from Tianyu sect, Yao Susu sought to explore the possibility. The matter of the demon cave was exceedingly grave, and Du Ruosheng would not foolishly shoulder the responsibility for Tianyu sect. An alliance? What a ridiculous notion. Despite many yearning to extract information about Tianyuan from Chen Qingyuan, no faction dared to exert pressure. Not far off, the silver-haired Dong Wenjun stood upon the worship of Xianqing sect, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed intently in the direction of Chen Qingyuan. Anyone daring to act against Chen Qingyuan would need to contemplate whether they could prevail against Dong Wenjun. Why bestow such protection upon a cripple? Many found it incomprehensible. Their hearts filled with confusion. In other sects, becoming a cripple would spell certain death, rendering one unworthy of attention. The world of cultivators may not comprehend the significance of Chen Qingyuan in the eyes of the upper echelons of the Xianqing sect. It is a matter of familial bonds rather than mere profit. With Dong Wenjun's formidable presence, Chen Qingyuan safely returned to the worship. A grand procession departed from the Tianyu sect without encountering any troubles along the way. Soon after, the news of the annulled alliance spread across the land, encompassing the affairs of the demon lair as well. The audacity! The Tianyu sect reaped all the benefits while now casting the burden of their chaos upon us. What absurdity is this? It is no wonder the Tianyu sect seeks an alliance with the Dongyi Palace in haste. They wish to secure a cushion for their impending downfall. I often ponder how the Tianyu sect managed to rise over the centuries. It appears their fortune stemmed from the depths of the demon lair. Now that the situation in the lair has spiraled beyond control, the Tianyu sect expects us to bear the consequences. Truly outrageous. Upon learning of this, the leaders of various sects erupted in a flurry of curses, wishing to raze the Tianyu sect to the ground. However, having developed into a formidable force over the years, the Tianyu sect proved to be a challenging adversary, leaving the cultivators of other sects to vent their frustrations in private. Within the inner hall of the Shenqing sect, a group deliberated the issues surrounding the demon lair. Although Chen Qingyuan had lost his cultivation, he could still offer his insights while leisurely sipping tea. After much commotion, some advocated for a united front with the other sects to address the demon lair and settle accounts with the Tianyu sect afterward. Conversely, others felt that since the affair originated with the Tianyu sect, it was prudent to refrain from immediate action. Junior brother, what is your perspective? Lin Chongsheng raised a hand for silence and turned to the relaxed and content Chen Qingyuan. This matter does not concern us directly, there is no need for such a pro. Chen Qingyuan articulated his thoughts. It is the Tianyu sect that should be anxious, not our Shenqing sect. Even if the demon lair were to erupt, we could first deal with the Tianyu sect, and then collaborate with our fellow cultivators to address the aftermath. I concur with Junior brother's view. If we are to intervene, it must be after the Tianyu sect has been vanquished. Many senior brothers and sisters expressed their agreement, feeling deep discontent towards the Tianyu sect's actions. Yet, such a strategy might risk missing the optimal moment to resolve the demon lair crisis. Once it spirals out of control, the toll on innocent lives would be incalculable. One elder furrowed his brow, filled with concern. In my opinion, we should observe the developments. Chen Qingyuan understood the anxieties of the assembly, his expression growing solemn as he pondered. For now, let us not discuss this further. Lin Chongsheng interjected to quell the discourse and prevent discord. Let us first observe the Tianyu sect's movements and deliberate again later. As the meeting concluded, Lin Chongsheng requested Dong Wenjun and Chen Qingyuan to remain, while the others departed. Junior brother Dong, do you not recognize your error in leaving the sect without permission? Lin Chongsheng, though appearing younger than Dong Wenjun, was actually significantly his senior, possessing a slight edge in strength. I acknowledge my mistake. Dong Wenjun bowed his head in acknowledgement, refraining from any rebuttal. I understand your concern for junior brother's safety, yet as a guardian elder of the sect, your responsibilities are grave. And you cannot abandon your post lightly. If I were to temporarily leave the sect for any reason and you were not present, the consequences of an invasion by unscrupulous individuals would be unthinkable. Lin Chongsheng and Dong Wenjun share the same lineage, both referring to Chen Qingyuan's master as Shabua. Having benefited from his grace, the junior disciple willingly accepts punishment. Before departing, Dong Wenjun considers the consequences. You shall contemplate for 3 months and abstain from alcohol for half a year, Lin Chongsheng pronounced solemnly. What? Dong Wenjun was taken aback, offering a wry smile. Senior brother, I can endure the contemplation, but must the alcohol abstinence be mandatory? It cannot be waived, Lin Chongsheng replied sternly. Very well then. Throughout his life, Dong Wenjun had little interest in women, finding solace only in wine. To be deprived of it for 6 months indeed posed a considerable torment. Yet he had no choice but to accept his punishment. Junior disciple, you have returned but have yet to pay respects to Shabua. Do visit him today. Having addressed the matter, Lin Chongsheng's stern demeanor softened, revealing a gentler expression. All right. Chen Qingyuan's esteemed master was someone he had never met. As his master had passed away shortly after accepting Chen Qingyuan into the fold, leaving this world behind. The master's passing felt somewhat suspicious, however. It was Lin Chongsheng who personally interred him, and many elders witnessed the event, leading to the acceptance of this reality. At that time, Chen Qingyuan was still in swaddling clothes, utterly oblivious to the outside world. Due to the favors once granted by the master, Chen Qingyuan reaped significant benefits. Over half of the senior members of the Shonzhong sect had received blessings and opportunities from the master, particularly Lin Chongsheng and Dong Wenjun, who had been rescued from the brink of death on numerous occasions. With such connections, Chen Qingyuan had never faced injustice and was privy to many secrets of his senior brothers. During the last examination to ascertain if he had been possessed, Chen Qingyuan reluctantly sacrificed his seniors to prove his innocence. It was not that he couldn't keep secrets. As Chen Qingyuan and his companions arrived at the graveyard in the back mountain, the autumn wind whispered a melancholic tale. Chapter 13 The Second Agreement. The trail of the ghost doctor in the southeast corner of the cemetery stands a gravestone inscribed with the words Tomb of Shangguanrong, a legendary figure of the Shenqing sect and also the adoptive master of Chen Qingyuan. Since the dawn of his memory, Chen Qingyuan has never encountered Shangguanrong, only knowing that he was rescued by him. Master, your disciple has come to pay respects. Despite never having met his master, Chen Qingyuan holds him in the highest regard, bowing deeply in reverence as he offers incense. Uncle Master. Lin Chongsheng and Dong Wenjun also bow with respect, their eyes filled with admiration. Without Shangguanrong's guidance and benevolence, they would not have ascended to their current statuses as sect leaders and elders. They might have perished in some forgotten corner long ago. The trio tidied the dust from the grave, performed some simple rites, and then departed from the cemetery. Dong Wenjun was sent to reflect in solitude, while Lin Chongsheng remained with Chen Qingyuan in a sealed cultivation chamber, discussing matters of great importance. Junior brother, I have been inquiring about the news regarding the reconstruction of spiritual roots and have made some progress. Senior brother, there is no need for such concern. Everything unfolds according to fate. Chen Qingyuan noted the slight pallor on Lin Chongsheng's face, recognizing that he had been burdened with worry on his behalf. The world of cultivation is fraught with peril, and human hearts are exceedingly complex. It is not that Chen Qingyuan is unwilling to disclose his own circumstances regarding the reconstruction of his Dao body, but rather that he cannot. If this information were to leak, not only would Chen Qingyuan face significant troubles, but it would also implicate the entire Shenqing sect. Having survived for a century in the abyss of heaven and successfully reconstructed his flawless Dao root, the news, if it reached the ears of certain powerful beings, would undoubtedly cause untold upheaval. This is what a senior brother ought to do. Lin Chongsheng gently shook his head. I have discovered the whereabouts of the ghost doctor, allegedly located somewhere in the Yunhai Star domain. This individual is the most renowned physician of the northern wilderness, having cured many complex ailments. And there are even rumors of his ability to revive the dead. Chen Qingyuan had heard of the ghost doctor's legendary status since childhood. He was reputed to be the most formidable physician in the northern wilderness, even earning the respect of great ascension cultivators who did not dare to offend him. Upon hearing that the ghost doctor's trail has appeared in the Yunhai Star domain, I will accompany you to seek our fortune. To acquire this information, Lin Chongsheng likely expended considerable effort and resources. However, every sacrifice is worthwhile for the chance to heal Chen Qingyuan. Senior brother, if I cannot be cured, will you be disappointed? Chen Qingyuan raised his gaze to meet Lin Chongsheng's, his expression solemn. Nonsense. You are a harbinger of fortune, good people have divine protection. It is impossible for you not to be healed. Lin Chongsheng, fearing that Chen Qingyuan might lose hope, hurried to offer reassurance. Every situation has exceptions, what if? Chen Qingyuan sought to understand Lin Chongsheng's thoughts, approaching the matter with gravity. Seeing Chen Qingyuan's serious demeanor, Lin Chongsheng fell silent for a long while. After a moment, with unwavering determination in his eyes, he declared, if you truly cannot be healed, your senior brother will ensure that you live a carefree life for the rest of your days, finding you a suitable marriage and leaving behind descendants. After your departure from this world, your senior brother will inter you beside the grave of your revered uncle. visiting periodically to pay respects and recount the amusing tales from within the sect. In regard to the most dire outcome, Lin Chongsheng had contemplated it numerous times. It merely amounted to witnessing Chen Qingyuan succumb to old age in his mortal form. Regardless, as long as Chen Qingyuan remains alive, Lin Chongsheng shall ensure he endures no grievances. This sentiment was shared among the higher echelons of the Shenqing sect. "All right, I understand," Chen Qingyuan suddenly chuckled, dispelling the somber atmosphere within the room. "We haven't reached the point of my demise yet, so there's no need to be so grave. Were you not the one to broach this topic in the first place? Why throw the blame back on me?" Lin Chongsheng's gaze was keen. "My apologies. Let us drop the subject." Chen Qingyuan felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing Lin Chongsheng's words. Unlike other sects that prioritize profit, the Shenqing sect was deeply bonded by emotion, which is why Chen Qingyuan relied on it so profoundly. "The whereabouts of the ghost doctor are exceedingly elusive. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall set forth for the Yunhai Star region," Lin Chongsheng declared. "Are we in such a hurry?" Chen Qingyuan inquired, astonished. "If we miss this opportunity, it may be a century before we encounter the ghost doctor again," Lin Chongsheng implied, indicating that Chen Qingyuan had but this singular chance to reconstruct his spiritual roots. After all, living in this world as a mortal would grant him merely a century of time. "Senior brother, if you accompany me, what shall become of whom?" Chen Qingyuan expressed concern, fearing that his presence might jeopardize the sect. "Junior brother Dong will remain at home, there shall be no issues. Do not fret over such matters," Lin Chongsheng reassured, having arranged everything to allow himself the time to leave the Shenqing sect. For him, the task of restoring Chen Qingyuan's spiritual roots was of utmost importance and warranted careful attention. "Very well." Chen Qingyuan found no reason to decline and nodded in agreement. Lin Chongsheng escorted Chen Qingyuan to his cultivation cave before turning to depart. In the stillness of the night, Chen Qingyuan sat at the edge of his bed, retrieving the jade bracelet to examine it closely. As his consciousness entered its depths, he once again felt the suffocating embrace of a terrifying law enveloping his soul. A palpable heaviness settling in his heart. "The first agreement has been tenuously fulfilled," a cold voice echoed in Chen Qingyuan's ears. This jade bracelet contained an inscrutable power, seemingly capable of connecting to the abyss and facilitating dialogue with the Maiden in Red. "Now you must proceed to the second task," the Maiden in Red continued. "What task?" Chen Qingyuan queried. "Journey to the North Tsongstar region, a gift awaits you." The chilling words reverberated through every corner of the jade bracelet space. "What gift?" Chen Qingyuan asked, intrigued. "You shall discover it upon your arrival." With this statement, Chen Qingyuan's consciousness was expelled from the jade bracelet. The North Tsongstar region. Chen Qingyuan fell into deep contemplation, experiencing both anticipation and a tinge of trepidation regarding the gift spoken of by the Maiden in Red. Each recollection of his century spent in the abyss filled him with a sense of dread and alarm. The following day, Lin Chongsheng arrived early at the doorstep of Chen Qingyuan, preparing to embark on a journey to the Yunhai Star domain together. Just as they were about to set off, an elder from the inner sect rushed over in a state of urgency. "Sect Master, this is the joint invitation from the 18 sects of the Fulio Star domain, requesting your esteemed presence to discuss matters concerning the Demon Abyss." The Fulio Star domain comprises 19 first-rate and top-tier factions, including the Shenqing sect. The significance of this joint invitation is evident. With the Demon Abyss expanding, various holy lands must devise a solution. "I have no time for this. Let the Grand Elder attend instead." Lin Chongsheng furrowed his brow. The first thought that crossed his mind was to decline the invitation, disinterested in engaging in verbal sparring with the leaders of the sections. "Sect Master, this situation is exceedingly grave. Your absence would likely be inappropriate," the elder said with a wry smile. "Why should I be the one to discuss a resolution for the troubles caused by the Tenyu sect?" Lin Chongsheng snorted coldly, believing it was already enough not to add insult to injury. "If the matter escalates, our Shenqing sect will surely suffer as well." Sect master, you must take a look. Perhaps you could negotiate for substantial resources from the Chenyu sect. This elder, responsible for both internal and external affairs of the sect, held a portion of the authority to oversee the sect master. Brother, you go ahead with your duties. Chen Qinyuan understood the gravity of the situation and empathized with Lin Chongsheng's desire to accompany him in seeking the ghost doctor. However, in the face of the sect's greater good, Lin Chongsheng, as the sect master, could not remain absent. Let someone else accompany me, Lin Chongsheng turned to Chen Qinyuan. His expression solemn, and sighed deeply, alas. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chongsheng resolved to prioritize the larger picture and summoned someone through a sound transmission. Who is it? Chapter 14. The benevolent Lin Pingyan. Lin Chongsheng was genuinely reluctant to address the troubles caused by the Chenyu sect. However, the gravity of the situation necessitated his presence, as his absence could yield dire consequences. Let Pingyan accompany you on your journey, he resolved after considerable contemplation. Very well, Chen Qinyuan replied with a slight nod, feeling a measure of relief. Without Lin Chongsheng by his side, Chen Qinyuan could seek opportunities to act independently, alleviating concerns about revealing his condition. Before long, a young man clad in white appeared. He was Lin Pingyan, the sole son of Lin Chongsheng. As an inner sect elder of the Xuanzong sect, Lin Pingyan had attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Although he was several centuries older than Chen Qinyuan, he was required to address him as junior uncle due to the hierarchy. Father, junior uncle, Lin Pingyan greeted, having received a message. He promptly set aside all his affairs and hurriedly bowed to the two men. Initially, it had been quite challenging for Lin Pingyan to utter the term junior uncle. However, after witnessing Chen Qinyuan's remarkable talent, which eclipsed that of his peers in the Fulyu star domain and earned him renown across numerous star domains in the northern wilderness, Lin Pingyan had grown to respect him wholeheartedly, casting aside any lingering doubts. You must accompany junior uncle on this journey, Lin Chongsheng instructed, gently touching Lin Pingyan's forehead to impart the trajectory of the ghost doctor, his tone grave. No matter what transpires, you must ensure junior uncle's safety. Do you understand? I understand, Father, Lin Pingyan replied solemnly, vowing silently that as long as he remained alive, he would not allow harm to befall his junior uncle. Go now. Lin Chongsheng refrained from sending too many companions to avoid drawing attention. Tasking Lin Pingyan with safeguarding Chen Qinyuan, he felt confident that any routine issues could be easily resolved, provided they did not encounter formidable beings who had cultivated for millennia. Thus, Chen Qinyuan and Lin Pingyan set forth. Meanwhile, Lin Chongsheng conferred with several elders regarding the matters concerning the demon abyss. A stone carriage, measuring approximately 100 meters in length, could be activated by placing spirit stones in a designated spot, allowing it to travel at an astonishing speed of 100,000 miles a day. Chen Qinyuan, seated within the stone carriage, felt no discomfort, savoring the tranquility. Junior uncle, it is estimated that we will reach the Yunhai star domain in about a month, Lin Pingyan remarked. Although his talents did not quite match those of the former Chen Qinyuan, they were nonetheless considerable, and the elders of the Xuanzong sect held high hopes for him. Had it not been for Chen Qinyuan's emergence, Lin Pingyan would undoubtedly have been groomed to become the young master of the sect. A century prior, the Xuanzong sect had initially decided to appoint Chen Qinyuan as the young master, believing he could eventually uphold the weight of the sect and lead it to glory. Alas, fate had other plans. After 100 years, the sect's leadership, having undergone numerous deliberations and selections, intended to choose an auspicious day to formally designate Lin Pingyan as the young master. However, just as this was to unfold, Chen Qinyuan's unexpected arrival disrupted the Xuanzong sect's plans. From the elders' demeanor, it was evident that they still hoped to cure Chen Qinyuan, allowing him to assume the position of the sect's leader. There's no rush, patience is key, Chen Qinyuan remarked as he and Lin Pingyan sat within the stone carriage, where a selection of spirit fruits and fragrant tea adorned the table. Lin Chongsheng's decision to have Lin Pingyan escort Chen Qinyuan was not made lightly. It had been the result of careful consideration. Only when the two of them are together can they resolve unnecessary troubles and even enhance their camaraderie. Lin Pinyan was raised single-handedly by Lin Chongsheng, and given his character, it is inconceivable that he would engage in rebellious acts at most. He would simply feel a tinge of discontent. Pinyan, I have heard that the high-ranking officials of the sect intend to appoint you as the young sect leader. But my presence has complicated this matter, Chen Qingyuan stated, bringing it up directly as he did not wish to keep it bottled up. Despite their age difference, Chen Qingyuan, due to the generational hierarchy, felt entitled to speak in a tone befitting an elder. That's fine, Lin Pinyan replied with a slight smile, revealing no significant change in his demeanor. If it were me in this situation, I would certainly find it hard to swallow such indignation. I would have to confront the person obstructing me or perhaps draw a circle and cast a curse upon them. Chen Qingyuan spoke with a fierce tone, as if he were the one wronged. Observing Chen Qingyuan's demeanor, Lin Pinyan felt a portion of his sorrow and turmoil dissipate, then he couldn't help but chuckle, "Little uncle. Is it really that serious?" "Indeed it is," Chen Qingyuan asserted with righteous indignation. "You have diligently cultivated for so many years for the position of young sect leader, only to lose an opportunity a century ago. Now that you have finally encountered a new chance, I have inadvertently ruined it. To be honest, I feel both unworthy and angry on your behalf. Why not take out your frustration on me?" "Little uncle, you are quite theatrical." Lin Pinyan, clad in a white robe, exuded the demeanor of a refined gentleman, gentle and warm like jade. He was meticulous by nature and often spoke little. "Little uncle, I admit that I have been secretly angry, but that is merely a natural psychological response. Once I come to terms with it, it will be all right. Moreover, if I can restore your health, my achievements will surely surpass those of the past, and I would willingly assist you in becoming the sect leader." Regardless of whether it was a century ago or now, whenever Lin Pinyan was in Chen Qingyuan's company, his elegant disposition seemed to crumble effortlessly. "What I cannot tolerate about you is this: how can a cultivator be so reasonable?" Chen Qingyuan sighed lightly, "You do not understand me. Nor do you comprehend the sentiments of your senior brothers." "What do you mean by that, little uncle?" Lin Pinyan inquired, his brow slightly furrowing in confusion. "I have never aspired to be the young sect leader, nor do I possess the capacity to shoulder the responsibilities of the sect. I can only strive to protect it with all my might. I have mentioned this before, although the sect is vast, it is not my destined abode. I yearn for a life of freedom and ease." With time on their side, Chen Qingyuan was determined to have a meaningful conversation with Lin Pinyan. "Pinyan, do you know why your father and the elders wish to press me into a leadership position?" "Little uncle, your exceptional talent and ability to suppress your peers make you well deserving of the position of sect leader," Lin Pinyan replied, holding great respect for the strong and thus willingly addressing him as little uncle. "That is one reason, but not the fundamental one," Chen Qingyuan gently shook his head. "Is there another reason?" Lin Pinyan asked, curiosity piqued. "Is it because of the ancestor?" "Not at all," Chen Qingyuan shook his head once more. "Then what is it?" Lin Pinyan's curiosity was thoroughly ignited. "From childhood to adulthood, whether in the outside world or within the sect, I have never experienced any loss." Chen Qingyuan spoke slowly. "You are different, your disposition is too gentle, lacking the necessary ruthlessness. Should you lead the sect, it would undoubtedly result in constraints, causing the disciples within to gradually lose their fighting spirit. This would be a fatal blow to any sect. Life is precious, I do not wish to become a butcher." Lin Pinyan, having lived for over 5 centuries, has taken the lives of no more than 10 individuals, all of whom were notorious for their heinous deeds. His excessive compassion renders him unsuitable for a position of power. The reason the elder brother has entrusted you with my protection is twofold. Firstly, he has faith in you. And secondly, he wishes to temper your character. Accompany me on my journeys, perhaps you may be influenced by my ways and rid yourself of these detrimental traits. In the realm of cultivation, kindness is often deemed a taboo, yet Lin Pinyin embodies the demeanor of a refined scholar. Had he not been born in the Shenqing sect, where internal strife is rare, he would have undoubtedly faced greater challenges in other sections. Goodness is often exploited. This holds true for mortals as well as cultivators. Let it be. Lin Pinyin does not lack the resolve to be ruthless, rather, he finds himself incapable. In his eyes, life holds immeasurable value. And unless one is destined to die, he cannot bring himself to strike a fatal blow. It is precisely due to Lin Pinyin's indecisive and overly merciful nature that the sect's higher-ups hesitate to appoint him as the junior master. As a leader of the sect, whose hands have not been stained with blood, for the sake of the sect's interests, one must sometimes act against their better judgment. Only in this manner can a sect thrive, instill fear in rivals, and protect its disciples. Gradually change, then. Chen Qingyuan reclined in his rocking chair, gently closing his eyes. If you can transform, the position of future sect master will undoubtedly be yours. As your little master uncle, I shall certainly assist you. To expect Chen Qingyuan to guide someone towards goodness may prove challenging, however, leading them astray entails little pressure. I do not covet power. I simply wish not to disappoint my father, Lin Pinyin lamented, striving diligently to become the junior master, seeking only the recognition of Lin Changsheng. According to our current direction and pace, we should pass by the Bei sect tomorrow. Remember to pause for a moment, Chen Qingyuan murmured from his bed. For what purpose? Lin Pinyin inquired. To collect debts. A slight smile curved Chen Qingyuan's lips, revealing a hint of mischief. Chapter 15, Collecting Debts with a Firm Attitude. On the following day, the war chariot halted at the borders of the Bei sect. Lin Pinyin instructed for the steward of Bei sect to be summoned. Chen Qingyuan leisurely sipped his tea. Although Lin Pinyin was uncertain about the nature of the debt Chen Qingyuan intended to collect, he refrained from inquiring further and swiftly made his way to the entrance of Bei sect. Displaying utmost courtesy, Lin Pinyin announced his identity and awaited the disciples' notification at the gate. Observing Lin Pinyin's decorum, Chen Qingyuan felt a tinge of exasperation and called out. As an inner elder of the Shenqing sect, it is beneath you to stand at the gate. The guarding disciples of Bei sect clearly lack etiquette. Just kick the door open. Remaining inside the chariot, Chen Qingyuan's words resonated in Lin Pinyin's ears. Little martial uncle, this is improper. Kicking down doors at the slightest disagreement contradicts your principles. Improper. Nonsense. Bei sect is merely a second-rate sect. As an elder of Shenqing sect, if they do not invite you in directly, it is a blatant affront to our prestige. Should this incident spread, our disciples will undoubtedly face humiliation whenever they venture out, as everyone will seek to trample upon us. Chen Qingyuan deliberately exaggerated the gravity of the situation, aiming to increase the pressure on Lin Pinyin. Is it truly that serious? Lin Pinyin glanced back at the war chariot and transmitted his thoughts. Pinyin, am I still your little martial uncle? Witnessing Lin Pinyin's hesitation, Chen Qingyuan resolved to exert familial authority. Yes, Lin Pinyin promptly replied. Then heed your little martial uncle's counsel and kick the door down, Chen Qingyuan commanded sternly. If you do not take this action today, I shall forgo my journey to the Yunhai Star domain, and your ailment shall remain untreated. Upon hearing this, Lin Pinyin grew anxious. Should Chen Qingyuan refuse to heal his injuries, he would be plagued by guilt for the rest of his life. With a decisive thud, Lin Pinyin steeled himself and delivered a powerful kick. The sound echoed as the door of Bei sect burst open. Instantly, numerous figures appeared in the skies above. Eager to discern the identity of the audacious intruder, the atmosphere thick with tension. Elder Lin, what is the meaning of this? An inner elder of Bei sect approached. Having learned of Lin Pinyin's arrival and witnessing the door being kicked, his face pale with anger. Nothing of great import, Lin Pinyin felt a pang of guilt, yet maintained an expression of nonchalance. Just as both parties found themselves in a stalemate, Chen Qingyuan spoke from within the chariot. He produced a commonplace item. A sound amplification tube, which magnified sound several dozen or even 100-fold, of little utility to practitioners. Standing at the forefront of the chariot, he raised the tube to his lips and bellowed towards Bei sect. Pinyin is an inner elder of the Shenqing sect, the direct son of our sect leader. He has come to pay a visit to Bei sect and is being kept outside. Do you not regard the Shenqing sect with respect, regardless of right or wrong? He sought to cast a significant accusation upon Bei sect first. Chen Qingyuan, it is indeed him. Many from Bei sect recognized Chen Qingyuan at a glance, murmuring among themselves, contemplating the implications. Bei sect harbors no such intentions. An elder hastily remarked, according to the rules, only after the gatekeeping disciple announces the visitor may they be allowed entry. Such nonsense. Chen Qingyuan retorted vehemently, if an elder from the Tianyu sect were to arrive, would the Bei sect deny them entry? The Bei sect shows no regard for the Shenqing sect, believing us to be fallen and easy to bully. Is that so? Elder Chen, please do not take offense. Indeed, it is the Bei sect that has shown a lack of courtesy and has slighted Elder Lin. The Grand Elder of the Bei sect interjected, instructing others to refrain from speaking, lest the situation escalate further. It is good that you recognize your error. Chen Qingyuan's tone softened slightly. Two elders, please come in. Tea has been prepared within the hall. The Grand Elder clasped his fists in salute. Unnecessary, Chen Qingyuan declined. I have come today to settle accounts, not to partake in tea. Settle accounts? What accounts? The Grand Elder inquired, a hint of confusion crossing his face, uncertain whether the expression was genuine or feigned. Ask your 13th elder, Chen Qingyuan declared, holding a communication tube in his left hand. Immediately, the Grand Elder summoned the 13th elder, a slight middle-aged man. What is the matter? The 13th elder recounted the events of the past. A century ago, Chen Qingyuan had invested in a venture, establishing a trading company with the 13th elder of the Bei sect, with profit split evenly. However, since Chen Qingyuan's incident at Tianyuan, the 13th elder had failed to fulfill his promise to distribute the profits of the trading company. Chen Qingyuan had conducted a thorough investigation, which is why he had come to collect what was owed. Over the past century, the trading company has not operated smoothly. Profits have been meager, the 13th elder admitted. His head bowed in embarrassment. I do not care whether you have made a profit or a loss, compensation of a mid-grade spiritual vein will suffice to settle this matter. Chen Qingyuan declared, having resolved beforehand not to delve into the company's financial records. A spiritual vein? How could that be possible? The 13th elder exclaimed, his head snapping up in disbelief. For a century, you have kept this matter secret from both sects, clearly intending to monopolize the profits of the trading company. Unfortunately, your incompetence has led to its poor management. You have no one to blame but yourself. Reimbursing a mid-grade spiritual vein is a lenient offer. Had this been a century ago, I would have personally rendered you incapable. Though Chen Qingyuan may not possess the same strength as in the past, he had not lost his authority and cursed vehemently. Elder Chen, shall we sit down and discuss this? The Grand Elder sought to avoid escalating the situation further, concerned about the sect's reputation. There is nothing to discuss. He is a member of your Bei sect, and you must bear this responsibility. Chen Qingyuan showed no leniency toward the Bei sect, continuing, if he cannot provide it, then the Bei sect shall repay the debt. Is Elder Chen truly so unreasonable? The Grand Elder's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. If I were unreasonable, I would not have come to collect a debt. Instead, I would have summoned the seniors of the Shenqing sect for a debate. Chen Qingyuan was unafraid of threats, understanding that some sects prey on the weak and fear the strong, necessitating such an approach. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. He had heard of the extravagant treatment that the Shenqing sect afforded to Chen Qingyuan, and thus dared not utter harsh words. Pinyin, I shall take a brief nap. After half an hour, if the Bei sect refuses to settle the debt, then let us engage in a spirited exchange with the elders of the same generation, without holding back. Having spoken these words, Chen Qingyuan returned to his war chariot, indulging in fruits and tea, disregarding the presence of the Bei sect. Lin Pinyan bowed respectfully towards the direction of the chariot, affirming yes. He then turned to face the members of the Bei sect, displaying no trace of fear. Regardless of the flattering words from the Bei sect's upper echelons, Lin Pinyan responded with but a single statement: any discussions should be held with my little master uncle. Half an hour later, the Bei sect reached a conclusion. Here. They truly did not wish to part with a medium-grade spirit vein. Yet they had no choice but to comply. Chen Qingyuan's notorious temperament in the Fulyu Star domain was well known. He was ruthless and kept his promises. Take it, after today. This matter is settled. The Grand Elder, with a gloomy expression, presented the spirit vein before Lin Pinyan. Gazing at the entire medium-grade spirit vein, Lin Pinyan felt a moment of daze, astonished that the Bei sect had genuinely conceded. I am quite busy, I shall not keep Elder Lin for tea. The Grand Elder declared, issuing an unceremonious dismissal as he departed without a backward glance. Upon returning to the war chariot, Lin Pinyan placed the special ring containing the spirit vein upon the table, staring intently at Chen Qingyuan. Little Master Uncle, we have obtained the spirit vein. Mem. Chen Qingyuan stretched lazily, seemingly unfazed by the outcome, displaying no signs of joy. After a brief pause, he raised an eyebrow and inquired, comfortable. What? Lin Pinyan was taken aback. Chapter 16, Are you suited to be a monk? How does it feel to collect debts? Is it pleasurable? Chen Qingyuan reiterated. Well. Lin Pinyan hesitated. Do not stammer, speak candidly, Chen Qingyuan urged. To be honest, little uncle, it feels somewhat peculiar, Lin Pinyan confessed. Initially, there was a sense of discomfort, as it seemed rather crude. Yet, upon successfully retrieving a spiritual vein, I felt immense joy, akin to having stumbled upon a treasure. What do you mean by stumbled upon? That was an investment made by your uncle a century ago. Chen Qingyuan never engaged in unprofitable endeavors, at times aloof as ice, that others slightly cunning. His character remained enigmatic, leaving others perplexed. Little uncle, are we truly collecting debts, or is it akin to robbery? A trace of guilt lingered in Lin Pinyan's heart. If it were robbery, do you think the matter could be resolved so effortlessly? Chen Qingyuan sipped his tea. The 100 Leaves sect initially disrespected you and deliberately concealed matters regarding the merchant association. They were already in the wrong. A mid-grade spiritual vein as compensation, though painful, is within the 100 Leaves sect's capacity to bear. Furthermore, due to the reputation of our Xianqing sect, they dare not refuse. Chen Qingyuan was not unwilling to ask for more, but rather incapable of doing so. If he were to demand excessively, not only would he gain nothing, but he would also forge a mortal enemy with the 100 Leaves sect. The current situation was different, although the 100 Leaves sect was dissatisfied with Chen Qingyuan's actions. They must still express gratitude for his lack of reproach to maintain a good relationship with the Xianqing sect. Requesting what is owed is an art. Demanding too much offends others, while asking for too little results in personal loss, necessitating careful consideration. Little uncle, this is not a sustainable approach. It is better to do less of it. Lin Pinyan remarked seriously, feeling that one should not bully others. If all the members of the Xianqing sect were like you, they would be left without a drop to drink in the northwestern winds. The spiritual mines in the Flowing Star domain are limited. There exists no fair method of resolution, only strength prevails. Chen Qingyuan found Lin Pinyan's nature truly exasperating, such elegance and kindness. How could one survive in the world of cultivation? It matters not, I shall gradually guide him, and he will eventually alter his perspective. Shortly thereafter, Chen Qingyuan took Lin Pinyan to collect a few more debts. An elder from the Yukon mountain had borrowed over 1,000 spirit stones from Chen Qingyuan, and after a century, with interest, owed 5,000 spirit stones. Would he dare to refuse repayment? Chen Qingyuan instructed Lin Pinyan to confront him directly. If he was unwilling to negotiate, the matter would be publicized, tarnishing his reputation. Employing various strategies, Chen Qingyuan reclaimed his rightful share of spirit stones, contentedly continuing his journey. Similar incidents occurred a dozen times. Chen Qingyuan sat within the war chariot while Lin Pinyan managed the overall situation. After multiple debt collections, Lin Pinyan inexplicably developed a peculiar sensation. Gazing at the table laden with spirit stones and treasures, sufficient to rival the entire wealth of a third-rate faction. As they neared the Yunhai Star domain, Lin Pinyan ceased allowing the chariot to advance autonomously. Instead, he took control from the front to avoid inadvertently triggering the shattered laws between the star domains, thereby preventing unnecessary complications. Little uncle, hold on tight. Lin Pinyan formed hand seals, traversing the celestial sea between two realms. The ominous boundary laws loomed menacingly over the war chariot, repeatedly threatening to breach its protective barrier, yet each time, Lin Pinyan managed to suppress the onslaught. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyuan sat leisurely within the chariot, entirely at ease, contemplating their next course of action. Several hours later, the chariot emerged from the chaotic starstorm, halting at a secluded corner of the Yunhai Star domain. Have we arrived? Sensing the chariot's stop, Chen Qingyuan turned to gaze outside. Indeed, Lin Pinyan replied, surveying the surroundings in accordance with the information they had gathered. Searching for the direction of the ghost doctor, it was believed the doctor resided to the east of the Yunhai Star domain, specifically on a place called Qichensheng. Let us test our luck then. Chen Qingyuan, unwilling to disappoint the members of the Shenqing sect, resolved to embark on this journey. When the moment was opportune, he intended to devise an excuse to send Lin Pinyan back, allowing him to act independently. As they continued their journey, they encountered a band of robbers, adept at ambushing travelers. Lin Pinyan dissuaded them, administering a light punishment without taking their lives. Chen Qingyuan repeatedly urged Lin Pinyan to show no mercy, to strike with lethal intent. However, Lin Pinyan held a deep-seated belief in the sanctity of life, offering the robbers a chance. "Oh, you!" Chen Qingyuan exclaimed, exasperated yet amused. "With your incessant talk of benevolence and morality, you would fit right in among the monks. I dare say, even they would not possess your level of generosity. You could easily become an esteemed leader of a sect." "Uncle Master, please don't jest," Lin Pinyan responded, aware that the remarks were a veiled critique of his nature. "After all these years, do you not grasp a fundamental truth?" Chen Qingyuan admonished, "The cultivation world is rife with treachery, and vendettas are commonplace. If you allow yourself to be bullied without retaliation, once you do strike back, you must show no mercy, your adversary must be vanquished." Lin Pinyan understood this principle, yet found the application of it far more challenging than the mere articulation. He bowed his head in contemplation, letting out a soft sigh. Despite Lin Pinyan's greater age, it was Chen Qingyuan who articulated this wisdom: if you are merciful, it may well be those around you who suffer. Remember, do not allow a moment of weakness to lead to a lifetime of regret. Lin Pinyan took this to heart. He had his own approach to handling matters, and transforming his nature would not happen overnight, it required gradual guidance. "Enough of this for now, call for me when we arrive," Chen Qingyuan remarked. "Our Shenqing sect has produced a myriad of cunning foxes, yet somehow, we have raised a little white rabbit." Curiously, this little rabbit's own father is the most cunning fox of them all. How absurd! Was Lin Pinyan not the biological son of the eldest brother? With time on his hands, Chen Qingyuan's thoughts began to wander. This notion brought a smile to his face. It was utterly implausible. Given Lin Chongsheng's abilities, he could discern his own lineage at a glance. Such a situation could not arise. If there were indeed a matter of bloodline, it could only pertain to the eldest sister-in-law. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan recalled that he had never seen Lin Chongsheng's wife and had never had any details regarding the eldest sister-in-law's identity. Enough of such musings, he decided, closing his eyes to replenish his strength. More than 10 days later, the war chariot descended upon the surface of the 7th dust star. "Master, we have arrived at our destination," Lin Pinyan communicated within the cabin. Understood, Chen Qingyuan replied, adjusting his attire before stepping out with deliberate grace. Not far ahead loomed a grand city, where 3 dark golden characters flickered in the void, Pushu City. According to intelligence gathered by the Shenqing sect, the ghost doctor was likely within Pushu City. Rumor has it that 2 years ago, the ghost doctor intervened to save a life, and all clues pointed toward this city. Numerous powerful factions had discreetly arrived in Pushu City, hoping to encounter the ghost doctor and beseech his aid. However, for 2 years, no one had uncovered any trace of him. The ghost doctor acted solely based on fate. He cared little for fame or power, prioritizing the concept of destiny above all. When the time was right, he would offer his help, even to a beggar, without asking for recompense. Conversely, if fate did not align, even the most esteemed leaders of powerful sects could extend invitations, promising various rewards, yet he would remain unmoved, turning away without hesitation. This peculiar nature of the ghost doctor had garnered him immense renown, elevating him to the status of a legendary figure. On the 7th dust star. It seems I have an acquaintance who may be of assistance, Chen Qingyuan suddenly recalled, a subtle smile gracing his lips. An acquaintance. A hint of skepticism flickered across Lin Pinyan's brow. Chapter 17, Friends Bound by Life and Death, Seeking the Ghost Doctor on the 7 Dust Star. Within the realm of the Void City, Chen Qingyuan harbored a faint recollection of this place, which reminded him of a companion. Pinyan. You are to journey to the nearby Qianlong Sacred Land and deliver this letter to a man named Hon Shan. Within the correspondence lay significant details, which Chen Qingyuan entrusted into Lin Pinyan's hands. Master Uncle, what about you? A shadow of concern crossed Lin Pinyan's face. I cannot rest easy leaving you here alone. I shall remain here, going nowhere. If you are worried, then set up a few protective barriers, Chen Qingyuan replied. Is this letter truly of great importance? Lin Pinyan inquired. Once that acquaintance is found, conducting affairs here will become considerably easier, thus enhancing the chance of locating the ghost doctor, Chen Qingyuan affirmed with a slow nod. Very well. I shall make haste. As he departed, Lin Pinyan indeed sealed Chen Qingyuan within the stone carriage, activating a special protective mechanism. Once Lin Pinyan had left, a serious expression settled on Chen Qingyuan's face as he murmured to himself, I must devise a plan to coax Xiaoyanzi back. Only then can I attend to pressing matters. Up to this point, he had not disclosed the matter of reshaping his spiritual roots to anyone. It was only by growing stronger that he could avoid attracting attention and sparking turmoil. If I can set a trap for that lad Hon Shan, I am certain I can deceive Xiaoyanzi. With his thoughts settled, Chen Qingyuan reclined in the carriage, closing his eyes to recuperate and patiently await the passage of time. Days later, clad in white, Lin Pinyan returned with a young man dressed in black. This young man was none other than Hon Shan, who, upon seeing the letter, immediately recognized it as penned by Chen Qingyuan. The contents detailed past events, leaving no room for doubt. Thus, Hon Shan set aside all his affairs and rushed over in haste. Brother Chen, it truly is you. Upon laying eyes on Chen Qingyuan, Hon Shan was overwhelmed with astonishment and joy. The incident a century ago at Tianyuan had made waves, even reaching Hon Shan in the Yunhai Star region. Upon hearing of Chen Qingyuan's supposed demise, Hon Shan had mourned for a long while. Upon reading the letter, he was entirely taken aback. It was only after Lin Pinyan's explanation that he learned Chen Qingyuan had feigned death to escape the stroke of immense fortune. Old Hon, I saved your life back then, it is time for you to repay that debt, Chen Qingyuan stated directly, disinterested in reminiscing with Hon Shan. A century prior, Chen Qingyuan had ventured into a certain area of the Yunhai Star region, fortuitously meeting Hon Shan and delving into a secret realm together. The dangers within were numerous, and Hon Shan had nearly lost his life, which was Chen Qingyuan who rescued him. Of course, I shall repay it. Hon Shan nodded emphatically. Let us discuss further inside. Chen Qingyuan gestured towards the stone carriage. In an instant, the scene shifted, and the three sat within the stone carriage, sipping tea and engaging in earnest conversation. To ensure the confidentiality of this discussion, Lin Pinyin reinforced several protective barriers. Half an hour later, Hon Shon had gained a clearer understanding of the circumstances. Throughout the dialogue, Chen Qingyuan regarded Hon Shon with meaningful eyes, speaking earnestly. "Old Hon, you are the local authority of the Seven Dust Star. You must be able to locate the ghost doctor. I will do my utmost." Hon Shon and Chen Qingyuan exchanged a solemn glance, their expressions grave. Through a subtle indication in Chen Qingyuan's eyes, Hon Shon seemed to grasp an unspoken understanding. He had indeed heard whispers about the elusive ghostly physician, rumored to be concealed within the vast expanse of Pusu City, where many formidable beings had sought him in vain. Hon Shon spoke slowly. "You shall remain in the city for the time being. Grant me a moment to gather information. Should I uncover any leads, I will inform you at once." "Understood." Chen Qingyuan nodded. Lin Pinyin rose and clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance." "There is no need for such formalities," Hon Shon replied, casting one last glance at Chen Qingyuan before departing. Once Hon Shon had walked a considerable distance, a hint of concern crept onto Lin Pinyin's face, and he whispered, "Master Uncle, can we truly trust this man?" "Rest assured," Chen Qingyuan replied confidently. "Old Hon and I share a bond forged through life and death. There is no cause for alarm." "That is reassuring," Lin Pinyin acknowledged, understanding his apprehension was entirely reasonable. In unfamiliar surroundings, one must not place blind faith in others, for it often invites peril. Lin Pinyin stowed away their war chariot into his Chenkon bag as he and Chen Qingyuan ventured into Pusu City. This grand city was teeming with life, housing millions of souls and bustling with vibrancy. The task of locating the ghostly physician amidst such chaos was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The duo sought refuge in a reputable inn for cultivators, opting for a spacious cave dwelling fortified with barriers to ensure Chen Qingyuan's safety from intruders. After a night of rest, Chen Qingyuan expressed a desire to explore, exclaiming, "Now that we are here, let us enjoy ourselves." "Master Uncle, it would be wiser to remain cautious and refrain from wandering about," Lin Pinyin advised, aware of the significant distance from Xianqing sect. Encountering trouble could place Chen Qingyuan in grave danger. For their safety, staying within the confines of the cave was the prudent choice. "Why so cautious?" Chen Qingyuan chuckled lightly. "The city is protected by guards. Disturbances are rare and safety is assured. Better to be safe than sorry." "Exercising caution is never a mistake," Lin Pinyin insisted, resolutely sealing all exits to prevent Chen Qingyuan from venturing out. "You are being excessive," Chen Qingyuan protested, wishing to step out and discreetly relay instructions to Hon Shon on how to proceed. However, Lin Pinyin's blockade extinguished that notion. "For the sake of your safety, I shall bear any offense," Lin Pinyin declared, adopting a righteous demeanor. Seeing this, Chen Qingyuan relented, reclining on a soft bed to rest. "Very well, I shall stay in." Days of monotonous existence passed, and at last, after half a month, Hon Shon arrived. He and Lin Pinyin had exchanged sound transmission jade talismans, making it effortless to ascertain each other's whereabouts. "Master Uncle, I have news," Lin Pinyin exclaimed, visibly elated. "Really?" Chen Qingyuan was taken aback, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Devoid of joy. "Brother Hon is currently at East Street, let us go find him." With that, Lin Pinyin dismantled the barriers, gently drawing Chen Qingyuan along with impressive speed toward East Street. At the entrance of a narrow alley on East Street, Hon Shon stood quietly, awaiting his companion. "Brother Hon." Lin Pinyin arrived swiftly, clasping his fists in salute. "Brother Lin," Hon Shon reciprocated the gesture, his gaze drifting into the depths of the alley as he lowered his voice. "After extensive inquiries, I have eliminated the majority of the local residents and filtered through the suspicious individuals who have come to Pusu City over the past decade." "Get to the point," Chen Qingyuan interjected. "Currently, I have a dozen or so candidates, any of whom could potentially be the ghost doctor." We will have to test them one by one, Honshon replied earnestly. To be candid, Honshon had indeed exerted considerable effort in tracing the ghost doctor's whereabouts. Devoid of deceit. However, this was all to alleviate Lin Pinyan's concerns and to prevent any seeds of doubt from taking root. From Chen Qingyuan's previous glance, Honshon had gleaned the underlying intention to fabricate a false ghost doctor to placate Lin Pinyan. Although Honshon did not fully comprehend the implications, he felt compelled to comply. The bond of brotherhood, forged through trials, would not wane even after a century. Chen Qingyuan harbored multiple schemes. Once he had the ghost doctor's treatment as a cover, he could publicly declare his recovery, leaving no room for skepticism, thereby justifying the revelation of his true capabilities. Additionally, with Lin Pinyan dispatched, he could attend to his pressing matters and devote time to his cultivation. To render everything plausible, it was imperative that Lin Pinyan was convinced they had indeed found the ghost doctor, who had consented to provide treatment. Let us proceed inside and take a look. Honshon led the way, with Chen Qingyuan and the others closely following. Chapter 18. The mysterious man in the bamboo house. In a narrow alley resided an enigmatic old man, rumored to have arrived in Pushu City 5 years ago. He rarely ventured outside, and few had glimpsed his true visage. Honshon conveyed the essence of the information, asserting its authenticity, allowing Lin Pinyan to investigate its veracity. At the alley's end stood a thatched cottage. The door was tightly shut, and the yard was cluttered with firewood, resembling a humble abode devoid of any spiritual aura. Could the legendary ghost doctor truly reside in such a place? The thoughts echoed among them. Approaching the entrance, Honshon bowed slightly and inquired, "Is there anyone inside?" Upon hearing the visitor's arrival, a cacophony of disarray emerged from within. An old man cautiously opened the door, his face betraying a look of trepidation. Soon, realizing Honshon and the others were dressed respectably, he knelt and pleaded, "Esteemed sirs, I am but a humble commoner who cannot afford spirit stones. I beseech you not to expel me from the city." The old man, evidently mistaking Honshon and his companions for city guards, trembled in fear. Clearly, he was an ordinary man devoid of any spiritual resonance. Seeing the old man kneeling, Chen Qingyuan and the others exchanged bemused glances at Honshon. Their expressions tinged with incredulity. "This is rather unreliable," they thought. "We apologize for the intrusion," Honshon replied, his countenance shifting slightly as he turned to leave. No matter how low-key the ghost doctor might be, kneeling before others was simply inconceivable. It was evident that Honshon's first target could be dismissed. Exiting the alley, Chen Qingyuan jested, "Old Hon, your information-gathering skills are quite remarkable." "No need for sarcasm, there are more leads ahead," Honshon retorted, his mood darkening. The group then encountered a variety of individuals, muscular blacksmiths offering weapons, their bodies reeking of sweat, an elderly woman selling spiritual herbs, her face marred with age, lacking a single tooth, her skin shriveled and darkened, and vagabonds loitering on the streets. In summary, Chen Qingyuan encountered an array of peculiar characters, half of whom were undocumented immigrants who had entered through dubious means, lending them an air of mystery. The other half were relatively new arrivals, still unfamiliar with the city. Although many possessed some level of cultivation, the strongest among them barely reached the Golden Core stage, irrelevant to the Ghost Doctor's realm. "Hon brother, do you truly believe this will work?" Lin Pinyan, who had remained silent, finally spoke, his eyes filled with skepticism. "We must sift through them one by one. Patience is key, as there are still several leads," Honshon replied, somewhat awkwardly. After 5 days of inquiries, 16 individuals had been ruled out. Today, Honshon led them once more to a rather secluded end of South Street, a place seldom frequented. Yet, the scenery was enchanting, with rippling waters and willows swaying in the breeze. There stood a seemingly ordinary dwelling made of green bamboo, its yard flourishing with various fruits and vegetables, reminiscent of a paradise untouched by the outside world. To the left of the bamboo door hung a wooden plaque inscribed with a phrase, "Due to a prior engagement. Wait until the beam decays." Chen Qingyuan pondered this phrase, realizing that it ultimately spoke of the concept of fate. Upon reaching this point, Chen Qinyuan felt that Hon Shan had finally become somewhat reliable, signifying that the critical moment had arrived. In Chen Qinyuan's perspective, this place represented Hon Shan's true strategy. Everything previously undertaken was merely a prelude intended to convey to Lin Pinyan the arduousness inherent in the quest for the ghostly physician, a task not easily accomplished. Whether Hon Shan could obscure Lin Pinyan's perception hinged on the sophistication of his scheme, but at the very least, he ought to summon a formidable expert whose cultivation surpassed that of Lin Pinyan. Hon Shan approached the door and knocked, his voice resonating slightly louder. "Is anyone within? We harbor no ill intentions." After a prolonged silence, there was no response. "May I inquire if someone is present?" Hon Shan called out again. The atmosphere remained enveloped in silence, prompting Hon Shan to deploy his spiritual sense to investigate. However, probing with one's spiritual sense could easily offend others. Thus his repeated calls for a response were warranted before resorting to such measures. Boom! Just as a thread of Hon Shan's spiritual sense attempted to penetrate the courtyard gate, it was abruptly intercepted by a formidable force, causing him to stagger back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth as he coughed softly. Cough. The severing of his spiritual sense resulted in a backlash, inflicting some injuries upon him. "Old Hon, are you all right?" Chen Qinyuan and Lin Pinyan rushed over to assist him, concern etched upon their faces. Seizing the moment Lin Pinyan turned his head, Chen Qinyuan exchanged a glance with Hon Shan, admiration flickering in his eyes. To enact such a performance, willingly suffering personal injury to deceive the young lad, "Old Hon, you are quite impressive." Unbeknownst to Hon Shan, who was utterly bewildered, he had failed to recognize the boundary of profound laws surrounding the courtyard. Had he been aware, he would not have dared to probe with his spiritual sense. The sensation of injury was indeed unpleasant. "I am fine," Hon Shan steadied himself, calming the tumultuous energy within. Regaining composure, he fixed his gaze upon the bamboo house, his expression tense, murmuring, "There may be a great power residing here, we must proceed with caution and avoid offense." Could it truly be the legendary ghostly physician? Lin Pinyan exclaimed, visibly agitated as he glanced at Chen Qinyuan. If they could locate the ghostly physician, there was hope for the healing of their young master's injuries. Chen Qinyuan silently chided himself for underestimating Hon Shan's abilities. Resolving to treat him to a drink afterward, to have arranged such a profound domain in less than a month is indeed impressive. With Chen Qinyuan's discerning eye, he could detect no flaws in the bamboo house's facade. "I am Hon Shan, a co-disciple of the Qianlong sacred land. I inadvertently trespassed. I humbly beg for your forgiveness, esteemed senior." Hon Shan bowed in respect toward the bamboo house, revealing his lineage to temper the other party's temperament, hoping to avoid offense. "What brings you here?" A voice, altered by some mystical technique, emanated from within the house, rendering it impossible to discern its gender. "A dear friend is gravely injured, and I seek the expertise of a renowned healer. I dare to inquire, are you the ghostly physician?" As the words left his lips, Hon Shan distinctly felt an overwhelming pressure, immobilizing him as though countless mountains bore down upon his shoulders. He mustered the courage to speak. Chen Qinyuan and Lin Pinyan slightly bowed, refraining from any display of disrespect. After a prolonged interval, silence prevailed within the house once more. The multitude remained oblivious to the reasons, compelled to wait. After an entire hour had passed, Hon Shan grew impatient and turned to Chen Qinyuan and Lin Pinyan, whispering, "It seems this individual may be a reclusive sage residing here, rather than a ghostly physician. Shall we not take our leave? There are several other suspicious candidates to consider." Chen Qinyuan cast a glance at Hon Shan, privately acknowledging the strategy of retreating to advance. Feigning mystery, an astute maneuver indeed. It is well known that the temperament of the ghostly physician is exceedingly eccentric, given the intricate enchantments surrounding this place. We cannot depart without confirming his identity. Lin Pinyan, unwilling to overlook any potentialities, insisted on waiting further. "Are we truly not leaving?" Hon Shan inquired, his gaze fixed upon Chen Qinyuan. We cannot relinquish our pursuit lightly, let us wait a while longer, Chen Qingyuan replied earnestly. Very well, Hon Shan conceded, gritting his teeth in determination. After an additional 2 hours, night descended, and the full moon began to reveal its silhouette. At that moment, a voice devoid of emotion resonated in the ears of the gathered, accompanied by a mysterious light that enveloped Chen Qingyuan. This person shall remain, the others may depart. In an instant, a gentle force propelled Hon Shan and Lin Pinyan away, preventing them from approaching the bamboo cottage. Chapter 19, The Woman in the Black Dress and the Legendary Ghost Doctor. The door of the bamboo house creaked open, and Chen Qingyuan was drawn inside by an unseen force. Junior Master! Lin Pinyan exclaimed, his face etched with concern. Due to the activation of the bamboo house's barrier, Lin Pinyan exerted all his strength yet found himself unable to approach. Do not cause a ruckus here, should you dare to do so again. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness, a voice admonished. Instantly, a chilling wind surged towards Lin Pinyan, propelling him back 100 meters. He quickly fell silent, daunted into submission. Indeed, was this the ghost doctor? The formidable laws and oppressive aura left Lin Pinyan without a shred of doubt. Meanwhile, Hon Shan stood frozen in place, never having imagined that he would truly encounter such a powerful being. Though his exterior appeared dazed, internally he was shouting, Brother Chen, this isn't the trap I set. The next destination is. This was partly to buy time and partly to experience several failures, ensuring that the endeavor would not seem contrived. Hon Shan had arranged for his master to masquerade as the ghost doctor in a secluded corner of the western city. He had invested considerable effort to orchestrate this ruse. However, before his master could make an appearance, they encountered such a terrifying entity. According to Hon Shan's speculation, the person within the bamboo house was likely the elusive ghost doctor sought by various factions. In recent years, the influx of people into the city had been overwhelming, and Hon Shan had previously selected a dozen individuals at random, including those involved in this visit to the bamboo house. He never anticipated that he would inadvertently stumble upon the ghost doctor. Do not let this information spread outside, do you understand? Came another telepathic communication. The younger generation understands. Lin Pinyan affirmed, now convinced that the individual within the bamboo house was indeed the ghost doctor. He performed a grand bow, pleading, Please, esteemed elder, heal my junior master. If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to command. Begone! Came the curt dismissal from within the bamboo house. Thus, Lin Pinyan and Hon Shan departed, their hearts heavy with mixed emotions. Hon Shan still found it hard to believe that a mere whim had led him to encounter the ghost doctor. Brother Hon, you must have exerted considerable effort this time, your assistance has been invaluable. Should you ever find yourself in the celestial flowing star domain and require the support of the Shenqing sect, do not hesitate to ask. In Lin Pinyan's eyes, Hon Shan had undoubtedly expended many resources, and he was deeply grateful, vowing to remember this favor. And no need for such formality, Hon Shan stammered, still in disbelief. I shall inform the elders of this matter, so I will not linger. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly share a drink with you, Brother Hon. With that, Lin Pinyan took to the skies, unwilling to squander any more time. Remaining here was futile, it was better to return swiftly and report to the elders, allowing them to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. This matter involved the ghost doctor, and given Lin Pinyan's standing and strength, he felt utterly out of his depth. Once Lin Pinyan had departed, Hon Shan gazed towards the bamboo house, his expression complex as he murmured, Brother Chen, please do not offend anyone with your words. May you seek your own fortune. It was said that the ghost doctor possessed a rather peculiar disposition, with emotions as inscrutable as a chameleon, making interaction exceedingly challenging. Hon Shan was uncertain of what Chen Qingyuan might face, and could only silently pray for another opportunity to see him again. Meanwhile, within the enigmatic bamboo house, Chen Qingyuan was gently drawn into the depths of the courtyard, where a crystal-clear pool of water lay amidst a vast expanse of bamboo groves and lush green grass. The soft sound of footsteps echoed from within the bamboo thicket, prompting Chen Qingyuan to glance in that direction. What trickery was Lao Hon up to? He initially suspected it was a scheme devised by Hon Shon, and with a sense of confidence, he settled onto a nearby stool. Before long, a woman of 6 feet appeared. She wore a pale grey long dress, a dark veil obscuring her face, and her hair was as black as ink, tied back with a strip of black cloth. She approached gracefully, her hands resting modestly on her abdomen, exuding an air of dignity and nobility. The veil added an element of mystique to her presence. Who could this maiden be in relation to Hon Shon? This was the first time Chen Qingyuan had encountered a woman in a black dress, and assuming her to be an associate of Hon Shon, he inquired. Hon Shon? I do not know him. The woman in black, without employing any mystical means to conceal her identity, revealed her true voice, which was as melodious as the song of a lark and reminiscent of a gentle stream. My lady, there are no others present here, we need not veil our intentions. Kindly find an opportunity to release me, I would be most grateful. Chen Qingyuan rose and cupped his fists in a respectful gesture. You seek me out, yet now wish to depart, or what is the reasoning behind this? The woman in black narrowed her eyes slightly, as if attempting to see through Chen Qingyuan. Due to the concealment of the jade bracelet's power, she could not discern his cultivation or essence, mistakenly believing him to be a mere mortal. Oh! Chen Qingyuan was taken aback, realizing the woman's tone was earnest, devoid of jest. Had he misjudged the situation? This was unexpected. He began to ponder, his brow furrowing in thought. At that moment, an enigmatic force emanated from the woman in black. In an instant, the bamboo grove and grassy expanse transformed. A simple blade of grass morphed into a 9-leaf spirit flower, while the bamboo turned into ethereal purple bamboo, each leaf pulsating with profound spiritual resonance, a rarity to behold. The ground was now strewn with spiritual herbs and treasures, causing Chen Qingyuan's expression to shift in astonishment. This was no ordinary meadow, it was a wondrous medicinal garden. Any single herb plucked from this place could incite a frenzy among countless cultivators who would willingly risk their lives for it. This Chen Qingyuan's mind momentarily blanked, and he slowly turned to the woman in black standing a short distance away, his gaze shifting to one of surprise and reverence. Given the circumstances, he could no longer doubt the identity of the woman before him. A ghostly physician. What sort of trickery was Lao Hon employing? Wasn't he merely toying with him? How had he encountered the true essence of such a formidable being? At that moment, Chen Qingyuan longed for a direct conversation with Hon Shon. Encountering the ghostly physician was a predicament far beyond his expectations. Initially, he had planned to deceive Lin Pinyan and then publicly declare himself healed, allowing him to venture to the place spoken of by the Tianyuan existence to fulfill his second agreement. Junior Chen Qingyuan, the disciple of the Shenqing sect, pays his respects to the esteemed ghostly physician. After a prolonged pause, Chen Qingyuan regained his composure and bowed deeply to the woman in black. Originally, one might have assumed that the legendary ghost doctor was an old curmudgeon, yet it turned out to be a young woman of remarkable grace. Although the lady in the black dress wore a veil, her figure was lithe, her eyes sparkled like stars, and her beauty was undoubtedly striking. From your demeanor, it seems you are not here seeking my assistance. Through Chen Qingyuan's behavior, the ghost doctor could discern certain nuances, her tone cool and detached. Well, I am seriously injured, and the elders of my sect have gone to great lengths to track down the whereabouts of the esteemed ghost doctor, hoping I might chance upon some fortune. I did not expect to actually encounter you, which has left me somewhat flustered. Of course, Chen Qingyuan could not divulge the truth. Oh, is that truly the case? The ghost doctor's eyes remained fixed on Chen Qingyuan, sensing a peculiar essence emanating from him. Naturally, I would not dare to deceive you, esteemed one. Chen Qingyuan nodded earnestly. Then allow me to examine your body thoroughly, to see if I might provide you with some remedy. The unique essence intrigued the ghost doctor, prompting her to consider a more in-depth exploration. Chapter 20, thick-skinned with the remarkable skills of the ghost doctor, coupled with certain past experiences, he could discern the lingering traces of forbidden zones on Chen Qingyuan. The laws of these zones were exceedingly unique, distinctly different from the marks of the celestial path. The younger generation was acutely aware that his body had been rendered useless, and he wished not to burden the elder with futile efforts. Moreover, being devoid of resources, he feared he could not afford the cost of treatment. So he thought it best to decline. Upon hearing the ghost doctor's intention to treat him, Chen Qingyuan hastily interjected. There were numerous secrets he wished to keep concealed. In my practice, I adhere strictly to the principle of fate. Since I have chosen you, I shall not accept a single coin in payment, the ghost doctor proclaimed. The more Chen Qingyuan resisted, the more the ghost doctor's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to delve deeper. Take a seat. Raising his left hand, the ghost doctor gestured lightly, and lo! Before them appeared a stone table and 2 stone stools. Reluctantly, Chen Qingyuan complied and sat down, pondering his next course of action. Should the ghost doctor harbor ill intentions, he would have no choice but to rely on his life-saving trump card. When departing from Tianyuan, the girl in red had gifted him a talisman for protection. Should he encounter a life-threatening crisis, the talisman would surely transform peril into safety. Of course, he had never tested its efficacy, remaining uncertain of its true power. Additionally, he found it peculiar that the girl in red had treated him with such kindness. Each time this thought crossed his mind, he would indulge in a moment of self-admiration, pondering whether his striking appearance had stirred feelings of affection in her. Extend your hand, the ghost doctor instructed with a glance. Slowly, Chen Qingyuan raised his hand and placed it upon the table. The ghost doctor's fingers rested on Chen Qingyuan's wrist as he began to take his pulse. After several breaths, the ghost doctor's brow furrowed slightly, musing inwardly. The pulse is steady, unlike that of an injured individual. Yet, if he is not wounded, why does his body exhibit no spiritual energy fluctuations, akin to that of a mere mortal? How perplexing. While examining the pulse, the ghost doctor discreetly probed Chen Qingyuan's meridians and dantian, but found nothing amiss. The more normal it seemed, the more eerie it became. Are you concealing something? The ghost doctor withdrew his hand, gazing intently at Chen Qingyuan, as if attempting to dissect him for thorough examination. No, Chen Qingyuan thought, secretly elated. For it appeared the ghost doctor had not discerned that his body had already begun to heal. Maintaining a facade of calm, he shook his head in response. You shall stay here for the time being, and I will attend to your treatment at a measured pace. The ghost doctor expressed a keen interest in peculiar ailments. That may not be advisable. Chen Qingyuan's heart sank, perhaps this was his fate. Not wishing to trouble the elder, he contemplated leaving. You wish to depart. Yet I refuse to permit it. The ghost doctor, with a rather peculiar temperament, was disinclined to engage in idle conversation. He pointed towards an empty room on the left side of the bamboo house. You shall reside there. Having uttered these words, the ghost doctor turned and left, leaving Chen Qingyuan alone in an awkward silence. What is this predicament? Chen Qingyuan had never intended to seek out the ghost doctor. His body had already healed and he had no need for treatment. However, he could not reveal this to the ghost doctor, for he would certainly be subjected to dissection for research, especially concerning the flawless Dao born within him. Old Hon, once I find an opportunity in the future, I shall make you pay dearly. We are brothers, and I once saved your life. Oh, how could you treat me this way? Chen Qingyuan seethed with anger, placing the blame for this incident squarely on Hon Shan. Little did he know, Hon Shan was just as bewildered. Who would have thought that amidst the vast crowd, one could so easily be found? Had he foreseen this, it would have been wiser to sell the information about the ghost doctor, which would surely have brought in substantial wealth. The ghost doctor bore no ill will towards Chen Qingyuan for the time being. He merely sought to understand the peculiar markings on Chen Qingyuan's body. Thus, the ghost doctor confined Chen Qingyuan within a bamboo cottage and commenced various methods to uncover all information about him. residing in the bamboo cottage. Chen Qinyuan found himself quite at ease. Alas, it is all not mine. Gazing at the abundant spiritual herbs and precious medicines strewn about, he could only look but not take, feeling a restless desire and sighing. Do you want them? Chen Qinyuan had been there for 5 days when the ghost doctor finally made his appearance. Chen Qinyuan bowed deeply to the ghost doctor, unabashedly acknowledging his presence. How honest of him. Through the investigation over the past few days, the ghost doctor had become well acquainted with many details about Chen Qinyuan. Considering the younger generation's honesty, perhaps a few spiritual herbs could be gifted. Climbing the ladder of opportunity, Chen Qinyuan had an exceptionally thick skin. The ghost doctor shot him a look, dreaming, are we? Indeed, even in dreams, he yearned for them. Most of the spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden were of the finest quality. Treasures that could not be found even by exhausting the resources of the Xianqing sect. Unexpectedly, Chen Qinyuan's response caught the ghost doctor off guard, leading him to quickly change the subject. First, answer me a few questions, and if you are honest, I may well grant you a few spiritual herbs. What does the esteemed elder wish to know? Chen Qinyuan felt troubled in his heart. What transpired a century ago when you visited the Tianyuan? The ghost doctor, immensely curious about the Forbidden Zone, posed the question directly. Inside, there are many terrifying laws. During that time, the major holy places of the Flowing Star domain dispatched powerful individuals to enter, most of whom perished beneath the laws of Tianyuan, their bones scattered. I fortuitously escaped a calamity, losing all my cultivation and becoming a mere mortal. Chen Qinyuan's words were half-truths. Whether it was his excellent acting or the protection of the jade bracelet that prevented the ghost doctor from discerning the truth, he questioned, if you were fortunate, why did it take you 100 years to emerge from Tianyuan? There are too many laws within Tianyuan. I accidentally triggered a mechanism and was sealed for a century. Chen Qinyuan spoke earnestly, his eyes unwavering. Upon breaking the seal, my cultivation was utterly wasted, and I learned that the outside world had changed over 100 years. Young one, if you dare to deceive me, consider the consequences carefully. The ghost doctor feigned a fierce demeanor, his eyes glimmering with a sanguine light. I would not dare, replied Chen Qinyuan. Then you visited Mingyue City. What was your purpose? The ghost doctor continued to press. To clear my mind, was Chen Qinyuan's response. Mingyue City is exceedingly distant from the Xianqing sect. You ventured there to relax. The ghost doctor regarded this answer with skepticism. Since you have investigated me, you must be aware that recently, the Tianyu sect and the Dongyi Palace have decided to unite in marriage. Once, my beloved departed from my side, leaving me in a state of melancholy. In an attempt to alleviate my sorrow, I traveled far and wide, losing track of time and distance. Chen Qinyuan never anticipated that this matter could be used as an excuse. As he spoke, a shadow of sorrow crossed his face, and he let out a deep sigh. Upon hearing this, the ghost doctor found it remarkably reasonable, unable to pinpoint any flaws. After a brief pause, the ghost doctor mused, from my intuition, it seems you, young man, speak not a single word of truth. Although Chen Qinyuan's words appeared quite logical, they failed to earn the ghost doctor's genuine belief. Senior, I assure you, everything I have said is true. You must trust me. Chen Qinyuan earnestly insisted, affirming that every word he uttered was devoid of any falsehood. Chapter 21, The Arrival of the Sword Immortal. After much discussion, the intent was simply to procure a few spiritual herbs. The ghost doctor, perceiving Chen Qinyuan's ulterior motives, let out a cold snort. Hey, I shall not refuse the gift from my esteemed senior, Chen Qinyuan replied with a naive smile. If I were to decline what was promised, it would be a sign of disrespect. Your audacity knows no bounds. The ghost doctor mused. Having dealt with countless cunning individuals over the years, yet finding few who could rival Chen Qinyuan in sheer boldness. What set Chen Qinyuan apart was his moderation, which evoked no disdain from others. Very well, he said, casting a glance towards the nearby medicinal garden, his intentions unmistakable. Take them. Reluctantly, The ghost doctor plucked 3 spiritual herbs and tossed them into Chen Qingyuan's embrace. Thank you, esteemed senior. Chen Qingyuan cherished the herbs, hastily placing them into a common special pouch. This simple pouch required no spiritual energy to activate. Such a sly one, the ghost doctor remarked to the light hum. Turning to leave. In the following days, the ghost doctor conducted numerous examinations on Chen Qingyuan, yet found no abnormalities in his condition. Logically, having suffered grave injuries, there should have been signs of damage. Strangely, Chen Qingyuan appeared to be an ordinary mortal, showing no evidence of any harm to his physique. From the ghost doctor's extensive experience, such a situation could arise from 2 possibilities: either Chen Qingyuan's existence was extraordinarily formidable, erasing all traces of injury, or he had concealed the true state of his body through some secret technique or artifact. Regardless of the scenario, the ghost doctor felt a weight of seriousness. Such matters warranted careful handling. I cannot resort to soul probing, she dismissed the thought, recognizing it as inappropriate. Her curiosity about Chen Qingyuan did not extend to making him a sworn enemy. Moreover, Chen Qingyuan's enigmatic nature made her cautious, preventing her from employing unscrupulous methods. Esteemed senior, since you cannot ascertain my physical condition, would you consider releasing me? Chen Qingyuan reiterated his request. Absolutely not, the ghost doctor replied without hesitation. At that moment, a figure descended outside the bamboo house's barrier, conveying a message: Nangal, let him go. Upon hearing the voice, the ghost doctor's delicate form trembled slightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Simultaneously, Chen Qingyuan displayed a look of surprise, for the voice resonated with familiarity. The ghost doctor hurriedly opened the barrier, welcoming the newcomer. An elderly man clad in plain garments, leaning on a cane, limped into the room. Sword immortal, Chen Qingyuan exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the elder, stepping forward to pay his respects. The visitor was none other than the illustrious sword immortal Li Muyong. What brings you here? The ghost doctor inquired with deep respect for Li Muyong, her savior from peril thousands of years ago. For him, Li Muyong stated, directing his gaze toward Chen Qingyuan, revealing his intent. Who? The ghostly physician turned to glance at Chen Qingyuan, his face etched with confusion and astonishment. What has happened to him? He is a young acquaintance of mine, for my sake. Do not trouble him and allow him to leave, replied Li Muyong, who had been vigilantly observing Chen Qingyuan's predicament, secretly safeguarding him. Upon witnessing Chen Qingyuan in distress, Li Muyong felt compelled to intervene, while also catching a glimpse of the ghostly physician, whom he had not seen for many years. He is indeed your friend, the ghostly physician exclaimed, incredulous. Rest assured, I have not harmed him. Sword immortal, you two are acquainted. Chen Qingyuan approached briskly, astonished. Indeed, Li Muyong smiled broadly, his demeanor warm and amiable. Her name is Gongsun Nan. Had I known earlier, I would have spared myself the anxiety these past days, Chen Qingyuan sighed in relief, the weight on his heart lifting. Young man, I have not bullied you, have I? Do not wear such a distressed expression, Gongsun Nan, the ghostly physician, remarked sternly. Had she been aware of Chen Qingyuan's connection to Li Muyong, her attitude would undoubtedly have shifted. For the moment, he found himself unharmed. Had it not been for the arrival of the sword immortal, the outcome could have been uncertain. Regardless, with Li Muyong present, Chen Qingyuan felt no fear of Gongsun Nan and feigned grievance. You, Gongsun Nan clenched her fists, wishing to reprimand Chen Qingyuan, and huffed. You truly know how to feign innocence. You were quite respectful towards me before, yet now you turn your back. That was merely an act of self-preservation. Chen Qingyuan retorted boldly, unafraid of offending Gongsun Nan. Enough of this banter, Li Muyong interjected, putting an end to their quarrel. Young man, if you wish to depart, you may do so at any time. Moreover, I will have Miss Nan vouch for you, confirming that your injuries have been healed. So there is no need to worry about exposing your cultivation level. However, regarding that matter, do not disclose it to anyone, nor let it be known publicly. It could lead to dire consequences. I understand, thank you, Sword Immortal. Chen Qingyuan expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. Although Li Muyong was extending his kindness due to the favor owed to the red-clad maiden of the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, Chen Qingyuan held this goodwill in his heart, vowing to repay it should the opportunity arise. The matter Li Muyong referred to concerned the enigmatic Daobon. Gongsun Nan, observing from the side, was unable to conceal her astonishment, her heart racing. The Sword Immortal addresses him as young master. I have never witnessed such deference towards a youth before. Who exactly is this Chen Qingyuan? Sword Immortal, ghostly physician, I shall take my leave, Chen Qingyuan declared, not wishing to linger any longer. After bowing respectfully, he was no longer hindered by the barrier and vanished into the horizon. Once Chen Qingyuan had departed, Gongsun Nan withdrew her gaze, hesitating to speak. Li Lao, why do you treat this young man? Cause and effect. Li Muyang's response was shrouded in mystery. From what you just said, is this young man's condition truly stable? Gongsun Nan inquired once more. I have restored his physical form, and he is now unharmed, Li Muyang replied. Understanding dawned upon Gongsun Nan. I suspected the boy's physique was remarkably normal. It turns out it was the work of elderly. Gongsun Nan believed that Li Muyong had concealed Chen Qingyuan's condition, which prevented him from seeing through it. Li Muyong, however, chose not to elucidate, merely smiling in silence. I am aware that you have been seeking remedies for your appearance for ages, yet regrettably, there has been no advancement over the millennia, Li Muyong stated somberly. If you have not yet relinquished hope, you might consider engaging more with young Master Chen. Perhaps an opportunity may arise. The reason Gongsun Nan perpetually wore a veil was due to an incident long past that had marred her visage. Is there still hope? Gongsun Nan gently caressed her face, gazing in the direction Chen Qingyuan had departed, murmuring to herself. He has left. Li Muyong had no intention of lingering over tea and turned to depart. Elderly, walk slowly. Gongsun Nan inclined her body in a respectful gesture. Chen Qingyuan, how is it that you have garnered elderly's esteem? What remarkable abilities do you possess? From this day forth, Gongsun Nan developed a profound interest in Chen Qingyuan, certain they would meet again. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyuan arrived at the domain of Qianlong Sacred Land, intending to reminisce with Hon Shan. Chapter 22, introducing you to a companion in the sacred land of Qianlong, within a certain city. Chen Qingyuan utilized a sound transmission technique to reach Hon Shan. While indulging carefreely in food and drink, Hon Shan was jolted by Chen Qingyuan's voice, a multitude of thoughts surging through his mind. The fact that Chen Qingyuan was capable of employing the sound transmission spell indicated that his foundational cultivation had been restored. Before long, Hon Shan rushed frantically to Chen Qingyuan's side, scrutinizing him with an expression of disbelief. Brother Chen, your health has truly improved. With the ghostly physician as a safeguard, Chen Qingyuan felt reassured that he would not attract unwanted attention, allowing him to reveal his recovery of cultivation. Thus, he concealed the Dao bones within him using the principles of a jade bracelet, presenting only an ordinary spiritual root and the initial stage of the yellow spirit realm. The foundational realms of cultivation are categorized into the acquired realm, innate realm, yellow spirit realm, Xian spirit realm, earth spirit realm, and heaven spirit realm. Beyond these lie the golden core realm, Yuan Ying realm, transformation realm, harmonization realm, tribulation realm, and great ascendance realm. Currently, with his meager cultivation, Chen Qingyuan resembled an ant in the realm of practitioners, easily squashed by others. Why is your cultivation so feeble? Hon Shan's eyes reflected both astonishment and concern as he gazed upon Chen Qingyuan. Alas! Such is fate, to retain even this modicum of cultivation is a stroke of fortune. Chen Qingyuan sighed softly, feigning sorrow. In truth, his original cultivation had long been rendered void, and he was merely beginning anew. According to the red-clad maiden within the Tianyuan, although Chen Qingyuan's initial foundation was relatively superior, it fell short of true perfection. Therefore, the maiden gradually obliterated all of Chen Qingyuan's cultivation without harming the essence of his being, a task of considerable difficulty. Why did the red-clad maiden take such an interest in Chen Qingyuan? Even he was uncertain, perhaps only time would unveil the answer. What a pity. Hon Shan lamented, yet. The restoration of your spiritual root is commendable. The ghostly physician's intervention is indeed extraordinary, but true figure of legend. I owe much to you, my old friend. Chen Qingyuan replied. However, recalling the matter stirred a sense of indignation within him, his gaze sharp. Had it not been for the appearance of the Chonggang sword immortal, the ghostly physician would undoubtedly have meticulously studied Chen Qingyuan, not permitting his departure so easily. Ahem. Hon Shan sensed the reproach in Chen Qingyuan's eyes, clearing his throat to mask the awkwardness. Brother Chen, you cannot blame me, who would have known that my casual inquiry would lead to the ghostly physician. Continuing, Hon Shan added, had I known earlier, I might have sold the ghostly physician's information for a handsome profit. Moreover, if I had not stumbled upon the ghostly physician by chance, or health may not have been restored. Ultimately, you cannot fault me, you ought to express your gratitude. You dare to claim credit, truly shameless, Chen Qingyuan retorted coldly. Do not speak so harshly, if we are to discuss shamelessness, I learned it from you. Once upon a time, I was a genuinely upright and kind-hearted child, but ever since I met you, sigh, words fail me. The more he spoke, the more sorrowful he became, and Hon Shan let out a long sigh. Get lost. Chen Qingyuan, undeterred by Hon Shan's formidable presence, delivered a swift kick and jestingly chided. Old Hon, have you ever suffered misfortune by following me? Indeed, it was true, however, it often led to disdain from others. Over the years, my reputation in the sacred land has been rather tarnished, with whispers of my tenacity and many junior sisters keeping their distance. Hon Shan, possessing considerable wealth, likely surpassed even many of the inner elders of the sacred land. Were I in your position, I would certainly not endure such unpopularity. With a glance that felt somewhat condescending, Chen Qingyuan responded, I believe you, especially considering that despite your apparent downfall, the higher-ups of the Shenqing sect still protect you. Even Lin Pingyan, son of the sect leader, holds you in high regard. It is indeed puzzling. Intrigued, Hon Shan inquired, Brother Chen, do you still have a few techniques that you haven't taught me? These are skills you cannot learn, Chen Qingyuan replied. Do share, Hon Shan insisted. Longing for the privilege that Chen Qingyuan enjoyed, imagining himself striding with confidence through the Chenlong sacred land, after all, you owe me this favor, do not be so stingy. This is my innate charm, understand? Chen Qingyuan said, a subtle smile playing on his lips, unabashed. Hon Shan, momentarily speechless, rolled his eyes. The two then sought a tranquil spot by the water's edge, settling down to sip tea. After a leisurely conversation, they turned to more serious matters. Hon Shan's demeanor shifted, growing more solemn. Brother Chen, should I notify my friends at the Shenqing sect to bring you back? Not for now, Chen Qingyuan shook his head. I have my own plans. What plans? Hon Shan asked, puzzled. That is not for you to concern yourself with, Chen Qingyuan replied mysteriously. I can choose not to concern myself, but considering your current cultivation level, encountering ill-intentioned individuals could lead to dire consequences. If such an event were to transpire, the Shenqing sect would undoubtedly hold me accountable, Hon Shan insisted, shaking his head vigorously, unwilling to let Chen Qingyuan act alone due to the inherent dangers. You have known me for so many years, or have you ever seen me suffer a setback? Observing the worry etched on Hon Shan's brow warmed Chen Qingyuan's heart. This friendship was not in vain. Having endured life and death struggles, Chen Qingyuan placed immense trust in Hon Shan. Not that I can recall. Hon Shan admitted after careful reflection. Despite my modest cultivation at the Yellow Spirit realm, I possess numerous means of self-preservation. Chen Qingyuan needed to convince Hon Shan, as he would require his cover later. Calculating the time, he surmised that the Shenqing sect must have already dispatched experts to escort him. Once they arrived, they would surely whisk Chen Qingyuan away, ensuring he encountered no danger. While the members of the Shenqing sect were genuinely concerned for Chen Qingyuan, this also became a constraint. complicating his actions. That will not do, Honshan pondered for a moment, still reluctant to let Chen Qingyuan leave. Why are you so obstinate? Chen Qingyuan thought about giving Honshan a good thrashing but reconsidered. In the past, he could afford to tease Honshan, but now it was too risky. He could easily find himself on the receiving end of a lesson. No matter how sweetly you speak, I will not allow you to depart. When the companions of the Su NQ sect arrive, regardless of what transpires thereafter, I shall bear no responsibility. Honshan genuinely considers Chen Qingyuan's safety. Chen Qingyuan seeks out Honshan for two reasons: firstly, to reminisce and engage in heartfelt conversation about the past; secondly, to enlist Honshan's assistance in managing the members of the Su NQ sect, thereby alleviating the concerns of the elders. Should Chen Qingyuan depart silently, he would undoubtedly face a barrage of scorn from his senior brothers and sisters upon his return. Old Hon, let us deliberate, Chen Qingyuan implored. Rising to pour Honshan a cup of tea, his smile gentle. You have come to me, it is imperative that no troubles arise here. And there is no room for negotiation. Honshan, however, shook his head, indicating his refusal to partake in the tea. Old Hon, I shall introduce you to a potential match. At this point, Chen Qingyuan resorted to his trump card. Upon hearing this, Honshan's eyes involuntarily flicked towards Chen Qingyuan. And his brows furrowed slightly, his expression becoming somewhat peculiar. Chapter 23, effortlessly navigating Honshan feigned modesty, his arms crossed before his chest, and with a disdainful half remarked. You uttered this very phrase a century ago, what came of it? Long ago, Chen Qingyuan had also made such declarations, leading Honshan utterly astray. That was merely the result of my ventures to the abyss, where I encountered unforeseen circumstances, Chen Qingyuan replied with a hint of resignation. The reason I returned alive this time is partly due to my inability to find you a partner, leaving my heart in unrest until the very end. We are brothers. And promises must be fulfilled. Is that truly the case? Honshan gazed at Chen Qingyuan, who wore an expression of sincerity, his inner defenses gradually crumbling. Do not attempt to deceive me. Of course it is true. We are brothers, albeit of different mothers, I would never deceive you. Chen Qingyuan replied earnestly, nodding with gravity. His eyes reflecting genuine intent. I remain skeptical, Honshan maintained his stoic demeanor, his expression grave. You nearly lost your own beloved to another. How can you be relied upon to assist me in finding a partner? That seems highly dubious. Hey. That was due to exceptional circumstances. Do not rub salt into my wounds. Chen Qingyuan's expression darkened as he began to boast, in my prime, as I traversed the realms. How many enchanting maidens were captivated by me at first sight? Did you not notice while you were by my side? Well, Honshan found himself at a loss for words, for it was indeed true. In those days, Chen Qingyuan had basked in glory, with a select few maidens even attempting to ensnare him with potions. Fortunately, his swiftness had spared him from their clutches. Given Chen Qingyuan's extraordinary talents back then, forming a partnership with him would have been entirely beneficial. Have you ever encountered the 7 fairies of the Flowing Flower Pavilion? Each one more beautiful than the last. Chen Qingyuan stated, raising an eyebrow as he began to sketch the general likenesses of the 7 fairies in the air before him. The little princess of the dragon clan from the South Sea, does she not stir your heart? The county princess of the northern aristocracy. The saintess from the eastern jade sacred land, said to possess an unparalleled beauty that bewilders countless young heroes. And then there is the ancient Emo family. As he spoke, he vividly illustrated the figures of numerous celestial maidens from various sacred lands, making them appear almost tangible. Honshan became entranced, instinctively reaching out to touch them. However, just as his fingers brushed the ethereal depiction, the image blurred and was whisked away by a gentle breeze. Listening to Chen Qingyuan's descriptions, Honshan's heart raced. His initial reserve and aloofness dissipating, replaced by an awkward smile. Brother, do you truly know these saintly maidens? Certainly. Chen Qingyuan affirmed with a nod. Can you converse with them? Hon Shan's heart fluttered, his delight intensifying as he inquired once more. Indeed, it matters not whether I can, after all. The words reside upon my lips, Chen Qinyuan replied with a chuckle. Hearing this, Hon Shan shifted his chair closer to Chen Qinyuan, beginning to pour tea for him. Brother Chen, my desires are modest. If I could forge a bond with even one of these heavenly maidens, it would be the greatest blessing. Too hot. Chen Qinyuan exclaimed as he accepted the tea, setting the cup down with a flourish. I shall pour you another. Hon Shan hastily employed his mystical arts to maintain the tea's temperature at an optimal level, refilling the cup and presenting it gracefully before Chen Qinyuan. The tea leaves were slightly lacking in quality. After taking a sip, Chen Qinyuan began to critique it. Hon Shan felt no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, he promptly replaced the tea with a superior variety and brewed it anew. Aware of Hon Shan's disposition, Chen Qinyuan understood that if he did not adopt an air of pretentiousness, Hon Shan would surely harbor doubts. Thus, the more Chen Qinyuan made things difficult, the more at ease Hon Shan felt, for there was hope for his romantic endeavors. Once he resolved the issue of a companion for his path, he believed he could endure any challenge. Hon Shan's reputation in the sacred realm was rather poor. Ordinary women were not drawn to him, while capable and attractive ones looked down upon him. Finding a suitable partner was an arduous task. Brother Chen, considering our brotherhood, you must fulfill your promise to me, Hon Shan said, with a hint of flattery. Of course, Chen Qinyuan replied slowly, then shifted the conversation. However, I have matters to attend to alone. If members of the Shenqing sect arrive, you must handle them and assure them of my safety. As for how you manage that is your concern. Understood. After a moment of contemplation, Hon Shan gritted his teeth and agreed, provided that nothing untoward befalls you, otherwise, I would bear significant blame. If you are truly concerned, perhaps you could part with a few protective treasures. Chen Qinyuan seized the moment. That is rather inconsiderate. Do you wish to take advantage of our brotherhood? Hon Shan's expression shifted, a sense of weariness creeping in. Whether you give them or not is of no consequence to me, Chen Qinyuan retorted dismissively. After carefully observing the fluctuations of spiritual energy within Chen Qinyuan, Hon Shan, with a pained heart, produced a jade talisman and placed it on the table. This is a protective talisman. I exerted considerable effort to acquire it. It can withstand a full-force strike from an ordinary transformation realm practitioner. Oh! A talisman capable of withstanding such an attack is indeed a rare treasure. Chen Qinyuan quickly accepted it, fearful of Hon Shan changing his mind. Old Hon, you seem to have been living quite comfortably these years. Moderately, Hon Shan thought to himself, feeling a pang of regret over the substantial loss. Yet, if this opportunity could lead him to a suitable partner, all sacrifices would be worthwhile. Well then, I leave the subsequent matters in your hands. I must take my leave, Chen Qinyuan stated, wishing to avoid lingering in this place lest he encounter an elder from the Shenqing sect, risking being forcibly taken back and needing to devise an escape, which would be quite troublesome. As he spoke, Chen Qinyuan activated his flying vessel, vanishing into the mist. Brother Chen, do not forget your promise. Do not keep me waiting too long, Hon Shan called out as he watched Chen Qinyuan depart. Long after Chen Qinyuan had left, Hon Shan inexplicably felt as though he had been taken advantage of. However, even with the awareness of being deceived, he could not master any anger. Was it truly a matter of personal charm? Hon Shan pondered. Even retrieving a mirror to indulge in self-admiration, that Chen Qinyuan fellow is not significantly more handsome than I am, why then? The northern Tsang star field was the destination that Chen Qinyuan sought. According to the clues within the jade bracelet, the maiden in red left a gift for Chen Qinyuan, urging him to embark on a journey. Without haste, Chen Qinyuan set his course towards the North Tsang star region, pausing to rest in various bustling cities along the way. Previously, he had collected numerous spirit stones, sharing a portion with Lin Pinyan while retaining the rest for himself. With such an abundance of spirit stones, Chen Qinyuan could indulge for quite some time. As he traversed a certain area, He sought out a hidden paradise and paid a substantial sum of spirit stones to enter for seclusion. Inside the cave, an extraordinary spirit gathering array was laid out, amplifying the spiritual energy more than tenfold compared to the outside world. In just a month, Chen Qingyuan significantly enhanced his cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the yellow spirit realm. He chose to halt his progress for the time being, deciding against further breakthroughs. To start anew, he understood the importance of solidifying his foundation and refraining from impatience. Meanwhile, the Shenqing sect dispatched 5 elders to search for him, including Lin Pinyan. They were alarmed to discover that Chen Qingyuan's presence had vanished from Chuchon Star. Hon Shon, steeling himself, managed to contact the Shenqing sect, negotiating tirelessly until he finally persuaded them to leave. In short, Chen Qingyuan was currently safe, occupied with important matters. And there was no need for the Shenqing sect to worry. Hon Shon exerted considerable effort for Chen Qingyuan's sake, which was no small feat. Should an opportunity arise in the future, Chen Qingyuan would surely assist Hon Shon, though it remained to be seen if Hon Shon possessed the patience to wait. At long last, after several months of travel, Chen Qingyuan finally arrived in the realm of the North Tsongstar region. Chapter 24, The Northern Tsongstar Field. The dead zone guided by the jade bracelet's indication, Chen Qingyuan materialized in the western extreme city of the Northern Tsongstar Field. The maiden clad in red had mentioned leaving a gift for him, requesting that he retrieve it in person, marking their second agreement. However, she did not provide a specific location, leaving Chen Qingyuan somewhat perplexed. Without clear directions, he found himself at a loss in the expansive area of the western extreme city. After much contemplation, Chen Qingyuan resolved to temporarily reside in the city, hoping that, in due course, new clues might emerge from the jade bracelet. Upon entering the city, he sought out a fine inn for lodging. As night descended, a fragment of his consciousness ventured into the jade bracelet, revealing that it remained unchanged. He decided to let things unfold naturally. Retrieving his consciousness, Chen Qingyuan commenced meditative practice. With a complete and unblemished Dao Bone now at his disposal, he understood the urgency to cultivate diligently without allowing complacency to set in. Thus, he spent 2 months living in the western extreme city, during which he remained in seclusion, solidifying his foundational skills. Within the confines of his secluded cultivation chamber, peculiar and colorful stones sprouted in the corners, while a gentle layer of white mist enveloped the ground, swirling counterclockwise around his position. Chen Qingyuan retrieved over 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, arranging them before him for gradual refinement. A faint white glow emerged on the surface of his body, and the golden Dao Bone within him quivered subtly, the obscure Dao patterns upon it becoming increasingly distinct. Moments later, Chen Qingyuan shattered the barrier of his cultivation, advancing to the initial stage of the Shenling realm. Slowly, he opened his eyes, which resembled a profound abyss, deep and hollow, imbued with a hint of ancient wisdom. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had traversed endless epochs, perceiving the essence of all existence. This sensation was ephemeral. He quickly regained his composure and expelled a breath of stale air. What, indeed, is the origin of this Dao Bone? As Chen Qingyuan became increasingly attuned to the extraordinary nature of the golden Dao Bone, he pondered its significance for quite some time without arriving at any conclusions. Ultimately, he decided to set this matter aside for future investigation. Suddenly, he noticed that the jade bracelet he carried was vibrating, prompting him to take it out. He then extended a fragment of his consciousness into the bracelet once more. To his surprise, words materialized before his eyes: Northern Extreme City, Dead Zone. Soon, Chen Qingyuan's consciousness was expelled from the jade bracelet. The Dead Zone? He muttered softly. Having spent 2 months in the western extreme city and gained some basic knowledge about the area, which was known for its peculiarities, it was said that the Dead Zone was a remnant of an ancient battlefield existing for no less than 1,000,000 years, with its true age now lost to time. Much like the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone of the Flowing Starfield, the Dead Zone of the Northern Tsongstar Field was deemed a forbidden area, where entering could lead to dire consequences. The Tianyuan Forbidden Zone was slightly more renowned, attracting greater attention from the populace. Having just emerged from the wolf's den, was he now to delve into the tiger's lair? Frankly, Chen Qingyuan was quite reluctant to explore the dead zone. Yet, a prior agreement looms should Chen Qingyuan fail to uphold her promise. One cannot predict the troublesome consequences that may ensue. Alas! It is indeed challenging. With a sigh, she resigns herself to fate. Countless formidable individuals have ventured into the death domain over the years, yet few have emerged unscathed. Aware of her current cultivation level, Chen Qingyuan understands that entering the death domain is tantamount to courting death. If she wished to harm me, it would require far less effort. Glancing at the jade bracelet resting in her palm, she inexplicably finds solace. Since the lady in red has designated the location, she has no choice but to proceed. 2 days hence, Chen Qingyuan prepares to depart from Shiji City, setting her sights northward. The death domain occupies a third of the North Tsongstar region, vast and expansive. Due to its peculiar laws, it harbors an abundance of spiritual treasures and medicinal elixirs. Thus, many cultivators, despite knowing the inherent dangers, dare to enter its depths. Numerous souls traverse the outskirts of the death domain, seeking fortuitous encounters. Indeed, there are many unafraid of death in this world. Upon reaching the territory of the death domain, Chen Qingyuan observes numerous figures gathered in clusters. Fellow cultivator, to which sect do you belong? Along her journey, over a dozen sword-wielding Taoists halted. Eyeing Chen Qingyuan aboard her flying vessel, and inquired with cupped fists. I am a loose cultivator. Chen Qingyuan, disinterested in conversing with strangers, replied curtly. Upon hearing her response, the group of Taoists ceased their pleasantries and turned to depart. Each year, many loose cultivators venture into the death domain, hoping to strike fortune and ascend to greatness thereafter. Such occurrences are common, fueling the ambitions of countless cultivators. However, why has there been such an influx of individuals during this period? Prior to her journey to the death domain, Chen Qingyuan had conducted thorough research. Perplexed by the unusual gathering, it defies logic. To unravel the mystery, she carelessly tossed out 100 mid-grade spirit stones, seeking information from a fellow cultivator. Fellow cultivator, why are so many drawn to the death domain recently? The grey-clad cultivator responded, it is rumored that the Daoist Grandmaster has foreseen a significant change originating from the death domain. Various factions have taken heed, believing that a remarkable treasure may soon emerge from within. The grey-clad cultivator spoke truthfully, having reaped the benefits of this uncertain rumor. Such a vague assertion has driven various cultivators to recklessly gamble with their lives. Oh, how audacious! Chen Qingyuan scoffed internally, noting that the presence of numerous factions would disrupt her plans and hinder her actions. The Daoist Grandmaster is indeed a revered figure, and his predictions have never been erroneous. If one could obtain the treasures of the death domain, even perilous as it may be, one must strive for it. The grey-clad cultivator scrutinized Chen Qingyuan, seated within her flying vessel, and questioned, fellow cultivator, you do not hail from the North Tsongstar region, do you? Thanks to the protective barrier of the flying vessel, ordinary cultivators could not discern Chen Qingyuan's true strength. Indeed, Chen Qingyuan nodded in affirmation. No wonder you would express such sentiments. The Daoist Grandmaster possesses immense powers and cannot possibly err in his calculations. With that, the grey-clad cultivator offered a respectful gesture and took his leave. The vibrant crimson expanse ahead marks the boundaries of the dead zone, where numerous individuals are already employing their mystical arts in a quest to uncover traces of creation. Is this not akin to pushing me into a fiery pit? Chen Qingyuan muttered under his breath, yet his body obediently maneuvered the flying vessel, gradually approaching the dead zone. To shield himself from the oppression of others, Chen Qingyuan allowed the jade bracelet to conceal his cultivation aura. As a result, the myriad powerful beings could not discern the depths of his abilities and dared not provoke him. While many in the flowing star domain recognized Chen Qingyuan, this place held fewer who did. After all, a century ago, he was merely a nascent soul cultivator, not yet reaching the level of universal renown. To his astonishment, he encountered her here. She indeed appeared to be a prodigy from the northern Tsongstar domain. However, among the younger generation of the northern wilderness, Chen Qingyuan was well acquainted with many, and he truly spotted a familiar face amidst the crowd. Chapter 25, Murong Wensi. The blood-red earth stretched endlessly. A desolate expanse that seemed to have no end. This was the brink of the dead zone, where Chen Qingyuan casually surveyed the scene. Spotting thousands of individuals from various factions of the North Tsongstar region. Not far away stood a woman clad in a light-colored gown. Her waist adorned with a ribbon and a jade pendant dangling gracefully. Her hair shimmered in a pale hue, and her eyes sparkled like sapphires, exquisite and enchanting. Her name was Murong Wensi, and she had crossed paths with Chen Qingyuan a century ago. To be precise, she had fallen victim to his cunning. During an expedition into a secret realm, Murong Wensi had been deceived by Chen Qingyuan, who absconded with all their resources. Although furious afterward, she refrained from any acts of revenge against him, even harboring a sense of admiration. The Murong clan revered strength, and having been raised in such an environment, Murong Wensi naturally embraced her family's ethos. If Chen Qingyuan could outwit her and seize all the resources, it was a testament to his skill. And she could only fault her own carelessness. What was he doing here? The expanse of the dead zone was vast, and with a casual glance, Murong Wensi soon spotted Chen Qingyuan in the distance, her eyes glimmering with surprise as she murmured to herself. The elders of the Murong family followed her gaze, unfamiliar with Chen Qingyuan, and inquired, "Child, who is this person?" From the Flowing Star region, a disciple of the Shenqing Dao sect, Murong Wensi replied. Her complexion as fair as jade and her red lips alluring. A century ago, I ventured into a secret realm in that region. And it was he who left me empty-handed. So it is him, the once renowned prodigy across the realms. It was said he had entered the Tianyuan forbidden ground a century ago and had only recently emerged, fortunate to be alive. Upon hearing this, the others suddenly recalled the events of that secret realm from 100 years past, during which Murong Wensi had remained quite troubled for a considerable time. Chen Qingyuan had not concealed his whereabouts, deliberately allowing himself to be seen by the crowd. Since he intended to delve into the dead zone, he wished to accompany an acquaintance, sparing himself much trouble. However, he remained uncertain whether this acquaintance would be willing to assist him. Miss Murong. It has been a long time. Chen Qingyuan maneuvered his flying vessel to the ground and rose to clasp his fists in greeting, his demeanor courteous and his smile radiant. Murong Wensi took a few steps toward him, her gaze somewhat complex as she scrutinized him. "I never expected to encounter you here, young Master Chen. What a coincidence." "That signifies our fateful connection," Chen Qingyuan replied with a grin. "Even if it is fate, it is a twisted one," Murong Wensi retorted sharply. "Miss Murong, your words bear a sting." Chen Qingyuan responded, unfazed, his smile unwavering. "Humph." Murong Wensi could not forget how she had been duped by Chen Qingyuan. And the memory lingered painfully. "I heard that you unexpectedly survived and have become a cripple. Why are you not residing comfortably in the Shenqing sect but instead have come here?" "Recently, I encountered the ghost doctor, who unintentionally healed my injuries, much to your disappointment," Chen Qingyuan replied. "The ghost doctor." At this mention, Murong Wensi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, "Do you know where the ghost doctor is? And he has indeed healed your injuries?" "Indeed." Chen Qingyuan nodded, saying, "I am so endearing that even the eccentric ghost doctor cannot bear to see me reduced to a mere invalid." Truth be told, Murong Wensi felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a sound beating to Chen Qingyuan. However, with other thoughts occupying her mind, she chose to flatter him instead, replying, "Young Master Chen is remarkably handsome, who could possibly dislike you?" Upon hearing this, the smile on Chen Qingyuan's lips froze. Such unusual praise must harbor ulterior motives. This woman suddenly declaring my handsomeness surely conceals a scheme. While it is indeed well known that I possess striking good looks, such a compliment from Murong Wensi is undoubtedly significant. "Miss Murong, do you require something from me?" Chen Qingyuan asked directly, eschewing any pretense. "Indeed. Since the topic has been broached, I shall not hold back." Murong Wensi replied, taking a deep breath and nodding earnestly. Let us strike a deal. You will reveal the exact location of the ghost doctor to me, and in return, the Murong family will owe you a favor or provide you with a generous gift. Recently, the Murong family had dispatched elders to seek the whereabouts of the ghost doctor. Yet their efforts yielded no results. It was rumored that the ghost doctor was likely situated on the 7th dust star within the Yunhai star region, however. They found no trace. The Murong family and various factions had expended considerable resources in their fruitless search for the ghost doctor. In stark contrast, Hon Shon, who simply participated in a lottery, fortuitously discovered the ghost doctor and even facilitated Chen Qingyuan's entry. Had it not been for the appearance of the sword immortal Chong Gang, it is likely that Chen Qingyuan would still be confined by the ghost doctor, perhaps even subjected to experimental dissection. What does the Murong family seek from the ghost doctor? Chen Qingyuan inquired, intrigued. That is classified information, Murong Wensi replied, unable to disclose family secrets. However, even without explicit confirmation, the expression of a nearby Murong family powerhouse allowed Chen Qingyuan to deduce the situation. It seemed probable that the life of a certain elder of the Murong family was under threat, prompting them to seek the ghost doctor's assistance. The death of a family elder would constitute a tremendous loss. How about this? I have a keen interest in the death realm. And perhaps the Murong family could extend some consideration towards me. Upon my return from the death realm, I shall certainly inform you of the ghost doctor's precise whereabouts. With such an opportunity presented, it would be a grave folly for Chen Qingyuan not to capitalize on it. What brings you to the death realm? Is it not due to the words of the Daoist patriarch? Murong Wensi inquired with curiosity. Hey. Chen Qingyuan chuckled, then turned serious. That is classified information. Dreadful man. Murong Wensi seethed, her fists tightening until they turned slightly purple, unable to adjudicate Chen Qingyuan's actions. Do you agree? Chen Qingyuan coughed lightly. If you dare deceive me this time, you shall not leave the North Tsang Star region alive, Murong Wensi threatened, fearful of being toyed with again. Why would I deceive you? Were it not for the ghost doctor's intervention, I would still be a mere mortal. Do you truly believe a mortal could arrive here? Chen Qingyuan fibbed without so much as a furrow of his brow. Subsequently, Murong Wensi turned to her kin, communicating telepathically to discuss their next course of action. After a brief moment, the Murong family acquiesced to the request. Rest assured, as long as there remains a single member of the Murong family, we shall ensure your safety within the dead zone, Murong Wensi pledged. Excellent, Chen Qingyuan remarked, appreciating Murong Wensi's forthright nature. Her efficiency and reliability were commendable. I, too, shall honor my word and will not disappoint you. The barrier of the dead zone was on the verge of loosening. Prepare yourselves, we shall enter shortly. All stood at the precipice of the dead zone, awaiting the opportune moment, for a thick, ominous red mist swirled ahead, exuding an aura of peril. Every few months, the red mist would dissipate for several hours, marking the ideal opportunity to venture into the dead zone. Chapter 26, Entering the Dead Zone. The storm approaches. The Murong family comprises 15 individuals, including Murong Wensi. Their expedition is motivated by the words of the Daoist ancestor, as they seek to explore the dead zone in hopes of encountering extraordinary fortunes. Chen Qingyuan reached an agreement with the Murong clan and descended from the flying vessel. Concealed by the jade bracelet, his true cultivation remained undetected, eluding the probing eyes of the Murong practitioners. This incident further solidified their belief in the ghost doctor's remarkable abilities, as even the seemingly irreparably damaged Chen Qingyuan could be healed, showcasing profound and enigmatic prowess. As the crimson mist dissipated, they proceeded. Murong Wensi stands as one of the most formidable prodigies of the Murong family, now possessing late-stage nascent soul cultivation. A century ago, Chen Qingyuan was at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, effortlessly surpassing his contemporaries and earning considerable acclaim throughout the vast northern wilderness. However, many of those who once fell behind have now surpassed him. Yet, given Chen Qingyuan's innate potential, it would not be long before he reclaimed his position atop the younger generation. Stay close to us, an elder glanced back at Chen Qingyuan, offering a reminder. They hastened into the dead zone, unwilling to squander time. According to the experiences gathered by previous explorers, the first 3 hours post-dissipation of the crimson mist are deemed the safest. Should they fail to emerge within this time frame, the likelihood of remaining trapped in the dead zone is overwhelmingly high. Lady Murong, would you be so kind as to lead me? It would be quite unfortunate if I lost track of you. Chen Qingyuan, with his profound cultivation at the Shenling realm, could not keep pace with the Murong family, where even the weakest members were Golden Core practitioners, and the leader, a venerable elder, possessed the transformative prowess of the God transformation stage. Hold on tight, Murong Wensi conceded, tossing a light-colored ribbon in Chen Qingyuan's direction. As the ribbon floated through the air, a delicate fragrance wafted towards him. Chen Qingyuan grasped the ribbon firmly, the other end secured in Murong Wensi's hand. With a swift motion, various factions embarked, entering a land resembling a blood-red soil expanse stretching endlessly ahead. As they ventured deeper, the terrain darkened to a more somber crimson, enveloped in an inexplicable atmosphere of oppression. Mountains, giant stones, fields, and seas all were tainted in blood. Along the way, Chen Qingyuan and his companions encountered chilling white bones, remnants of those who had previously entered the dead zone. Longkong Mira, the leader of the Murong family, an elder named Murong Ping, noticed a shattered mirror lodged within a stone crevice and recognized its origin. The revered Longkong has been silent for over a millennium, alas. It appears he has found eternal rest within the dead zone. Murong Ping sighed wistfully. Upon hearing this, a tremor of apprehension coursed through the group. To be addressed as a revered being, one must at least be a formidable figure at the Tribulation Crossing stage. Each of the 9 levels of Tribulation Crossing demands a confrontation with life and death. It was evident that the revered Longkong did not make it to the end, having ventured into the dead zone in pursuit of fortune, only to meet his defeat. History has always favored the victors, while the vanquished are often left in obscurity. Those who ascend to the realm of Mahayana, the pinnacle of power, invariably endure near-death experiences. Although the mirror of Longkong lies shattered, it retains significant commemorative value, thus, it shall be kept. Murong Ping cradled the broken mirror to his chest and inclined slightly towards the void, a gesture of reverence towards the esteemed master of Longkong. Subsequently, the group resumed their journey. According to the teachings of the Taoist ancestors, it is highly probable that extraordinary treasures have emerged within the realm of death, though their precise locations remain unknown, leaving one to encounter them by chance. Conventional wisdom suggests that the deeper one ventures into the realm of death, the greater the likelihood of discovering such treasures. Ahead, it appeared that members of the Wambua sect and the Yucheng sacred land were embroiled in conflict. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's burning time, the group beheld 2 factions clashing fiercely, their battle causing the very ground to tremble over a vast expanse. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping the air, as if the chill of frost had settled upon the earth. It seemed they were fighting over a treasure of the Tao. From a distance, at the heart of the 2 opposing forces, lay a Taoist treasure, still resonating with the echoes of its former power, undoubtedly of great worth. Let us take a detour and refrain from intervening, Murong Ping advised, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. Chen Qingyuan maintained his silence, closely following the Murong family. Under the protection of the Murong clan, he encountered no troubles along the way. Recently, various factions had observed the Murong family acquiring the mirror of Longkong and dared not approach, wary of its implications. An hour had elapsed. Yet the group had still not uncovered any leads regarding the treasure. If we cannot find it soon, we may have to withdraw for the time being and wait for the next clearing of the crimson mist to resume our search, suggested one. Let us continue our search. Murong Ping scanned the surroundings, noting the ominous dark red hue engulfing the heavens and the earth, obscuring any discernible clues. Towards the back of the crowd, Chen Qingyuan felt a quiver from the jade bracelet upon his wrist. Discreetly, he employed a thread of spiritual consciousness to investigate. The bracelet trembled, seemingly guiding him toward a direction to the right front. However, Chen Qingyuan could not openly declare his intent to follow its lead, lest he arouse suspicion among the others. They were already near the edge of the realm of death, where it was difficult to catch sight of other factions. He needed to devise a plan to part ways with the Murong family, otherwise, his subsequent actions would be hampered. The journey thus far had indeed been facilitated by the Murong clan. Without their aid, he would have encountered numerous predicaments. Some factions entered the realm of death in search of fortune, while others were engaged in nefarious deeds of murder and plunder. Confident in their ability to dispose of bodies within the realm, leaving no trace and fearing no retribution. What could that be? Just as Chen Qingyuan pondered how to part from the Murong family, Murong Wensi observed a disturbance of wind and sand ahead. The group turned to see the storm intensifying. It could be the fabled tempest of the realm of death. We must move quickly, exclaimed Murong Ping, his expression shifting dramatically. No sooner had he spoken than the group surged forth, racing towards safety with utmost speed. Initially, the storm was but a whisper. Yet it rapidly escalated into a formidable gale, sweeping across the territories of the realm of death. Within a mere half hour, a swirling mass of crimson mist intertwined with the chaotic winds bore down upon Chen Qingyuan and his companions. According to the usual patterns, the crimson mist would dissipate after approximately 5 hours. However, this time, merely over an hour had passed when the crimson mist descended, accompanied by a terrifying storm. The cataclysmic storm of the dead realm erupts only once every few centuries. It was indeed unfortunate that Chen Qingyuan and his companions stumbled upon it. It was a dire situation. Chen Qingyuan glanced back at the encroaching tempest of crimson mist, his eyes widening in despair, feeling utterly powerless to resist. With a thunderous roar, the storm swept across the periphery, devouring countless souls in its wake, crushed by the inexorable laws of the dead realm. Those fortunate enough managed to escape, albeit in a state of disarray. As the storm raged, the cultivators of the Murong clan were consumed by their own predicaments, leaving no room to concern themselves with Chen Qingyuan. The crimson mist enveloped everything, and Chen Qingyuan found it peculiar that he remained unaffected by the laws of the dead realm. Then, his gaze fell upon the unconscious Murong Wensi. Bound by a slender strip of pale fabric, they were ensconced in the same location. Was she dead? Chen Qingyuan made his way towards Murong Wensi, 100 meters away. As the wind and sand lashed against him, the crimson mist swirling in the gusts. Chapter 27. Perhaps it is my handsome appearance as I approached. I noticed that Murong Wensi's heart still beat, her breath slightly disordered, likely a result of the red mist storm's assault. The reason Chen Qingyuan remained unscathed was undoubtedly due to the protective jade bracelet. Had I known this artifact could defy the laws of the death realm, I would not have felt compelled to forge an agreement with the Murong family. Chen Qingyuan gazed at the unconscious Murong Wensi, her pale gown slightly wrinkled, strands of light yellow hair obscuring half of her cheek, and patches of red earth adorning her form, creating an air of disheveled beauty. I cannot simply abandon her here. Should I forsake Murong Wensi, her demise would be inevitable. Yet, remaining at her side would undoubtedly hinder Chen Qingyuan's subsequent endeavors. This predicament left him in a quandary, pondering how to proceed. Alas! What a nuisance! Lowering his gaze to the pale fabric on the ground, which Murong Wensi had previously used to tether him, Chen Qingyuan reflected that despite their transactional relationship, he could not bear to witness her death. Thus, he retrieved a jade vial containing precious spiritual liquid. Where did this come from, you might ask? Of course, it was procured from the hands of the ghostly physician. Chen Qingyuan, with an audacious demeanor, had not only acquired some spiritual herbs but also healing elixirs from the physician. A stroke of luck for him. He poured the spiritual liquid into Murong Wensi's mouth, feeling a pang of regret for the cost. As the liquid entered her system, it prompted a swift response from her body, causing her to tremble slightly and emit crackling sounds of static electricity. Moments later, Murong Wensi opened her eyes, her vision somewhat blurred. Gradually, she discerned Chen Qingyuan standing not far away and scanned her surroundings, finding no sign of her kin. Suddenly, noticing her disheveled attire, She hastily tugged at her dress to cover her fair shoulders, casting a wary glance at Chen Qingyuan. Do you think I would take advantage of your vulnerability? Chen Qingyuan instantly grasped the implication in Mu Rongwensi's gaze and retorted, besides, in your current state, I wouldn't even spare a glance. You. Mu Rongwensi pointed at Chen Qingyuan, her desire to scold him evident, yet a sudden cough interrupted her, leaving her pale and breathless. Cough, cough. Let us instead ponder how to escape this cursed place. With a swift mental shift, Chen Qingyuan planned to feign a discussion with Mu Rongwensi about leaving the Death Realm while secretly seeking an opportunity to conceal himself and then venture alone toward the direction indicated by the jade bracelet. This way, he could distance himself from Mu Rongwensi and keep his actions concealed. Did you not see the others from the Mu Rong family? Mu Rongwensi, having regained some strength through meditation, ceased her banter with Chen Qingyuan, her expression grave. During her meditation, she had sensed several strands of pure spiritual energy within her. Likely a result of Chen Qingyuan's assistance, and she unconsciously stole glances at him. None, Chen Qingyuan replied, shaking his head. At his response, a flicker of concern crossed Mu Rongwensi's eyes, clearly anxious about the safety of her kin. Why were you not affected by the laws of the Death Realm? At this moment, Mu Rongwensi scrutinized Chen Qingyuan closely and finally discerned something amiss, questioning him with a tone of suspicion. Perhaps it's because of my striking good looks. Chen Qingyuan replied unabashedly, raising an eyebrow. Mu Rongwensi shot him an exasperated glance. He was insufferable. Everyone harbors secrets, and Mu Rongwensi chose not to press further. Her gaze toward Chen Qingyuan growing increasingly complex. The path they had retreated from was now shrouded in thick crimson mist, rendering escape impossible. If we can endure here for several months, until the mist dissipates, we may find a glimmer of hope, Mu Rongwensi mused, staring into the blood-red haze. Her eyes filled with despair. You stay here, Chen Qingyuan declared, I will scout for another way out. Wait, Mu Rongwensi urged, suppressing the excruciating pain in her body as she slowly rose to stop Chen Qingyuan from leaving. What is it? He inquired, his brow slightly furrowing. I will accompany you. Her intuition told her that only by following Chen Qingyuan could she hope to survive. I disagree, Chen Qingyuan retorted, unwilling to bear the burden of an extra companion. We agreed to enter the death domain together, and now you wish to abandon me? Observing Chen Qingyuan shake his head in refusal, Mu Rongwensi bit her lip. Adopting a pitiful demeanor, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, evoking a sense of sympathy. Hey! It's not like we share anything substantial, don't act as if I've forsaken you. Chen Qingyuan found Mu Rongwensi's expression unbearable. Despite her fierce nature, she now appeared so docile that it sent shivers down his spine. A century ago, you deceived me, seizing all my opportunities and placing me in peril. Do you intend to repeat the same treachery? Having spent time with Chen Qingyuan, Mu Rongwensi knew he was susceptible to pity, so she feigned vulnerability. To stabilize your internal injuries, I have already suffered significant blood loss. Now you expect me to carry you as well. That's utterly unreasonable, Chen Qingyuan said, visibly troubled. You should know my character, I never engage in losing propositions. As long as I can survive and escape, the Mu Rong family is willing to offer great rewards, Mu Rongwensi asserted earnestly. Empty words carry no weight, Chen Qingyuan retorted dismissively. For others, the favor from the Mu Rong family could be a significant boon. Unfortunately, Chen Qingyuan held little regard for intangible promises, valuing only tangible rewards. Moreover, while the Mu Rong family was not weak, they were merely adequate. If it were a promise from a sword immortal, that would indeed be a true fortune. What do you propose? With no other option, Mu Rongwensi lowered her stance in order to survive. Chen Qingyuan appraised her from head to toe, his scrutinizing gaze making her uncomfortable. Gritting her teeth, she said, if you can genuinely ensure my safety, we might attempt to coexist, perhaps we could even become partners. She mistakenly believed Chen Qingyuan harbored romantic thoughts, unaware that he had no such intentions, prompting him to quickly interject, stop. I have long declared my utter disinterest in you. Do not embellish your own worth. Upon hearing these words, Murongwensi's cheeks flashed crimson, a mixture of shame, anger, and lingering dissatisfaction coursing through her. After all, she was a princess of the Murong family, possessing beauty and grace. Was she truly unworthy of you, Chen Qingyuan? Why, then, do you regard me so? Her tone was laced with both incredulity and ire. The jade pendant at your waist appears quite exquisite, Chen Qingyuan remarked with a knowing glance. Take it. Murongwensi, understanding his implication, swiftly removed the white jade from her waist and tossed it to him. Chen Qingyuan caught it deftly, inspecting it closely before a satisfied smile spread across his face. This is fine quality white spirit jade, a rare treasure indeed. And what of the jade bracelet upon your wrist? After securing the white jade, Chen Qingyuan pressed on. It contains my personal belongings, making it inconvenient, she replied, for the jade bracelet was Murongwensi's special treasure, housing numerous resources and personal items. Chapter 28, Do people like you have friends? Who desires your personal belongings? Retrieve everything, and the rest shall belong to me, Chen Qingyuan stated bluntly. For reasons unknown, Murongwensi felt a profound humiliation regarding her appearance, her eyes aflame with indignation. Were it not for her instinctual drive to survive, she would have undoubtedly drawn her sword and vented her fury upon Chen Qingyuan. After a moment's hesitation, she collected her personal items into an ordinary Chencon bag and handed over the jade bracelet along with all its contents to Chen Qingyuan. He appeared exceedingly pleased, resembling a cunning merchant. Is this satisfactory? Murongwensi queried, biting her lip in frustration. I have endeavored to protect you during this time. You owe me a favor. One must not skimp on what is rightfully due, and neither should one neglect the matter of favors, Chen Qingyuan explained. You have taken all my possessions and expect me to remember your favor. What kind of logic is that? Murongwensi retorted loudly. Let me clarify, Chen Qingyuan replied earnestly. Had I not rescued you earlier, you would likely be dead by now, and all these resources would rightfully belong to me. However, out of kindness, I used precious spiritual herbs on you, which hardly equates to their value. Furthermore, you will remain with me for some time, significantly impacting my personal safety. Is it not reasonable for you to owe me a favor? Indeed, the spiritual herbs were invaluable, yet Chen Qingyuan had acquired them without due sacrifice. Strangely enough, as she listened to his convoluted reasoning, Murongwensi found some merit in his argument. Taking a deep breath, she reluctantly conceded, very well. Consider me indebted to you for a substantial favor, which I shall repay in due course. How sensible of you, Chen Qingyuan grinned, unable to contain his praise. It is rare to encounter a woman as intelligent and beautiful as you, Miss Murong. Humph. Murongwensi scoffed, casting him a disdainful glance. I seldom meet someone as avaricious as you. I am helpless, I have known poverty since childhood. How could I possibly compare myself to Miss Murong? Chen Qingyuan sighed lightly. You are poor? The Shenqing sect has pampered you, so how dare you lament your poverty? Murongwensi challenged, clearly irked. You do not understand. Although the sect treats me well, resources are finite, and the meager allowance I receive monthly is insufficient. To foster my own development, I must seek opportunities elsewhere. To date, Chen Qingyuan had only suffered once at the hands of Bai Shishue from Dongi Palace. At that time, he had been moved by her steadfastness and harbored romantic feelings, willingly gifting her many resources. Alas, times had changed. There are few in this world as shameless as you, Murongwensi scolded. Thank you for the compliment, Chen Qingyuan replied, maintaining his unorthodox demeanor, seemingly unfazed and rather cheerful. At this point, Murongwensi accepted her defeat, falling silent. Two individuals walked side by side until they reached a nearby mountain range, where they sought refuge in a secure cave. Here, they could escape the frigid winds of the dead zone and find a semblance of tranquility. Along their journey, they encountered numerous corpses, all of whom had recently succumbed to the lethal embrace of the Crimson Mist Storm. The sight of these lifeless bodies intensified Murongwensi's anxiety. She could only wonder about the fate of her kin and whether they still lived. Within the confines of the cave, a fire was kindled, casting away the darkness. Murong Wensi reflected on the events that had transpired. Strands of crimson mist had drifted in with the chill winds, curiously avoiding Chen Qinyuan's position and veering off in another direction. Had they been tainted by the mist, their fate would surely have been grim. This was indeed perplexing. Murong Wensi mused, filled with curiosity yet refraining from voicing her questions. We shall remain here for several months, until the crimson mist dissipates, and then we can depart. Chen Qinyuan contemplated. He resolved to ensure Murong Wensi's safe exit before stealthily returning to the dead zone himself. Since he was immune to the laws governing that realm, he felt no trepidation. With a change of appearance, he could easily go unnoticed. Thank you, Murong Wensi expressed, feeling the absence of the oppressive influence of the dead zone while near Chen Qinyuan, which brought her considerable relief. If you truly wish to show your gratitude, save some treasures for me for our next encounter, Chen Qinyuan replied, dismissing the need for verbal thanks as it bore no practical significance. Indeed, it was evident that one could not afford to be polite with this fellow, who was all too eager to take advantage. As Murong Wensi attempted to meditate and heal, she realized with dismay that she possessed no spirit stones. After much hesitation, she glanced at Chen Qinyuan, who was seated nearby with his eyes closed, then called out softly. Hey! What are you doing? What? Chen Qinyuan replied lazily, not opening his eyes. I've given you all my spirit stones, could you lend me some? Murong Wensi asked, reluctant to make such a request. Borrowing spirit stones is negotiable, Chen Qinyuan said, slowly opening his eyes, a glint of business acumen in his gaze. It was precisely this ability to collect debts that set him apart. He was not a swindler but rather someone who delighted in helping others while earning a modest fee in return. How many do you wish to borrow? He inquired. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Murong Wensi calculated the time they might need to stay and decided to ask for a bit more. Very well, Chen Qinyuan nodded. However, let us agree that if you borrow 1,000, you must repay 3,000. You scoundrel! Murong Wensi protested, displeased. Will you borrow or not? Chen Qinyuan teased, relishing his advantage over her. Fine. Taking a deep breath, Murong Wensi subdued her inner turmoil and nodded through gritted teeth. Let us have a written agreement, then. Chen Qinyuan declared, producing paper, ink, and red clay for sealing the contract. Murong Wensi was taken aback by his meticulousness. Do you have any friends doing business like this? Indeed. Chen Qinyuan chuckled, recalling a few mischievous companions. Would you like me to introduce you to them? Forget it, there is no need for this. Murong Wensi, feeling aggrieved, signed her name and pressed her handprint. She had no desire to associate with someone like Chen Qinyuan any longer. From now on, I shall be your creditor, Miss Murong. You must take care of yourself and remember to repay when fortune smiles upon you. Chen Qinyuan carefully stored the promissory note, for it served as undeniable proof. Impervious to denial. Gazing at the 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones before her, Murong Wensi felt a surge of tears, her emotions a tempest within. These spirit stones bore the imprint of the Murong family's seal, originally her rightful possessions. To utilize her own spirit stones, she was compelled to draft an IOU, with interest multiplying threefold. Chen Qinyuan, to have crossed paths with you is truly a stroke of misfortune. With this ire in her heart, Murong Wensi commenced the process of refining the spirit stones, striving to mend her injuries. With nothing else to occupy her time, Chen Qinyuan, a connoisseur of life's pleasures, set up an iron rack over the fire and began to slice some meat from spirit beasts, preparing to indulge in a barbecue. Chapter 29. The dogman. Chen Qinyuan savored the exquisite delicacies before him, as if he were on a leisurely holiday in the realm of the dead. To one side, Murong Wensi was seated in meditation, healing her injuries. The spirit stones before her were being absorbed, their radiance dimming as they transformed into ordinary stones. After a month, Murong Wensi's condition had significantly improved. She paused her healing, opened her eyes, and beheld Chen Qingyuan reclining against a rock, lost in slumber. Seeing him so relaxed sparked an inexplicable irritation within her. She picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at him. Thud. The stone struck Chen Qingyuan's calf. And he lazily glanced at Mu Rongwensi. "What are you doing?" "Nothing much," she huffed softly. "Just finding you displeasing." "There are plenty of people who find me displeasing." "You hardly rank among them," he replied indifferently. "Indeed, I do not rank. You must have offended many, given your insufferable nature," Mu Rongwensi remarked. "True, but alas. Those people cannot kill me, they can only watch in frustration," Chen Qingyuan quipped. "I am curious, have you never suffered any misfortune in your life?" Mu Rongwensi inquired. "Unless we consider exceptional circumstances, I suppose not," he mused, recalling the considerable resources he had once bestowed upon Bai Shishue, the grievous loss indeed. Apart from that incident, he had never engaged in a losing venture. What exceptional circumstances? "Do enlighten me," Mu Rongwensi expressed a hint of curiosity. "Why should I tell you?" "Humph." Chen Qingyuan rolled his eyes, then shifted his tone to a teasing one. "However, if you are willing to pay a fee for the tale, I might be persuaded to share." "You behave like a rogue. How did the Shening sect raise you?" Mu Rongwensi retorted, finding herself somewhat bored. Unable to leave this place for the time being. Her interest piqued at the thought of Chen Qingyuan's past, after all. He was once a figure of great renown in the northern wilderness. "Free range," Chen Qingyuan answered candidly. "Do you think this is some sort of pastoral affair?" Mu Rongwensi laughed at his response. Sitting 10 meters apart, their angles slightly askew, the fire in the cave had long extinguished, leaving only a dim white spirit pile suspended in midair, illuminating every corner of the cavern. "If you find yourself idle, close your eyes and meditate. Do not disturb my slumber," he instructed, the spirit pile being his possession, the origins of which he had long forgotten. "I shall not comply." "What can you do about it?" Mu Rongwensi playfully protested. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan stood up and began to walk slowly towards her. Instinctively, Mu Rongwensi leaned back, preparing to defend herself, her gaze sharp and expression serious. "What are you planning to do?" Without warning, Chen Qingyuan bypassed her and bent down to grasp a long, flat stone behind her. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan returned to his original position with a stone in hand, resting his head comfortably against it. As he reclined, he couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. "What a grand reaction." Mu Rongwensi found herself once again outsmarted by Chen Qingyuan, truly believing he would act upon her. Her cheeks flashed with indignation, tinged with a hint of anger. It was merely a stone, couldn't he simply retrieve it with his powers? Why create such a commotion? It was undoubtedly intentional. "To reiterate, I hold no interest in you. Allow me to remind you, despite my handsome appearance and exceptional charm, do not let your heart stray towards me, lest you invite misfortune." As he uttered these words, Chen Qingyuan glanced at Mu Rongwensi, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. Mu Rongwensi retorted angrily, "How can you be so narcissistic? This is a fact you cannot alter," Chen Qingyuan replied, seemingly filtering out her sarcasm, turning it into flattery in his ears. "Rest assured, even if I were to fall for a pig, I would never harbor any thoughts about you." The implication in Mu Rongwensi's words suggested that even a pig held more worth than Chen Qingyuan. "That is good to hear." Unperturbed by her jibes, Chen Qingyuan maintained a faint smile at the corners of his lips. "By the way, you claim to be exceptionally charming, yet why did Bai Shishue abandon you?" Suddenly, Mu Rongwensi recalled this matter, believing it to be the perfect opportunity to counter Chen Qingyuan's assertions. Upon hearing this, the smile on Chen Qingyuan's lips gradually faded, his expression shifting to one of complexity as he pondered for a long while. Perhaps it was fate without affinity. If she truly loved you, even if an accident befell you in the abyss, she should not have found new affection in such a brief span of a century. Perhaps from the very beginning, her affection for you was scant, more a matter of mutual benefit. Having finally found a topic to challenge Chen Qingyuan, Mu Rongwensi pressed on, eager to capitalize on her advantage. I understand. Chen Qingyuan slowly sat up, meeting Mu Rongwensi's gaze. His eyes were profound, seemingly carrying the weight of time itself, imbued with an inscrutable sense of weariness. In that moment of eye contact, Mu Rongwensi felt as if she was swept into a tumultuous river of yellow sands. Her thoughts muddled, her heart inexplicably heavy. The mockery that once adorned her features had vanished, replaced by seriousness, curiosity, and doubt. This was the first time she had glimpsed another facet of Chen Qingyuan, one filled with stories and seasoned by time. The previous Chen Qingyuan had been sly, excessively self-absorbed, and somewhat cunning. Do you know why you chose to become her partner all those years ago? At this moment, Chen Qingyuan appeared transformed, evoking a sense of unfamiliarity in Mu Rongwensi. She bore a striking resemblance to a departed friend of mine. Chen Qingyuan gazed out at the dark, oppressive sky beyond the cave. A departed friend? Mu Rongwensi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She was the beauty of my dreams, so vivid yet so elusive. At times, I find myself lost in thoughts, questioning whether the experiences in my dreams ever truly existed, Chen Qingyuan murmured. What are you talking about? Mu Rongwensi inquired, perplexed. Do you believe in past lives? Chen Qingyuan suddenly asked with great seriousness. I do, Mu Rongwensi replied with a nod. Those of extraordinary power can indeed experience a second life, reincarnating to cultivate anew. Though such occurrences are rare, they are documented in ancient texts. However, judging by your demeanor, you hardly seem like a reincarnated powerful being. Don't think you can deceive me, that tactic is no longer effective. If I were such a being, would I find myself in this predicament today? Chen Qingyuan remarked with self-deprecation. Indeed, Mu Rongwensi replied thoughtfully. From what you say, Bai Shishue bears a striking resemblance to your past life's beloved, which explains your kindness towards her. That is more or less the sentiment, Chen Qingyuan hesitated before affirming. Regrettably, they are ultimately not the same person, their resemblance is merely superficial. My fateful connection with Bai Shishue has reached its conclusion. Memories from dreams are but ephemeral, easily shattered upon contact. Chen Qingyuan did not dwell on these thoughts. Upon learning of Bai Shishue's impending marriage to another, he felt little anger or sorrow, but rather an inexplicable sense of liberation. Initially, he should never have agreed to Bai Shishue's proposal. Yet having given his word, he felt compelled to see it through, even if it meant offending the crimson-clad maiden of the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone. Ironically, it was Bai Shishue who failed to uphold her end, not Chen Qingyuan. My apologies. Observing Chen Qingyuan's somber expression, Mu Rongwensi expressed regret. Her apology carried little sincerity. If you truly feel remorseful, perhaps you should demonstrate it in a more tangible manner. Suddenly, Chen Qingyuan's expression shifted to one of bemusement, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Mu Rongwensi's earlier sympathy evaporated instantaneously, then she silently cursed. What a wretched man. Chapter 30, delving into the dead realm, advancing alone just moments ago, Chen Qingyuan had appeared with the weight of the world upon his shoulders. But without any forewarning, he reverted to his usual self, incessantly clamoring for benefits. It was truly exasperating. In that fleeting moment, Mu Rongwensi found herself feeling a twinge of sympathy for Chen Qingyuan and silently chided herself for nearly being deceived by his facade once more. In the ensuing months, Chen Qingyuan and Mu Rongwensi engaged in little conversation, each absorbed in their own meditative practices. Time passed swiftly, and the moment came when the crimson mist began to dissipate. As she gazed at the retreating fog, a smile graced Mu Rongwensi's face. At last, the awaited moment had arrived. Let us proceed. After a brief pause, Chen Qingyuan confirmed that the mist had fully cleared and the barrier had weakened, turning to Mu Rongwensi to convey his thoughts. The two set out, prepared to depart. After approximately 2 hours, they reached the boundary of the dead realm. Upon stepping out of the realm, Mu Rongwensi felt a remarkable lightness in her body. As if an inexplicable pressure had suddenly vanished. She quickly reached out to her kin. Standing silently beside her, Chen Qinyuan observed the flicker of sorrow that crossed Murong Wenxi's features. After concluding her conversation with the clan elder, she cast a glance towards the direction of the Dead Realm. In the last storm of the Dead Realm, over half of our companions perished. Such misfortune, it is regrettable. Indeed, it seems there may be some extraordinary treasures within the Dead Realm. Alas, the Murong family is fated to forfeit them, Chen Qinyuan lamented. The recent tempest had claimed several elders from the Murong clan, though not catastrophic, it had nonetheless dampened their morale, leaving them no choice but to relinquish their ambitions. You have sustained injuries, it would be prudent to return swiftly, lest you fall prey to the treachery of others. After all, the world of cultivation is rife with chaos. And not everyone possesses my benevolence. Chen Qinyuan's initial words were courteous, but the latter half elicited a bemused smile from Murong Wenxi. To label Chen Qinyuan as benevolent might hold some truth, for he had refrained from exploiting her vulnerabilities and had offered assistance. However, the term benevolent seemed somewhat misaligned with his nature. Avaricious and self-absorbed would be a more fitting description. If Murong Wenxi were to assess Chen Qinyuan, she would characterize him as a cunning narcissist with a concealed past that piqued curiosity. Hey! Though my Murong family has not shielded you, it appears you are here to protect me instead. Nevertheless, I am quite eager to learn the whereabouts of the ghost doctor. Name your price. Murong Wenxi did not lose sight of the matter at hand, speaking with utmost seriousness. In light of our acquaintance, I shall share this information freely, Chen Qinyuan pondered briefly. Deciding not to hold Murong Wenxi accountable this time, Yan Hexingu, Chichuan Star. Subsequently, he traced the precise location of the ghost doctor's previous whereabouts in the air. Thank you. Murong Wenxi hastily noted it down, her expression filled with gratitude. Whether the ghost doctor can be persuaded is a matter for the Murong family to resolve. Furthermore, I cannot guarantee the ghost doctor's current presence, it all depends on fate. Chen Qinyuan replied. Receiving such detailed information was already a significant boon. The Murong clan's recent expedition into the Dead Realm aimed to acquire certain fortuitous blessings to aid an ailing elder. Given the treacherous path through the Dead Realm, they would now have to seek the ghost doctor. Let us part ways here. Chen Qinyuan left behind a single phrase, turning away without a backward glance. As he gazed in the direction of Chen Qinyuan's departure, Murong Wenxi lingered, her eyes unyielding, murmuring to herself, Chen Qinyuan. Will you ever stand once more at the center of the grand stage, recapturing your former brilliance? A century prior, Chen Qinyuan was formidable enough to elicit feelings of inadequacy in Murong Wenxi, wielding the power to suppress the aspirations of numerous contemporaneous prodigies across more than 10 star domains. At that time, a well-intentioned individual compiled a list of the most powerful young talents of the Northern Wilderness, aptly named the 10 Heroes of the Northern Wilderness. And Chen Qinyuan's name was prominently included, without any hierarchical ranking. The title of the 10 Heroes of the Northern Wilderness was no trifling matter. Each prodigy within that esteemed group was more terrifying than the last. Regrettably, shortly after being selected as one of the 10 heroes, Chen Qinyuan faced the calamity of the abyss. It is said that many prodigies sought to challenge Chen Qinyuan in hopes of ascending to prominence. A century later, how many among the younger generation still remember Chen Qinyuan? After parting ways with Murong Wenxi, Chen Qinyuan feigned a journey to another location, but in truth, he took a detour back to the Dead Zone. On this occasion, he disguised himself and employed the power of a jade bracelet to conceal his presence. Confirming that no one was nearby, he plunged into the Dead Zone. At this moment, the crimson mist had once again spread to the boundaries. However, Chen Qinyuan had no intention of waiting for the mist to dissipate before entering. With the jade bracelet's protective enchantment, entering now would actually allow him to avoid encounters with others, thereby circumventing numerous complications. Had he known earlier that the jade bracelet could defy the laws of the Dead Zone, he would have refrained from engaging with the Murong family. Re-entering the Dead Zone, Chen Qinyuan felt the guidance of the jade bracelet, directing him deeper into the abyss. Along the way, he encountered numerous skeletons and remnants of spiritual treasures, as well as items like bags of holding. What a windfall! Chen Qingyuan collected everything, his smile radiant, his lips never closing. In such a perilous place, where countless mighty beings trembled in fear, Chen Qingyuan felt as though he had returned home, moving freely and without encountering any pressure. After leisurely traversing for several months, not only did Chen Qingyuan gather an abundance of treasures, but he also advanced his cultivation to the pinnacle of the profound spirit realm. With perfect innate roots, his training progressed swiftly and his foundation solidified. Most importantly, Chen Qingyuan originally possessed the cultivation of the nascent soul realm, so he faced no hindrances. Although the girl in red had once crippled his cultivation, she had not harmed his body. Now, as he resumed his training, it was exceedingly effortless for him. This must be far from the borders of the dead zone, Chen Qingyuan mused, observing the dark red soil and glancing back for a moment. At this point, it was increasingly difficult for him to see skeletons or treasures, as no one could venture this far, not even those intent on seeking death. The silence here was profound. The desolation pervasive, devoid of any sign of life. Chen Qingyuan felt as if he could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, the pulse of every vein in his body. As he delved deeper, the growing pressure enveloped his heart, prompting him to tread cautiously. Is anyone still inside? Having extracted the jade bracelet, Chen Qingyuan observed the direction indicated by its movement and raised his gaze towards the distance, a frown creasing his brow. Having come this far, it was illogical for Chen Qingyuan to turn back empty-handed. Moreover, this was the second pact he had made with the maiden in red, and he felt compelled to fulfill it. Since she had summoned him, he was certain she bore no ill intent. If she truly wished to bring about his demise, a mere breath would suffice, there would be no need for such elaborate machinations. Chen Qingyuan firmly believed that the maiden in red would not lay a trap, as there was simply no necessity for it. After 2 more months of travel, the glimmer of hope emerged before Chen Qingyuan as he finally made a new discovery. Chapter 31, The Cemetery, the Silver Spear. What discoveries lie ahead? The ground not far ahead had transformed from a dark crimson to an ebony hue. Chen Qingyuan proceeded cautiously, observing that the sky had donned a veil of somber darkness, an invisible weight settling upon him. A graveyard. After traversing a short distance, Chen Qingyuan found himself astounded at the sight of a vast cemetery. Countless gravestones, varying in size and height, stretched as far as the eye could see. Each stone was a deep black, exuding an aura of solemnity and an inescapable melancholy that time could not bury. Some gravestones stood upright, others leaned precariously, while a few lay toppled, partially concealed by the dark earth and yellow sand. For reasons unknown, as Chen Qingyuan gazed upon these gravestones, he felt not only a profound shock but an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Indeed, it was sorrow. Why did he feel this disquiet? Clutching his chest, he furrowed his brow, perplexed. Tick, tick, out of nowhere, a tear slipped from Chen Qingyuan's eye. As he felt the warm droplet trace down his cheek, his vision blurred, revealing numerous shadowy figures and a scene of horrific carnage within the cemetery. With a blink, this hazy vision abruptly vanished. Buzz, his jade bracelet trembled gently, pulling Chen Qingyuan from his tumultuous thoughts. Following its guidance, he ventured deeper into the cemetery. After what felt like an eternity, the gravestones became increasingly sparse. At the cemetery's end, an expanse of 10,000 meters lay devoid of ordinary tombstones. There, at the terminus, rested a dark crimson coffin, each inch bearing the marks of time, as if it had weathered an unimaginable battle. Beside the coffin stood a stone pillar, towering approximately 3 meters high. A coffin. A pillar. Chen Qingyuan found himself frozen, his gaze fixed intently. Perhaps due to the passage of endless years, or perhaps stirred by Chen Qingyuan's arrival, the stone pillar began to crack, fissures spreading across its surface. Witnessing this phenomenon, he instinctively stepped back a few paces, tension coursing through his body, tinged with apprehension. Boom! Crash! The pillar shattered into countless tiny fragments, revealing what lay within to Chen Qingyuan's astonished eyes. It was. Chen Qingyuan's mouth parted slightly. Words eluding him, overwhelmed by astonishment. A silver spear at approximately 9 feet in length, its tip sharp and adorned with a dragon motif, the shaft smooth and flawless. The spear's end resembled a round orb, akin to a snow lotus poised to bloom. The moment he beheld this silver spear, Chen Qingyuan was rendered speechless. In his memory, no weapon or treasure could rival the silver spear. It exuded an invisible might that stirred a tempest, transforming the once quiet, eerie cemetery into a cacophony. The wind howling like the cries of a battlefield. Suddenly, the jade bracelet in his hand levitated, drifting beside the silver spear. The bracelet's intent was unmistakable. The gift spoken of by the girl in red was none other than this silver spear. Is this truly a gift for me? Chen Qingyuan, known for his avarice, found himself hesitating at this moment, caught in a state of indecision. A gentle wave of Dao patterns emanated from the jade bracelet, seemingly responding to his unspoken queries. Steadying his mind, Chen Qingyuan cautiously approached the silver spear, coming within half a meter of it. After a prolonged internal struggle, he tentatively extended his right hand and grasped the spear. In that instant, a formidable force erupted from the spear, radiating in all directions. The overwhelming pressure exceeded anything Chen Qingyuan had ever encountered, likely enough to bring even the most powerful beings in the tribulation stage to their knees. Strangely, this terrifying aura did not harm him in the slightest. After several breaths, the cemetery fell into an unusual silence. As Chen Qingyuan exerted himself, he discovered that he could lift the silver spear with surprising ease. This baffled him yet filled him with exhilaration. Logically, such a divine weapon should possess a form of sentience, rendering it unmanageable by ordinary practitioners. However, not only had Chen Qingyuan effortlessly seized the spear, but he could also wield it with grace and without strain. Gazing at the spear firmly clasped in his hand, he took a moment to exhale 2 words. Since the silver spear showed no signs of rejection, Chen Qingyuan relaxed his guard slightly, deciding to attempt communication with its spirit. Thus, a fragment of his own consciousness penetrated into the spear. At that moment, he realized that the spirit had been shattered, reduced to numerous fragments, making any form of communication impossible. Astonishingly, despite the destruction of its spirit, the spear remained intact, a marvel to behold. Chen Qingyuan marveled at this revelation, then lamented. What a pity! The shattered spirit meant that the spear's power was reduced to less than 1% of its original potential. Nonetheless, it still left him in awe. I lack the ability to restore you, and whether I will have the chance in the future depends on fate. After studying the silver spear for a considerable time, Chen Qingyuan attempted to activate the jade bracelet's restrictions to store the spear within it. Acquiring this silver spear marked the fulfillment of his second agreement to the girl in red. He yearned to resolve his entanglement with her swiftly and inquired through the bracelet. What is the third agreement? His desire to extricate himself from the girl in red was paramount. We'll discuss it once you reach the golden core stage, came the enigmatic response from the bracelet's inner space. Upon reading this, Chen Qingyuan decided to set aside thoughts of the agreement for now. Never mind, I should return home. Having been away from the Shenin sect for some time, he wished to see it again. After all, the matter concerning the demon lair in the Fuliexing domain remained unresolved, and the experts from various sects must be overwhelmed with work. Chen Qingyuan retraced his original route, glancing back at the desolate cemetery with a heavy heart, bowing in respect before embarking on his journey home. After half a year of travel, he finally emerged from the death domain. On his return, he took a slight detour and discovered numerous treasures along the way, filling him with delight. Finding hidden treasures is indeed a significant stroke of fortune in life. Upon emerging from the dead zone, Chen Qingyuan continued to don a disguise, concealing his true appearance. Once he arrived at a secure location, he shed his facade, revealing his authentic self, then summoned his spiritual treasure, the flying boat, setting course towards the flowing star domain. What secrets lie within the depths of the graveyard in the dead zone? And what of that coffin? To whom does the silver spear belong? As he sat within the flying boat, Chen Qingyuan found himself unable to suppress the flood of thoughts regarding these inquiries. His brow furrowed in a mix of gravity and perplexity. Who could it be? Days later, Chen Qingyuan encountered an individual blocking his path, standing in front of his flying boat. Chapter 32, The 10 Prodigies of the Northern Wilderness. Wu Jianyuan and Chen Qingyuan strode to the forefront of the flying vessel. Whereupon they discerned the countenance of the approaching figure, their expressions subtly shifting. It is you. The newcomer was clad in a resplendent purple brocade garment. Standing tall at 8 feet, with long hair elegantly tied, exuding an extraordinary valor. Upon hearing that you were still alive, I came to witness it for myself. His name was Wu Jianyuan, the foremost prodigy of the northern Song-Star domain. Wu Jianyuan also bore another title, that of one of the 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness. Having observed this, it is time to make way. Chen Qingyuan gestured for Wu Jianyuan to clear the path, urging him not to obstruct their passage. Amongst the nearby 10 or so star domains, only Chen Qingyuan dared to speak to Wu Jianyuan in such a manner. Had it been any other contemporary, Wu Jianyuan would undoubtedly have suppressed them with a single blow, showing no mercy. Years ago, we had a duel arranged. Yet you failed to honor it. As fellow members of the 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness, Wu Jianyuan sought to determine superiority over Chen Qingyuan. On a certain day a century past, the two had met, shared a few drinks, and engaged in light banter. Upon parting, Wu Jianyuan had proposed a challenge to duel. To dismiss Wu Jianyuan, Chen Qingyuan had carelessly mentioned a time. Brother, I nearly lost my life back then, or how could I possibly fulfill the agreement to duel with you? Little did he know that Chen Qingyuan would soon encounter trouble in the abyss of heaven, rendering their duel moot. A promise is as heavy as gold. As long as one is alive, no matter what transpires, it must be upheld. Your absence back then was your own failing. Wu Jianyuan placed great emphasis on promises, valuing them above life itself. Why are you being so unreasonable? Chen Qingyuan lamented. I can understand your position, yet you must honor our duel from that year. I cannot endure this prolonged wait any longer. Wu Jianyuan's demeanor was frigid, as though someone owed him a debt. I have only just sought the ghost physician to restore my spiritual roots, and you come to bully me now. Chen Qingyuan said impatiently, let us consider my defeat. Shall we? No. Wu Jianyuan replied, shaking his head, I will not take advantage of you, I insist on a fair duel. There is no such thing as fairness in this world, Chen Qingyuan retorted. Choose another time, and I shall suppress my realm to engage you in battle. The challenge from a century ago lingered in Wu Jianyuan's mind. If he did not settle the score with Chen Qingyuan, it would inevitably fester into a mental demon over time. Is this truly necessary? Chen Qingyuan struggled to comprehend Wu Jianyuan's thought process. What was the purpose of this? It is. Wu Jianyuan, succinct with his words, nodded slowly. A battle of equal realms, if you win, well and good, but if you lose, how embarrassing that would be. Heeding your brother's advice, the challenge of yesteryear has long passed, let us not dwell on the past, shall we? Chen Qingyuan counseled. Matters of promise cannot be trifled with. Wu Jianyuan scoffed lightly, his gaze piercing, a person who breaks promises deserves naught but death. As he spoke, a thread of his essence locked onto Chen Qingyuan. With the conversation having escalated to this point, Chen Qingyuan dared not refuse, hastily conceding, very well, as you wish. Upon hearing this, Wu Jianyuan nodded in satisfaction. When shall we schedule the next duel? How about 10 years from now? Chen Qingyuan proposed, initially intending to suggest a century. He reconsidered, knowing it would only provoke further thoughts from Wu Jianyuan. A decade's time, if one can delay, then so be it. After careful consideration, Wu Jianyuan nodded in agreement. When the time comes, I shall seek you out. You are truly stubborn, Chen Qingyuan remarked with exasperation. It is merely a duel. Why must it be treated with such gravity? You wouldn't understand. Wu Jianyuan's principles are anchored in his word, the common folk cannot fathom this. Indeed, Chen Qingyuan sighed softly. Producing 2 exquisite flasks of wine, he gestured, "Would you care to join me for a drink?" "Certainly." Wu Jianyan entered the flying vessel without hesitation. The two sat opposite each other, reminiscing over their past as they sipped their wine. Suddenly, Wu Jianyan broached a sensitive topic, bluntly stating, "I heard you were jilted." Chen Qingyuan, increasingly irritated by the mention of this matter, retorted sharply, "What business is it of yours?" "Just a casual inquiry." Wu Jianyan, with his aloof demeanor, seemed to have never forged deep connections with others. Firstly, his temperament makes it difficult for others to engage with him. Secondly, being one of the 10 talents of the North Wilderness, ordinary prodigies lack the qualifications to stand beside him, let alone befriend him. She will come to regret it. Wu Jianyan referred, of course, to Bai Shishue, who had cast aside Chen Qingyuan. "I have lost the charm of my youth, what is there for her to regret?" Chen Qingyuan chuckled self-deprecatingly. "No." Though Wu Jianyan could not perceive the mystical essence within Chen Qingyuan, he confidently asserted, "Based on his innate perception befitting a prodigy, in my eyes, you have merely descended the mountain for a time, you shall soon return to its summit." Surveying the vast landscapes below. "Why do you have such faith in me?" Chen Qingyuan was puzzled. "If you lacked the capability, you would not be worthy of being my opponent." Wu Jianyan took a sip of his drink and pondered. "Are you praising me, or yourself?" Chen Qingyuan navigated the flying vessel onward, the rich aroma of the wine permeating every corner of the craft. "Both," Wu Jianyan replied candidly. "Speaking of our duel, in these past years, have you encountered any of the other 10 talents of the North Wilderness?" Chen Qingyuan was genuinely intrigued by the topic. "Yes," Wu Jianyan nodded. "Have you crossed swords with them?" Chen Qingyuan fixed his gaze on Wu Jianyan, inquiring. "I did not have the opportunity." Wu Jianyan expressed a hint of regret. "Among so many prodigies in the world, why do you cling to me?" Chen Qingyuan's eyes bore a hint of melancholy. "To battle them would mean to determine victor and vanquished, life and death. With you, it need not be so." In Wu Jianyan's heart, he regarded Chen Qingyuan as a principled individual, despite his love for wealth and cunning tricks, making him worthy of engagement. Most importantly, with Chen Qingyuan, Wu Jianyan could remove his mask and feel at ease, a sensation he had never experienced before. "Are you afraid of death?" Chen Qingyuan was astonished. "Surely not. Death holds no terror, it is simply not yet the time for a life-or-death struggle." Wu Jianyan spoke solemnly. "Indeed. The future holds boundless possibilities. When the moment of dire confrontation arrives, one must ascend to the grand stage of the world, for halting one's progress here is not an option. The North Wilderness is vast, yet it is not the end. It is said that in the exceedingly distant imperial capital lies the true heart of the world, teeming with formidable warriors and extraordinary talents. Only upon reaching the imperial capital can one truly behold the hues of the world stage, thus justifying one's existence." Chen Qingyuan. "I have heard whispers that you emerged alive from the abyss. Will you not meet with an old acquaintance?" Just as Chen Qingyuan was engaging in an optimistic discourse about the future with Wu Jianyan, a malevolent voice echoed from afar. Previously, Chen Qingyuan had made an appearance in the Death Domain, engaging in dealings with the Murong clan. His arrival in the northern Sangstar region has reached the ears of many acquaintances who, naturally, wish to come and witness for themselves. Those who have come this time, I fear, may not be as amicable as Wu Jianyan. They are likely to seek to exploit his vulnerabilities. Chapter 33, Get Lost. Who is the obstructionist? Chen Qingyuan silently cast under his breath and raised his gaze towards the outside. At a glance, his expression shifted slightly. He remained seated and said loudly, "I thought it was someone significant, but it turns out to be the substitute holy son of the Lotus Ghost's sacred land." He deliberately emphasized the term substitute. The Lotus Ghost's sacred land had a total of 4 substitute holy sons, one of whom was named Li Jinqing. A century ago, Li Jinqing had clashed with Chen Qingyuan, resulting in a confrontation where Chen Qingyuan emerged victorious. Due to this battle, Li Jinqing's formal appointment as a holy son had been indefinitely postponed. As the Lotus Ghost Sacred Land did not wish to have a defeated individual leading the younger generation, fearing it would tarnish their reputation. 100 years had passed. And Li Jinqing's strength had significantly increased, now surpassing the other 3 substitute holy sons to a degree. Many speculated that in the coming years, Li Jinqing might finally shed the title of substitute. Chen Qingyuan, are you too cowardly to face me? Li Jinqing, dressed in a dark brocade robe, sneered while gazing at the tightly sealed flying vessel. I am indeed a coward, I never engage in perilous endeavors. Are you here today, perhaps, to seize the opportunity to settle old scores while I am weak? Chen Qingyuan chuckled lightly. Your cowardice still persists? Li Jinqing scoffed. How many enemies did you make back in the day without showing fear? Furthermore, your audacity to step into the abyss is no ordinary feat. Enough of this banter. State your purpose for obstructing my path, Chen Qingyuan remarked, as he did not consider Li Jinqing a friend nor had the time to engage in idle chatter. I wish to invite you to the Lotus Ghost Sacred Land for a visit. You shall be treated with utmost hospitality. Perhaps to regain the dignity lost a century ago or out of curiosity regarding the internal affairs of the abyss, Li Jinqing sealed the surrounding void, preventing the flying vessel from breaking through. I shall not go, Chen Qingyuan replied decisively. Whether you go or not is not your decision to make. Given that Li Jinqing had arrived, it was clear he would not relent easily. Are you serious about confronting me? Chen Qingyuan set down his wine cup, his voice carrying forth. You have lost the splendor of your former self, do not attempt to impress me, Chen Qingyuan asserted. The Lotus Ghost Sacred Land does not seek your life, we merely ask you to come for a cup of tea. Step outside. In the past, Li Jinqing would not have dared to confront Chen Qingyuan, keeping his distance. Now, however, with Chen Qingyuan having fallen from grace, it seemed anyone could approach and trample upon him. Your arrogance is noted. Have you consulted my friends? Chen Qingyuan boldly retorted. Friends? Li Jinqing laughed. Do individuals like you have friends in the North Tsongstar domain? Even if you did, I would not care in the slightest. After over a century of maneuvering, Li Jinqing had significantly increased his influence within the Lotus Ghost Sacred Land and considered himself a prominent figure in the North Tsongstar domain. Within the flying vessel, Chen Qingyuan lowered his voice deliberately. Old Wu, it's your turn. Wu Jianyan stared intently at Chen Qingyuan, not uttering a single word. Stop looking at me like that. It's rather frightening. Chen Qingyuan pointed to the exquisite wine on the table and said earnestly, this wine is the result of my countless efforts, having savored it. Shouldn't you lend me a hand? Wu Xiongzao, a blend found in many taverns, Wu Jianyan replied indifferently. Despite Wu Jianyan revealing the origin of the drink, Chen Qingyuan felt no embarrassment. Instead, he resolutely continued, wine may be plentiful, yet genuine support is rare. Old Wu, had it not been for our drinking together, which delayed me, I would have certainly departed from the Northern Tsongstar domain by now and never encountered that scoundrel Li Jinqing. Now that I am in trouble, shouldn't you step forward? This is none of my concern, Wu Jianyan replied, disinterested in intervening. Very well, alas. Chen Qingyuan sighed, feigning sorrow. Had I known of your heartlessness, I would not have shared this drink with you. Should I perish today, our duel would be rendered void. I have but one request, if I die, do not dig up my grave and lament my unfulfilled promises. At this point, Wu Jianyan could no longer tolerate the conversation. He set down his cup and slowly rose to his feet. Old Wu, I knew you were a helpful young man, Chen Qingyuan said, a glimmer of joy in his heart as he praised him. To know you is a complicated matter, Wu Jianyan replied, casting a complex, cold glance at Chen Qingyuan. Regardless of Wu Jianyan's words, Chen Qingyuan maintained a smile. Ultimately, as long as Wu Jianyan was willing to lend a hand, all that he said was right. Hey! Why is there no response? Outside, Li Jinqing, having not heard Chen Qingyuan's voice, grew impatient and called out loudly, Chen Qingyuan, have you made up your mind? If you do not come out soon, do not blame me for being uncivil. Buzz, at that moment, the barrier of the flying vessel trembled. A smug smile crept onto Li Jinqing's face as he envisioned Chen Qingyuan's plight, feeling quite pleased. However, events did not unfold as Li Jinqing anticipated. The figure emerging from the vessel was not Chen Qingyuan, but Wu Jianyan. Upon seeing Wu Jianyan, Li Jinqing's smile faltered, his eyes widening in shock. Wu Gongzi. What brings you here? He exclaimed, utterly astonished to find Wu Jianyan in this place. Is it necessary for me to report my whereabouts to you? Wu Jianyan replied coldly. Not at all, Li Jinqing said, feeling humiliated by Wu Jianyan's retort, but he dared not show his anger. Be gone. In this vicinity. The only peer worthy of Wu Jianyan's regard is Chen Qingyuan. He holds little regard for others. I have come to invite Chen Qingyuan to the Lianyo sacred land. Feeling disgraced to live in such a manner, Li Jinqing invoked the name of the sacred site. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. Not even you, nor the Lord of the Lianyo sacred land, would dare threaten me. The sacred land of Lianyo stands as a formidable force within the North Song Star domain, however. Wu Jianyan exhibits no fear, boldly articulating his thoughts with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing these words, Li Jinqing cast a profound glance at the flying vessel. Gritting his teeth and clasping his fists, I take my leave. Lacking the courage to confront Wu Jianyan, he turned to depart. No matter how hard he pondered, he could not have anticipated that Wu Jianyan would choose to remain by Chen Qingyuan's side, even willing to stand up for him. In the minds of countless individuals across the North Song Star domain, Wu Jianyan is known for his solitary nature, showing little regard for others and having no friends. Leaders of various sacred lands have advised their disciples that should they encounter Wu Jianyan, they must refrain from hostility, lest they invite trouble upon their sections. The origins of Wu Jianyan remain shrouded in mystery, with few possessing knowledge of his background. Chen Qingyuan himself was also somewhat oblivious to this matter. Old Wu, you truly possess remarkable influence, a mere word from you has sent this young man fleeing, Chen Qingyuan commended. Chapter 34 Return to the Su NQ Insect. Dawei Academy. Wu Jianyan remained silent, his demeanor indifferent. Are you not coming in to sit for a while? Chen Qingyuan ventured outside. Forget it. Wu Jianyan, unwilling to be commanded by Chen Qingyuan, unhesitatingly declined. You are far too cunning, spending too much time with you would only lead to deception. How can you say that? I am not that kind of person, Chen Qingyuan feigned indignation. Wu Jianyan, already well acquainted with Chen Qingyuan's temperament, was not easily misled by his outward expressions. I am leaving, he declared, and with a few parting words, he soared into the wind. How carefree. Truly enviable, Chen Qingyuan murmured as he watched Wu Jianyan depart. Soon after, he set off on his journey back to the Fuliu Star domain, quickening his pace. This time, Chen Qingyuan concealed his aura with a jade bracelet to prevent any unwarranted encounters. As long as he was not exceptionally unfortunate, he should avoid trouble. Months later, Chen Qingyuan finally stood upon the soil of the Fuliu Star domain, feeling a sense of lightness. I should return home fast. Before long, he arrived at the Su NQ Insect. Upon learning of Chen Qingyuan's return, numerous elders appeared, their faces alight with joy. Qingyuan, where on earth have you gone without a word? One exclaimed. Oh, your body, it bears the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Has your spiritual root truly been restored? You little rascal, you still remember to come back. If it weren't for the late master uncle, I would have given you a sound beating today. The outside world is perilous, why would you run about without telling us? Dozens of voices expressed their concern for Chen Qingyuan. Once the senior brothers and sisters calmed down, Chen Qingyuan finally recounted the fabricated tale he had prepared. He claimed that the ghost doctor had healed him and that he needed to assist the ghost doctor with a matter which he could not disclose to anyone. Was the task the ghost doctor entrusted you with difficult? A particular senior sister inquired, her eyes scanning Chen Qingyuan's body for any signs of injury. It was manageable. Not too difficult, and I have already completed it, Chen Qingyuan replied, appearing like an obedient child, his smile radiant and soothing. As long as you are safe. The group ceased to scold him, recognizing that this was not wholly his fault but rather the cost of having the ghost doctor intervene. Junior brother. How much of your cultivation has been restored? The group displayed great respect for Chen Qingyuan, refraining from employing any spells to assess his state. The cultivation I once possessed is irretrievable, I must start anew. Chen Qingyuan revealed his cultivation at the Earth Spirit realm. With the restoration of his spiritual root, his former glory could soon be reclaimed, there was no need for impatience. Though a tinge of regret lingered, the crowd felt predominantly elated. Given Chen Qingyuan's abilities, even starting over, he could ascend to great heights once more. After much conversation, the elders gradually took their leave. Through their discussions, Chen Qingyuan gained a clearer understanding of the matters concerning the demon abyss. The Tianyu sect is willing to mobilize all its resources and invite various sects to jointly suppress the demonic cavern. Initially, the Xianqing sect was reluctant to offer assistance. But with numerous sects already agreeing to participate, they found it impossible to remain aloof. After much deliberation, the Xianqing sect ultimately consented to lend their support. Naturally, the other sects, having received their share of benefits, were more than willing to assist, significantly reducing their grievances towards the Tianyu sect. The Xianqing sect alone was allocated a premier spiritual vein, over a dozen mid-grade spiritual veins, and an abundance of spiritual herbs and magical treasures. In the Flowing Star domain, there are a total of 19 first-rate factions, therefore, it is evident that the other sects must have received equally substantial rewards. One can only imagine the immense fortune the Tianyu sect has amassed over the years through the demonic cavern. When will this issue be resolved? In a misty courtyard, Chen Qingyuan sat across from his senior brother Lin Chongsheng, both savoring their tea. It is said that the Tianyu sect has invited a master of formations. And once the formation is completed, they will collectively act to seal the demonic cavern. According to the timeline provided by the Tianyu sect, this endeavor should not exceed 10 years. For cultivators, 10 years is but a fleeting moment. Some mighty beings may require hundreds or even thousands of years for a single meditation session. Is there confidence in resolving this? Chen Qingyuan, having perused ancient texts, was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the demonic cavern. The cavern beneath the Tianyu sect, after years of gestation, had reached an irretrievable state. It is difficult to say, Lin Chongsheng replied, his expression grave as he slowly shook his head. Once the demonic cavern erupts, it will surely bring calamity to every corner of the Flowing Star domain, with endless repercussions. There is no need for my senior brother to worry excessively. Since we are here, we must find peace in our circumstances, Chen Qingyuan asserted. In his view, the true concern lay with the Tianyu sect. Should the demonic cavern err, the first to suffer would undoubtedly be the Tianyu sect, with no chance of escape. Let us set aside these troubling matters for now. Lin Chongsheng chose to momentarily dismiss such thoughts, redirecting the conversation towards Chen Qingyuan. Junior brother, there is something I must discuss with you. What is it? Chen Qingyuan noticed the seriousness in Lin Chongsheng's demeanor, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. You have now restored your spiritual roots. And I cannot keep you confined to the Xianqing sect forever, the path ahead must be forged by you. However, I have taken the liberty of making a decision on your behalf, and I hope you will not take offense. Lin Chongsheng gazed intently into Chen Qingyuan's eyes, contemplating his words. A decision. Chen Qingyuan's expression was one of confusion. To participate in the Dao One Academy's assessment, Lin Chongsheng stated. Dao One Academy. What kind of place is that? After much thought, Chen Qingyuan posed his question. In his mind, there were no fragments of memory regarding the Dao One Academy. It is a rather mysterious location. In the past, I had only heard of it and never visited. The ancient texts provide scant information about the Dao One Academy, leading one to infer that its lineage is quite ancient. I had heard of its enigmatic reputation during my own training excursions, though its whereabouts remain elusive. Why did you not mention this to me earlier? Chen Qingyuan said with a rueful smile. To be frank, I did not even know where the Dao One Academy was before. How could I have informed you? Lin Chongsheng replied, exasperated. Then what is the situation today? Chen Qingyuan was taken aback. Not long ago, an unusual fluctuation of laws had emanated from the cave where his master once practiced. Upon investigation, he discovered a box containing a letter and an unremarkable wooden token. Lin Chongsheng's thoughts drifted back to the past as he recounted. The box was a relic from his master's lifetime. The letter contained a simple message, urging the recipient to take the wooden token to the Dawi Academy, securing a position that would greatly benefit both oneself and the Shening sect. Previously, the box had been sealed with his master's protective laws, which rendered it unnoticed in a corner. Only when the laws weakened recently did he become aware of its existence. The wooden token served as a token of the Dawi Academy, essential for locating its whereabouts. As for how the Supreme Ancestor acquired the token, that remained a mystery. This matter struck Lin Chongsheng as peculiar. After his master's passing, he had meticulously cleared the cave but had failed to find this box. Its sudden appearance was indeed puzzling. Nevertheless, Lin Chongsheng was certain that the handwriting on the envelope belonged to his master, bearing traces of the unique techniques of the Shening sect, leaving no room for doubt. So, where is the wooden token now? Chen Qingyuan inquired. I crushed it, Lin Chongsheng replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's expression of astonishment froze. Chapter 35 The Glimpse of 5 Years, Attaining the Celestial Spirit Realm. Lin Chongsheng hastily remarked, according to the letter left by our esteemed uncle. Once the wooden tablet is shattered, you may inscribe your name upon it, thus sending word to the Dawi Academy. Brother, couldn't you at least consult me first? Chen Qingyuan responded, feeling utterly flustered by the sudden turn of events. I had intended to wait for your return to discuss this matter. But the moment I unearthed the tablet, it inadvertently shattered in my grasp. The situation, indeed, bore an air of enigma. It was likely that our uncle had long ago set a restriction. Upon opening the box, the enchantment would activate, resulting in the destruction of the tablet. Consequently, even if Chen Qingyuan wished to decline the invitation to the Dawi Academy, he was left with no choice but to comply. Lin Chongsheng recounted the entire sequence of events to Chen Qingyuan, expressing his own sense of helplessness. The shattering of the tablet signified that he had become a candidate for the Dawi Academy. At the appointed time, representatives from the academy would seek him out to partake in the assessment. Junior brother, do you have any further inquiries? Lin Chongsheng inquired. Given the circumstances, what more can I say? Chen Qingyuan replied with a bitter smile. This is our uncle's final wish, and I trust you will not disappoint him. The origins of the Dawi Academy remained shrouded in mystery, yet Lin Chongsheng had faith that their uncle would not lead Chen Qingyuan astray, thus he harbored little concern. I understand, Chen Qingyuan nodded gently, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. His rather troublesome master had indeed orchestrated a predicament. It was uncertain when the Dawi Academy would arrive. Your health has only just recovered, take this time to rest well, Lin Chongsheng advised. The Fulio Star domain has grown increasingly unstable. For the time being, remain at home. Very well, Chen Qingyuan acquiesced as he returned to his secluded abode. Pondering the recent occurrences, it felt as if an invisible hand was guiding him onto a new path. Whether it be the graveyard of the Dead Zone or the Silver Spear, or the news of the Dawi Academy, all indicated that Chen Qingyuan's future would not be devoid of challenges and tribulations. The days of leisurely existence within the Shenqing sect were likely numbered. Thus, Chen Qingyuan lived quietly for 5 years. During this time, his cultivation advanced remarkably, reaching the pinnacle of the celestial spirit realm. Just one step remained before he could enter the Golden Core realm. Once there, the path to further enhancement would prove far more arduous. The journey only grew more challenging with each passing moment. Countless cultivators spent centuries to attain the Golden Core realm, whereas Chen Qingyuan, having reshaped his Dao Bone, had not yet reached a decade since his beginning. This final step, it seemed, would not require an extended period for Chen Qingyuan. Throughout these years, aside from his cultivation, he enjoyed pleasant moments with his senior brothers, sipping tea and sharing wine. Wherever he ventured, the disciples within the sect held him in great esteem, addressing him as Little Uncle. Little Uncle, here are the accounts I have just retrieved, take a look, Lin Pinyan announced as he entered, placing a high-quality Chenquan bag upon the table. To help Lin Pinyan overcome his indecisive nature, Chen Qingyuan had presented him with numerous overdue accounts, instructing him to venture forth and collect the debts. Initially, Lin Pinyan was quite reluctant, believing he would undoubtedly fail in this endeavor. However, under the firm insistence of Chen Qingyuan, who held the position of a junior master, Lin Pinyan had no choice but to comply. Occasionally, when Lin Pinyan was unable to recover some debts, he would report back to Chen Qingyuan. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan would guide him on the necessary actions to take, such as issuing challenges, hiring individuals to create disturbances, or blocking entrances. Gradually, Lin Pinyan became accustomed to this operational procedure. After a few years, he could effortlessly handle these matters without Chen Qingyuan's intervention. Take it all, it's yours. To ensure Lin Pinyan grasped the gravity of his past mistakes, Chen Qingyuan bestowed upon him all the resources he had acquired. At first, Lin Pinyan hesitated and outright refused, but under Chen Qingyuan's persistent reasoning, the resources were forcibly placed into his hands. Thank you, Junior Master. Faced with such an abundance of resources, Lin Pinyan suddenly felt a sense of newfound wealth. Don't mention it, we are like family, Chen Qingyuan said, patting Lin Pinyan's shoulder with sincerity. I have faith in you, the future is bright. Through Lin Pinyan's gaze, Chen Qingyuan realized that his years of mentorship had not been in vain. The once gentle and refined Lin Pinyan was no more, his demeanor had transformed significantly. In the past, Hon Shon was also a promising youth, but after meeting Chen Qingyuan, he gradually became avaricious and rather miserly. Today's Lin Pinyan was no different. However, Chen Qingyuan always maintained a moral compass. While he may have been greedy, he understood the distinction between business and personal conduct, refusing to conflate the two. Furthermore, the resources Chen Qingyuan had acquired were merely debts issued many years ago, with slightly elevated interest rates. And the terms had been clearly communicated to the borrowers, one party willing to lend, the other willing to borrow. Junior Master, I shall take my leave now. Lin Pinyan departed, his heart buoyant with joy. Over the past few days, many had learned of Chen Qingyuan's miraculous ability to restore spiritual roots, which seemed utterly unbelievable. How could a being tainted by the laws of the Forbidden Zone, rendered a waste, suddenly engage in cultivation? Although the ghostly physician's skills were indeed remarkable, it was hard to fathom that he could resolve the residual laws afflicting Chen Qingyuan. Many powerful individuals found this matter perplexing and repeatedly lurked around the Shenqing sect, eager to uncover the truth. They suspected that the Shenqing sect had orchestrated this spectacle to obscure the opportunities that Chen Qingyuan had gleaned from the Forbidden Zone. As long as Chen Qingyuan remained indoors, even if the various powers harbored doubts, they would not dare to act openly. One day, the leaders of various sects from the Flowing Star domain convened to deliberate on the matter concerning Chen Qingyuan. Ultimately reaching a decision, they would confront the Shenqing sect and question them directly. The strange phenomenon known as the celestial light that occurred a century ago within the Forbidden Zone must have been some form of heavenly treasure. Given that Chen Qingyuan had spent a century in the Forbidden Zone, he was undoubtedly privy to many secrets. On that day, 10 top-tier sects dispatched their formidable members, comprising over 100 core elders at the transformation stage, gathering in unison. Master, we have grave news. An elder, who had been gathering intelligence, immediately reported upon discovering this development. Upon hearing this, Lin Changsheng's expression grew grave. He grasped the armrest of his chair tightly and pondered. Summon all elders to the council hall, then call back all disciples who are out. After issuing this command, Lin Changsheng turned to an elder beside him and instructed. Prepare tea and welcome our guests. Understood. The entire Shenqing sect was placed on high alert, ready to confront any potential situation. Naturally, Chen Qingyuan, who remained inside, was aware of the unfolding events. He murmured to himself, "When I first returned, various sects harbored intentions of interrogation. In the past, my spiritual roots were severed. And with the protection of my sect, no external forces dared to act excessively. Now that I can cultivate once more, those individuals believe that the great opportunity from the abyss has fallen into my hands, or that I am privy to certain knowledge. The newcomers do not come with good intentions." Chen Qingyuan stepped out of his cave abode, standing atop a mountain peak, gazing into the distance with a furrowed brow. 2 hours later, powerful figures from various sects made their appearance. Chapter 36, The Gathering of Heroes, pressing for the secrets of the abyss. The attendees were all formidable figures, the weakest among them being great practitioners in the transformation stage, with several ancient beings at the tribulation stage present. Esteemed sects such as Tianyu sect, Dongyi Palace, Nanning Great Enlightenment Temple, Wanjian Spirit Gate, and the Beihai Dragon clan were in attendance. Nearly all first-rate forces from the Flowing Star domain had arrived, having secretly reached an accord to jointly pressure the Shenqing sect, compelling Chen Qingyuan to unveil the mysteries within the abyss. "Dear friends, please enter." The venerable protector of the sect, Dong Wenjun, personally welcomed the guests, clad in a black brocade robe. Despite his advanced age, he exuded an extraordinary presence. In a bid to safeguard Chen Qingyuan, Lin Chongsheng dispatched Lin Pingyan to monitor him, ensuring he did not leave his abode. Over 100 eminent cultivators gradually stepped through the gates of the Shenqing sect, encountering disciples flanking both sides, each wielding sharp blades, their expressions stern. These disciples were acutely aware that the figures present were renowned personages they seldom encountered, yet they displayed no hint of trepidation. Their eyes sparkled with determination, their bodies as resolute as mountains, unwavering in their stance. Should the sect face adversity, every disciple would willingly fight to the death without regret. Witnessing the indomitable spirit of the Shenqing disciples, the assembled powerhouses could not help but express their admiration, even feeling a twinge of envy. Within the great hall, the formidable figures took their places on the right, while the elders of the Shenqing sect occupied the left. Outside the hall, thousands of disciples donned white garments, standing ready. Silence reigning as no one dared to whisper. "Esteemed visitors, what brings you here today?" Lin Chongsheng, seated above, cast a scrutinizing gaze upon the powerful representatives, his face devoid of expression. "Lord Lin, being a wise man, you must comprehend our purpose," spoke the leading elder, Shen Shaji, the supreme ancestor of Tianyu sect, a genuine powerhouse at the tribulation stage. "If I am unaware, I kindly request you to speak plainly." Lin Chongsheng feigned ignorance, seeking to maintain control of the situation and not be led by the noses of the other sections. "Very well, then I shall speak candidly. If I offend, I beg your forgiveness." Shen Shaji stroked his white beard. "It has come to our attention that Elder Chen Qingyuan of your sect has regained his spiritual roots, and we come to extend our congratulations. Furthermore, we seek to glean information regarding the abyss from Elder Chen." "Oh, so that is the matter. I recall that many years ago, the Shenqing sect already provided a response. Back then, our junior brother was sealed within a barrier and endured a century before narrowly escaping." Lin Chongsheng replied. "Do you truly expect us to believe such claims?" Shen Shaji chuckled. "Belief is yours to decide. I have said all I wish to." Lin Chongsheng responded with a detached demeanor. The elders seated on the left maintained sharp gazes, fixated on the representatives of the other sects, their expressions grave. "Why not summon Elder Chen forth? We can clarify everything and depart, thus preserving the camaraderie among our sects," suggested Shen Shaji. "Elder Shen, I advise you to first attend to your own affairs, lest you provoke the emergence of the demonic abyss. Otherwise, it may prove difficult for Tianyu sect to endure in this world," Lin Chongsheng retorted, his patience wearing thin. Were it not for his role as the face of the Shenqing sect, he would have expressed his ire more vehemently. "The matter of the demonic abyss shall be resolved without your concern, Lord Lin." Shan Shaji, with a smile that belied his true feelings, remarked, "Today we shall discuss Elder Chen and matters concerning Tianyuan, everything else can wait for another time." Indeed, it would be prudent to summon Elder Chen for a brief audience. The speaker, seated beside Shan Shaji, was Lu Ruoi, the venerable protector of Dongi Palace, a middle-aged woman clad in light-colored robes, still exuding grace and charm. In the past, our sect suffered significant losses in Tianyuan. It is only reasonable that we seek to understand the current circumstances within. Another voice chimed in. The three formidable beings in the Tribulation Transcendence stage turned their gazes towards Lin Chongsheng, amplifying his pressure. Had he been an ordinary sect leader, he would likely have succumbed to fear and confusion, most probably acquiescing to these powerful figures to avoid conflict. However, Lin Chongsheng was no ordinary man. He rose to his feet, his gaze sharp as a blade, and declared solemnly, "My junior disciple has narrowly escaped death and, after receiving treatment from the ghost doctor, is ready to resume his cultivation. Whether you choose to believe it or not, the truth remains unchanged." With a swift motion, Dong Wenjun and others stood up, their presence imposing. Should Lin Chongsheng give the command, they would not hesitate to show their guests the door. As for the consequences, they were unperturbed. With the audacity of their adversaries invading their sanctuary, any hesitation would be akin to digging one's own grave, sparing themselves further indignation. "Master Lin, please remain calm. We harbor no ill intentions towards the Shenqing sect. If only Chen Qingyuan would allow us to probe his soul with our technique, we would not cause him any harm. Once this matter is resolved, we shall depart immediately." The soul-searching technique could reveal the entire life experiences of an individual, significantly impacting the subject. Of course, if it were executed by someone of exceptional prowess and the subject did not resist, their physical well-being would remain largely intact. Every cultivator possesses secrets, under normal circumstances. No one would willingly allow another to delve into their soul. Such insolence! Dong Wenjun could no longer contain himself, a powerful aura erupted from him, overturning the table before the assembly and shattering the teacups atop it. Witnessing Dong Wenjun's dramatic reaction, the crowd was momentarily taken aback but soon regained their composure. Given the proposal of soul-searching, it was hardly surprising for the typically irascible Dong Wenjun to react this way. Daoist Dong. If Chen Qingyuan truly has been sealed away in a mystical realm for a century as previously stated, it would prove that the Shenqing sect has not deceived us. And we shall certainly offer our apologies. However, should Chen Qingyuan be concealing the truth, many lives were lost in Tianyuan, and we have a right to know. Shan Shaji's cultivation was no less formidable than that of Dong Wenjun, and he effortlessly diffused the latter's oppressive presence with casual banter. "You think the Shenqing sect is granting you face, do you?" Dong Wenjun chastised, pointing an accusatory finger at the gathered assembly. Lin Chongsheng turned to glance at Dong Wenjun, prompting him to swallow his coarse retorts. Then, standing tall with his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Chongsheng gazed out towards the hall's entrance. His voice resonating like a bell, "Disciples of the Shenqing sect, heed my words. Should anyone wish to oppress my junior uncle, will you acquiesce or not?" "Not acquiesce." Over 10,000 disciples responded in unison, their voices echoing across the lands, shaking the heavens. In days gone by, Chen Qingyuan had amassed wealth and generously bestowed many benefits upon the disciples within the sect, cultivating strong bonds among them. Furthermore, there are essential enhancements to be made for the sect, such as improving the living conditions of the servant quarters, increasing the monthly supply of spiritual stones for the inner disciples' cultivation, and bestowing gifts upon the outstanding disciples each year. Consequently, the disciples of the Shenqing sect hold Chen Qingyuan in profound reverence, their calls of Little Master Uncle emanating from the depths of their hearts. Earning money is no simple task, it is all for the sake of one's family. Chen Qingyuan possesses few resources, all of which serve a purpose. In contrast, Hon Shon from the Yunhai Star domain has only absorbed Chen Qingyuan's avarice, failing to recognize his contributions, which has tarnished his reputation within the sect. Conversely, even though the disciples are aware of Chen Qingyuan's greed, none would dare speak ill of him in private. If you refuse to comply, very well. Lin Changsheng's gaze shifted to the powerful figures of various sects, his tone pausing before he thundered, "For I too shall not acquiesce." With these words, Lin Changsheng's fury erupted, exuding an overwhelming pressure befitting a transcendent being in the tribulation stage, shattering the floor of the hall and darkening the skies, as a colossal vortex formed above the heavens. Chapter 37, Chen Qingyuan makes an appearance amidst rising tensions. Suddenly, Lin Changsheng launched an unexpected attack, catching everyone off guard, their expressions shifting dramatically. "Lin Sect Master. What are you intending to do?" questioned Shen Shaji of Tianyu Sect, his voice hoarse with apprehension. "It is not I who must explain my intentions, but rather you who should clarify yours," Lin Changsheng responded solemnly. "Do not delude yourselves into thinking that your gathering here can instill fear within the hearts of those from Su Enquing sect. If you persist in your obstinacy, then let us engage in battle. We merely seek the truth." If Chen Qingyuan were to cooperate, the soul-searching would not jeopardize his foundation. Why escalate matters to such a rigid impasse? Shen Shaji and his companions frowned, astonished by the unwavering resolve of the Su Enquing sect members, finding themselves in a precarious situation. "Had my master and uncle still been alive, your audacity within Su Enquing sect would have been swiftly quelled," Lin Changsheng reminisced, reflecting on a time when Su Enquing sect stood as a formidable power, the strongest force in the Flow Sky domain. Su Enquing sect had never sought power or accolades, nor encroached upon the resources and territories of others. Furthermore, they instilled in their disciples the values of unity and mutual support, forbidding any harm to fellow sect members over personal gain. This principle was inviolable. In the past, had the esteemed leaders of Su Enquing sect still roamed the earth, they would have effortlessly cast aside Shen Shaji and his ilk, refusing to tolerate their arrogance. "Is there truly no room for negotiation?" Shen Shaji asked gravely, embodying the voice of his faction. "If Elder Shen would allow me to search for souls, I might consider it," Lin Changsheng replied with a cold laugh. At this juncture, Shen Shaji grasped Lin Changsheng's intent, his countenance darkening, the spiritual energy within him surging rapidly. How could Shen Shaji possibly acquiesce? He harbored too many secrets, not only concerning the abyss beneath Tianyu sect but also numerous past deeds. Though he wished to avoid a soul search, he was determined to delve into Chen Qingyuan's memories, the truly absurd contradiction. In an instant, everyone rose. The two sides at an impasse, poised for conflict at any moment. Should hostilities erupt, Su Enquing sect would face dire consequences. Yet, they remained undeterred, their disciples already forming a lethal formation, ready for combat. The powerful figures from the various sects struggled to comprehend how far Su Enquing sect would go for a single Chen Qingyuan. In any other sect, the disciples would have been sacrificed for the greater good. In truth, even had any disciple from within their ranks faced such a predicament, Su Enquing sect would have remained resolute. Life may be forfeit, but dignity must never be trampled upon. The ancestors of Su Enquing sect had conveyed this ethos through their actions, striving to make the sect a sanctuary for all disciples, a place to call home. Without faith, the sect would collapse under adversity in an instant. "Activate the protective formation," Lin Changsheng commanded. Elder Dong Wenjun raised his hand, triggering the grand array of Su Enquing sect. The laws of the formation ensnared Shen Shaji and the others, thus the impending battle loomed closer. Although the overall strength of the various sects surpasses that of the Shening sect, this arena belongs to the Shening sect. Should a catastrophic battle ensue, the inevitable outcome would be mutual destruction, resulting in countless casualties. Even those of transcendent levels would find it challenging to guarantee their own safety. The situation has reached an impasse, no one dares to strike fast for fear of igniting a disaster. What shall we do? We initially believed that by exerting pressure on the Shening sect, they would surely acquiesce. However, how has it come to this? The Shening sect proves to be a tough nut to crack. To be candid, being a disciple of the Shening sect is indeed a fortunate circumstance, as one is shielded from bullying outside. The powerful from various sects exchange whispers among acquaintances, their gazes fixed on the Shening sect members, their bodies taut with anticipation. At this moment, a flicker of envy arises in many hearts, reminiscent of the intrigues within their own sects during their youth. Lin Chongsheng slowly descended from his elevated position. His gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Shen Shaji. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he called out directly, "Shen Shaji. You have been overshadowed by my master and uncle throughout your youth, now I wish to test you myself. What does it matter how strong your master is if he fell before my predecessor?" Shen Shaji, now advanced in years, likely has little time left. Thus, he yearns for an opportunity from Chen Qingyuan to enhance his cultivation and extend his lifespan. At the very least, I have lived a life of splendor. Surpassing you 100-fold, Lin Chongsheng declared. I shall see if your fists are as formidable as your words. With that, Shen Shaji stepped forward, prepared to engage Lin Chongsheng in earnest. At this moment, as the leader, he could not falter, otherwise, the powerful from various sects would surely lose faith, placing them at a disadvantage against the Shening sect. Just then, as tensions mounted, Chen Qingyuan leisurely entered through the grand entrance, flanked by Lin Pinyan, who kept his gaze downcast, avoiding eye contact with the elders. Chen Qingyuan had exerted considerable effort to extricate himself from Lin Pinyan's grasp. After a series of entanglements, he finally succeeded. In an instant, all eyes converged upon Chen Qingyuan. Junior Master. The thousands of disciples outside bowed in unison, clad in pristine white garments, exuding a sense of unity. Greetings to all, Chen Qingyuan acknowledged with a smile and a nod as he stepped into the grand hall. Junior brother, what brings you here? The faces of Lin Chongsheng and the others revealed concern. Should a battle commence now, they might be unable to protect Chen Qingyuan. I came to see sister. An elderly matriarch, her face lined with wrinkles, directed her thoughts towards Chen Qingyuan. However, he did not approach her but reassured Lin Chongsheng and the others. There is no need for such anxiety, I shall handle this matter. Lin Chongsheng furrowed his brow deeply as he turned to Lin Pinyan, questioning, Lin Pinyan. I instructed you to guard your junior master, why did you disobey? Father, I apologize, Lin Pinyan began, preparing to explain. Before he could elaborate, Lin Chongsheng erupted in anger. What good is an apology? In such close proximity, should the formidable experts from various sects resolve to target Chen Qingyuan? Even with the protective formation of the sect as a safeguard, Lin Chongsheng could hardly ensure that unforeseen events would not arise, leaving him in a state of anxious turmoil. Elder brother, please do not scold Xiaoyanzi, this is my issue. Today, Chen Qingyuan donned a light-colored long robe, his inky black hair secured with a wooden hairpin, exuding an air of elegance and scholarly grace. Trust me. Lin Chongsheng locked eyes with Chen Qingyuan, unable to refuse, and slowly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan turned to face the formidable experts of the various sects, his countenance betraying not a hint of fear, appearing calm and composed, as if the clouds were light and the wind gentle. Chapter 38. Such absurdity in robbery. As Chen Qingyuan stepped into the room, Shen Shaji and the others scrutinized him. And indeed, they discerned the flow of spiritual energy within him, signifying that Chen Qingyuan had resumed his cultivation. Shen Shaji felt immense joy in his heart, believing that Chen Qingyuan must have encountered some extraordinary fortune within the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone. If they could seize such a blessing for themselves, endless possibilities would await in the future. You have traveled a great distance to my Shenqing sect, seeking to learn about my experiences in Tianyuan, am I correct? Chen Qingyuan inquired, as he pulled a chair and seated himself in the center of the hall, with his back to his seniors and facing the formidable figures of various sections. Indeed, acknowledged an elder from one of the sections, I previously mentioned it. Yet you did not believe me. How shall we proceed? Chen Qingyuan sighed, somewhat vexed. If Elder Chen would be willing to open his mind for a soul search, all questions would be readily resolved, Shen Shaji proposed. Upon hearing such a suggestion, the faces of the elders contorted with anger, wishing to engage in battle. For fear was not a trait of the Shenqing sect. Nevertheless, since Chen Qingyuan had made an appearance, the elders chose to trust him and remained silent. A soul search, you say? That is acceptable. Chen Qingyuan waved his hand, indicating that it posed no significant issue. Junior brother. Don Wenjun beside him could not help but interject, signaling Chen Qingyuan to refrain from making a foolish decision. The matter of soul searching could have grave consequences. If Chen Qingyuan had any secrets, revealing them before the assembly would be inappropriate. To take a step back, even if he harbored no secrets. Allowing a soul search would not only damage the sect's reputation but could also lead to the implantation of poisons or harm to his essence, hindering Chen Qingyuan's future development. Elder Chen, your integrity is commendable, I admire you, Shen Shaji remarked with a smile, feigning admiration and clasping his hands in salute. You have come to the Shenqing sect not as guests but with ulterior motives. In that case, let us settle the accounts, Chen Qingyuan declared. Settle accounts? What do you mean? The members of various sects exchanged puzzled glances, failing to grasp his intent. Observe the spilled tea upon the ground. It was brewed from the finest tea leaves of my Shenqing sect. Since you have not come here as mere guests but with other motives, this tea is not complimentary. After all, no household would invite those with ill intentions to partake in tea. Chen Qingyuan pointed to the spilled tea, displaying a pained expression. I believe I understand now. The Shenqing sect wishes to collect payment for the tea, Shen Shaji remarked. This old gentleman is quite astute, Chen Qingyuan noted, recognizing Shen Shaji but refraining from addressing him with respect. Upon receiving Chen Qingyuan's praise, Shen Shaji felt a discomfort akin to being nibbled by an ant. However, in the interest of obtaining useful information from within Tianyuan peacefully, Shen Shaji had to endure the Shenqing sect, being grand and prosperous. Surely does not lack this little amount for tea. Indeed, we lack it, Chen Qingyuan emphasized. Unlike the Tianyu sect, which possesses abundant wealth, we must meticulously manage our resources to sustain our livelihood. Just this cup of tea requires 100 high-grade spiritual stones, it is quite precious. Little one. Do you truly expect us to pay 100 high-grade spirit stones for a mere cup of water? What nonsense. A prominent elder from a certain sect furrowed his brow, mocking the proposal. The ratio of spirit stone quality is 1 to 100. 1 high-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 mid-grade spirit stones. In other words, a single cup of tea requires 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, an amount that represents the entire annual income of many third-rate factions. With over 100 esteemed cultivators present, each having spilled a cup of tea, the total easily surpassed 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. This is nothing short of highway robbery. The true cost of the tea is likely less than a single high-grade spirit stone. Upon hearing Chen Qingyuan's words, Lin Chongsheng and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips, remaining outwardly composed. In such circumstances, the junior disciple still harbored thoughts of tricking people and conducting business. His nature was truly hard to change. I am not fabricating tales, this is the truth, Chen Qingyuan asserted, his demeanor unwavering as he continued to weave his elaborate fabrications. The tea trees behind the mountain of Shenqing sect are tended to daily by dedicated personnel, meticulously fertilized and watered, nourished with spirit water each month. Occasionally even treated with high-quality spirit herbs ground into powder and applied to each leaf bud. They blossom after 1,000 years, bear fruit after another 1,000. And only then achieve maturity. Before Chen Qingyuan could elaborate further, Shen Shaji could no longer tolerate it and interrupted sharply, enough. I was not finished. Chen Qingyuan countered, animatedly insisting, moreover, I have yet to account for the shattered tables and chairs, as well as the cracked floorboards. Young man. These damages are not our doing, they were caused by your sect's protective elder, someone retorted in anger. Even so, if you had not come, would such a situation have arisen? Chen Qingyuan deftly shifted all blame onto the cultivators from various sections. The demand for 10,000 high-grade spirit stones was utterly ludicrous. The elder would never agree to such terms. Everyone understood that Chen Qingyuan was merely leveraging the situation to secure personal gain. Very well, Chen Qingyuan sighed. It appears you possess no sincerity. You are not true guests, unwilling to pay for the tea you consumed. Very well then, let it be. With that, Chen Qingyuan rose and kindly cautioned, after today, it seems Shenqing sect may well become a ruin, and few among you shall survive. You are all prominent figures in the flowing meter domain, yet you refuse to even pay for tea. How can I trust that you will not resort to trickery during the soul-searching? After a moment's contemplation, Shen Shaji gritted his teeth and acquiesced, Elder Chen. It's merely the cost of tea, we shall pay. In truth, it was not simply a matter of tea money, but rather the realization that they were compelled to concede to Chen Qingyuan's deception. The sensation was akin to Chen Qingyuan extending a foot, while a throng of individuals desperately sought to align themselves beneath it, enduring the humiliation of their own intelligence being insulted, which was profoundly distressing. Thus, at Shen Shaji's signal, each person reluctantly produced hundreds of high-grade spirit stones. Upon receiving the spirit stones, Chen Qingyuan's expression immediately transformed, his face blooming with a smile. You are all too kind. Esteemed seniors, thank you. He then turned to Lin Pingyuan, who stood outside the door. Little Yan, why are you standing there in a daze? Don't you see the tea has been spilled all over the floor? Hurry and serve new tea to the esteemed seniors. Please, please, do not trouble yourselves. Your esteemed tea is a rare delicacy that we could scarcely afford. The crowd hastily waved their hands in refusal, their words laced with a tone of mockery. Although Chen Qingyuan discerned the sarcasm, he feigned ignorance, suggesting, while it is true that the tea is precious, in light of your generous demeanor, I could offer a 50% discount. Such a proposition only served to infuriate them further, their faces flushed with indignation. Was this young man truly so foolish? Or was he deliberately provoking them? Perhaps it was best to let the matter rest. Chen Qingyuan had intended to exploit these local tycoons a bit more, but it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. As Lin Pingyuan witnessed Chen Qingyuan's considerable earnings, admiration blossomed within him. He realized that his own understanding of the art of making money was woefully inadequate, barely scratching the surface compared to his young mentor. He resolved to learn, and to do so diligently. Having lived a rather restrained life since birth, it was only through Chen Qingyuan's guidance that he had come to appreciate the comforts of wealth. Now let us address the matter at hand, Shen Shaji stated, his expression grave and tone somber. Should Chen Qingyuan dare to engage in further shenanigans, Shen Shaji would no longer be able to tolerate it. Indeed. Chen Qingyuan's smile faded as he adopted a serious demeanor. Now we must discuss the matter of compensation for emotional distress. What? The others, upon hearing this, were left in a state of bewilderment, nearly exacerbated to the point of exasperation. Were it not for the deterrent presence of figures like Lin Chongsheng, the various sects would have long since unleashed their wrath. Chapter 39, The Gaze of Sympathy. What exactly is this so-called mental damage compensation? Not only were Shen Shaji and his companions left bewildered, but even the members of the Shenqing sect were rendered speechless. Countless eyes were fixed upon Chen Qingyuan, creating an atmosphere that was palpably awkward and profoundly silent. After a considerable pause, an elder from one of the sects finally broke the impasse, inquiring, Chen Qingyuan, are you suggesting that we owe you money? Indeed, that is precisely my point, Chen Qingyuan replied with a grin. After all, your intentions to probe my soul have undeniably impacted my personal safety. It would be utterly unreasonable not to compensate for my mental distress. He cast a reassuring glance at the elder, his smile unwavering. Wasn't that already provided? At this moment, Shen Shaji was not particularly angry. He was still grappling with the absurdity of the situation. The previous offering was merely for tea, Chen Qingyuan quickly clarified. Confusion ensued among the assembly. You are excessively greedy, exclaimed Lu Ruoi from Dongi Palace, her voice laced with indignation. Chen Qingyuan, do not overstep your bounds. Madam, your entire entourage has come to the Shenqing sect, exerting pressure. Who is truly being excessive here? Chen Qingyuan's smile vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. He showed no courtesy towards the members of Dongi Palace. In the past, Out of regard for Bai Shishue, he had invested considerable effort and resources into the Dongi Palace, yet how had they treated him in return? Upon his recent return, they had dispatched Yao Susu with a mid-grade spirit vein, seeking to dismiss him in a most distasteful manner. Had Chen Qingyuan not possessed remarkable composure, he would have erupted in anger. I shall not acquiesce to this so-called mental damage compensation. Liu Ruoi's fury intensified at the appellation of Madam. Although she was indeed of advanced age, her appearance remained youthful and charming. Refusal. Chen Qingyuan turned to Lin Chongsheng, his expression grave. Eldest brother, if a confrontation ensues, do you believe we can withstand it? Should the Xianqing sect fall today, few present shall live unscathed. I assure you, none from Dongi Palace shall survive. Lin Chongsheng instantly comprehended Chen Qingyuan's intent and proclaimed loudly, very well. If a battle breaks out, do not concern yourselves with my fate. If our sect is annihilated, my existence holds no significance. Brothers and sisters, when the time comes, prioritize eliminating that old witch from Dongi Palace. Show her no mercy. Even if she is a formidable figure in the tribulation stage, with our combined efforts, we can surely overwhelm her. Chen Qingyuan turned to Dong Wenjun and the others, commanding. Agreed. I have long harbored disdain for Dongi Palace. A fiery sister stepped forward, her eyes blazing with determination. If they seek to gnaw at our Xianqing sect, let them regret inciting the wrath of the majority of forces from the Fuliu Star domain. As the guardian elder of the sect, Dong Wenjun, whose strength was second only to sect master Lin Chongsheng, was undeniably qualified to voice such sentiments. Had our master and his generation not perished, even the combined might of all the forces in the Fuliu Star domain could not have shaken the foundation of the Xianqing sect. Listening to the impassioned discourse of the elders of the Su Nqing sect, one more fervent than the next, a certain elder even shattered a white jade pillar behind him, exuding an imposing aura. Observing this scene, the formidable figures from various sects felt a twinge of trepidation. They had initially believed this endeavor would be rather effortless, confident that the Su Nqing sect would acquiesce. Little did they know that the resolve of its members was unyielding. Outside the hall, the disciples of the Su Nqing sect had already formed a lethal formation. And judging by their demeanor, they appeared unflinching, willing to engage even the ancient practitioners who had trained for millennia. The elders from various sects had come solely to gather intelligence about the Tianyuan, never intending to truly risk their lives. If a disagreement were to ignite into battle, leading to their demise, it would indeed be a catastrophic loss. Goodness. Brother Wu, we haven't even begun fighting, and you've already destroyed a spiritual pillar. What a waste. Chen Qingyuan lamented, his heart bleeding at the sight of his brother's overwhelming display of force. My apologies, I got a bit carried away, Brother Wu replied. Unfazed by the rebuke, instead sheepishly scratching the back of his head and offering an awkward smile. If we survive this skirmish, you'll have to use your own savings to repair the pillar. Since childhood, Chen Qingyuan had engaged in various businesses, amassing considerable wealth for the Su Nqing sect. He mused that Brother Wu's savings might not suffice for the repairs, perhaps a slight debt could be incurred. Brother Wu's imposing demeanor instantly waned as he began to discuss this matter in hushed tones, completely disregarding Shen Shaji and the others. Didn't I recall you had quite a bit saved up? Chen Qingyuan inquired, puzzled. Don't mention it. 2 years ago, your sister-in-law discovered it all and took everything away, Brother Wu lamented, his robust frame now exuding a sense of grievance. Upon hearing this, the male elders of the Su Nqing sect cast sympathetic glances at Brother Wu, mourning the loss of his hidden wealth amassed over millennia, suddenly plundered, truly a tragic tale. The female disciples, however, merely scoffed, thinking it served him right. Having already formed a partnership, how dare he still hoard secret funds, and for such an extended period? Chen Qingyuan felt a twinge of pity and refrained from expressing his irritation. Brother Wu, you could follow Xiao Yanzi to earn some money. He has barely graduated and is sure to bring you considerable fortune. Really? Thank you, junior brother. Brother Wu's eyes sparkled. as if envisioning a bounty of spiritual stones rushing towards him. Just as the bond between the brothers began to strengthen, the formidable figures from various sects, their faces ashen, could no longer contain their frustration. "Hey! We are still here. Do you truly disregard us?" As the tension escalated, Chen Qingyuan cast a glance at Shen Sheji and the others, rolling his eyes in annoyance. "Is it too much to engage in a few words with my brother before death?" In truth, many of the powerful figures were anxious, reluctant to gamble their lives. The Su Nq sect members were far too fierce, none feared death, and when engaged in battle, they would be uncontrollable and formidable. "Dear friend, do not be so agitated. We have not stated we would not provide compensation for emotional distress." Shen Shaji managed to suppress his anger, forcing a smile. Didn't he that old hag claim there would be no compensation? Chen Qingyuan cast a fleeting glance at Liu Ruoi of Dongi Palace, a slight sneer gracing his lips. Liu Ruoi, gripping the armrests of her chair, left deep imprints in the wood. As the esteemed protector elder of Dongi Palace, her status commanded respect, yet, to her dismay, she found herself subjected to repeated humiliation by Chen Qingyuan in the presence of her fellow elders. Despite her desire to retaliate, the discreet counsel of others through telepathy restrained her. For the sake of the greater good, Liu Ruoi suppressed her fury, striving to prevent the situation from escalating. "Young man, you must not fall into my hands, otherwise, escaping death will be an insurmountable challenge." Liu Ruoi harbored a deep-seated grudge against Chen Qingyuan, wishing fervently to see him torn to shreds. Chapter 40, Provoking a Host of Titans, Tensions Rising. Elder Lu's words were merely a moment of exasperation, not the consensus of our discussions. Shen Shaji pondered that once he acquired the information from the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, he could afford to turn against them later. For now, avoiding conflict was the wisest course of action. After all, no matter how abundant the resources, they are rendered meaningless without life. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that should bloodshed ensue, Shen Shaji harbored no absolute assurance of escaping the Shenqing sect alive. Does this imply that esteemed seniors are willing to compensate me for my mental anguish? Chen Qingyuan's demeanor shifted abruptly from cold indifference to warm enthusiasm, a smile gracing his face. "Indeed." Shen Shaji pressed his cracked lips together, nodding. "How much do you desire?" "That depends on the sincerity of the esteemed seniors." Chen Qingyuan tactfully retained control of the negotiation, refraining from revealing his true limits. After a brief moment, the powerful figures from various sects communicated telepathically, collectively amassing 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. "Is this all?" Chen Qingyuan surveyed the substantial pile of spirit stones before him, his mouth waning. "You are all prominent figures in the flowing meteor domain, how can you be so miserly? What do you propose?" Shen Shaji suppressed his irritation, asking in a low tone. "At the very least, increase it tenfold, otherwise, the discussion is moot." Chen Qingyuan feigned contemplation, asserting his stance with gravity. Having already offered such a sum, adding a little more seemed reasonable. Thus, they pulled together again, ultimately presenting a total of 220,000 high-grade spirit stones before Chen Qingyuan. He produced a large Chenquan bag, which could only contain a fraction of the total amount. "Senior sister, may I borrow your Chenquan bag?" Chen Qingyuan turned to an older sister disciple. "Take it all." The senior sister readily tossed out her entire Chenquan bag. "Here, use mine. And mine as well. Brother, remember. Borrowing my Chenquan bag comes with interest, you mustn't default later." Such an abundance of spirit stones left Wu Shixiang and the others awestruck, as they scrambled to retrieve their own special devices, even engaging in commerce. The sect leader, Lin Chongsheng, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Unable to tolerate the antics of these impetuous youths, each one more frivolous than the last. What sort of sin was this? Their greed was palpable, revealing their naivety. However, Lin Chongsheng couldn't help but feel a stir of temptation himself. This substantial amount of spirit stones could easily purchase several second-tier forces. The total yield from an entire spiritual vein would only amount to a mere 100,000 at most. This equated to the output of 2 high-grade spiritual veins. A staggering figure. Once Chen Qingyuan had filled his Chen bag, it bulged under the weight. Shall we proceed with the soul search now? Shen Shaji's expression grew grave. His patience nearing its limits. The main event was upon them, and the members of the Shenqing sect immediately heightened their vigilance, bracing themselves for a brutal confrontation. Lin Chongsheng inwardly lamented that despite Chen Qingyuan's clever acquisition of such resources, it ultimately could not alter the impending outcome. No matter how plentiful the resources, they were worthless without life. In the initial stages, Chen Qingyuan deliberately cast a smokescreen, instilling in the powerful figures of various sects the notion that their objectives could be achieved without combat. Subsequently, he began to subtly bait them, extracting spirit stones from their pockets. It was a mutual agreement. After all, the overall strength of the Shenqing sect was formidable, and their unwavering stance discouraged anyone from engaging in a desperate struggle. At this juncture, what course of action should Chen Qingyuan take? It appeared he had long prepared a response. Clearing his throat, he spoke with utmost seriousness. I did indeed mention that we could discuss the matter of soul searching, and there are terms to negotiate. As long as you, young friend Chen, honor your promise, there will be no dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Shen Shaji and the others believed that Chen Qingyuan had acquiesced, and they felt quite satisfied. However, Lin Chongsheng and his companions grew anxious. Could it truly be that the junior disciple would be subjected to soul searching? They had vowed to their elder to take good care of him. How could they possibly push him into the flames? While the technique of soul searching might not claim a life, one could not guarantee that ill-intentioned individuals would not employ underhanded tactics. Moreover, this matter not only pertained to Chen Qingyuan's safety but also to the dignity of the Shenqing sect. If this situation were to unfold, Lin Chongsheng felt he would be unable to face his ancestors in death, unworthy of burial in the sect's graveyard. Lin Chongsheng exchanged a glance with Dong Wenjun, and they resolved to act, determined to protect Chen Qingyuan at all costs. After careful consideration, I have decided to refuse the request for soul searching, Chen Qingyuan stated earnestly. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a terrifying force erupted from Shen Shaji and the others, resonating with a low growl. Chen Qingyuan, are you toying with us? At that moment, Dong Wenjun appeared before Chen Qingyuan, shielding him from the overwhelming pressure. This is unacceptable. Chen Qingyuan remained unaffected from the beginning. I never committed to allowing you to conduct a soul search. I merely suggested that there were terms to discuss. The compensation you offered for mental anguish seems rather insufficient, and after some contemplation, I have decided to decline your impudent request. Never has anyone dared to mock me, Chen Qingyuan. Do you truly believe we would refrain from acting here? Shen Shaji stepped forward, the oppressive force of the tribulation period enveloping every corner of the Shenqing sect, his voice thundering like a tempest. Young man, I shall not grant you a swift death, rather, I will ensure you live in torment, regretting your choices. Liu Ruoi stood shoulder to shoulder with Shen Shaji, their patience long exhausted, their expressions slightly twisted, eyes fixed intently on Chen Qingyuan. The others simultaneously activated their techniques. Tension mounting. Just then, Chen Qingyuan received a telepathic message, exhaling deeply, relieved to have reached this moment. He then turned to the courtyard and called out loudly, Old Hon, over here. Recently informed of the imminent arrival of powerful figures from various sects, the Shenqing sect had promptly secured Chen Qingyuan to protect him. Chen Qingyuan swiftly utilized the exceptionally rare interrealm communication stone to summon his good brother Hon Shon, who was far away in the Yunhai star domain, to seek the ghostly physician, in order to persuade Hon Shon to take the matter more seriously. Chen Qingyuan emphasized the significance of the situation and assured him that he had already arranged a potential match for him. Consequently, Hon Shon exerted considerable effort to reach the location of the ghost doctor. Uncertain of whether the ghost doctor would offer assistance, he could only utter Chen Qingyuan's name. Given Chen Qingyuan's prior experiences and his connection to the illustrious Long Gang Sword Immortal, Hon Shon was confident that the ghost doctor would indeed lend his aid. Thus, everything Chen Qingyuan had done previously was primarily to buy time while also earning a bit of pocket money. After all, they were adversaries. And there was no need for leniency. At that moment, everyone's gaze turned towards the void outside the hall, where two figures were approaching at an astonishing speed. Chapter 41, The Emergence of the Ghostly Healer. For the sake of his own happiness and the safety of his brothers, Hon Shon spared no effort, exhausting his resources and significantly compressing his time. He utilized numerous large teleportation talismans, using up over a dozen in his haste to escape, alongside many other precious items. It is likely that the wealth of many esteemed cultivators pales in comparison to that of Hon Shon, who has become an invisible tycoon. After a mere dozen breaths, the enigmatic ghostly healer appeared, clad in a flowing black gown and adorned with a dark veil that concealed all but her eyes and forehead, imparting an aura of profound mystery. Hon Shon, panting heavily in her wake, resembled a worn-out dog, which only accentuated the ghostly healer's regal demeanor. At last, you have arrived, my esteemed ghostly healer, Chen Qingyuan exclaimed as he hurried towards her, standing at the entrance of the hall. I have repeatedly told these individuals that my injuries were healed by the ghostly healer. Yet, they remain skeptical. They even wish to search my soul, which is utterly intolerable. The ghostly healer exchanged a glance with Chen Qingyuan, momentarily taken aback by his repeated use of sister, her mind swelling with questions. Chen Qingyuan, are we so intimately acquainted? The ghostly healer recalled how his attitude had sharply contrasted during the time of the illustrious Chonggang Sword Immortal. Now, however, Chen Qingyuan's insistence on their closeness seemed a blatant display of bravado. This fellow is utterly shameless. The ghostly healer, despite having cultivated a more composed disposition, found it challenging to maintain her poise in the presence of Chen Qingyuan. She is a healer. A healer is a woman. The onlookers scrutinized the ghostly healer with disbelief, their expressions reflecting shock. The rumors surrounding the ghostly healer suggested she was an irascible old man, and none had glimpsed her true visage, as she was said to conceal her appearance with arcane techniques, enveloped in mystery. Perhaps this was a counterfeit summoned by Chen Qingyuan. One must not be deceived. Deep within the hearts of the public, they had long accepted the notion of the ghostly healer as a capricious, unsightly old man. After all, the healer's reputation in the outside world was far from favorable. Chen Qingyuan, known for his cunning schemes and penchant for trickery, found it difficult to convince others that the figure before them was indeed the ghostly healer. Not only did Shen Shaji and others harbor doubts, but even the members of the Shenqing sect expressed their skepticism, suspecting this was a ruse concocted by their junior brother to intimidate the various sections. Elder Dong Wenjun, protector of the sect, mused quietly, my junior brother is too careless. Even if he seeks to instill fear among the sacred grounds, he should not present a delicate woman to impersonate the ghostly healer. At the very least, it should have been a frail old man, one who appears ancient and weary, to invoke genuine apprehension. A woman, especially one of such fine stature, is hardly convincing. Chen Qingyuan, are we truly this familiar? The ghostly healer, known as Gongsan Nan, chose to disregard the crowd, her gaze fixed coldly upon Chen Qingyuan. We are well acquainted indeed. Chen Qingyuan replied unabashedly, a grin stretching across his face. Humph. Gongsan Nan let out a cold snort, unable to endure Chen Qingyuan's brazen demeanor any longer. If you wish for me to vouch for you, then silence yourself. Your voice is quite bothersome. Were it not for the favor owed to the illustrious Chonggang Sword Immortal, and the words spoken by the Sword Immortal in the past, Gongsan Nan would never have traveled such a distance. Who is Gongsan Nan? Renowned across the various star domains of the North Wilderness, it is said that even the elusive Great Ascension cultivators would show her some deference. To personally come here and provide false testimony for the trivial matters concerning Chen Qingyuan is utterly inconceivable. It is precisely due to the esteemed status of the ghost doctor that the crowd found it hard to believe that Chen Qingyuan could summon her. Hiding behind Gongsan Nan, Chen Qingyuan feared that some ill-advised individuals might strike unexpectedly and cause him harm. With Gongsun Nan's presence, the weight that had hung over Chen Qingyuan's heart gradually lifted, emboldening him to address the assembled powers of various sections. Esteemed seniors, it required considerable effort to invite my sister, the ghost doctor, to bear witness. I feel somewhat embarrassed to accept your compensation for mental distress, so let us clarify everything at once. Any questions you may have can be posed. However, I may not necessarily respond. The crowd, their faces flushed with indignation, could scarcely tolerate Chen Qingyuan's sly expression, yearning to strike him. A mere child. How could she possibly be the ghost doctor? An elder scoffed, voicing his inner thoughts. To dare impersonate the ghost doctor and deceive us, what audacity. The assembly cast glances laden with disdain towards Chen Qingyuan, their trust shattered. Not long ago, they had been thoroughly outwitted by him. And now they were expected to endure further deception, intolerable. Although I cannot discern the depth of your cultivation, you must be employing some secret technique or treasure. How much did this rascal Chen Qingyuan offer you for such trickery? Have you not considered the consequences? Liu Ruoi from Dongi Palace banged the armrest of her chair, rising with a chilling aura emanating from her gaze. Chen Qingyuan wore a mocking expression. This time, he had indeed summoned the true ghost doctor. Should you choose not to believe, any ensuing discord is no concern of mine. I have made myself abundantly clear. Consequences. Gongsun Nan took a few steps toward Liu Ruoi, her hands gently resting before her, an invisible force dispelling Liu Ruoi's oppressive aura. I would very much like to hear. Strange. Liu Ruoi realized her pressure had inexplicably dissipated, causing her heart to tense and her gaze to sharpen. If you were to speak of collusion with Chen Qingyuan, we might forgive your ignorance. However, should you remain obstinate, surviving until tomorrow may prove difficult. Yet, Liu Ruoi still refused to believe that Gongsun Nan was the ghost doctor, viewing it all as a scheme devised by Chen Qingyuan. The sect leaders watched with hawkish eyes, unwilling to be toyed with by Chen Qingyuan repeatedly. It was time to bring this farce to an end. Their caution regarding a conflict with Shenqing's sect did not imply a lack of courage. Previously, many believed that the issue could be resolved with spirit stones, enduring silently while Chen Qingyuan created chaos. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Qingyuan's unscrupulousness ignited the anger within the crowd. For many years, no one dared to threaten me. Gongsun Nan chuckled, perhaps perceiving the ignorance of those before him or perhaps feeling a flicker of ire. Sister Ghost Doctor, they are truly foolish, they refuse to believe anything. Chen Qingyuan whispered from a slight distance behind Gongsun Nan. Let us teach them a lesson to make them understand that there are greater powers beyond their own. You wish to use me as a pawn, don't you? Gongsun Nan glanced back at Chen Qingyuan, his gaze icy. How dare I? Chen Qingyuan quickly shook his head, vehemently denying it. Were it not for that person's regard, I would have dealt with you as well, Gongsun Nan cautioned softly. Chapter 42, The Terrifying Power. Tremors among the crowd. If Sister Ghost Doctor wishes to reprimand me, I shall not resist, but willingly submit to her judgment. Chen Qingyuan appeared as a rogue. Gongsun Nan silently recited the tranquility mantra, striving to remain unaffected by Chen Qingyuan's provocations. The thickness of this lad's skin surpassed all in existence, impervious to any divine weapon. If you perceive this as a threat, then so be it. Just as Gongsun Nan seethed with indignation, Liu Ruoi leaped forth. You may as well try, she challenged, unwilling to let this opportunity for venting her frustration slip away. One doesn't shed tears until confronted with a coffin. Even now, Liu Ruoi believed that all of this was merely a ploy orchestrated by Chen Qingyuan to intimidate the formidable beings present. Having suffered humiliation at his hands on several occasions, she was determined to expose his deceit and torment him severely. With that, Liu Ruoi struck at Gongsun Nan with a palm, the chilling aura freezing the space around them. At that moment, Chen Qingyuan could hardly conceal his delight, inwardly exclaiming, "This old witch has finally fallen into the trap, only to bring misfortune upon herself. Which is of no concern to me." In the next instant, the icy palm reached Gongsun Nan, the fierce winds overturning many tables and pillars within the hall. The disciples of the Shenqing sect braced themselves for battle, summoning their respective spirit soldiers. Just as Lin Chongsheng and the others prepared to act, Gongsun Nan waved his sleeve, shattering Lu Ruoi's icy attack, and, like a phantom, appeared before her, seizing her throat with an untraceable speed. With a slight squeeze of his right hand, Lu Ruoi was lifted off the ground. 16 silver needles emerged from her body, sealing her meridians, rendering her immobile and unable to channel her internal energy. In other words, at that moment, even an ordinary person wielding a knife could easily take her life. Gongsun Nan's speed was astonishing, and none present could discern his movements. As Lu Ruoi was hoisted by her throat, panic swept over the crowd like a thunderclap, their hearts nearly stopping. All present were horrified, their bodies stiffening in disbelief at the sight before them. How could Lu Ruoi, a powerful figure in the tribulation stage, be subdued in an instant? Her life hanging by a thread in the hands of another. It was a hard truth to accept. Yet, this was indeed an undeniable reality. 16 silver spirit needles. The legendary skill of the Ghost Doctor. Shen Shaji, well versed in the arcane, recognized the origin of the needles with a single glance and gasped in astonishment. The Ghost Doctor's silver needles could save lives or take them. She truly is the fabled Ghost Doctor. In that instant, enlightenment struck all, leaving them dumbfounded. No one dared to disrespect Gongsun Nan any longer. Fear and reverence coursed through their veins, causing them to tremble. Lin Chongsheng, the esteemed leader of the Shenqing sect, had encountered the Ghost Doctor before. He was the first to regain his composure, descending from the high platform to bow respectfully to Gongsun Nan. I pay my respects to the esteemed one. Dong Wenjun and the others, momentarily stunned, suppressed their inner shock and hurriedly offered their greetings. No one is quite aware of the exact level of the Ghost Doctor's cultivation, however. It is rumored that even certain great ascension cultivators give the Ghost Doctor a measure of respect, unwilling to offend. Furthermore, the Ghost Doctor's formidable prowess was evident as they subdued Lu Ruoi with a swift and overwhelming force, underscoring their terrifying capabilities. Respected one, please forgive our lack of discernment. We failed to extend our greetings promptly. Shen Shaji, having lost his initial imposing demeanor, bowed his head in reverence. The powerful figures from various sects hastily followed suit, daring not to harbor any lingering doubts. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. None could have anticipated that Chen Qingyuan would truly manage to invite the Ghost Doctor and that their relationship appeared exceedingly intimate. Otherwise, one would not dare to address the Ghost Doctor as sister without risking dire consequences. The elusive Ghost Doctor indeed knew Chen Qingyuan. How could this young man possess such remarkable influence? Bewilderment enveloped the crowd, their glances furtively directed at Chen Qingyuan, struggling to comprehend the situation. There is no need for excessive formalities, Gongsun Nan spoke with a frosty tone. The assembly rose, cautiously observing Gongsun Nan, no longer daring to scrutinize as they had initially. Why could this ruffian Chen Qingyuan summon the Ghost Doctor in such a manner? Was his influence truly so vast? The powerful figures from various sects silently cast, wishing they could pulverize Chen Qingyuan and feed him to the dogs. Since he enjoyed deceiving others, why not continue the charade? Why had he suddenly turned earnest and truly summoned the Ghost Doctor? What were they to do now? The crowd trembled in apprehension, utterly at a loss. Shen Shaji longed to plead for Lu Ruoi but feared inciting the Ghost Doctor's wrath and thus remained silent, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Moreover, should the Ghost Doctor take offense, his own predicament would become precarious, leaving no room to consider others. Lu Ruoi, grasped by the throat and unable to wield her spiritual abilities, could not utter a word. Her face flashed, her vital energy blocked, she wore an expression of slight agony. Her eyes filled with terror. Had she known the person before her was not merely an impostor, she would never have dared to utter such disrespectful words. Lu Ruoi's heart ached, she felt utterly betrayed by Chen Qingyuan. Who gives you the audacity to threaten me? Gongsun Nan's gaze fixed on Lu Ruoi, amplifying the terror that lurked within her depths. Lu Ruoi desperately opened her mouth, yearning to speak, yet no sound could escape her lips. With a sudden motion, Gongsun Nan cast Lu Ruoi to the ground. Cough, cough. Lu Ruoi sputtered, hands clutching her throat as she tried to clear her obstructed meridians. Soon after, relinquishing her pride, she knelt and pleaded for mercy. I did not realize it was you, esteemed ghost doctor. I beg for your forgiveness for my rudeness. With the silver spirit needle still embedded within her, Lu Ruoi dared not make any sudden movements, fearing that the needle might penetrate deeper and threaten her life. Her very existence hung by a thread, contingent upon Gongsun Nan's whims. Should they wish, they could extinguish Lu Ruoi's life in an instant. Shan Shaji and the others were not unwilling to assist, rather, they found themselves powerless. The ghost doctor's strength far surpassed that of the group. And even if they all banded together, they could not alter the outcome, rather, they would likely exacerbate the situation beyond repair. At present, the sole recourse lies in bowing one's head and acknowledging one's mistakes. Gongsun Nan cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ruoi, choosing to disregard her. Subsequently, Gongsun Nan turned to Chen Qinyuan beside him and spoke coldly, "Young man, how do you propose we handle her?" "I am uncertain, let the ghostly healer decide." Chen Qinyuan replied, reluctant to bear the burden of blame. Although he harbored a desire to eliminate Lu Ruoi, he understood the peril of voicing such sentiments before so many witnesses, fearing retribution. "Oh, is that so?" Gongsun Nan narrowed his eyes slightly. "Indeed," Chen Qinyuan nodded gently. Gongsun Nan was well aware of Chen Qinyuan's ulterior motives, unwilling to be used as a pawn. "Then let us pardon her transgressions of rudeness." "Ah, that might not be appropriate," Chen Qinyuan urged. "Having been so disrespectful to you moments ago, if you simply forgive her, it would be quite embarrassing if word got out." Lu Ruoi fixed her gaze on Chen Qinyuan, as if wishing to devour him whole. "This young man is truly devious, attempting to incite discord," the onlookers thought quietly. Chapter 43, Digging a Pit for Chen Qinyuan. Gongsun Nan was well aware of Chen Qinyuan's subtle intentions, yet chose not to expose them. Although Chen Qinyuan's words carried a hint of personal grievance, they were not without merit. If Gongsun Nan were to easily let Lu Ruoi off the hook, where would his dignity lie in the future? After much contemplation, Gongsun Nan resolved to impose a measure of punishment, snapping his fingers. "I shall spare your life, but you must endure some hardship." A mystical light emanated from Gongsun Nan's fingertips, alighting upon a silver spirit needle, causing it to tremble slightly. Instantly, Lu Ruoi emitted a heart-wrenching scream, a pain that pierced the soul, rendering her unable to bear it, as her anguish erupted forth. The chilling sound of her cry sent shivers down the spines of those present, their skin crawling. None wished to experience the torturous methods of the ghostly physician. For a full quarter of an hour, Gongsun Nan extended his left hand, opening his palm. With a swift motion, all the spirit needles embedded in Lu Ruoi's body withdrew, flying back into Gongsun Nan's grasp, vanishing from sight. Lu Ruoi's body continued to tremble gently, still ensnared in the torment she had just endured. However, after a brief moment of recuperation, she soon regained her composure. Despite such suffering and humiliation, Lu Ruoi did not exhibit anger or resentment. Instead, she respectfully bowed to Gongsun Nan and weakly expressed, "Thank you, esteemed one, for your mercy." Gongsun Nan narrowed his eyes slightly, acknowledging that Lu Ruoi's ability to remain composed was indicative of her extraordinary character. "This young man shares a bond with me. I have invested considerable effort in reconstructing his Dao body. If he were to be rendered useless, it would be a slap in my face." Casting a sweeping glance at the powerful figures from various sects, Gongsun Nan spoke slowly. "We harbor no such intentions." Shan Shaji and others bowed in response. "We are all seasoned individuals, do not bully the youth, and save yourselves some face. Of course, if this young man is subdued by his peers, then it is his own misfortune, I shall not intervene." Gongsun Nan issued this warning, then proceeded to place Chen Qinyuan upon the metaphorical pyre. "The older generation may refrain from acting against you, Chen Qinyuan, but the younger generation certainly can. Today, the elders of various sects have lost considerable face. They dare not hold Gongsun Nan accountable and will seek retribution from Chen Qinyuan instead. Is what the esteemed one says truly so?" An elder from a certain sect ventured to inquire. Indeed, Gongsun Nan affirmed with a nod. If Chen Qingyuan were to fall at the hands of his contemporaries, regardless of life or death, would the esteemed one not interfere? The elder pressed further. In the contest of peers, if one is outmatched, then death is deserved. I have no inclination to seek justice for a waste. As Gongsun Nan uttered these words, he cast a provocative glance at Chen Qingyuan, clearly indicating that he intended to make life difficult for him moving forward. Upon hearing this exchange, Chen Qingyuan's expression darkened. The esteemed one possesses profound wisdom. We are far from your equal, Shen Shaji complimented. Let us depart. Subsequently, the formidable figures from various sects departed from the Shenqing sect, their expressions clouded with dismay. As they took their leave, Liu Ruoi cast a fierce glare at Chen Qingyuan, attributing the humiliation of the day solely to him. In truth, Chen Qingyuan felt quite aggrieved. He had not laid a hand on anyone and had merely nudged the situation along. Moreover, he had spoken the truth, those who arrived were indeed the ghostly physician. Yet none among them chose to believe. Now, having lost face, he was to be blamed. Once the experts had vacated, Lin Chongsheng approached Gongsun Nan with a respectful gesture. Inviting him, a respected one, having traveled a great distance, why not take a moment to rest? I have arranged for fragrant tea and rare fruits. No need. Gongsun Nan replied coldly, dismissing the offer. With that, he strode towards the exit. At that moment, Chen Qingyuan hurriedly followed, glancing back at Lin Chongsheng and the others, offering a reassuring look. Sister Ghost Physician, may we discuss a matter? Chen Qingyuan implored with an ingratiating demeanor. Gongsun Nan was reticent with her words, wishing to avoid excessive interaction with Chen Qingyuan to maintain her tranquility. Why not serve as a revered elder in my Shenqing sect? Chen Qingyuan directly expressed his thoughts without any pretense. Revered elder. Gongsun Nan halted her steps, casting a glance at Chen Qingyuan, and scoffed. Though the Shenqing sect holds some renown in the Fuliexing domain, it cannot entice me. However, should you provide me with a premium spirit vein each year, I might reconsider. Even before they had exited the grand hall, Lin Chongsheng and the others could overhear their conversation. Initially, upon hearing the mention of reverence, the hearts of all present trembled with excitement and anticipation. Securing the ghostly physician as a revered elder would be an immense boon for the Shenqing sect. Yet, Gongsun Nan's response sent their hopes plummeting, eliciting internal sighs of despair. A premium spirit vein each year. Who could afford such a price? A premium spirit vein is a rare treasure, with the Shenqing sect possessing only one, which serves as the foundation of the sect and can only be harvested every few years without jeopardizing its essence. One premium spirit stone equates to 100 superior spirit stones, 10,000 medium spirit stones, or 1,000,000 inferior spirit stones. Their rarity is beyond measure. Encountering each other is a fateful connection. Let us not delve into such mundane matters, Chen Qingyuan said with a smile. Then why do you speak so mundanely? Gongsun Nan retorted, perceiving Chen Qingyuan's desire to secure her as a revered elder without a substantial sacrifice, a quintessential example of trying to catch a wolf with empty hands. I am but a mere mortal, thus I cannot escape the mundane, he replied. However, Sister Ghost Physician is different. You are a celestial being, untainted by the mud, and untainted by the waters of the world. If we were to discuss spirit stone resources, it would be an affront to you, Sister Ghost Physician. Chen Qingyuan flattered her earnestly. Humph. Gongsun Nan felt a flicker of satisfaction within, but concealed it well, letting out a cold snort, empty words, devoid of meaning. Sister Ghost Physician, do consider it carefully, Chen Qingyuan insisted, doggedly pursuing her. It was not until Gongsun Nan quickened his pace and vanished into the horizon that Chen Qingyuan finally halted, casting a wistful glance into the distance. Having come all this way, it would have been nice to receive at least a token of gratitude, perhaps a precious elixir. How truly stingy. Chen Qingyuan muttered under his breath. For the sake of such trivial matters, Gongsun Nan journeyed to the star domain of the two realms without even requesting a modest fee. It was indeed surprising that he had to sacrifice so much. Should she have overheard this sentiment, her suppressed fury would undoubtedly have manifested in an immediate retaliatory slap. Upon returning to the Shening sect, Chen Qinyuan discovered Hon Shan still stationed in the same spot, gazing at him with hopeful anticipation. "Old Hon, is everything well at home? Why have you not yet departed?" Chapter 44, We are brothers, we would never deceive you. Hon Shan's lips twitched slightly, and his expression darkened a few shades. "You scoundrel. I went through great lengths to save you, and now that the matter is resolved, not only do you fail to express a word of gratitude, but you also dismiss me with disdain." Taking a deep breath, Hon Shan suppressed the urge to physically confront Chen Qinyuan and forced a smile. "Brother Chen, would you not invite me for a cup of tea?" Of course, I must," Chen Qinyuan replied, calling over Lin Pinyan. "Xiaoyan, quickly serve Old Hon some tea." The discussion hall was currently in disarray, and the group settled in a side chamber. Before long, Lin Pinyan approached with a cup of tea in hand. "Brother Hon, please enjoy." "Thank you," Hon Shan replied courteously, lifting the cup to take a sip. Upon finishing the tea, Chen Qinyuan inquired, "How does it taste?" "It's passable," Hon Shan replied instinctively. "Of course, this cup of tea is worth 100 superior spirit stones." Chen Qinyuan raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Hon Shan's immediate reaction was to gag, hastily expelling the tea from his stomach. 100 superior spirit stones. Why don't you go and rob someone instead? What are you doing? Chen Qinyuan regarded Hon Shan, who was struggling to suppress his retching, with disdain. "This tea is far too expensive for me, I cannot afford it. So I must return it to you," Hon Shan declared. Though wealthy, he was notoriously frugal. "I never said you needed to pay, just stop, you are making me nauseous," Chen Qinyuan retorted, aghast at Hon Shan's antics. "Why not mention that earlier?" Hon Shan ceased his efforts to vomit and turned to Lin Pinyan. "Brother Lin, please bring me 10 more cups of this tea." Lin Pinyan paused, then nodded, "All right." "Wait, it's free, right?" Hon Shan halted Lin Pinyan, who was about to leave, and inquired, "Is it truly free?" "Of course, look at how stingy you are." Chen Qinyuan almost wore his disdain on his face. "One must save where one can, but this tea is excessively priced, is it not?" Receiving confirmation that it would cost him nothing, Hon Shan gestured for Lin Pinyan to prepare the tea. Leaning back in his chair, he said, "Then, please proceed." Consequently, Chen Qinyuan recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing them, Hon Shan was astonished, filled with admiration, "As expected of you, to manage a con even in such circumstances." "What do you mean by con?" "This is merely a tea fee." Chen Qinyuan shot Hon Shan a sidelong glance. "All right, whatever you say," Hon Shan conceded, fully aware of his own standing and unwilling to argue with Chen Qinyuan. "Once you finish your tea, if you have nothing else to do, feel free to take your leave. I have many matters to attend to and cannot afford to entertain you," Chen Qinyuan stated, rising to depart. "Wait." Hon Shan quickly stopped the departing Chen Qinyuan, narrowing his eyes. "Brother Chen, have you forgotten something?" "Forgotten what?" Chen Qinyuan feigned confusion. "Weren't you supposed to introduce me to a partner?" Hon Shan confronted Chen Qinyuan directly, who was pretending to be oblivious. "Oh, that matter." Chen Qinyuan tapped his forehead, feigning a sudden realization. He had almost forgotten, momentarily frightened by those old fellows. It is never too late to recall, after all. Were it not for the pursuit of a suitable partner, Hon Shan would hardly be so diligent. In his haste, he had utilized numerous precious teleportation talismans, which others regarded as life-saving treasures. The costs were bearable, provided he could find a wife. Hon Shan was unwilling to face a solitary old age. Such a fate was too painful to contemplate. "Brother Hon, please take your time," Lin Pinyan said, approaching with 10 cups of tea, placing them gently on the table. Hon Shan fixed an unwavering gaze on Chen Qinyuan, interrogating him. "Chen Qinyuan, are you trying to deceive me again?" "Of course not," Chen Qinyuan hastily denied. If he were to mislead Hon Shan repeatedly, seeking his assistance in the future would become quite challenging. We are sworn brothers, how could I possibly deceive you? And where is the partner you promised to introduce me to? Hon Shan pressed, finishing all 10 cups of tea in one go, burping. And then standing to point at Chen Qingyuan. With a swift motion, Chen Qingyuan brushed aside Hon Shan's finger, his demeanor turning serious. I will have her meet you shortly. You won't be disappointed. However, you must attend to your appearance. If you ruin it, that will be on you. Is there really someone? Hon Shan was taken aback. He had nearly given up hope. Do you think I would lie to you? Chen Qingyuan scoffed. There's no way. Hon Shan continued to scrutinize Chen Qingyuan. Noting his earnest expression, and with a flattering smile added, Brother Chen, you are so kind to me. If I were to doubt you, would I still be human? Just wait. Chen Qingyuan instructed. For how long? Hon Shan was growing impatient. Which family does this fairy belong to? Stop with the unnecessary questions, just wait as I said. Chen Qingyuan replied, turning to leave. This time Hon Shan refrained from stopping him, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Chen Qingyuan spoke with such confidence, it must be true. Hon Shan mused, retrieving a mirror to meticulously groom his appearance, indulging in vanity. After departing the side hall, Chen Qingyuan made his way to the western peak of Shenqing sect. The Jade Bamboo Peak, home to the female disciples, was where Chen Qingyuan found himself in a moment of urgency. He thought of someone, the eldest sister of the younger generation at Jade Bamboo Peak. Renowned as one of the 3 beauties of the Flowing Star domain, possessing both beauty and talent. Greetings, Elder Martial Uncle. Over a dozen female disciples clad in white skirts greeted him with bows at the foot of Jade Bamboo Peak. There's no need for formalities. Chen Qingyuan waved his hand with the authority of an elder, nodding slightly. I have matters to discuss with Shaoran, please take me to her. Yes. One of the disciples acknowledged, leading the way. They traversed through dense foliage, crossing a crystal-clear lake on a jade bridge, finally reaching the summit of Jade Bamboo Peak. Atop stood a palace crafted from jade, shrouded in mist, appearing both real and ethereal, infused with mystery and radiance. The eldest sister of Jade Bamboo Peak, Lu Lingran, was already aware of Chen Qingyuan's arrival, waiting at the entrance of the Jade Palace. Lu Lingran adorned herself in a delicate, pale white gown, with a ribbon cinched at her waist cascading gracefully by her side, dancing in the gentle breeze. Standing at a height of 170 centimeters. Her long hair was neatly tied up, framing a face of exquisite features, with red lips and pearly teeth. Every gesture of hers had the power to captivate hearts and beguile souls. What brings you to Yuzhu Peak, little master uncle? Lu Lingran inquired with a respectful bow. I have a matter to discuss with you, Chen Qingyuan replied, hands clasped behind his back. Please, come in. Lu Lingran gestured toward the open door of the Jade Palace. Once inside, the two took their seats within the Jade Palace, where Lu Lingran personally poured tea for Chen Qingyuan, her gaze fixed upon him. Chen Qingyuan discreetly signaled for the female disciples surrounding them to leave, as the matter at hand was not suitable for others' ears. Soon, only Chen Qingyuan and Lu Lingran remained within the hall. Please speak plainly, little master uncle, Lu Lingran said, her heart filled with curiosity, uncertain of Chen Qingyuan's intentions. Chen Qingyuan appeared somewhat bashful, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. Shaoran, has your little master uncle treated you well? Fairly well, Lu Lingran replied. Recalling how, upon entering the sect, she had received guidance from Chen Qingyuan, and that the rewards for her tasks were also dispensed by him, benefiting many within the sect. Your master uncle is in a predicament, could you lend a hand? Chen Qingyuan whispered. What kind of assistance? Lu Lingran's instincts warned her that this request might not be simple, her brows furrowing. Help me to arrange a meeting with someone. Go on a blind date and get to know him, Chen Qingyuan smiled. At the mention of this, Lu Lingran's expression changed instantly. Chapter 45. Oh, little master uncle. Your fickleness is rather astonishing. Little master uncle, is it truly appropriate for you to engage in matchmaking? As she uttered these words, Lu Lingran's gaze hardened. And her tone was far from amiable. Do not worry, it is merely a ruse, and it shall not tarnish your reputation in the slightest. Besides, with someone as stunning, gentle, and understanding as Xiao Ran, it would be an injustice to allow that scoundrel to benefit. Chen Qingyuan recognized that the situation was somewhat inappropriate. Yet to preserve the bonds of brotherhood and avoid being deemed treacherous, he resorted to this subterfuge. If it were to be a match for little Master Uncle, I might consider it. Others, however, are unsuitable. Lu Lingran replied with a smile that held an ambiguous truth. Oh, do not jest at my expense. I implore you to assist me. Chen Qingyuan set aside his pride, pleading softly. Little Master Uncle, do you find Xiao Ran beautiful? Seeing Chen Qingyuan's anxious demeanor, much of Lu Lingran's ire dissipated. Of course she is beautiful, there is no one in this world who can compare. Chen Qingyuan inwardly lamented, hoping that this insincere flattery would not bring misfortune upon him. Although Lu Lingran was indeed breathtaking, she was not without competition, but least in Chen Qingyuan's recollection. There were several who surpassed her in various aspects. Then why would you arrange for Xiao Ran to meet with another? Lu Lingran pressed. It is merely an act. There is no need for earnestness, Chen Qingyuan reiterated. Even if it is an act, it should not be so. I have heard that men possess a strong sense of possessiveness, they cannot bear to see what is not theirs fall into the hands of others. If you truly believe Xiao Ran to be beautiful, you would not even consider such a thing. Unless at this juncture, Lu Lingran deliberately paused. Her lips curling into a teasing smirk, her eyes glinting with mischief. Unless little Master Uncle has undergone a transformation and is no longer a typical man. What are you implying? Chen Qingyuan found her words increasingly peculiar. Little Master Uncle. Has the affair with Bai Shishu affected you to the extent that you have lost interest in women? Lu Lingran feigned surprise. No wonder you have been so close to senior brother Lin Pinyan lately, could there be something more between you? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's countenance shifted dramatically. And he retorted angrily, you little rascal, cease your nonsense, or I shall teach you a lesson. Little Master Uncle, you cannot defeat me now. Perhaps you should abandon such thoughts. Lu Lingran responded with confidence, her smile radiant as a blooming garden. Chen Qingyuan found himself at a loss for words. It became evident that one must discipline a child while they are still young, otherwise, they would grow up and become formidable. After sipping a cup of tea, Chen Qingyuan calmed his temper and resolved to make a significant concession. Initially, he had intended for Lu Lingran to make a cameo appearance, allowing him to profit from her efforts, but she was not easily swayed. Consequently, Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to lay the truth bare, Xiao Ran. I assure you that this will not harm your reputation, and you stand to gain considerably. Oh! Pray, enlighten me. It seemed as though Lu Lingran had everything under her control, displaying no signs of surprise. Given her understanding of her little Master Uncle, she was never one to be at a disadvantage, there was surely profit to be had. Upon meeting Hon Shan, he ought to present you with a token of gratitude. Right? After all, I have diligently searched for a suitable match for him, thus I deserve some recompense for my efforts, Chen Qingyuan candidly stated. It's merely a token of appreciation, I am not a greedy person, Lu Lingran replied dismissively. This fellow resembles a rustic magnate, with a little encouragement. The token of appreciation will undoubtedly be quite generous. Chen Qingyuan had long set his sights on Hon Shan's wealth, feeling it necessary to exploit the situation for the sake of redistributing wealth. Consider it, though I will require half of your recompense, Lu Lingran boldly declared. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's demeanor shifted, and he lamented, Xiao Ran, you have changed. Remember when you first entered the sect? My esteemed junior uncle presented you with the jade bamboo peak token, guided your cultivation path, imparted the various rules of the Shenqing sect, and bestowed upon you resources for your journey. Junior uncle, please cease your pretense, Lu Lingran promptly interjected, exasperated with her junior uncle's dramatics. She was merely jesting, and it hardly warranted such a serious response. I shall forgo the recompense, is that acceptable? Agreed. Chen Qingyuan's expression transformed instantly to one of solemnity. Are you a dog? Your mood shifts so rapidly. Lu Lingran retorted, speechless. Shao Ran, I am looking out for you, do not mistake my intentions for exploitation, Chen Qingyuan professed earnestly, adopting a tone of sincerity. Our Shenqing sect boasts a vast lineage, with prodigious female disciples aplenty. Take for instance San Lon of the Bishia Peak and Gu Yuxiao of the Luyin Peak, though they may not rival your beauty, grace, and charm, they are nonetheless capable of capturing Honshan's affections. I am merely ensuring you secure some resources for your cultivation. You ought to be grateful to me, do you understand? Chen Qingyuan became increasingly animated, as if genuinely concerned. On the surface, his words aimed to reassure Lu Lingran not to feel slighted, for there were numerous candidates for matchmaking. Yet, in truth, he was extolling her virtues. Lu Lingran couldn't help but chuckle. All right, thank you, junior uncle, for your care. Just so you know, Chen Qingyuan had exhausted every compliment he could muster for a woman, and fortunately, his sincerity had moved Lu Lingran, who was willing to participate. The only regret was that Lu Lingran was not merely making a friendly appearance. What a pity. Junior uncle, is Honshan not your brother? Why treat him so? Lu Lingran could not fathom this. Between brothers, one cannot behave in such a manner, she pondered. This fellow is a rustic magnate, while we are in dire straits. We must find ways to earn a living, Chen Qingyuan opined. He was unaware of the true extent of Honshan's wealth. Only knowing that this young man was affluent enough to overwhelm his family's patriarch with money, compelling his master to collaborate in a charade of a ghostly physician, thereby deceiving others. However, no one anticipated that the seemingly random individual chosen for this ruse would genuinely turn out to be a ghostly physician. To stun the master with money and induce him to put aside his dignity for the performance, this alone indicated that Honshan was extraordinarily wealthy, a veritable walking treasury. Junior uncle, did you not just deceive the elders from various sects and reap considerable profits? Isn't all these spirit stones enough for your use? Lu Lingran remarked. Spirit stones are something that no one can ever have too many of. Moreover, the profits are not solely mine, they are for the benefit of the sect, Chen Qingyuan proclaimed with righteous fervor. Lu Lingran believed this statement, for many of the constructions and regulations of the Shening sect were indeed devised by Chen Qingyuan, benefiting all disciples and ensuring a relatively equitable distribution of resources. Just a facade of brotherhood, Lu Lingran scoffed. Nonsense. Brother Hon and I share a bond of life and death, Chen Qingyuan shot back, casting a stern glance at Lu Lingran. This endeavor not only allows us to earn some spirit stones but also provides Brother Hon the chance to experience the thrill of courtship. He must be quite pleased. It's a win-win situation for all. Lu Lingran regarded Chen Qingyuan with an incredulous gaze, thinking, if I were to believe you, I would be a fool. Prepare yourself. Soon it will be your turn to perform, she added. Chen Qingyuan then resolved to depart, intending to discuss the matter of remuneration with Honshan. Chapter 46, The Mysterious Origin of Honshan, the true local tycoon. Little master uncle, you are quite mischievous. Lu Lingran couldn't help but smile at the thought of Honshan being deceived. I assure you, I am a person of integrity, do not make unfounded judgments. Chen Qingyuan replied, puffing out his chest as he strode toward the guest reception hall. Having committed to assisting Chen Qingyuan with this matter, Lu Lingran knew she could not slack off. She needed to think carefully about what to say and prepare herself mentally. In the reception hall of the Shenqing sect, as time passed, Honshan, feeling rather agitated, could hardly sit still and paced back and forth. Upon spotting Chen Qingyuan arriving like a celestial being, his face lit up with joy. Brother Chen! Honshan exclaimed. With Lu Lingran settled, Chen Qingyuan approached confidently, exuding an air of authority. When will the ferry arrive? Honshan inquired with a flattering smile. Just wait and see. Chen Qingyuan entered the reception hall and took a seat at a nearby chair. Honshan eagerly followed. Seating himself beside Chen Qingyuan, you must tell me who she is. I need to know for my peace of mind. Have you heard of the three fairies of the flowing meteor domain? Chen Qingyuan did not provide a direct answer but instead sought to lead the conversation gradually. I have heard rumors. It is said that the three fairies are stunningly beautiful, like celestial beings, Hon Shan replied, eager to engage in the conversation about enchanting beauties. The one I am introducing to you is the spirit fairy Lu Lingran of the Shenqing sect, a revered figure among countless young heroes, seemingly unattainable. Chen Qingyuan praised her lavishly. That Hon Shan was so excited he could scarcely find words. After a long pause to compose himself, he grasped Chen Qingyuan's hand. Brother Chen, I misjudged you. You truly have gone to great lengths for me, not simply finding someone to deceive me. Let go. Chen Qingyuan shook off Hon Shan's hand. His disdain evident on his face. We are like brothers, albeit of different fathers and mothers. I would never deceive you. That makes sense. Hon Shan nodded earnestly. Though I introduced you to the spirit fairy, whether it leads to a favorable outcome depends on your own capabilities. For your first meeting, do not be too stingy. Prepare a decent gift. Chen Qingyuan began to urge him. Indeed, the gift must be generous. First impressions hold great significance. Hon Shan wholeheartedly agreed. Additionally, Chen Qingyuan cleared his throat, his eyes signaling, I have been running around for you, and it has exhausted me. Hon Shan instantly understood and took out a Chen Quan bag. Generously handing it to Chen Qingyuan, Brother Chen, here it is. With the reward placed before him, Chen Qingyuan had no reason to decline. As he accepted the Chen Quan bag, he feigned modesty. Oh, I feel quite embarrassed, but token gesture would suffice. Please, do not overdo it. Then, Chen Qingyuan opened the Chen Quan bag. A thread of divine consciousness probing inside. Upon discovering its contents, he was taken aback, a medium-grade spirit vein. Once fully mined, it could yield an estimated 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones. If extracted gradually, preserving the essence of the vein, it would continuously produce resources over time. What a grand gesture! Years ago, when Dongi Palace sent Chen Qingyuan away, it was merely a middle-grade spiritual vein. Compared to Hon Mountain, Dongi Palace was a first-rate power, seemed remarkably petty. Chen Qingyuan suddenly raised his head, gazing at Hon Mountain with a look of astonishment and shock. Old Hon, when did you become so affluent? Though we may covet wealth, a gentleman cherishes riches obtained through proper means. We must avoid unscrupulous dealings. What are you insinuating? This is all my own money, and its origins are impeccably clean. At least 100 times more so than yours, Hon Mountain replied with a light scoff. I have been trapped in Tianyuan for over a century. What have you been up to? Hon Mountain continued. To be honest, had it been a legitimate endeavor, I would have eagerly intervened. After all, earning alongside a brother is far from discomforting. It's rather complicated, Hon Mountain recalled, letting out a sigh. Spare me the long-windedness. Chen Qingyuan urged impatiently. Hon Mountain, without any intention of concealing the truth, turned his back to Chen Qingyuan while preparing a gift, and slowly recounted. I was taken in and raised by my master since childhood. A century ago, I unexpectedly encountered a group of mysterious individuals who claimed I was the scion of a certain power, having inadvertently wandered here. I found them exceedingly unattractive, certainly not even a fraction as handsome as I, and suspected ulterior motives, so I refused to return with them. They then mentioned that my family could understand my hesitation, offering me several properties to manage as a form of assessment. Hon Mountain continued. If I were to fail this assessment, I would have to return to receive guidance and inherit part of the family estate. They spoke at length, but I paid little heed. Eventually, they introduced me to the heads of the properties, and I thought, why refuse such a generous offer? Chen Qingyuan listened, somewhat bewildered. If one fails in business, they must return home to inherit the family estate. What nonsense is this? Has this fellow learned a few tricks from me and is now trying to swindle me? With a hint of skepticism, Chen Qingyuan scrutinized Hon Mountain. Yet, considering the circumstances, if Hon Mountain's claims were untrue, how could he be so extravagantly affluent? Nevertheless, Hon Mountain's words were indeed outrageous, making them hard to believe. What kind of properties are we talking about, Old Hon? Chen Qingyuan inquired softly. According to their rules, I cannot disclose that information, otherwise it would be deemed a failure. And I would be forcibly taken to some place. At that time, I was too engrossed in examining the accounts and the treasures surrounding me to catch the details. Something along those lines, Hon Mountain replied. You rascal. Suddenly becoming so infuriating. Chen Qingyuan felt his curiosity piqued yet was met with no answers, leaving him perturbed. You stand no chance against me now. Should you dare to make a move, I will retaliate decisively. Hon Mountain turned to lock eyes with Chen Qingyuan, sporting a mischievous grin. If I were to reach a conclusion with Fairy Lingran, I would prepare you an extravagant gift. Get lost. Chen Qingyuan kicked Hon Mountain playfully. Hon Mountain brushed off his clothes, unfazed. As an hour passed, dusk descended upon them. Lu Lingran descended gracefully from Yuzhu Peak, clad in a flowing gown of pristine white. The hem trailing approximately 3 meters behind her, dancing with ethereal elegance. She wore a simple veil, her long hair tied back, cascading down to her waist. As Lu Lingran approached with each step as if walking on lotus petals, Hon Shan's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment, each footfall resonating within his heart. Truly, she was one of the 3 celestial maidens of the flowing star domain, and her reputation was well deserved. What are you staring at? Go and greet her, Chen Qingyuan urged. Noticing Hon Shan's dazed expression as Lu Lingran reached the entrance of the side hall. Regaining his composure, Hon Shan suppressed his excitement, performing a courteous bow and smiling, greetings. Fairy Lingran. I am Hon Shan, I trust Brother Chen has already mentioned me. Honorable Daoist Hon, the pleasure is mine, Lu Lingran replied. Bowing slightly in return to show her respect. Please accept this token of my appreciation, Hon Shan said, presenting an exquisitely crafted Chenquan pouch, his heart racing with anticipation. Thank you, Lu Lingran replied without hesitation, accepting the gift graciously. Shall we step inside to converse? Hon Shan gestured towards the interior of the hall, inviting her in. Very well, Lu Lingran entered, casting a playful wink at Chen Qingyuan, who was left outside. Brother, I am not abandoning you, I simply have no choice. Chen Qingyuan muttered, hastily concocting an excuse to slip away. Within the side hall, only Lu Lingran and Hon Shan remained engaged in conversation. Junior apprentice, halt. Just as Chen Qingyuan prepared to return, several senior brothers emerged after completing their duties of tidying the main hall. Chapter 47, The disdain of a nouveau riche. Confronted by his senior brothers, Chen Qingyuan found himself momentarily at a loss. Is there something you need, brothers? He inquired. You've amassed quite a fortune, do you not think to share a portion with your seniors? One of the brothers stated bluntly, revealing their intent. Oh, I see now. That is quite reasonable, Chen Qingyuan replied, feigning enlightenment. We have all lent you our Chenquan bags, and we are here to collect the interest, the senior brother continued. Young disciple, it's not that we are petty, we are simply devoid of funds. The brothers present were ancient beings, having lived for thousands of years. Lacking material possessions and finding themselves at a disadvantage when compared to others. Were it not for their dire financial straits, they would not have stooped to approach Chen Qingyuan for spiritual stones. Casting a glance at the assembled seniors, most of whom had established families, he recognized the difficulty of saving a little pocket money. One brother, clad in a dark robe, bore a patch on his attire, causing Chen Qingyuan's heart to tremble slightly. He thought to himself, as an inner elder of the Shening sect, a powerful figure at the divine transformation stage. Is it truly fitting to appear so impoverished? The Shening sect did not encroach upon the resources of other sects nor engaged in unscrupulous practices such as theft or robbery. Hence, despite the profound cultivation of these seniors, their financial situation was rather meager. The resources of the flowing meteor domain had been largely depleted. And news of new secret realms had become scarce, leading to a life of hardship for the brothers. Fortunately, their wives managed the finances, seemingly anticipating such a day. Periodically, They would provide sufficient resources for cultivation. However, when it came to spiritual stones for revelry, they were decidedly stingy, leaving the brothers to fend for themselves. Take it. Chen Qingyuan, recently enriched by a windfall from Hon Shon, was feeling generous. Every senior present would receive a share. One senior, gazing at the 800 mid-grade spiritual stones in his hand and then at the ostentatiously affluent Chen Qingyuan, remarked with a fierce expression, "Young disciple. The 8th senior brother cannot abide your nouveau riche demeanor. If you have the means, why not shower us with your wealth?" Everyone cast a sideways glance at the 8th senior brother, silently cursing his audacity. Let me be clear, a millennium ago, I wouldn't even have glanced at such a paltry sum. Even if it fell to the ground, I wouldn't bother to pick it up. It simply seems too tiresome. In recent years, the expenditure of resources had been excessive, and with no means of earning. Their meager salaries left much to be desired, truly a struggle. In truth, the Shening sect was not impoverished, their treasury brimmed with valuable treasures. Yet, to maintain the spiritual formations across various locations and to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, they were forced to endure a life of scarcity. Why not allow me to serve as your protector for a time? You could provide me with a modest stipend each month, one brother proposed. The seniors exchanged remarks, each recounting tales of their recent financial woes. Despite their formidable cultivation, had they desired to acquire spiritual stones, they possessed myriad means to do so. However, they were unwilling to leave the Shening sect or to serve as retainers for mercantile guilds, choosing instead to subsist on their meager monthly stipends, thus appearing rather destitute. In summary, it boiled down to one word: laziness. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not venture forth to earn their keep. Almost there. It should suffice for your leisure for a while. Chen Qingyuan harbored no concerns regarding the cultivation resources of his senior brothers, as his sisters-in-law were well aware of their circumstances. Having acquired spirit stones, they would indulge in fine wines or frequent bustling locales. How stingy! Those who benefited from Chen Qingyuan's generosity departed with a reluctant remark. Unfazed, Chen Qingyuan chuckled and shook his head. Subsequently, he allocated a portion of the spirit stones to his senior sister, retained some for himself, and deposited the remainder into the task hall to enhance the rewards for the disciples upon completing their missions. The tasks within the hall were quite standard. For instance, a band of robbers had been reported at a certain location, with their cultivation levels noted, allowing capable disciples to undertake the missions. This not only bolstered the reputation of the Shening sect but also provided the disciples with practical combat experience, enabling them to earn additional resources for cultivation, at a veritable win-win situation. This task hall was established by Chen Qingyuan, significantly elevating the overall proficiency of the sect's disciples. In addition, Chen Qingyuan devised numerous initiatives to gradually enhance the sense of belonging among the disciples. An hour later, Hon Shon arrived at Chen Qingyuan's cultivation cave. How did it go? Chen Qingyuan inquired, pouring a cup of tea for Hon Shon with a smile. Alas, it was somewhat unsuitable, Hon Shon sighed softly. What happened? Chen Qingyuan asked, intrigued. Fairy Lingran is commendable in many respects, yet there lies a slight regret, Hon Shon lamented. I sought a partner who adores jasmine, but Fairy Lingran prefers roses instead. And then? Chen Qingyuan prompted. Then I departed, bringing this fateful yet incompatible relationship to a close. Hon Shon felt a pang of regret yet bore no remorse. Impressive, Chen Qingyuan remarked, giving a thumbs up in admiration. A companion for life should not be chosen lightly. If interests do not align, future happiness is surely compromised. Initially, Liu Lingran struggled to articulate her refusal, yet Hon Shon took the initiative, candidly stating their incompatibility and offering a brief apology before leaving. Leaving Liu Lingran bewildered within the room. Hon Shon held high standards for a partner, requiring not only exceptional talent and beauty but also shared interests. Old Hon, I hope you find the ideal companion you envision, Chen Qingyuan said, patting Hon Shon on the shoulder, thoroughly impressed. Fate is a fickle thing, one cannot force it. Let it unfold naturally. In truth, Hon Shon regarded Lu Lingren as an admirable individual in various aspects, yet he could not master the sensation of instant infatuation that most. He felt mere admiration for her beauty. That makes sense, Chen Qingyuan replied. I came to bid you farewell, I must return now. With that, Hon Shon waved and strode away. Take care, I shall not see you off. Watching Hon Shon depart, Chen Qingyuan felt a twinge of guilt, having inadvertently put his brother in a difficult position. However, it wasn't long before his spirits lifted considerably. Occasionally putting a brother in a bind wasn't a significant issue. After all, Hon Shon had done the same to Chen Qingyuan before, each to their own. In matters of parole, both parties exhibit a profound understanding of boundaries, refraining from frivolous jest. Concurrently, as the formidable figures of various sects returned to their respective factions, the news of the ghost doctor's visit to the Xianqing sect reverberated throughout the Fulyu Star domain, igniting a wave of astonishment. It was rumored that the elusive ghost doctor was, in fact, a woman, known for her eccentric temperament. One could only wonder why she took a particular interest in Chen Qingyuan, personally visiting the Xianqing sect to extend her support. Allegedly, Chen Qingyuan referred to the ghost doctor as sister, earning her tacit approval. To instill fear among the masses, the ghost doctor effortlessly subdued the elder guardian of Dongi Palace, compelling her to kneel in supplication, narrowly escaping with her life. This time, despite the pressure exerted by major sects on the Xianqing sect, they not only failed to extract any useful information regarding the Tianyuan but also suffered a significant loss of face. The incident became a topic of lively discussion across various regions. Moreover, the revelation of Chen Qingyuan's potential for cultivation sent a tremor through many practitioners. Bai Shishue of Dongi Palace, clad in a simple long dress, gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Chapter 48. Bai Shishue stepped into Inshue City, her heart a tumultuous blend of emotions. Upon hearing that Chen Qingyuan had once again embarked on the path of cultivation, she found herself engulfed in a myriad of conflicting feelings. Ever since the annulment of the betrothal between Dongi Palace and Tianyu sect, Bai Shishue had been placed in an uncomfortable position, often subjected to whispers and rumors that weighed heavily upon her spirit. Nevertheless, she harbored no regrets regarding her past decision, convinced that, even without the emergence of Qin Yutong from Tianyu sect, a fruitful outcome with Chen Qingyuan would have been improbable. While Bai Shishue may not have been the pinnacle of talent in her era, her future brimmed with promise. As for Chen Qingyuan, who had fallen to the status of a wastrel, his lifespan was now limited to a mere century, and his fate seemed sealed. Having come to terms with this reality, Bai Shishue refrained from reminiscing about their shared memories, resolutely holding on to her choice, her heart steeled against any remorse. However, at that moment, Bai Shishue felt an unexpected star within her, her gaze fixed on the horizon, shimmering with a complex light. She maintained her silence, her hands tightly gripping her garment, betraying her inner turmoil. Biting her crimson lips, she drew blood yet refused to release her grip. Time passed in a haze, then finally, she averted her gaze, her eyes imbued with newfound determination as she murmured to herself, even if he can resume his cultivation, he will never reach the heights he once attained. Those peers whom he once overshadowed have long since surpassed him. Bai Shishue remained steadfast, unwilling to concede that she had erred. I shall ascend to greater heights and watch you struggle upward. Even without your assistance, I shall carve out my own path and behold the world's most exquisite vistas. She could not deny her choice, for doing so would jeopardize her resolve and lead to spiritual disarray. No matter the circumstances, she refused to acknowledge any error. She was committed to her chosen path. Understanding Chen Qingyuan's temperament well, Bai Shishue recognized that their fates had been irrevocably severed, with no possibility of returning to the past. Since returning was not an option, she resolved to elevate herself further, ensuring she would not harbor regrets or succumb to despair. Child, you must have heard of the recent events at Xianqing sect. At that moment, Yao Susu descended gracefully beside Bai Shishue. Master, Bai Shishue bowed respectfully, rising to speak. I am already aware. Chen Qingyuan has allied with the ghost doctor, and his spiritual roots have been restored. His fortune is indeed extraordinary. If you still hold feelings for him, perhaps you could consider rekindling your relationship, Yao Susu suggested softly. Upon hearing this, Bai Shishue did not hesitate for a moment. Firmly rejecting the notion, please, master, do not speak of it again, I have severed all ties with Chen Qingyuan. Very well. Observing Bai Shishue's resolute demeanor, Yao Susu was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the intensity of her reaction. Master, I wish to enter Inshue City. Bai Shishue declared her decision with conviction. Are you out of your mind? Yao Susu furrowed her brow in disbelief. I am not mad, I simply wish to test my limits. Bai Shishue sought to strengthen herself, believing this path to be the only way forward. Inshue City, a secret realm of Dongi Palace, was fraught with intricate mechanisms and perilous challenges. Since the establishment of the Dongi Palace, the founding patriarch set a rule: only those who pass the trials of Yanshuiqing may ascend to the positions of Holy Son or Holy Daughter. It has been over 3 millennia since Dongi Palace last appointed a Holy Son or Holy Daughter. Within Yanshuiqing, numerous corpses of co-disciples lie in heaps, few emerge alive. It is not that I underestimate your abilities, but rather that Yanshuiqing is fraught with peril, not a place for the faint-hearted, advised Yao Susu. I have made my decision. Please assist me in reporting this to the sect, Bai Shishue replied with unwavering determination. Rather than endure the whispers and judgments of others, I would prefer to stake my life on this gamble. I will either emerge from Yanshuiqing, adorned with glory and ascend to the position of Holy Daughter, or perish within its confines, which would be preferable to the torment of my own thoughts. Bai Shishue struggled to maintain her resolve, fearing that with the passage of time, she might falter and ultimately become the subject of ridicule. Very well. Seeing the conviction in Bai Shishue's eyes, Yao Susu understood her motivations and ceased her attempts to dissuade her, nodding solemnly. Days later, under the watchful eyes of the higher-ups, Bai Shishue stepped into the secret realm of Yanshuiqing. One misstep leads to another. The Holy Master of Dongi Palace, Du Ruosheng, once emerged triumphantly from Yanshuiqing, advancing steadily to her current stature. Given her understanding of the grave dangers posed by Yanshuiqing, she regarded Bai Shishue's chances of survival as exceedingly slim. No one anticipated that Chen Qingyuan would resume his cultivation journey. Moreover, he had garnered the favor of the ghost doctor, who was willing to protect him. An inner sect elder sighed deeply, reflecting on the situation. Without my command, no one is permitted to act against the Shening sect or Chen Qingyuan. Those who defy this order will face disciplinary action, Du Ruosheng declared, sensing a hint of unease. She feared that Elder Liu Ruoi, upon facing humiliation, might seek vengeance against Chen Qingyuan, plunging Dongi Palace into chaos. Yes. The assembly affirmed, not daring to defy the Holy Master's will. In a certain location within the Flowing Star domain, after departing the Shening sect, the ghost doctor did not return immediately to the Yunhai Star domain but instead journeyed to a more remote city. There, the Chonggang Sword Immortal resided, and the ghost doctor sought to pay a visit. During their last meeting, the Sword Immortal had revealed his dwelling, inviting the ghost doctor to seek him whenever necessary. Knock. Knock, knock. The ghost doctor stood outside, feeling a flutter of excitement, then gently tapped on the door. Come in. The Chonggang Sword Immortal, aware of the ghost doctor's identity, allowed his thoughts to manifest, and the door creaked open. As he entered the courtyard, the ghost doctor beheld the modestly clad Chonggang Sword Immortal, wielding a rusted broken sword to chop dried wood. Senior, the ghost doctor saluted. Do you have business with me? The Sword Immortal queried, not lifting his gaze from his task. I assisted young Master Chen with a problem. And since I am in the Flowing Star domain, I wished to pay my respects, the ghost doctor replied. What troubles has young Master Chen encountered? The celestial sword master Chonggang had long confined himself within his chamber, showing no particular interest in the happenings of the outside world. He remained oblivious to events unless Chen Qingyuan found himself in mortal peril. This was the case subsequently. The ghost doctor succinctly conveyed the general situation and mentioned Shen Qingyuan's invitation to him to serve as a venerable elder. You declined? Through the tone in which the ghost doctor spoke of the elder's invitation, Chong Gang inferred this conclusion. Indeed, the ghost doctor nodded. Confusing, Chong Gang murmured. Setting aside his work, he slowly raised his gaze to meet the ghost doctor's eyes and sighed softly. Chapter 49, The Ancient History of the Shenqing Sect. The ghost doctor was taken aback, utterly perplexed. Is there any impropriety in the elder's refusal to serve as a dedicated elder of the Shenqing sect? Furthermore, I am accustomed to a solitary existence and abhor being constrained. If young Master Chen were to extend an invitation to me, I would certainly acquiesce, he stated. After a prolonged contemplation, the sword immortal Chong Gang spoke candidly. What? The ghost doctor trembled slightly, his eyes wide with astonishment. Sword immortal, are you jesting with me? Do you believe I would find amusement in such a jest? Chong Gang retorted. But you were once a revered figure who subdued countless formidable warriors in the empire, the third greatest swordsman in the world. Someone of your stature, even if diminished from your prime, is not one whom the Shenqing sect could afford to honor. Chong Gang, while nominally the third greatest in the realm, was in truth the most formidable swordsman of his era, unmatched by any. He referred to himself as the third, as the heavens recognized only one and two. That year, Chong Gang sought to take a step forward and truly claim the title of the greatest, challenging the universal path. Alas, he was defeated, suffering damage to his foundation and shattering his treasured sword. Since then, the world believed Chong Gang to be dead, leaving behind a legendary tale. Even after millennia, no sword cultivator dared to claim the title of third greatest, let alone first or second. The origins of this phenomenon lay in the immense influence Chong Gang had left behind. My dear, you do not comprehend, Chong Gang said, gazing skyward, his voice hoarse. You have yet to reach that level. If I were to divulge this to you, it would only bring you harm. Senior, The ghost doctor's mind was in turmoil, his speech faltering, unsure of how to respond. Whether for you or for me. Becoming a dedicated elder of the Shenqing sect is undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity. Regrettably, you have cast aside a chance that was within your grasp. Now that I have made this clear, should young Master Chen refrain from extending another invitation, you must not bring it up yourself. Otherwise, what could have been a blessing may turn into a calamity, Chong Gang cautioned solemnly. If you assert this is an opportunity, why must I refrain from initiating? The ghost doctor, momentarily sidelining the nature of the opportunity, struggled to comprehend how it could transform into a disaster. In matters of cause and effect, following the natural flow leads to tranquility, while acting against it invites peril. I have already elucidated this opportunity, you must not broach the subject, lest you attract overwhelming consequences that you cannot bear, Chong Gang warned with a serious expression. What if young Master Chen were to extend another invitation to me? Since even Chong Gang referred to Chen Qingyuan as young master, the ghost doctor felt compelled to inquire. Then you may accept it without fear of danger. Chong Gang affirmed with a nod. What distinguishes these two scenarios? The ghost doctor, grappling with the elusive nature of cause and effect, found it difficult to grasp. The difference is substantial, Chong Gang replied. If young Master Chen invites you, it is a benevolent cause. Should you pursue the opportunity solely for its own sake, your intentions would be too transparent, likely leading to numerous complications in the future. I find myself somewhat bewildered. The ghostly physician appeared as a child bewildered by training, standing motionless in place. Do not worry, you will comprehend it in due time, smiled the sword immortal of Chong Gang. Isn't the Shenqing sect merely a force within the flowing star domain? How could it be entangled in such profound causality? The ghostly physician expressed her deep perplexity. Foolish girl. The greatest causality lies not with the Shenqing sect, but with Chen Qingyuan. However, the sword immortal chose not to reveal this truth. Let her misunderstand, after all. The Shenqing sect is indeed not as simple as it appears. Are you acquainted with Daoist Zhongshuan? The sword immortal shifted the topic. Of course, I am familiar with him. He was a formidable figure a myriad of years ago, compelling many ancient sacred grounds to apologize, replied the ghostly physician, who had visited the imperial state and heard of this account. Are you aware of Daoist Zhongshuan's origins? The sword immortal continued to guide her. I do not know. The ghostly physician shook her head. Please, be forthright. Daoist Zhongshuan was the previous holy master of the Shenqing sect, the sword immortal stated slowly. What? At this revelation, the ghostly physician was rendered speechless, her mind a blank slate. After a prolonged pause, she exclaimed in shock, how can this be? If the Shenqing sect possesses such a background, why remain in the flowing star domain? This tale is quite lengthy. I came to know it purely by coincidence. And I hold great admiration for the Shenqing sect. The previous holy master, Feng Chongxian, had a direct disciple named Lin Chongsheng. Long ago, Feng Chongxian suddenly vanished. And shortly thereafter, news of his demise emerged. The Shenqing sect was left leaderless, and anxiety gripped the hearts of its members. Subsequently, the elder generation was reduced to just Shangguan Rong, who stabilized the situation by elevating Lin Chongsheng to the position of holy master and urging the disciples to cooperate harmoniously, lest they be blinded by self-interest. This was, of course, Chen Qingyuan's mentor. However, not long after accepting Chen Qingyuan as a disciple, Shangguan Rong reportedly encountered a mishap during his cultivation and perished. From that point onward, the burden of the Shenqing sect fell upon Lin Chongsheng and his peers. As far as I know, the previous holy master of the Shenqing sect was Feng Chongxian, who bears no connection to the illustrious Daoist Zhongshuan. The ghostly physician probed into Chen Qingyuan's background while simultaneously seeking to understand the history of the Shenqing sect. Daoist Zhongshuan is merely a pseudonym. He refrains from disclosing his true identity to prevent the younger generation of the sect from being ensnared in endless causality. The sword immortal explained with intent to enlighten the ghostly physician. The Shenqing sect boasts a long lineage, with its ancestral ground situated in the imperial state, rich in heritage. Once, the ancestors of the Shenqing sect discovered a demonic abyss and, in conjunction with the myriad forces of the imperial state, resolved to suppress it. However, within a corner of the imperial state lies a demonic abyss of a terror beyond mortal comprehension. Approximately 300,000 years ago, the founding ancestor of the Shenqing sect, alongside hundreds of powerful beings, endeavored to seal this abyss. Due to the immense causality borne by the sect's ancestor, he perished shortly thereafter. Before his passing, the ancestor left a final decree, stating that the matter of the demonic abyss had not been truly resolved, and that the seal must be deepened every 10,000 years. The various factions of the imperial capital initially consented, recognizing that the eruption of the abyss would jeopardize everyone's safety. However, as time passed, apart from the Shenqing sect steadfastly fulfilling this duty, the other forces gradually ceased to take notice. The formidable individuals within those factions were reluctant to risk their lives for this endeavor, after dedicating their lives to cultivation and finally reaching the pinnacle of the world. They found it intolerable to abandon their newfound peace for the dangers of the abyss. Though the elite of the Shenqing sect were incensed, they felt powerless. If the other sects were unwilling to take risks, then the Shenqing sect would undertake the task alone. The ancestral words left behind would surely be honored by future generations. Gradually, all the leaders of the Shenqing sect ventured into the abyss, with few returning alive, resulting in a significant decline in the sect's strength. 100,000 years ago, a sovereign of the Shenqing sect made the fateful decision to depart from the imperial capital in search of a more suitable haven. If feasible, the Shenqing sect would naturally prefer to remain in the resource-rich imperial capital. Would the Shenqing sect ever return to the imperial capital? The sovereign gazed at the heavens, sighing deeply, burdened by reluctance and regret, as he journeyed towards the northern wilderness. In such circumstances, this was the only means to preserve a trace of their lineage for the sect. Chapter 50, I Wish to Strangle You Once. The Su Nqing sect was endowed with abundant resources, however, after the loss of its formidable combat power. Countless forces from the empire of Zhou descended upon it like ravenous beasts. Should the Su Nqing sect choose to remain, it would likely find itself unable to safeguard even its foundational roots. A millennium ago, the Xingxuan Daoist broke through to the Great Ascension realm. Inheriting the will of his ancestors, then swiftly advanced in power. Simultaneously, he delved into the history of the Su Enqiu sect. Upon entering the Empire of Zhou, Xingxuan Daoist challenged various factions, confronting renowned strongmen and subduing many. Perhaps the factions felt guilt. Perhaps they were unwilling to engage with the deranged Xingxuan Daoist directly, or perhaps they sought to utilize him to continue guarding the demon abyss, thus avoiding open conflict. Having vented his indignation, Xingxuan Daoist did not forget the teachings of his forebears and made his way towards the demon abyss. After that, he never reappeared. The Su Enqiu sect possessed such a profound legacy. The ghost doctor harbored no doubt regarding the historical account presented by the Sword Immortal of Chngging, for the Sword Immortal had no reason to deceive her. The present-day Su Enqiu sect was a mere shadow of its former self. The Sword Immortal of Chngging lamented, "In my old age, I once brewed tea with Xingxuan Daoist and discussed the world, addressing this very matter. Xingxuan Daoist vanished without appointing a successor, perhaps intentionally, wishing to spare future generations from bearing such a burden." According to the ancestral teachings of the Su Enqiu sect, matters concerning the demon abyss must not be disseminated. They could only be conveyed to the next holy master through special means of inheritance. Xingxuan Daoist, harboring selfish motives, did not wish for the already diminished Su Enqiu sect to sever its last thread of lineage, striving to halt all causality at that juncture. Thus, he departed without passing on his memories to LNCHNGSHing. Did the forces of the Empire of Zhou truly remain indifferent? Through the recounting of the Sword Immortal, the ghost doctor developed a profound admiration for the sages of the Su Enqiu sect, feeling a deep sense of injustice for Su Enqiu. If you were asked to go to your death, would you comply? The Sword Immortal of Chngging countered. The ghost doctor fell silent, unable to provide a definitive answer. Human hearts are inscrutable, few can steadfastly adhere to their true nature. Reflecting inwardly, the Sword Immortal believed himself inferior to the sages of the Su Enqiu sect. Are those individuals from the Su Enqiu sect still alive? The ghost doctor inquired softly. I do not know, the Sword Immortal replied gently, shaking his head. I have not ventured to the demon abyss and am unaware of the specifics therein. Guarding the demon abyss for over 300,000 years is indeed awe-inspiring and worthy of admiration. Once a dominant force in the Empire of Zhou, it now stands as a premier sect within the northern wilderness, evoking a myriad of sentiments. Surely, the heavens must bear witness to this merit, mused the Sword Immortal, gazing at the boundless sky. Following this conversation with the Sword Immortal, the ghost doctor no longer underestimated the Su Enqiu sect. She had initially thought the Sword Immortal's courtesy towards Chngging stemmed from respect for the legacy of the sect's ancestors, but that was not the case. The various factions of the F-Lister domain had already issued notifications permitting peers to confront Chngging in order to reclaim their dignity. For the time being, Chngging would not leave the Su Enqiu sect, denying those individuals the opportunity to bully him. Within the secluded depths of the cultivation cave, Chen Qingyuan found himself engrossed in contemplation regarding a singular matter, the origins of the Dao Yi Academy, and the timing of their anticipated visit. According to Lin Chongsheng, the Dao Yi Academy is an exceedingly enigmatic force in the northern wilderness, steeped in ancient traditions and possessing profound depths of knowledge. How, then, did my rather unremarkable master establish a connection with such a prestigious institution? This puzzle perplexed Chen Qingyuan. If the Dao Yi Academy truly holds significant influence, it stands to reason that the Shenqing sect would be deemed unworthy of admission. This matter undoubtedly stemmed from the machinations of Shangguan Rong, who had dealings with the Dao Yi Academy and thus secured for Chen Qingyuan an opportunity for enrollment. Once Chen Qingyuan anchored himself within the Dao Yi Academy, even should the historical legacy of the Shenqing sect be laid bare, he would no longer fear retribution from the eminent powers of the imperial capital. Furthermore, Shangguan Rong, in consultation with the former sovereign Feng Changxian, resolved that the responsibilities of the Shenqing sect must be concluded within their generation, preventing further spread of its legacy. Should the Dao Yi Academy choose to intervene, they might sever the ties between the Shenqing sect and the Demon Abyss, ensuring the continuation of the sect's bloodline. The letter left by his master indicated that upon shattering the wooden token, individuals from the Dao Yi Academy would descend upon the Shenqing sect within approximately 10 years. With 5 years already elapsed, it seemed prudent to prepare himself mentally for their arrival. Unable to unravel these conundrums, Chen Qingyuan resolved to redirect his focus towards striving for the Golden Core realm. One day, as Chen Qingyuan engaged in meditation, he suddenly sensed a subtle disturbance within the room, prompting him to open his eyes in alarm. To his astonishment, he beheld the ghostly physician, Gongsun Nan, pouring tea for him, bringing the cup to the crimson lips concealed beneath her veil. After taking a sip, Gongsun Nan offered Chen Qingyuan a faint smile. "Ghostly physician, what brings you here?" Chen Qingyuan exclaimed in surprise. "I came to check on you," she replied, her veiled visage adding an air of mystery to her presence. "How did you manage to enter?" Chen Qingyuan's initial feelings were more of astonishment and caution than joy. "Surely this ancient enchantress would not seek to trouble me," he mused inwardly. "Do you believe the protective array of the Shenqing sect could hinder me?" Gongsun Nan chuckled. Realizing the futility of his concern, Chen Qingyuan tentatively inquired, "Ghostly physician, do you have matters to discuss with me? I pride myself on my integrity and benevolence. I cannot fathom how I may have offended you. You relayed my whereabouts to the Murong family of the Northern Songstar domain, did you not?" Gongsun Nan stated matter-of-factly. "I certainly did not disclose any information regarding your whereabouts," Chen Qingyuan asserted vehemently. "For your sake, I offered some assistance to the Murong family." Initially reluctant to intervene when approached by the Murong family, Gongsun Nan had a change of heart upon hearing Chen Qingyuan's name. Eventually, she learned of the situation. An elder of the Murong family was in dire straits due to a mishap in cultivation. Thanks to Gongsun Nan's timely intervention, the elder's life was saved, and their condition stabilized. The Murong family expressed their profound gratitude towards Gongsun Nan by presenting an array of gifts. Gongsun Nan, in turn, did not refuse these offerings, having expended considerable energy in the act of saving others. However, he felt indifferent towards it. Chen Qingyuan was eager to inquire about the circumstances of the Murong family but found himself unable to voice his curiosity, thus resorting to feigned ignorance. "Aren't you even going to thank me?" Gongsun Nan squinted his eyes. "Sister Ghost Doctor, I am utterly impoverished, I truly have no money." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan became anxious. "I do not require spirit stones," Gongsun Nan shot him a disdainful glance. "Do not harbor any intentions towards me, I pride myself on my integrity. If not spirit stones, then what do you desire? I would like to strangle you. And now, you invite me to be a venerable elder. I would certainly accept. Why did you not extend the invitation?" Nonetheless, Gongsun Nan could not broach the subject directly, for doing so would tarnish a potential fortuitous connection. "Get lost." Gongsun Nan's expression darkened. "Sister, this is my residence, would it not be rather inappropriate for me to leave?" Chen Qingyuan muttered softly. "So, you mean to say I should leave?" Gongsun Nan shot him a fierce look from his chair. "I wouldn't dare, I shall depart at once." Chen Qingyuan, fearing retribution from Gongsun Nan, hurriedly dashed out the door. Chapter 51, The Unashamed Are Invincible. The arrival of Gongsun Nan instilled a considerable amount of pressure in Chen Qingyuan. After meandering through the sect for several hours, he returned to his quarters, murmuring softly to himself, "It's been quite some time, she should have left by now." To his surprise, reality did not align with his expectations, for Gongsun Nan remained seated in the courtyard, enjoying the gentle breeze, admiring the flowers, and sipping tea. "Dear sister, you are still here?" Chen Qingyuan's body trembled slightly. "I have matters to attend to and will occasionally visit seniorly. Thus I shall temporarily remain in the Flowing Star domain." Gongsan Nan provided an excuse, referring to the esteemed Longang Sword Immortal, whose true name is Li Muyang. Oh, I see. Chen Qingyuan comprehended, nodding gently. Sister Ghost Doctor, you wish to take the Shening sect as your temporary abode, do you not? My disposition is rather peculiar. I prefer not to engage with strangers. Since we are acquainted, it is more fitting for me to stay here for the time being. On the surface, Gongsan Nan maintained a cool demeanor and spoke in a neutral tone, yet inwardly, she felt a flicker of delight. You little rascal. My intentions should be quite clear by now. When will you seize the opportunity to extend an invitation for me to become a venerable elder? How long must I wait? Her gaze, fixed upon Chen Qingyuan, brimmed with anticipation. Should Chen Qingyuan extend an invitation, Gongsan Nan would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. On that fateful day, the Longang Sword Immortal had proclaimed that if Chen Qingyuan were to invite him proactively, he would willingly become a venerable elder of the Shening sect, forging a bond of benevolence. If Chen Qingyuan were aware of this, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to summon the Longang Sword Immortal, making a grand display to ensure the world took notice. However, such matters of karmic benevolence must not be forced, otherwise, the opposite effect may ensue. The affairs of the world are governed by the principle of fate and cannot be coerced. This matter is easily resolved. Chen Qingyuan, misunderstanding Gongsan Nan's intentions to seek residence at the Shening sect, cheerfully suggested, Sister, I can arrange for a tranquil place for you to stay. What do you think? That is agreeable. A child worth teaching. Gongsan Nan expressed her satisfaction, the faint smile gracing her lips. However, Chen Qingyuan's subsequent remarks shattered Gongsan Nan's composure, prompting her to slap him in exasperation. Given our fortuitous connection, I shall charge you a modest fee of 100 medium-grade spirit stones daily for my services. This price is quite reasonable. Of course, if Sister Ghost Doctor lacks spirit stones, medicinal herbs will suffice. It was evident that Chen Qingyuan had his eyes set on the spirit herbs in Gongsan Nan's possession. The smile concealed beneath Gongsan Nan's veil froze, her delicate hand tightening slightly as she glared at him. What did you say? You expect me to pay? Cough. Chen Qingyuan, intimidated by her glare, took 2 steps back, preparing to flee at a moment's notice. Sister, my purse is rather light. You surely do not wish for your whereabouts to be known, nor to be disturbed. Although the Shening sect has many vacant halls, one must contribute a certain amount of spirit stones to reside here. Was it not I who intervened to rescue you from the siege of various forces in the Flowing Star domain? Gongsan Nan scoffed. Thank you, dear sister, for your assistance. Should fortune smile upon me in the future, I shall repay you handsomely. Chen Qingyuan wore a solemn expression, clasping his fists as he spoke. By the time you strike it rich, the golden flowers will have withered. Gongsan Nan replied with irritation, find me a suitable place to stay. But do not expect me to pay you. With a resigned look, Chen Qingyuan realized he would have to cover the rental expenses himself. If the Shenqing sect were to learn that Gongsan Nan was staying, they would undoubtedly charge nothing and would treat her with utmost care. The crux of the matter was that Chen Qingyuan could not fathom Gongsan Nan's intentions and was determined to keep her whereabouts concealed, necessitating discreet arrangements. Thus, the required spirit stones must indeed be provided. Look at your miserly demeanor, must payment be the only option? Is there no alternative? Gongsan Nan probed tentatively. Sister, you have sneaked in here, surely you do not wish for others to discover you. I intend to arrange for you a splendid residence, but I cannot use your name. So I must bear the costs myself. Chen Qingyuan sighed lightly, alas. If only my sister could become a revered elder of the Shenqing sect, everything would be easily resolved. As long as the demands are not excessive, the sect would certainly do its utmost to accommodate you. Regrettably, the Shenqing sect is but a small establishment and cannot house you. Let us cease discussing the position of elder lest it provoke your ire. With that, Chen Qingyuan performed a respectful bow to Gongsan Nan, uttering a few words before departing. Sister, I shall arrange your residence. Upon hearing the mention of an elder, Gongsun Nan's eyes brightened, her mouth agape eagerly awaiting Chen Qingyuan's invitation. However, the lad deviated from the expected course, leaving Gongsun Nan in a state of disarray. Casting a glance towards the direction of Chen Qingyuan's departure, she crashed a teacup on the table in frustration, muttering under her breath, "Chen Qingyuan, you truly are infuriating." Unbeknownst to Chen Qingyuan, Gongsun Nan harbored her own calculations, believing in her pretense to seek merely a place to rest while visiting the Sword Immortal. When Chen Qingyuan had previously invited her with boldness, Gongsun Nan had mentioned a need for a top-tier spirit vein each year, perhaps then she would consider it. The Shenqing sect was far too impoverished to support such a revered figure as Gongsun Nan. To avoid humiliation, Chen Qingyuan would certainly not extend repeated invitations, lest he incite her disdain. Chen Qingyuan worked with remarkable efficiency, arranging a tranquil cultivation palace for Gongsun Nan within a mere hour. The residence was surrounded by barriers to ensure her solitude, and he had provided her with an abundance of rare fruits and fragrant tea. "Sister, you shall reside here for the time being. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Chen Qingyuan preferred to distance himself from Gongsun Nan, feeling the weight of pressure. "Do you have nothing to discuss with me?" Gongsun Nan, clad in a black dress, narrowed her eyes slightly, hinting at something more. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Chen Qingyuan found no issue and shook his head. "There is nothing to speak of, I believe." "Very well," Gongsun Nan sighed, feeling fatigued. Had she known the Shenqing sect's significance, she would have undoubtedly accepted the offer to become an elder that day. Alas, the opportunity had slipped away. And she pondered how long she would have to wait. Gongsun Nan resolved to make a prolonged stay at the Shenqing sect, firmly believing that an opportunity would undoubtedly arise. With that, I took my leave. Before departing, Chen Qingyuan remarked, "Sister, if you find my efficiency commendable, perhaps a small reward would be in order." Such audacity! Upon hearing this, Gongsun Nan's expression darkened. "Get lost." "All right." Chen Qingyuan, undeterred by embarrassment, promptly made his exit. Just as he reached the threshold, Gongsun Nan tossed a jade box in his direction. "This will help you cultivate a superior foundation, aiding your training. Take it and hurry along." "Thank you, Sister Ghost Doctor. You are truly radiant, a celestial being descended." Chen Qingyuan exclaimed joyfully, accepting the jade box and offering a compliment before departing. Chapter 52, Don't look for me to fight if you have no money. Dealing with this fellow is truly exasperating. Gongsun Nan rubbed her forehead, her expression one of resignation. Before long, the light chuckle escaped her lips, and her gaze softened slightly. For many years, she had been reclusive, experiencing no fluctuations in her emotions. Ever since encountering Chen Qingyuan, however, it seemed as though she had rediscovered the rhythms of life, imbued with joy and sorrow. Her feelings now complex and layered. Upon returning to her cave abode, Chen Qingyuan cautiously opened the jade box, revealing a white-haired jade spiritual root, the essence of an exceptional medicinal herb. It contained the quintessence of the entire plant. A stroke of fortune. Chen Qingyuan rejoiced, a complete and unblemished jade spiritual root. Something even the treasure vault of the Shenqing sect lacked. Why was she so generous? After the initial joy, Chen Qingyuan grew somewhat vigilant, pondering whether there was a hidden agenda at play. With that thought, she retrieved a jade bracelet, employing its unique properties to examine the jade spiritual root. After a meticulous inspection, she confirmed that the root had not been tampered with. Everything appeared normal. How peculiar. Chen Qingyuan furrowed her brow. Could it be due to the influence of the Sword Immortal? Or perhaps my striking handsomeness has stirred some improper thoughts in the Ghost Doctor. Why use some thoughts? The young woman in red from the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone had proposed becoming Dao partners upon first seeing Chen Qingyuan, leaving him with lingering trepidation. Regardless, one should not pass up a good opportunity. Chen Qingyuan dismissed these concerns, feeling a bit of a headache. If he were to refine the jade spiritual root, he would undoubtedly leap into the golden core realm, reclaiming his place upon the grand stage of the world. However, he decided against such haste. opting instead to consolidate his cultivation and fortify his foundation, deeming it of utmost importance. There was no need to rush into the Golden Core realm. He could address that in a few years. Having stored the jade spiritual root, Chen Qingyuan prepared to meditate. Little Master Uncle, there are many people outside seeking you. You should come out and take a look. Suddenly, an anxious voice called from outside the cave. Could they quiet down a bit? Chen Qingyuan felt a surge of irritation. His mood dampened. Stepping outside, he encountered an inner sect disciple and inquired, "What is the matter?" "There are over 100 people at the mountain gate. All prodigies from various holy lands, wishing to compete with Little Master Uncle," the disciple reported candidly. "Who are they?" Chen Qingyuan pressed further. "The young Lord Qin Yutong of the Tenyu sect, the monk pushing from the Nanming Great Awakening Temple, and several others." The disciple listed off a dozen names. Merely former subordinates. In the past, Chen Qingyuan had suppressed his contemporaries in the Fulyu Star domain, rendering these individuals too intimidated to lift their heads. Now they dared to challenge him. The situation was intricate, it would not do to simply drive them away, so they could only have Little Master Uncle handle it. The elders of the Shenqing sect had attempted to disperse the crowd, but to no avail. They could not bully the weak, as it would bring ridicule upon the Shenqing sect. Furthermore, it had been made abundantly clear when various sects visited that if contemporaries provoked Chen Qingyuan, the elder generation would not intervene, which was to rely on their own abilities. Very well. Chen Qingyuan spoke with impatience. At the edge of a cliff on a certain peak, the group of silver-haired senior brothers stood, their gazes fixed upon the entrance of the mountain gate. Can the junior brother resolve this predicament? Although the junior brother is undergoing a revival of his cultivation, do not underestimate him. If he cannot subdue even those who once fell beneath his hand, he would not be called Chen Qingyuan. The junior brother possesses a plethora of clever ideas. It is impossible for him to come to harm. Let us observe the spectacle with keen interest. The elders watched with great amusement, entirely unconcerned about any potential mishap. At the entrance of the Shenqing sect, over 100 elegantly dressed youths hovered in the air, their mouths spewing curses as they sought to draw Chen Qingyuan out, aiming to restore the lost dignity of their elders. Additionally, the grudge from years past, when they were trampled by Chen Qingyuan, lingered in their hearts. Such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. Chen Qingyuan, will you remain a turtle for the rest of your life? In my view, you ought to emerge and bow to us in apology, we might even consider departing. Once, you were filled with vigor, yet now you cower within the sect, lacking even the courage to face us. The crowd jeered, their laughter sharp and unrelenting. Chen Qingyuan approached the mountain gate, gazing up at these familiar faces, finding the encounter rather dull. Regardless of the past or the present, he had never regarded these individuals as rivals, merely stepping stones on the path of cultivation. To speak frankly, even if you were to restore your cultivation, you would no longer be worthy of the title of the 10 outstanding of the northern wilderness. Qin Yutong, clad in a dark brocade robe, had once been on the verge of becoming a partner to Bai Shixue. His affection for her was scant. His motives were twofold, to forge an alliance with Dongi Palace and to vex Chen Qingyuan. A century ago, Chen Qingyuan had swept away his contemporaries in the Fuliaxing domain, Qin Yutong included. However, Qin Yutong, unwilling to accept defeat, challenged Chen Qingyuan repeatedly, only to be vanquished each time. Over time, rather than striving to improve, he harbored resentment towards Chen Qingyuan. Have you not grown weary from your incessant cursing? Chen Qingyuan remained calm and unaffected by their taunts. At last, you have shown yourself. Upon seeing Chen Qingyuan, the crowd's gazes sharpened, and the atmosphere turned heavy with tension. How could cursing ever tire one? It is a source of delight, Qin Yutong scoffed. You have traveled far to seek trouble with me, surely, there is something amiss with your minds. Chen Qingyuan took a seat on a stool, looking up at Qin Yutong and the others suspended in the air, and spoke aloud. We have come to challenge the former 10 outstanding of the northern wilderness. Do you dare to accept? In those days, Chen Qingyuan's reputation was renowned, eliciting both envy and respect. Since his demise, the Northern Wilderness has acknowledged only 9 outstanding figures. When Qin Yutong mentioned the 10 outstanding of the Northern Wilderness, it was laced with derision, devoid of admiration. Why should I accept your challenge? Chen Qingyuan countered. To engage in a friendly contest, to debate and spar, Qin Yutong replied. And then? Chen Qingyuan retrieved tea from his bag and took a sip. Do you dare or do you not? Qin Yutong demanded loudly. Your mind must be troubled. Before a multitude. Chen Qingyuan pointed at Qin Yutong and scolded, Is this the first day you have met me? Are you unaware of my rules? If you wish to challenge me, you cannot come empty-handed, there must be some wager at stake. Your insatiable greed will eventually lead you to succumb to the demons of your heart. Listening to Chen Qingyuan's tirade, Qin Yutong's expression turned ashen, and he cast back, That is my concern, not yours. Chen Qingyuan retorted dismissively. I cannot be bothered to argue with you, a bunch of paupers. What will you wager? A young man, unable to tolerate Chen Qingyuan's attitude, was eager to confront him. At the very least, a minimum of 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, with no upper limit. A flicker of mockery gleamed in Chen Qingyuan's eyes. The fish had taken the bait, and a substantial profit was imminent. Indeed, there are many fools in the flowing meteor domain. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Such a sum of spirit stones is no trifling matter. It is evident that they are all impoverished, if you lack the funds. Do not come seeking a fight with me. Observing the perplexed expressions of the crowd, Chen Qingyuan deliberately mocked them, employing a tactic of provocation. Chapter 53, Preparing for the battle against Qin Yutong. In response to Chen Qingyuan's mockery, Qin Yutong and his companions were expressions of deep anger. This was the territory of the Shenqing sect, and none dared to act impulsively. After deliberation, they reached a consensus. No one wished to shoulder the hefty wager alone, thus. Each contributed a portion, gathering a total of 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Who would fight? Over 100 individuals exchanged glances. And they could only select one to confront Chen Qingyuan, seizing the chance to teach him a lesson. I shall go. Qin Yutong volunteered. Harboring a long-standing grudge against Chen Qingyuan. The strength of the young master of the Tenyu sect was unquestionable, however, Chen Qingyuan was no ordinary adversary, and caution was warranted. Some cast furtive glances at Chen Qingyuan, the flicker of unease in their hearts. His unwavering confidence suggested he might possess hidden trump cards. Moreover, as they scrutinized him, they failed to discern the specifics of his cultivation, which bred trepidation. With a protective jade bracelet cloaking him, Chen Qingyuan appeared shrouded in a veil of white mist. Impervious to their scrutiny. I understand everyone's concerns, I will surely subdue Chen Qingyuan, Qin Yutong declared. As the esteemed young master of the Tenyu sect, his talents were beyond doubt. A century prior, he had encountered the exceptionally formidable Chen Qingyuan, consistently suppressed and unable to showcase the brilliance expected of a prodigy. In truth, Qin Yutong had attained the golden core stage 100 years ago and now stood at the pinnacle of that realm. His delay in advancing to the nascent soul stage was not due to insufficient resources or talent, but rather an unresolved inner turmoil. Only by defeating Chen Qingyuan could Qin Yutong's heart gain clarity, allowing him to ascend to the nascent soul stage. This day presented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And Qin Yutong must seize it. In that case, we entrust this battle to young Master Qin. After some contemplation, the others agreed. Among them, Qin Yutong's prowess was considered top tier, and it was believed he would not falter against the recently restored Chen Qingyuan. Even if Chen Qingyuan were exceptionally gifted, it seemed implausible that he could cultivate to the nascent soul stage within just a few short years. Qin Yutong held a bag filled with over 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones toward Chen Qingyuan, his gaze sharp as a blade. Take this. Chen Qingyuan reciprocated with an equal amount of spirit stones, placing both bags aside. Whoever triumphs may claim them. Do you dare to engage now? Qin Yutong. Indifferent to the spirit stones, focused solely on one thing, to unleash all his strength to defeat Chen Qingyuan, trampling him beneath his feet in humiliation. May I inquire? Will this battle be a chaotic free-for-all, where life and death are inconsequential, or will it be a fair contest of equal cultivation levels? Chen Qingyuan sensed the hostility in Qin Yutong's eyes. The world of cultivation was merciless, fairness was a mere illusion. Implicitly, it suggested a brutal clash where death was a fitting consequence. Qin Yutong would rather sacrifice his dignity than engage Chen Qingyuan on equal footing, as that would invite disaster. He could easily crush his opponent using his advantage in cultivation. Why would he willingly suppress his own strength? While it might be acceptable in a friendly spar, the animosity between Qin Yutong and Chen Qingyuan rendered such a notion foolish. I comprehend your sentiments. In response, Chen Qingyuan exhibited little emotional fluctuation. His lips perpetually adorned with an enigmatic smile. Regardless of the path chosen by Qin Yutong, it would bear no consequence upon Chen Qingyuan. In a contest of equal realms, it could be stated that Qin Yutong possesses no chance of victory. Thus, it is precisely for this reason that Qin Yutong refrained from making such a foolish decision. However, does Qin Yutong genuinely believe that he can vanquish Chen Qingyuan solely based on his superior cultivation? The fact that Chen Qingyuan dares to accept the challenge today indicates his confidence, or he would not recklessly acquiesce. If you lack the courage, plead for mercy. And perhaps I shall consent to allow you and your companions to depart from the Shenqing sect. Qin Yutong let out a cold laugh. The onlookers fixed their gaze upon Chen Qingyuan, their faces alight with the joy of anticipated victory, as though they could already envision Chen Qingyuan's defeat. Qin Yutong, despite being defeated by me multiple times in the past, you still have not learned your lesson. Chen Qingyuan chuckled lightly, shaking his head with a sigh. Alas, you have delivered yourself to me for a public humiliation. You have no one but yourself to blame. Esteemed guests, please retreat to a safe distance. Qin Yutong turned to the young talents of various sects, a treasured sword materializing in his hand. As the imminent battle loomed, the crowd promptly withdrew, hovering in the void, their eyes unwaveringly fixed. Chen Qingyuan emerged slowly, donned in a flowing azure robe, his ink-black hair secured with a coarse cord, his slender fingers lightly tapping the air beside him. A low hum resonated. The void subtly distorted, akin to ripples upon water, extending towards Qin Yutong. With each step Chen Qingyuan advanced, his aura shifted, revealing his cultivation progressively. From the postnatal realm to the innate realm and on to the yellow spirit realm, until he reached the pinnacle of the celestial spirit realm, at which point his aura ceased to fluctuate. The palpable surge of Chen Qingyuan's cultivation left everyone astounded. Calculating the time, it had only been 5 or 6 years since his injuries were treated by the ghostly physician. How had he already ascended back to the celestial spirit realm? The astonishment was not confined to the young prodigies of various sects. Even those from the Shenqing sect were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. When did our junior brother reach this level? Does anyone know? In a certain palace within the Shenqing sect, Lin Chongsheng gazed at a group of elders, hoping for an explanation. We do not know, the elders replied, shaking their heads in unison. When Chen Qingyuan returned 5 years ago, he demonstrated his cultivation at the Earth Spirit realm. Subsequently, he continued to employ special methods to conceal his growth rate from others. In a mere 5 years, Chen Qingyuan leaped from the Earth Spirit realm to the pinnacle of the Celestial Spirit realm, truly astonishing the sect leader Lin Chongsheng and the others. Our junior brother's speed of cultivation has surpassed that of previous years. It is indeed formidable. The elders marveled in silent awe. At the sect's entrance, the young prodigies from various sects, after recovering from their surprise, concocted a plausible explanation. Chen Qingyuan's innate talent was exceptional, and with a prior foundation, it would not be difficult for him to regain this level in a short time. Qin Yutong, with a stern countenance, stood aloft, surveying the slowly advancing Chen Qingyuan, as if everything were firmly within his grasp. Qin Yutong, a practitioner at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, was not to be underestimated, despite Chen Qingyuan's extraordinary abilities. He could not escape the grasp of his formidable opponent. The humiliation of the past demanded retribution in the present. Fixating on Chen Qingyuan, Qin Yutong silently vowed to reclaim his honor, firmly gripping his treasured sword, which summoned a tempest of sword energy as it surged towards Chen Qingyuan. The overwhelming force of the sword advanced relentlessly. Yet, Chen Qingyuan neither evaded nor retreated, he pressed onward. Disperse. With a flick of his sleeve, Chen Qingyuan effortlessly shattered Qin Yutong's formidable sword momentum. Witnessing this spectacle, many were struck with astonishment, their expressions shifting dramatically in disbelief. While none had anticipated that Chen Qingyuan could be subdued by a mere sword force, the fact remained that he was merely a practitioner at the celestial spirit realm. How could he so easily dispel the oppressive might of a peak golden core cultivator? Chapter 54 Astonishing strength. Chen Qingyuan nonchalantly dispelled the sword's might, leaving many in a state of astonishment and disbelief. Initially, numerous onlookers presumed that Chen Qingyuan would struggle, however, he appeared remarkably at ease. Qin Yutong's gaze sharpened. No longer underestimating Chen Qingyuan, and resolved to exert his full strength, leaving no room for error. The notion that such pressure could inflict harm upon him was laughable. Involuntarily, Chen Qingyuan reminisced about his century-long existence within the abyss, at a time that truly felt like an eternity. The girl in red frequently cast him into the terrifying, lightless realms, tempering his spirit and helping him conquer his fears. Alternatively, she would subject him to an unknown, terrifying force, testing his endurance. In essence, though he emerged from the abyss in a state deemed inferior, the wealth of experiences he gained was beyond mere words to describe. Though challenging, it did not reach the point of inducing a headache. Ever since Chen Qingyuan fused with that golden Daobon, he had not truly engaged in battle. This time, he intended to duel Qin Yutong, not only to intimidate potential adversaries but also to validate his true combat prowess. Previously, in the dead zone of the North Tsang Star Field, he had acquired a silver spear, which he had been studying diligently without any clear breakthroughs. What he could assert with certainty was that the silver spear was an unparalleled Dao treasure, one that should not be revealed lightly lest it incite envy. In his confrontation with Qin Yutong, Chen Qingyuan did not plan to reveal all his hidden trump cards, but modest display would suffice. As the audience gathered in anticipation, he turned to the fellow disciples near the mountain gate and proclaimed loudly, "Junior uncle, here is my treasured sword, please make use of it." This was the Xianbing blade, a spiritual treasure he had obtained from a secret realm. "Use mine." A flurry of core and inner disciples tossed their weapons into the air, eager to participate. The clash between Junior uncle and the young master of Tianyu sect captivated everyone from the Shenqing sect. Except for those elders and disciples who were required to remain on duty, all others observed in excitement. Junior uncle and Qin Yutong were, after all, rivals in affection. This battle would undoubtedly draw considerable attention. Aside from being somewhat avaricious and possessing a sharp tongue, our junior uncle was practically perfect. Bai Shishue from Dongi Palace seemed utterly blind, daring to look down upon junior uncle. Should junior uncle emerge victorious, it would be a moment of triumph, leaving Dongi Palace to rue their choice. It was rumored that when the Tianyu sect and Dongi Palace forged their alliance, junior uncle gifted a white umbrella. One might wonder if junior uncle still harbored feelings for Bai Shishue. Impossible. Junior uncle is no sycophant, he wouldn't waste his time on a woman so heartless. Wherever one may be, there is never a shortage of those who delight in gossip. The disciples of Shenqing sect previously whispered their discussions in secret, now they openly engaged in conversation. Even certain elders had joined in, diving into the realm of gossip, gazing upon the myriad of spiritual treasures and weapons suspended in the void. Chen Qingyuan cast a few discerning glances before selecting a jade sword, approximately 3 feet in length, glistening with a translucent brilliance akin to a flawless work of art. "It is my prized sword." "Huzzah!" exclaimed a certain female disciple from the inner sect, overwhelmed with joy. "Little master uncle, do not hold back. Give Qin Yutong a thorough beating." The crowd clamored in unison. "Indeed. Little master uncle, let the world witness your prowess." Not to be understated. Chen Qinyuan's reputation within the Shening sect was formidable, and many eagerly anticipated the spectacle of his display of skill. The disciples of the Shening sect appeared exuberant, though a flicker of concern lingered within. No matter how exceptional Chen Qinyuan may be, he was, after all, merely a practitioner at the heavenly spirit realm. Could he truly triumph over the peak of the Golden Core realm, represented by Qin Yutang? With the jade sword firmly in hand, Chen Qinyuan faced off against Qin Yutang. Let us change venues, do not disturb the sacred grounds of the Shening sect. After a moment of stalemate, Chen Qinyuan articulated, turning to stride toward a nearby open space. Qin Yutang immediately pursued him, apprehensive of Chen Qinyuan's potential escape. All eyes were transfixed upon them, some wielded spells to enhance their viewing, while others retrieved spirit mirrors to project the scene of the impending battle. Chen Qinyuan, your demise is inevitable, Qin Yutang suddenly sneered coldly. The noise was deafening. Chen Qinyuan, unperturbed, unleashed a swift strike with his sword. Whoosh! A beam of sword light erupted from the jade blade, descending upon Qin Yutang's position. Qin Yutang raised his sword in defense, untouched by the assault. You wield another's sword against me, you cannot hope to unleash its full potential. You are courting your own demise. Weapons possess spirit. And without a soul contract with the jade sword, Chen Qinyuan essentially grasped a relatively sharp mundane weapon, lacking in lethality. Chen Qinyuan remained silent, deliberately allowing Qin Yutang to experience true despair, ensuring he would regret opposing him for a lifetime. Clang! Qin Yutang's sword sliced through the air like a dragon, carving a long scar in the void as clouds roiled and spread for miles. Chen Qinyuan employed the simplest of defenses to thwart Qin Yutang's formidable strike, sustaining no injury whatsoever. How can this be? Qin Yutang gasped in shock at the sight of Chen Qinyuan standing resolutely with his sword. The previous strike had drawn upon all his spiritual energy, and he believed even the most talented peers of his realm would struggle to withstand it. Too weak. Chen Qinyuan scoffed disdainfully. Could it be that his cultivation transcends the heavenly spirit realm? Qin Yutang pondered, though Chen Qinyuan's aura undeniably radiated that of the heavenly spirit realm, leaving no room for deception. I did not comprehend her intentions before, but perhaps I am beginning to understand now, a voice echoed in Chen Qinyuan's mind, reminiscent of the crimson-clad maiden. To shatter the foundation, to disperse one's cultivation, all for Chen Qinyuan's sake, to establish a flawless foundation anew. A towering edifice must arise from solid ground, to ascend to greater heights in the future, the foundation must be impeccable, without a single flaw. It must be an illusion. Qin Yutang steadied his heart and launched another assault. Boom! In an instant, the battle intensified, with Qin Yutang taking the offensive and Chen Qinyuan assuming a defensive stance. Regardless of how ferocious Qin Yutang's attacks were, Chen Qinyuan deftly countered each one. After half an hour, having exhausted most of his trump cards, Qin Yutang found himself unable to subdue Chen Qinyuan, and a flicker of panic crept into his heart. Throughout the encounter, Chen Qinyuan maintained an air of nonchalance. This is what you have compelled me to do. Qin Yutang initially aimed merely to teach Chen Qinyuan a lesson, but now he had changed his mind, pouring forth all his strength without reservation. A resonant sound echoed through the heavens. A golden radiance emanated from Qin Yutang, as a shimmering illusion of a golden elixir hovered above his head, dazzling in its brilliance. Chapter 55, Chen Qinyuan became serious as the battle intensified. The manifestation of the golden core resembled a blazing sun, with a diameter of approximately 10 miles, its golden pattern swirling in a dazzling display. Qin Yutang no longer held back, revealing his own golden core manifestation, thus allowing everyone to discern his true strength. Most crucially, any damage to the golden core manifestation would inevitably harm Qin Yutang's foundation. At this moment in the battle, Qin Yutang's sole desire was to eliminate Chen Qinyuan, willingly bearing the risk of his foundation being compromised. The young master of the Qin clan was evidently prepared to fight to the death. The talented individuals from various sects immediately understood, their hearts tightening. The flawless golden core represented a superior foundation, indeed. The strength of the young master of the Qin clan was formidable, far beyond their own. A young man, filled with a sense of inadequacy, gazed on in astonishment. Ultimately, Chen Qingyuan was merely a practitioner at the celestial spirit realm and could not possibly withstand the forthcoming onslaught from Qin Yutang. The realms of cultivation were as follows: postnatal, innate, yellow spirit, mysterious spirit, earth spirit, and celestial spirit. These constituted the 6 physical realms, establishing one's foundation. The subsequent realms of golden core and nascent soul, among others, paved the way to transcendence, capable of altering fate and wielding unfathomable power. Entering the golden core realm would grant one a lifespan of 1,000 years. Entering the nascent soul could extend life to 10,000 years. Should one cultivate to the great ascension realm, with ample treasures and resources, it was conceivable to live for 30,000 years. Do you seek my life? Chen Qingyuan sensed the murderous intent in Qin Yutang's eyes, scarcely concealing it. Within the inner sanctum of the Shenqing sect, the group of elders wore grave expressions, wishing to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. Sect Master, allow me to halt this battle. A female elder looked to Lin Changsheng, concerned for Chen Qingyuan's safety. That scoundrel Qin Yutang is intent on killing our junior brother. With his current level of cultivation, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to withstand such an attack. The elders voiced their worries in unison. Lin Changsheng had been observing Chen Qingyuan's changing expressions, contemplating for a long while before speaking. Our junior brother is no ordinary individual, let him handle this himself. If he cannot surmount this minor obstacle, how can he aspire to greater heights in the future? In truth, Lin Changsheng was also deeply troubled, though he refrained from showing it. Over the years, he had been preoccupied with matters concerning the Dawi Academy. If Chen Qingyuan could not withstand the pressure from Qin Yutang, his journey to the Dawi Academy would be fraught with even greater difficulties. It was not that Lin Changsheng was heartless, rather, he had to place his faith in Chen Qingyuan. Additionally, he harbored a suspicion that an envoy from the Dawi Academy had already entered the territory of the Shenqing sect, covertly observing Chen Qingyuan's performance. Should Chen Qingyuan's display prove inadequate, it might adversely affect his chances of becoming a student at the Dawi Academy. With Lin Changsheng's declaration, even though the elders longed to intervene in the battle, they found themselves unable to act. In an elegant hall, Gongsun Nan employed a secret method to project the battlefield scene before him. How would you navigate a confrontation that spanned an entire realm? Gongsun Nan harbored a keen interest in Chen Qingyuan's innate talent and strength, watching intently. On the battlefield, Qin Yutang launched another attack. The sharp edge of his sword, like a thunderclap, cleaved through the heavens, aimed at the top of Chen Qingyuan's celestial spirit. The formidable aura of the Golden Core's extraordinary phenomenon relentlessly surged forth, distorting the very fabric of the void surrounding Chen Qingyuan, enveloping the atmosphere in an oppressive gloom. In the face of Qin Yutang's assault, Chen Qingyuan tightened his grip on the jade sword and executed a gentle swing. The blade shimmered, its residual power radiating outward in all directions. I initially intended to engage in some playful banter, but it seems you have overstepped. Chen Qingyuan's expression transformed into one of unprecedented seriousness, a rarity for him. Throughout his existence, he had exuded an aura of cunning and frivolity, akin to a carefree scion oblivious to worldly affairs. Yet now, when he resolved to act, he became ruthless and unyielding, sparing no mercy. Qin Yutang clearly harbored intentions to take Chen Qingyuan's life, a murderous intent palpable in the air. In response, Chen Qingyuan ceased his mockery. He was determined to impart a lesson about true despair and the vast chasm between them. A sword is not wielded in this manner, he murmured, his gaze sharp as a blade. Suddenly, he shifted from a defensive stance, stepping toward Qin Yutang as the might of his sword surged forth like an overwhelming tide, engulfing the space around them. Years spent in a forbidden realm, under the relentless tutelage of the Maiden in Red, had compelled Chen Qingyuan to peruse countless ancient texts and secret techniques, fostering an understanding of various weaponry, even reaching a level of mastery. Should he have failed to meet her expectations, he would have been cast into the abyss. shrouded in relentless darkness and solitude for reflection and contemplation. Alternatively, the maiden in red could have disrupted his meridians, forcing him to endure inhumane torment as he was reconnected. The years of suffering had left him shaken, and when the maiden proposed a union of paths, a tremor coursed through him. A century of torment had been more than sufficient, the mere thought of such a bond was terrifying. Thus, under the maiden's benevolent demands, Chen Qingyuan was bound to fulfill 9 agreements to resolve their intertwined fates. To wield the sword with the heart is the true pinnacle. Although Chen Qingyuan could not converse with the jade sword in his grasp, he sensed its Dao patterns and magnified them, channeling a unique sword technique. In an instant, he materialized before Qin Yutang, a mere 1,000 meters apart. Chen Qingyuan thrust the sword forward, devoid of flamboyant techniques or overwhelming might. The simplicity of his move resembled that of an ordinary mortal wielding a sword. Having faced Chen Qingyuan in numerous contests, Qin Yutang understood that he was far more complex than he appeared, and thus he dared not be careless. He shifted from offense to defense, raising his sword to block. In the blink of an eye, Chen Qingyuan's blade struck at Qin Yutang's chest. Fortunately, Qin Yutang had anticipated the attack, successfully parrying the blow. In that fleeting moment of contact, he comprehended the wisdom of his preemptive decision. Boom! What seemed to be a mere simple strike was, in reality, a return to the essence of swordsmanship. Only upon physical contact did its true brilliance shine forth. The jade sword in Chen Qingyuan's possession erupted with a terrifying might, akin to a colossal mountain shattering, overturning the void and sending Qin Yutang reeling back for dozens of miles. My junior disciple's mastery of swordsmanship has indeed reached a state of returning to simplicity. In my recollection, my junior disciple is not a swordsman. Do not look at me, I am equally baffled. The elders were left in a state of perplexity, with no one grasping the current situation. Typically, only those sword cultivators who have undergone millennia of training and possess extraordinary talent can attain such a realm. However, Chen Qingyuan was previously an adept in the arcane arts, with little engagement in the way of the sword. Could it be that? Suddenly, the crowd recalled the abyssal forbidden zone, exchanging glances filled with unspoken thoughts. Do not utter what should remain unspoken, simply observe, Lin Chongsheng cautioned. The assembly understood the gravity of the matter, their expressions turning solemn. Should the outside world become aware that Chen Qingyuan had previously been ignorant of swordsmanship, it would undoubtedly incite numerous speculations, leading to a myriad of troubles. Chapter 56, Standing tall, overlooking peers in his youth, my junior disciple diligently trained in the art of swordsmanship alongside me for several months. A prodigious talent. He has indeed fulfilled my expectations with his remarkable achievements today. An elder swordsman, seasoned by years of practice, began to weave fanciful tales, stroking his beard with a look of deep satisfaction. The other elders exchanged knowing nods. Outside, the esteemed disciples of various sects watched in astonishment as Chen Qingyuan executed a serious sword strike, their expressions shifting dramatically. How could it be that Chen Qingyuan, an exceptional swordsman, had never been mentioned before? The crowd marveled, realizing this was their first encounter with such prowess. These skills, of course, were acquired under duress by Chen Qingyuan. Years ago, he stood on the brink of despair. Why? The girl in red had inundated him with an overwhelming multitude of teachings, so vast that he could barely articulate them. Then one day, she suddenly struck, methodically dismantling Chen Qingyuan's cultivation, leaving him in a state of despondency. I refuse to believe it. Qin Yutang exclaimed, having staked his very foundation, yet still unable to overpower Chen Qingyuan, his emotions fluctuating wildly as he muttered under his breath. Ignorance. Chen Qingyuan, his expression impassive, released his jade sword, letting it move freely, exuding a chilling aura of sword intent. The two combatants faced each other again, neither yielding. A spectacle akin to the blazing sun flickered with the manifestation of the golden core, gradually elevating Qin Yutang's power and imparting a palpable sense of pressure upon Chen Qingyuan. A suffocating feeling enveloping his very soul. Go. Chen Qingyuan sought to avoid prolonging the confrontation, directing the jade sword towards Qin Yutang. Clang. The sound echoed as Qin Yutong found himself temporarily ensnared by the jade sword, unable to approach Chen Qingyuan. The might of his golden core bore little impact on Chen Qingyuan, feeling almost non-existent. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Qingyuan was subtly channeling the hidden power of his golden Daobon, bridging the gap in their respective realms. The golden Daobon was adorned with intricate ancient inscriptions, much of which was veiled in a shroud of white mist, with only a few shimmering lines of gold nurturing Chen Qingyuan's body, refining his inner energy into an exceptionally pure form, thus significantly enhancing his capabilities. In his previous form, such feats would have been impossible. Chen Qingyuan mused inwardly, reflecting on the advantages of his reconstituted foundation. Although once a prodigy, the disparity between him and the elite of various realms had been considerable, making it challenging to transcend an entire realm in battle. The manifestation of the golden core could shatter at a mere touch. Guided by his mind, he commanded the sword, placing Qin Yutong in a state of vigilance. Subsequently, Chen Qingyuan channeled his inner energy, silently reciting incantations, concentrating his power at the tip of his right index finger. Bang! Moments later, as Qin Yutong struck the jade sword away, he noticed a swirling vortex of dense spiritual energy materializing beneath Chen Qingyuan's feet, prompting a sense of unease. Qin Yutong hastily charged toward Chen Qingyuan, eager to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. As Qin Yutong advanced, a terrifying aura enveloped the space around Chen Qingyuan. The ground beneath them fissured like a spider's web, stretching for miles and transforming the landscape into a desolate ruin. Without his sword, he felt akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Many have turned their attention to this battle, believing that Chen Qingyuan, having lost his treasured sword, would undoubtedly be unable to confront Qin Yutong head-on. As Qin Yutong approached, Chen Qingyuan suddenly lifted his gaze towards the blazing sun of the golden core suspended in the heavens. With a swift flick of his finger, a streak of white light shot forth, descending upon the golden core sun at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Do you think you can undermine my foundation? Dream on. Qin Yutong, unaware of any anomaly, boldly mocked him. With a sharp clang, the sound of a sword echoed, piercingly harsh. Qin Yutong did not relent, thrusting his sword towards Chen Qingyuan's brow. In a critical moment, Chen Qingyuan tilted his body, evading the strike while extending his right hand, pinching the incoming sword between his index and middle fingers. Just as Qin Yutong contemplated unleashing another technique to sever Chen Qingyuan's hand, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A fissure appeared in the golden core sun high above. Qin Yutong's body suddenly felt heavy, and upon glancing back, his expression shifted drastically, eyes wide with disbelief. No. It cannot be. Just moments ago, Chen Qingyuan's flick had clearly been obstructed by the barrier of the golden core's manifestation. How could it possibly harm the phenomenon? This notion was unacceptable to Qin Yutong. As the crack elongated, additional fissures began to spread, marring the golden core manifestation in numerous places. Qin Yutong now distinctly felt an unsettling change within his body, prompting a rising panic. Chen Qingyuan, gripping the sword firmly, exerted a slight force, causing it to emit a resonant tremor. Instantly, Qin Yutong relinquished his weapon, fearing the residual force might harm him. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Qingyuan struck out with his left palm towards Qin Yutong. Without hesitation, Qin Yutong retaliated with a punch. Initially, they were locked in a stalemate. But as the cracks in the golden core manifestation multiplied, they directly impacted Qin Yutong's foundation, causing him to spit blood, his breath becoming erratic. And he was sent flying thousands of meters, crashing heavily to the ground. With a resounding thud, a deep pit formed, and Qin Yutong lay within. Numerous wounds appearing on his body, blood flowing uncontrollably. The golden core manifestation in the void began to sway, gradually becoming indistinct. In but a few breaths, the phenomenon vanished. Qin Yutong, his foundation damaged, turned pale. From above, Chen Qingyuan cast the seized sword downwards, embedding it beside Qin Yutong. He looked down from his elevated position, his eyes cold and devoid of warmth, exuding a chilling aura that caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Qin Yutong had been defeated. He had lost to Chen Qingyuan, whose cultivation was merely at the celestial spirit realm, and the golden core had bone cracks, injuring his foundation. Witnessing this scene, the crowd stood in stunned silence. The young master of the Qin clan had actually lost. The elite from various sects were incredulous, their expressions a tapestry of disbelief. How could this be? Many found it hard to accept, gazing up at Shen Qingyuan, who stood lofty among the clouds, his figure glaringly radiant, nearly blinding to behold. It is inconceivable to lose. Utterly impossible. Qin Yutang, having suffered a complete loss of face, incessantly uttered these words, burdened with an unbearable weight in his heart. Previously, his defeat to Chen Qingyuan had already left him with a psychological scar. Now, having succumbed to Chen Qingyuan, whose cultivation was far inferior to his own, the scar had transformed into a demonic affliction. Should Qin Yutang fail to vanquish this inner demon, he would find himself forever unable to advance. With his cultivation stagnating at this juncture, the earnest demeanor of the junior disciple was truly captivating. The elders of the Shenin sect were astonished, never having anticipated that this battle would conclude in such a manner. They believed that even if Chen Qingyuan unleashed his strongest trump card, he would at most reach a stalemate with Qin Yutang. Little did they expect that Chen Qingyuan would dominate the entire confrontation, showcasing strength that far exceeded the confines of his cultivation realm. Do you wish to test your mettle again? Chen Qingyuan's gaze shifted to the illustrious disciples of various sects. And wherever his eyes fell, none dared to meet his gaze. The members of each sect lowered their heads, awestruck by Chen Qingyuan's imposing presence, remaining silent. Chapter 57, Unmatched Elegance. Astonishing the world, the prowess exhibited by Chen Qingyuan left everyone in awe. Despite Qin Yutang exhausting all his efforts, he could not vanquish Chen Qingyuan. And naturally, no one else dared to challenge him. In the depths of the pit below, Qin Yutang stood in a daze, his golden core shattered, giving rise to inner demons. This battle today utterly shattered his pride, plunging him into the depths of despair. Chen Qingyuan, what ruthless tactics you possess. At this moment, an elder appeared. He was the Grand Elder of Tianyu sect. Having remained concealed in the background, he had anticipated that Qin Yutang, unleashing his full potential, would undoubtedly defeat Chen Qingyuan. However, the unfolding events took an entirely contrary turn, leaving the Grand Elder bewildered for quite some time. With a mere gesture, Chen Qingyuan shattered the foundation of Qin Yutang's golden core, his speed too swift for anyone to intervene. How dare you? Chen Qingyuan met the Grand Elder's gaze fearlessly. Speaking with indifference, is it only permissible for your Tianyu sect to kill, while others must not resist? This was the territory of Shenqing sect. And the Grand Elder dared not make threats. He cast one last penetrating glance at Chen Qingyuan before departing with the already dazed and numbed Qin Yutang. Are you not leaving? Do you wish for me to invite you for tea? Chen Qingyuan cast a cold glance at the gathered prodigies, remarking, the tea of Shenqing sect is not inexpensive, can you afford it? This statement not only disgusted the 100-odd ill-intentioned prodigies but also once again trampled the dignity of the powerful from various sections. Leave. The crowd, faces ashen, turned away, no longer daring to act as brazenly as before. Once they had departed, Chen Qingyuan promptly collected the 2 Qianquan bags left near the mountain gate. The icy indifference on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a satisfied smile. He then retrieved the jade sword that had fallen on the battlefield and returned it to its rightful owner, presenting her with some spirit stones as well. Thank you. Little Master Uncle, you were incredibly cool just now. Receiving the jade sword, the female disciple gazed at Chen Qingyuan with adoration, her eyes shimmering like stars. You speak nothing but the truth. Chen Qingyuan, feeling elated, bestowed her with additional spirit stones, the reward for you. Little Master Uncle, I want some too. A few exceptionally beautiful female disciples approached, grinning and extending their hands. What? What sound? I cannot hear it. Chen Qingyuan quickly feigned deafness, looking up at the sky. To incapacitate a peak golden core cultivator like Qin Yutang with his celestial spirit realm prowess, truly, Little Master Uncle is extraordinary. The disciples of Shenqing sect expressed their admiration. Their reverence for Chen Qingyuan deepening further. Little Master Uncle. Many called out to Chen Qingyuan, chattering excitedly, creating a lively atmosphere. Unable to endure such attention, Chen Qingyuan sought a convenient excuse to slip away. Primarily, he feared that the spirit stones he had just earned would be distributed among the throng of girls. Merely thinking about it gave him a headache, so it was best to depart. Truly deserving of being the only direct disciple accepted by our revered elder before his passing. Your talent surpasses us all combined, lamented an inner sect elder. As long as we can nurture our junior brother's growth, the future of the Shenqing sect shall undoubtedly resound throughout the world, flourishing abundantly. The elders began to envision the days to come, filled with eager anticipation. This young man harbors numerous secrets. Lin Chongsheng mused inwardly. Whether it was the sword intent displayed by Chen Qingyuan or the singular divine finger that obliterated Qin Yutong's foundation, these were methods never before revealed. Based on Lin Chongsheng's conjecture, these abilities must be intricately linked to the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone. However, to safeguard Chen Qingyuan's safety, Lin Chongsheng and the others concocted numerous fabrications to deceive the world. A certain elder from the Sword Pavilion, either intentionally or inadvertently, boasted about his disciples, claiming that Chen Qingyuan had trained under him for several months during his youth, exhibiting extraordinary talent in swordsmanship that left others in awe. As he spoke, the elder became convinced of his own words, taking pride in this narrative. To obscure the truth of Chen Qingyuan's mastery over such diverse arts, the first step was to deceive their own people. Consequently, many disciples within the Shenqing sect were indoctrinated with tales of Chen Qingyuan's arduous training, using him as a beacon of motivation for their own endeavors. In reality, however, Chen Qingyuan hardly practiced during his childhood. He often tugged at the beard of the venerable elder Dong Wenjun or pilfered spiritual fruits from his senior sister's medicinal garden. Not to mention crafting slingshots to pelt the windows of his brothers' homes. In summary, Chen Qingyuan had no association with diligent study and practice. Being the sole heir of the esteemed ancestor, coupled with his charming appearance, he was greatly indulged by his seniors, seldom facing any punishment, at most receiving a scolding. Were he anyone else, he would have likely faced severe reprimands for his mischievous antics. In the Fulya Star domain, various sects were astounded by Chen Qingyuan's formidable prowess, finding it truly incredible. Even if the ghost doctor managed to heal him, it was said he would have to undergo rigorous training anew. Yet, merely a few years had passed. How could he unleash such terrifying strength, rendering the young master of the Tianyu sect utterly incapacitated? In his youth, Chen Qingyuan had been hailed as one of the 10 prodigies of the Northern Wilderness, a title well deserved. Despite the countless talents scattered across the vast expanse of the Northern Wilderness, Chen Qingyuan's standing among the 10 prodigies was unparalleled. This battle left a significant impact, stirring a tempest of discussions among countless observers. Once overlooked by the world, Chen Qingyuan has once again graced the stage, faintly hinting at a resurgence of his former glory. Looking across the Fulya Star domain, it is evident that few of his peers could challenge him in combat. Truly, he is an extraordinary individual. Those who once competed with Chen Qingyuan were left in shock upon hearing of this battle, standing in silence for an extended period before finally uttering a sigh of despair. Even though Qin Yutong was defeated, the Tianyu sect refrained from causing trouble at the Shenqing sect. Firstly, in the realm of peer rivalry, a defeat is simply a defeat, there is no justification for seeking trouble. Secondly, the issue of the demon cave remains unresolved, and the Tianyu sect dared not provoke the Shenqing sect further. To address the problem of the subterranean demon cave, the Tianyu sect not only enlisted the help of renowned formation masters but also sought assistance from other star domains, exhausting their resources in the process. Though the foundation has been depleted, if the Tianyu sect can weather this impending crisis, there exist myriad avenues to procure resources. With the abundant offerings from the abyss, the overall strength of the Tianyu sect has experienced a remarkable ascendance. All as long as life endures, hope remains eternal. Alas! Upon hearing the news of Chen Qingyuan's resurgence, Many from the Dongi Palace fell into a profound silence, culminating in a heavy sigh. Fortunately, Shishue has already ventured into the secret realm, otherwise, upon learning of this development, her resolve might waver, leading to unforeseen consequences. Yao Susu, the mentor of Bai Shishue, was instrumental in orchestrating the alliance between the Chenyu sect and Dongi Palace. However, due to the turmoil surrounding the abyss, this union has faltered. Bai Shishue has entered Yensno City, and thus far, no word has reached them. Should she emerge alive from the secret realm of Yensno City, she would ascend to the status of the Holy Maiden of Dongi Palace, eligible to receive the sacred legacy. Her standing elevated beyond measure. In truth, Chen Qingyuan has never harbored animosity towards Bai Shishue at that time. The world believed him to have perished in the abyss of heaven, and it would be unthinkable to consign Bai Shishue to a life of solitude. It can only be said that fate has conspired against them, and their love lacked the profundity to endure. Having severed the ties of destiny with Bai Shishue, Chen Qingyuan has found a measure of relief, shedding a burden from his heart. Yet, he remains troubled, his brow furrowed in distress. The matters concerning the Dawi Academy and the challenge posed by Wu Jianyuan weigh heavily on his mind. Wu Jianyuan, one of the 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness, the foremost genius of the northern Sangsta region. During their last encounter, Chen Qingyuan and Wu Jianyuan agreed to a contest a decade hence, vowing to establish a victor between them. Alas! What need is there for conflict? I am a fervent admirer of peace. Chen Qingyuan sat within his chamber, releasing a series of soft sighs. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the cave. Chapter 58, The Murong Family's Gratitude and the New List of the 10 Heroes of the Northern Wilderness. Chen Qingyuan utilized his divine sense to investigate, discovering that it was an inner sect disciple on duty who conveyed the message, "What is the matter, Junior Uncle?" Representatives from the Murong family of the Northern Sangsta domain have arrived, stating they wish to express their gratitude towards you, reported the inner sect disciple. Oh, understood. Chen Qingyuan murmured to himself. The Murong family had traveled countless miles, their visit must hold more significance than mere verbal thanks. Within the guest hall, Lin Chongsheng personally entertained the esteemed guests from the Murong family, the table adorned with exquisite wines and delicacies. The Murong family held considerable prestige in the northern Sangsta domain, and Lin Chongsheng could not afford to be negligent. Thank you for the hospitality of the Shenqing sect, the elder from the Murong family expressed. This time, we have dispatched a powerful clan elder and over 10 core members, including Murong Wensi. Indeed, it is my duty. Lin Chongsheng replied courteously, a smile gracing his face. Before long, Chen Qingyuan ambled over leisurely. This must be Elder Chen Qingyuan. The elder from the Murong family immediately rose, humbling himself and clasping his fists in greeting. On behalf of the Murong family, I extend my heartfelt thanks for your assistance. Without your connection, the ghost doctor would undoubtedly not have intervened. Consequently, the Murong family would have faced grave troubles. An ancestral elder of our clan has fallen into a state of madness, his life hanging by a thread. In all surrounding star domains, only the legendary ghost doctor possesses the ability to save him, to heal the elder's affliction. The Murong family had sent numerous individuals in search of solutions. A team ventured into the death domain, where they encountered Chen Qingyuan. During that expedition, the Murong family suffered significant losses, with half of their members perishing. As for Murong Wensi, had it not been for Chen Qingyuan's protection, she too would have met a tragic fate. Do not mention it, Chen Qingyuan replied graciously. To express their gratitude, the Murong family presented a modest gift, requesting that Elder Chen not find it lacking. As he spoke, the elder retrieved a special ring and handed it to Chen Qingyuan from a distance. While the contents of the ring remained unknown, the Murong family, being a prestigious lineage, would not offer something meager. Chen Qingyuan, without hesitation, accepted the ring, tucking it into his pocket with a radiant smile, promptly expressing his gratitude. The Murong family is truly generous. Since this is your heartfelt intention, I will shamelessly accept it. You rascal! Lin Chongsheng, who had been watching the scene unfold, secretly held his forehead, amused and exasperated. Elder Chen is indeed magnanimous, living up to the reputation of a youthful prodigy. The elder from the Murong family sincerely praised him, finding Chen Qingyuan admirable in every regard. Ha ha ha. The members of the Murong family erupted in laughter, raising their glasses to Chen Qingyuan in a show of appreciation. They accorded him ample respect, leaving Chen Qingyuan somewhat flustered as he hastily returned their gestures. After several rounds of drinks, Chen Qingyuan sat beneath a tree in the side hall, enjoying the cool breeze. Hey! You didn't say a single word to me just now, isn't that a bit excessive? Suddenly, a voice filled with melancholy reached Chen Qingyuan's ears. Turning to look, he realized it was Murong Wenxi. Today, Murong Wenxi donned a pale blue gown that trailed gracefully on the ground, akin to a celestial expanse, elegantly showcasing her exquisite figure. Her light yellow hair was tied with a delicate crimson ribbon, and her refined features resembled a fairy fallen from the heavens. I have nothing to discuss with you, Chen Qingyuan remarked, dismissively curling his lips, unconcerned about potentially offending anyone. You wretched man, scoot over a bit, Murong Wenxi lightly kicked Chen Qingyuan's back, huffing coldly. Why? Chen Qingyuan turned to inquire. I think your current position is quite pleasant, ideal for enjoying the scenery, she offered as justification. It's all the same, he replied nonchalantly. Are you moving or not? Murong Wenxi's tone grew frosty upon noticing his inaction. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady, Chen Qingyuan complied, shifting his seat a meter away. Consequently, Murong Wenxi took the spot he had vacated, still sensing a lingering warmth, which caused her cheeks to flush slightly. She discreetly suppressed it. After a period of silence, Murong Wenxi feigned indifference. I heard that you, with your heaven spirit cultivation, incapacitated an opponent at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. Is that true? False, Chen Qingyuan answered without hesitation. You insufferable man, can't you engage in conversation? Murong Wenxi inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. I did some inquiries, and it's definitely not false. If you know it's true, why do you ask? Are you unwell? Chen Qingyuan glanced at her, his eyes tinged with a hint of pity. Chen Qingyuan, do you believe I won't hesitate to take action against you? Murong Wenxi, visibly rattled, picked up a twig from the ground as a threat. Let us speak amicably, no need to get worked up, Chen Qingyuan chuckled awkwardly. Humph. Murong Wenxi scoffed, bewildered by her own inclination to converse with him, realizing it was a fruitless endeavor. If you dare to provoke me again, don't blame me for being unkind. Alas, my situation is quite difficult, Chen Qingyuan sighed inwardly. Lady Murong, do you not have anything else to say? After a lengthy silence, Chen Qingyuan broke the stillness with a soft inquiry. I do, Murong Wenxi responded coldly, but I do not wish to discuss it now. Oh. Come on. Chen Qingyuan, seated close to Murong Wenxi beneath the tree, felt a gentle breeze carrying a fragrant aroma that was intoxicating. I was wrong earlier. I shouldn't have spoken that way. Is that acceptable? Considering your admission of fault, I shall indulge you this time. Murong Wenxi thoughtlessly sought a way to ease the tension. After all, she was a young lady, shy and not as brazen as Chen Qingyuan. I am all ears, Chen Qingyuan said eagerly. A century ago, you were recognized as one of the 10 heroes of the North Wilderness. Although news of your demise in Tianyuan later surfaced, your title was never rescinded, albeit it has become largely symbolic. Recently, news emerged regarding the new selection of the 10 talents of Beihuang, wherein several former luminaries were cast aside in favor of new candidates. When this matter was broached, Murong Wenxi's countenance grew grave, revealing a hint of apprehension. What relevance does this hold for me? Chen Qingyuan murmured, his brow slightly furrowed. It bears significant relevance, indeed. Murong Wenxi turned to meet Chen Qingyuan's gaze and pondered. Your name is conspicuously among them. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. Initially, I too found it hard to believe, but after thorough verification, it appears you truly stand among the new 10 talents of Behuang, Murongwensi mused, bewildered. It was perplexing. For Chen Qinyuan had been rendered incapable, and even considering his potential resurgence, he hardly seemed fit to bear the title of a talent of Behuang. Yet, such an absurdity had indeed transpired. Which fool compiled this list? Is this not a direct threat to my existence? Chen Qinyuan exclaimed in outrage. Chapter 59, A Gentleman Seeks Revenge. 500 years is not too late. I advise you to tread carefully in your words. The roster of the 10 heroes of the Northern Wilderness has existed since ancient times, and the forces orchestrating this are exceedingly formidable. To this day, the origin of the 10 heroes remains shrouded in mystery, leaving the world in awe. What is truly terrifying is that each era bears a similar list. All attributed to the same enigmatic power, steeped in ancient heritage and unfathomable depth. Alas! Is my life not arduous enough? Chen Qinyuan merely yearned for a few peaceful years. Yet how elusive that seems. I have heard whispers that many wish to venture into the flowing star domain to seek you out and challenge you to battle. Should they succeed in defeating you, they could use your fall as a stepping stone to ascend to the roster of the 10 heroes. Murongwensi arrived in the flowing star domain not only to express gratitude but also to caution Chen Qinyuan, urging him to be vigilant and prepare in advance. Why do they wish to challenge me? Chen Qinyuan instinctively voiced his dissatisfaction. What do you think? Murongwensi shot him a knowing glance, implying he should ponder the answer himself. The 10 heroes of the Northern Wilderness, save for Chen Qinyuan, are all exceptional prodigies, none of whom are to be trifled with. While Chen Qinyuan was once a marvel, he is now perceived as a mere shadow of his former self. Lacking the qualifications in the eyes of the young elites across the star realms. Many are eager to teach Chen Qinyuan a lesson and seize the opportunity to make a name for themselves. After all, those endowed with talent are often youthful and brimming with pride, unwilling to concede defeat. They harbor trepidation towards the other members of the 10 heroes yet feel no fear towards Chen Qinyuan. My life is tragically bleak. Even the simplest desire for stability seems forever out of reach, Chen Qinyuan lamented. Chen Qinyuan, in due time, many prodigies will come seeking you, do take care. Murongwensi could offer no more than silent prayers for him. In recent days, Chen Qinyuan had not left the Shening sect, thus remaining unaware of the latest developments in the outside world. However, given the intelligence network of the Shening sect, it is reasonable to assume they are aware of matters concerning the 10 heroes of the Northern Wilderness. Perhaps Lin Chongsheng and others refrained from informing him to spare him from distress. Can I voluntarily withdraw from the roster of the 10 heroes? Chen Qinyuan truly wished to evade the impending pursuit, and the mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Do you even know who created this list? Murongwensi probed with a piercing inquiry. To this, Chen Qinyuan shook his head, indicating his ignorance. How can you withdraw if you are unaware of the mastermind behind it? Observing Chen Qinyuan's forlorn expression, Murongwensi's lips curled into a slight smirk, relishing his predicament. This is your retribution for your earlier retort. With a haughty inner chuckle, Murongwensi's brow furrowed deeper with concern. If anything were to befall Chen Qinyuan, her heart would undoubtedly ache. I must leave at once. I cannot linger in the Shening sect any longer. Chen Qinyuan resolved not to remain idle, adhering to the adage that the best strategy in dire situations is to flee. Hey! Why are you so cowardly? Murongwensi was exasperated. You have the power to transcend great realms and vanquish your foes, can we not maintain a semblance of dignity? You can speak boldly while standing, but at this juncture, what dignity remains? When a throng of formidable foes surrounds me for a beating, will that truly enhance my reputation? Chen Qinyuan cast a sidelong glance. Despite the gravity of the situation, you are now one of the newly appointed 10 talents of the Northern Wilderness. If you retreat without a fight, it would be utterly disgraceful, murmured Murongwensi. Disgrace is not the most terrifying aspect, receiving a thorough thrashing is far more daunting. Were Chen Qinyuan to possess the cultivation level of the nascent soul, he would suppress each and every one of them without hesitation. However, at present, he is merely at the celestial spirit level, facing the genuine top-tier prodigies of the northern wilderness, leaving him with no chance of victory. A century ago, many of those elite beings had already stepped into the nascent soul realm. Now, after another 100 years, who can fathom how much their strength has surged, far surpassing that of Qin Yutang from the Tianyu sect. It is wise to bide your time and avoid confrontation until you are stronger, Murong Wensi considered after some contemplation. In such a moment, if one does not flee, it would be too late when surrounded. I shall swiftly gather my belongings and make my escape. A gentleman takes his time to seek revenge. 500 years is not too late, Chen Qingyuan declared fiercely. With that, he hastily retreated to his cave abode, leaving Murong Wensi rooted under the tree in a daze. That rascal. He really does run fast, Murong Wensi muttered quietly, gazing in the direction Chen Qingyuan had departed. Then she glanced down at the spot she had occupied, her fingertips lightly brushing the surface, her cheeks flashing with warmth. Initially, she had thought little of it when she sat in the place Chen Qingyuan had once occupied, distinctly feeling the lingering warmth from his presence. What has come over me? After a moment, a gentle breeze caressed her face, rousing Murong Wensi from her reverie. She slightly shook her head, dismissing her errant thoughts. Meanwhile, within the cave, Chen Qingyuan hastily packed his belongings, preparing to flee. As he pushed the door open, he collided with Lin Chongsheng. Senior brother. What are you doing, junior brother? Lin Chongsheng inquired, peering into the empty interior through the ajar door. I am preparing to embark on a journey for training, Chen Qingyuan fabricated a lie. Training at this moment. Lin Chongsheng furrowed his brow, lowering his voice. Have you forgotten the matter concerning the Dao Yi Academy? I have not forgotten. When the time is right, I shall return, Chen Qingyuan replied, dismissing the urgency. This is outrageous. Lin Chongsheng chastised sternly. This is our master's final wish. If you leave, how will I explain to the Academy's envoy upon their arrival? Senior brother, you mentioned that the Dao Yi Academy possesses vast resources. Surely they will locate my whereabouts, Chen Qingyuan replied with an awkward smile. That is unacceptable, I cannot allow any errors in this matter, Lin Chongsheng shook his head resolutely. Senior brother, are you aware of the recent uproar regarding the list of the 10 talents of the Northern Wilderness? Chen Qingyuan had no choice but to reveal the truth. I only learned of it recently, Lin Chongsheng nodded in acknowledgement, having no reason to conceal the information now that Chen Qingyuan had brought it to light. It remains a mystery who the scoundrel was that compiled the list, thrusting me into this predicament. If I do not hastily escape now, it seems I shall be deprived of any semblance of peace. Chen Qingyuan harbors a profound resentment towards the individual responsible for the rankings. Lin Chongsheng, however, is acutely aware of the situation, feigning a facade of enlightenment. The credibility of the 10 prodigies of the Northern Wilderness is exceedingly robust. The youth are ambitious and proud, particularly those of exceptional talent who refuse to be outshone by others. Among the entire cohort of the 10 prodigies, only Chen Qingyuan appears vulnerable, a stepping stone for others to ascend. Such an opportunity is coveted by many. Senior brother, I trust you do not wish to witness me being besieged by others. Chen Qingyuan remarked with a wry smile. To be honest, I find myself rather looking forward to it, Lin Chongsheng murmured softly after clearing his throat. Chen Qingyuan was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 60, My dear, do not let emotions sway you. Is this a sentiment that a senior brother ought to express? Do you truly desire for me to leap into the abyss? The unparalleled prodigies of the Northern Wilderness are not to be compared with contemporaries from the Flowing Star domain. Many among them have attained the Yuan Ying realm. It is no exaggeration to assert that Chen Qingyuan's current cultivation is woefully inadequate, others could easily subdue him. Do not fret. As long as you remain within the confines of the Shenqing sect, those individuals cannot breach our sanctuary. Lin Chongsheng could not afford to let Chen Qingyuan slip away. Should an envoy from the Dao Yi Academy arrive, he would find himself at a loss for explanations. Such were the words spoken, yet the peril remains palpable. Allow me a few centuries to cultivate in seclusion, and upon my return, I shall quell them all. Chen Qingyuan is not concerned about momentary disgrace, rather. He fears the absence of opportunity for redemption. Cultivators ought not to dwell on ephemeral accolades and dignity, their gaze must extend to the horizon. No, this will not do. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chongsheng shook his head, once again declining. Senior brother, do not press me. Chen Qingyuan's voice bore a hint of menace. Oh. And what do you intend? Lin Chongsheng, unperturbed, provocatively inquired. If you do not permit my departure, I shall incessantly pester Xiao Yanzi and lead your cherished son astray. Chen Qingyuan pondered for a moment, seemingly arriving at this singular course of action. Very well, I'll do as you wish. Is that all you've got? Lin Chongsheng's heart fluttered briefly, fearing that Chen Qingyuan had unearthed some incriminating evidence against him. Do not harbor regrets, Chen Qingyuan warned. Absolutely no regrets. Lin Chongsheng affirmed with a nod. Agreed. With that, Chen Qingyuan turned and stepped into the room, firmly shutting the door, leaving Lin Chongsheng outside. Years later, Lin Chongsheng would often reflect on this day with deep remorse, even beginning to yearn for the benevolent and refined Lin Pinyan of yore. In the days that followed, Chen Qingyuan frequently played with Lin Pinyan, imparting his insights on wealth without reservation. Lin Pinyan was no longer the innocent boy he once was. He had grown shrewd and calculating. Many elders noted the transformation in Lin Pinyan's character, exclaiming it to be impossible. For years, the upper echelons of the Shenqing sect had instructed Lin Pinyan to eschew softness and to possess certain cunning to emerge as a leader capable of advancing the sect. Yet, the Lin Pinyan of that time was impervious to such counsel, unable to change. After years spent with Chen Qingyuan, Lin Pinyan appeared to be a different person altogether. Having outwitted even some of the elders, we cannot allow Pinyan to remain under the influence of the junior disciple, it could lead the child astray, suggested one elder. Surely that cannot be the case. Most elders doubted that Lin Pinyan would turn rogue, for his image as a model child was firmly established in their minds. In my view, should Pinyan truly falter, it may well serve as a blessing in disguise. When the time is ripe, we can assess him and consider him for the position of junior sect master, opined the venerable elder Dong Wenjun, stroking his beard. Though the junior disciple is indeed avaricious, he never engages in any outrageous conduct. Even if Pinyan were to adopt some of his ways, he would not overstep the boundaries thus. There is no need for excessive concern. In light of the matters concerning Lin Pinyan and Chen Qingyuan, the elders convened for an extensive meeting lasting 3 hours. The esteemed guests of the Murong family had resided at the Shenqing sect for half a month and were preparing to depart. Before leaving, Murong Wensi visited Chen Qingyuan's residence. Hey! I am about to leave, won't you come out to see me off? She called out loudly, gazing at the firmly shut door of the cave dwelling. You're not lacking in legs, do you really need me to send you off? Came Chen Qingyuan's distant voice. Chen Qingyuan. If you continue to speak to me in such a manner, I shall withhold any future news from you, Murong Wensi retorted. In truth, had it been anyone else, she would have already taken action. Sometimes, she herself was perplexed. Despite Chen Qingyuan's exceedingly irritating demeanor, she found it hard to genuinely loathe him. Only feeling a twinge of annoyance at most. With a clang, the door swung open, and Chen Qingyuan emerged slowly. Do you have any new information? Humph. Murong Wensi shot him a frosty glare, thoroughly displeased, and remained silent. We are good friends who have shared life and death, can't I even make a jest? Seeing her ire, Chen Qingyuan offered her a way out, smiling cheerfully. Wang Qiu from the Tianxi Star Domain and Yan Qianling from the Moxu Star Domain were once among the 10 prodigies of the Northern Wilderness a century ago. With the emergence of a new list, they have been eliminated. If anyone were to target you, these two would undoubtedly be your formidable foes. Let bygones be bygones. Murong Wensi said, breaking her silence with seriousness. Why didn't you mention such an important matter last time? Chen Qingyuan was familiar with the two, They were renowned figures from the northern wilderness, each at least at the nascent soul stage. You left before I could finish my sentence, and you dare to blame me. Murong Wensi shot him an annoyed glare, playfully pouting. Is there any other crucial news? Due to Lin Changsheng's obstruction, Chen Qingyuan was unable to leave the Shenqing sect, otherwise he would have slipped away long ago. None, Murong Wensi replied. Very well. Chen Qingyuan turned to re-enter the house. You. Watching him turn away so decisively, Murong Wensi kicked a small stone on the ground, sending it bouncing towards Chen Qingyuan. What's wrong? He glanced back at her, feigning confusion. Nothing. Murong Wensi bit her red lip, her expression cold as she turned to leave. Once Murong Wensi had departed, Chen Qingyuan set aside his indifferent facade and muttered to himself. Girl, do not let your heart sway towards me, or it will only bring you misfortune. The reason Chen Qingyuan treated Murong Wensi this way was to prevent her from developing feelings and to maintain a certain distance. He needed to be clear about this, he could not delay her future. After pondering for a long while, Chen Qingyuan stepped into the secluded and tranquil palace where Gongsun Nan resided. Only he knew of Gongsun Nan's presence in the Shenqing sect. Sister Ghost Doctor. Have you been living comfortably of late? Chen Qingyuan smiled ingratiatingly. One does not visit the Hall of Treasures without reason. Come. Seek my assistance if you have matters to discuss. Seated in the courtyard, Gongsun Nan closed his eyes in tranquil contemplation, a faint smile gracing his lips as he jested. Truly deserving of your renowned reputation as a ghostly physician, you have discerned my thoughts with remarkable clarity. I am most impressed. Chen Qingyuan seized the moment to flatter him. You wish for me to escort you away from the Shenqing sect? Not a chance. Before Chen Qingyuan could elaborate on his intentions, Gongsun Nan swiftly pierced through his thoughts. With Gongsun Nan's formidable prowess, uncovering recent happenings was a trivial matter. Please, don't. Chen Qingyuan implored, stepping forward with urgency. Sister. Do you truly wish to witness my torment at the hands of others? Indeed, Gongsun Nan nodded in affirmation. As Chen Qingyuan contemplated further pleas, Gongsun Nan suddenly opened his eyes, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Young man, it is too late for you to contemplate escape now. In that fleeting moment, Gongsun Nan sensed an influx of formidable auras converging near the Shenqing sect, most likely drawn by Chen Qingyuan. Chapter 61, The Gathering of Talented Individuals at Su Nqing Sect, Storm Clouds Gathering through Gongsun Nan's narration. Chen Qingyuan garnered a general understanding of the circumstances surrounding Su Nqing Sect, realizing that many formidable prodigies had arrived. It appeared there was no opportunity for escape. A headache began to form for Chen Qingyuan. Venturing outside at this moment would undoubtedly result in an encounter with those ill-intentioned arrivals. If he wished to avoid conflict, the only course of action was to remain indoors. Having left Gongsun Nan's abode, Chen Qingyuan confined himself within his quarters, shunning all visitors. In a moment of recollection, he remembered a significant matter. While organizing his belongings, he stumbled upon an IOU, the borrower being Murong Wensi. During their time in the dead zone, Murong Wensi had sustained severe injuries that necessitated the use of spirit stones for her recovery. Consequently, Chen Qingyuan had lent her some spirit stones and had recorded the transaction. How could he have neglected to ask for repayment earlier? Such carelessness. The recent burdens weighing on his mind had caused him to overlook the matter of the debt. Although the Murong family had offered considerable tokens of gratitude, those were merely gestures and should not be conflated with a loan. Had she forgotten as well? Or was she perhaps using this as an excuse to seek him out again? Chen Qingyuan found himself reluctant to engage too deeply with Murong Wensi and sighed softly. Though he was undeniably handsome, she ought not to develop feelings for him lest she find herself the one to suffer. After carefully stowing away the loan document, Chen Qingyuan resolved not to dwell on the issue further. The debt needed to be repaid, he would seek an opportunity to approach Murong Wensi about it in due course. Days later, a patrolling disciple arrived at the door, gently knocking. Little uncle, there is a person outside who wishes to meet you. Who is it? Chen Qingyuan inquired without opening the door, his voice resonating outside. The individual claimed to hail from the MX Star domain and introduced himself as Yan Qianling. The patrolling disciple reported. Tell him I am in seclusion and unable to meet, Chen Qingyuan said decisively, his eyelids twitching. Understood. The disciple did not press further and departed. Inside, Chen Qingyuan reclined in a rocking chair, appearing lethargic. What a nuisance, he muttered, entirely disinterested in the prospect of an altercation. Who was Yan Qianling? A century ago. He was renowned alongside Chen Qingyuan as one of the 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness, an exceptional talent. This time, however, Yan Qianling's name had been supplanted on the latest list of prodigies by another. Upon discovering that the now declined Chen Qingyuan still ranked on the list, Yan Qianling felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction and traveled vast distances to challenge him. Why did Yan Qianling and other prodigies not seek trouble with the other members of the 10 prodigies? It was simply because, at present, Chen Qingyuan appeared to be the most vulnerable target. After all, opportunities to elevate one's name and reputation at the expense of someone like Chen Qingyuan were rare and should not be squandered. Outside the gates of Su Nqing sect, a young man clad in a sky-blue brocade robe stood poised in midair, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of martial prowess. This blue-clad youth was Yan Qianling, the sole figure to reveal himself, while the other top prodigies lurked in the shadows, observing. Since Yan Qianling had taken the initiative to appear first, the others refrained from stealing his thunder, choosing instead to watch the unfolding events. Please return, the patrolling disciple called out, addressing the outside. Little uncle is currently in seclusion and has no time to entertain visitors. It matters not, I can patiently await the day he emerges. Before Yan Qianling's arrival, he had contemplated numerous possibilities, anticipating that Chen Qingyuan might act like a coward. After some inquiries, it became evident that Chen Qingyuan remained within the confines of the Shenqing sect, having not ventured elsewhere. As long as he lingered near the Shenqing sect, Yan Qianling was confident that Chen Qingyuan would eventually reveal himself, unless he had resolved never to leave his abode throughout his lifetime. This fellow is no ordinary man. Our junior brother may be in significant trouble. Within the council hall, the elders had unearthed every detail regarding Yan Qianling's identity, their expressions grave. The son of the Chak Holy Mountain, possessing the cultivation of the nascent soul realm. Such prowess, among many first-rate factions, would qualify him for the position of an inner sect elder, or even render him a ruler within a third-rate power. Yan Qianling had once been among the 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness, his strength and talent overshadowing countless young prodigies of that region. However, due to the emergence of several formidable geniuses over the past century, the roster of the 10 prodigies had undergone slight alterations, relegating Yan Qianling to a lower position. Even so, his strength remains formidable and should not be underestimated. I find it perplexing. Our junior brother has just returned from the abyss and has only recently reconstituted his Dao body and spiritual roots. The clandestine forces responsible for drafting the list should be well acquainted with the affairs of the northern wilderness and ought not to have included our junior brother's name. Do not look to me for answers, I am equally bewildered and troubled. The ambitious youth, driven by a competitive spirit, would not readily acknowledge our junior brother, seeking to displace him from the list to establish their own renown. As the discussion unfolded, the crowd wore furrowed brows. The contest among the younger generation of prodigies was not a matter for the elder generation to meddle in. Thus, faced with Yan Qianling's provocations outside, the Shenqing sect found itself unable to expel him, resorting instead to feigning ignorance. The inclusion of Chen Qingyuan on the list of the 10 prodigies had not only left the members of the Shenqing sect astonished but also rendered the powerful figures from various star realms utterly bewildered and at a loss. Historically, anyone who ascended to the 10 prodigies list possessed at least the cultivation of the nascent soul realm. Chen Qingyuan had indeed once qualified for such status, his extraordinary talent and formidable strength earning the respect of the world. However, does he truly merit such recognition now? This is utterly absurd. Could there be some hidden agenda behind this latest list? Recently, it appeared that Chen Qingyuan, despite his cultivation at the pinnacle of the celestial spirit realm, had bested Qin Yutang, who was at the peak of the Golden Core stage, crossing a significant boundary to achieve victory. While indeed remarkable, such a feat hardly justifies his placement among the 10 prodigies. It is rumored that the top prodigies from various star realms are dissatisfied with this situation and are preparing to challenge Chen Qingyuan, suggesting that the Fulyu star realm is poised for some excitement. The 10 prodigies list has already circulated across the various star realms of the northern wilderness, inciting a star. The various sects of the Fulyu star realm gazed upon the names on the list, and there among them was Chen Qingyuan, plunging them into a profound silence. Given that Chen Qingyuan's current cultivation appears to be merely at the pinnacle of the celestial spirit realm, the notion that he could be counted among the 10 prodigies is simply unacceptable. Such an occurrence has not transpired in countless years. Master, why not allow our junior brother to depart early? If only he were granted sufficient time for cultivation, he would undoubtedly silence the naysayers, one elder ventured to question. Rest assured, I have my own plans. Lin Chongsheng could not divulge the affairs concerning the Daoist Academy, for the repercussions were too great. The fewer who were privy to such matters, the better. Although his junior disciple remained safely within the sect, the constant avoidance of conflict could lead to ridicule and adversely affect one's resolve in the Dao. Furthermore, tranquility was a fleeting luxury for our Shensheng sect. The elders were beset with troubles, each one more vexing than the last, as this matter proved exceedingly complicated and difficult to resolve. Of course, if Chen Qingyuan were to vanquish all challengers, the situation would be much simpler. Yet, the notion of a practitioner at the celestial spirit realm defeating numerous top-tier prodigies of the nascent soul realm seems utterly ludicrous, a fanciful daydream. Such occurrences have not transpired in nearly 100 millennia. Days passed, and Yan Qianling continued to stand at the entrance of the Shensheng sect, his eyes closed, absorbing the spiritual essence from the heavens and earth. He awaited Chen Qingyuan's emergence while diligently cultivating. Matters of the outside world were of no concern to him. Inside his secluded chamber, Chen Qingyuan had sealed himself off from the cacophony of external gossip. Only a fool would venture out to meet his demise. While he was confident in dealing with prodigies below the Golden Core realm, he stood no chance against those of the nascent soul. After all, his own cultivation was far too weak, the disparity too vast. Should he become stronger in the future, he vowed to uncover who had conspired against him and exact revenge. The list of the 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness had thrust Chen Qingyuan into the spotlight, leaving him unable to withdraw from the fray. An increasing number of prodigies congregated within the territory of the Shensheng sect. Some came merely to witness the spectacle, while others sought the opportunity to defeat Chen Qingyuan, aiming to gain fame and fortune. In summary, a plethora of unfamiliar faces had surfaced within the domain governed by the Shensheng sect. Any random individual plucked from the crowd likely carried a significant background. On this particular day, a man clad in a light-colored robe appeared at the gates of the Shensheng sect, eliciting gasps of astonishment from countless cultivators, their hearts stirred and unable to remain composed. The newcomer was none other than Wu Jianyan, one of the 10 prodigies of the northern wilderness. Chapter 62, The emergence of Wu Jianyan is your intent to cause mischief. Although the roster has been altered, Wu Jianyan's name remains firmly in place. The North Tsang star domain was once relatively obscure within the northern wilderness. Yet due to Wu Jianyan, the two characters of North Tsang have garnered considerable attention. Wu Jianyan's life is nothing short of legendary, akin to a mythological tale. It is said that in his youth, he was whisked away by a celestial crane, disappearing for a full 3 years. Upon his return to the North Tsang star domain, he left his peers far behind, his formidable strength rendering them awestruck and utterly convinced of his superiority. You have come as well. Yan Qianling, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them to gaze at Wu Jianyan from a distance, his expression complex. Wu Jianyan cast a fleeting glance at Yan Qianling, remaining silent. Yan Qianling had heard of Wu Jianyan's aloofness and bore no resentment. Indeed, Wu Jianyan possessed every right to be proud, evoking no anger but rather a sense of acceptance. Goodness, even Wu Jianyan has arrived. Is he here at Shenqing sect for Chen Qingyuan? When did that rascal Chen Qingyuan offend Wu Jianyan? It seems a spectacle is in store. Rumors abound that Wu Jianyan has inherited the legacy of an ancient powerhouse. And since his entrance into the world, he has never tasted defeat. He is indeed one of the true elites of the northern wilderness. A terrifying force to be reckoned with. The crowd stared in astonishment at Wu Jianyan's retreating figure, utterly dumbfounded. The higher-ups of Shenqing sect, upon learning the news, realized the situation was escalating beyond their control. A prodigy like Wu Jianyan is a guest of honor in any sect and must be treated with the utmost respect. As long as Wu Jianyan lives, he is destined to become a top-tier powerhouse in the Great Ascension realm, roaming freely through the cosmos. What should we do? The sect leaders were in deep discussion, aware that turning him away would be a significant affront. Allow me to handle it. The Grand Elder volunteered eagerly. Very well. It is entrusted to you, Lin Chongsheng nodded in agreement. Thus, the Grand Elder, clad in simple robes, approached the mountain gate and clasped his hands in greeting. Young friend Wu, what brings you to our Shenqing sect? I seek to duel with Chen Qingyuan. Wu Jianyan replied coldly, his words few and far between. As anticipated, the gathered cultivators felt a tightening in their hearts, their predictions confirmed. This is troublesome. The Grand Elder was filled with concern and a throbbing headache. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, since you are not here as a guest, our Shenqing sect has little to offer in the way of hospitality. Wu Jianyan remained silent, standing like an unapproachable snow-capped mountain. Though the Shenqing sect wished to avoid offending a future top-tier powerhouse, the safety of Chen Qingyuan took precedence. With Wu Jianyan's arrival, the sect became the focus of the greater world, countless gazes directed towards it. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyuan, sealed within his cave dwelling, remained unaware of these events. Engrossed in meditation to solidify his foundation, awaiting the opportune moment to break through to the Golden Core realm. Young man, Wu Jianyan of the Northern Wilderness 10 elites has arrived, and your list of rivals has just grown. Gongsun Nan disregarded the barrier's power and transmitted his voice, laced with a hint of schadenfreude. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan abruptly opened his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. If it had been any of the other 10 heroes, Chen Qingyuan would have undoubtedly felt discomfort. However, since the visitor was Wu Jianyan, the situation became considerably more manageable. With a hum, Chen Qingyuan dismantled the barrier and stepped outside. Before long, he found himself at the entrance of Xuanzhong sect, where he was seen by many. It was him. This fellow had actually made an appearance. Was he preparing to accept a challenge? The stage was set for an enthralling spectacle, indeed. This individual, despite possessing only the cultivation of the celestial spirit realm, had somehow been ranked among the 10 heroes of the Northern Wilderness, quite perplexing. Having revealed his cultivation level, Chen Qingyuan no longer concealed it, using the power of the jade bracelet, presenting himself openly. The crowd, witnessing Chen Qingyuan's arrival, was filled with excitement, eagerly setting up their seats to watch. Yan Qianling's expression was icy, his eyes radiating a sharp glimmer, with fighting spirit blazing like an inferno. Chen Qingyuan, do you dare to duel with me? Chen Qingyuan, however, chose to disregard Yan Qianling's challenge. The notion of a duel was trivial to him. Of course, this sentiment was merely voiced in his mind and not spoken aloud. Oh, old Wu, you are quite the busybody, Chen Qingyuan remarked cheerfully as he turned his gaze toward Wu Jianyan. In just a few years, we shall have our fateful duel. I thought I'd come early to ensure you don't flee. Last time, when Chen Qingyuan journeyed to the Death Realm, he was intercepted by Wu Jianyan on his return. Under Wu Jianyan's insistence, they had established a 10-year agreement for their duel. Given Chen Qingyuan's recent rise to prominence, Wu Jianyan harbored concerns that he might evade the challenge or be defeated by another. Hence, he arrived a few years in advance to prevent any miscalculations. For Wu Jianyan, this duel held immense significance, and he could afford no carelessness. He had long desired a confrontation with Chen Qingyuan but had missed their scheduled meeting due to Chen Qingyuan's trip to Tianyuan. I am a man of my word, Chen Qingyuan stated. Is that so? Wu Jianyuan replied, harboring a degree of skepticism. Do not regard me with such doubtful eyes. We have known each other for so many years. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, I would never have gone back on my word. Under the scrutiny of Wu Jianyuan's gaze, Chen Qingyuan felt somewhat uneasy. Very well, Wu Jianyuan chose to trust him, nodding slowly. There are still a few years until the day of our duel. Come in for a drink and a chat. Chen Qingyuan extended the invitation. At this, Wu Jianyuan fell silent, lost in thought. What is the matter? Are you afraid I'll poison your drink? Chen Qingyuan teased. Whether you come or not is but a word. Lead the way. Wu Jianyuan lowered his guard and took a step forward. According to various factions' inquiries, Wu Jianyuan was known to be reclusive, with no acquaintances. Yet, before a multitude of onlookers, he was not only willing to engage in normal conversation with Chen Qingyuan but also intended to partake in drinking and chatting as if they were friends. Many in the crowd were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. Listening to the conversation between the two, it was evident that they were adversaries. Yet their relationship appeared remarkably amicable, devoid of any sense of rivalry. Throughout the exchange, Chen Qingyuan paid no heed to Yan Qianling and the group of prodigies who had journeyed from various regions. As long as he remained within the confines of his abode, those gifted individuals posed no threat to him. As for reputation, what value does it hold? Can it sustain one's livelihood? Chen Qingyuan had little regard for hollow accolades. Had he the option, he would have long since discarded the title of one of the 10 talents of the northern wilderness. Within the courtyard of his estate, Chen Qingyuan procured a fine vintage and personally poured a glass for Wu Jianyuan. Old Wu, this is a treasured brew from my Shenqing sect. I urge you to sample it. Chen Qingyuan, are you up to some mischief? Wu Jianyuan inquired, narrowing his eyes slightly, sensing Chen Qingyuan's excessive enthusiasm. Chapter 63, Should there be any dissatisfaction, let us duel nonsense. Am I truly that sort of person? Chen Qingyuan's expression turned stern. Are you not? Wu Jianyuan cast a glance at the drinks on the table, refraining from indulging, his inquiry stemming from the depths of his soul. Brother Wu, though we are rivals, we are also friends. There is no need for such sharp exchanges. Chen Qingyuan remarked. Wait, when did we become friends? Wu Jianyuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Our relationship has not reached that stage yet. During our last encounter, we shared wine and conversation, Chen Qingyuan reflected before responding. You are mistaken, I have no friends. Wu Jianyuan replied coldly. Surely, you jest. To have no friends at all is indeed a lamentable state. Chen Qingyuan feigned sympathy, seemingly oblivious to the implications in Wu Jianyuan's words. No matter, from this moment forth, we shall be friends. My intention was to maintain distance, regarding you solely as a formidable opponent, to ensure you comprehend the nature of our relationship, which has yet to ascend to the level of friendship. Why do you then pity me? Do you not understand human speech? Wu Jianyuan paused, staring intently at Chen Qingyuan, rendered momentarily speechless. Come, let us drink. Before Wu Jianyuan could respond, Chen Qingyuan raised his glass and drained its contents. Noticing Wu Jianyuan's lack of response, Chen Qingyuan gestured, drink up. Fear not. It is not poisoned. After a considerable pause, Wu Jianyuan averted his gaze from Chen Qingyuan, casting it downward upon the glass before him. After a moment's hesitation, he lifted the cup and took a sip. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Chen Qingyuan proclaim that they would henceforth be friends, an inexplicable feeling arose within Wu Jianyuan. Difficult to articulate. Throughout his life, he had seldom engaged in conversation, even with kin, remaining as untouchable as a mountain ice lotus. Old Wu, we must discuss serious matters. Chen Qingyuan smiled broadly. Wu Jianyuan, ever reticent, met his gaze with caution. In just over 4 years, our duel is upon us. Should I be defeated by certain individuals beforehand, and if you happen to lose or we reach a stalemate in our battle? It would undoubtedly allow others to gain fame at our expense. Chen Qingyuan drew his chair closer to Wu Jianyan. So? Wu Jianyan's expression remained indifferent. Curious about Chen Qingyuan's intentions. You must go out and resolve matters with those individuals. At the very least, they must not cause trouble for the next few years. Chen Qingyuan revealed his thoughts. I refuse, Wu Jianyan countered firmly. Do not. Chen Qingyuan urged hastily, those individuals cannot possibly duel me at the same level. That would be sheer bullying. They are blocking my doorstep. Should I lose my temper and confront them, I may not prevail. Would you still wish to spar with me then? I care not for such matters. Overpowering someone through cultivation is the act of the weak. To me, true victory can only be claimed when one of equal stature is defeated, solidifying the resolve of the heart and aspiring towards lofty peaks. Wu Jianyan cares little for fame and fortune, seeking only enlightenment of the mind as he ascends the path to greatness, step by step. Alas! This matter has drained my spirit. When the time comes for our battle, my state will surely diminish significantly, while your chances of triumph are likely to increase considerably. Faced with such an unyielding opponent, Chen Qingyuan must seize upon his vulnerabilities. Upon hearing this, Wu Jianyan's expression turned grave. If the battle is not fought on equal terms, even a victory would hold no significance for him. He places great importance on promises. Once a commitment is made, he would fulfill it even at the cost of his life. Thus, he and Chen Qingyuan established a 10-year period for their duel. And he is willing to wait until that fated day arrives. The challenge set a century ago became void when Chen Qingyuan entered the abyss. This time, Wu Jianyan is determined to avoid any unforeseen changes. Speaking of the abyss, it was not a choice of Chen Qingyuan to venture into danger, but rather a necessity. During that period, he felt as though he were in a daze, as if an invisible force compelled him to go. Before our duel, no one shall disturb you. Wu Jianyan pondered for a moment before making a solemn promise. Indeed, this is the essence of friendship. Chen Qingyuan smiled with delight. This is hard to drink. After taking another sip, Wu Jianyan spoke earnestly, as if expressing his inner discontent. This is the finest brew of our Shenqing sect, Chen Qingyuan remarked. The taste was acceptable before, but now it is not. The implication being, it is not the wine that is unpalatable, but rather the presence of you, Chen Qingyuan, that has rendered it so. Wu Jianyan's manner of reproach was rather subtle, leaving Chen Qingyuan momentarily taken aback. Such remarks did not weigh heavily on Chen Qingyuan's mind. As long as Wu Jianyan could resolve these issues, that was all that mattered. You're leaving? Chen Qingyuan inquired as he watched Wu Jianyan rise to depart. I shall not go back on my word, Wu Jianyan replied, leaving with a final statement, departing the courtyard with grace. Truly impressive, Chen Qingyuan praised. To be honest, he felt quite at ease in Wu Jianyan's company, free from the need for cunning and stratagems. Engaging with a crafty old fox would be akin to walking on thin ice, requiring utmost caution. A battle of equal stature would at least spare him from undue suffering. And there would be a significant chance of victory. However, fighting against those who disregard fairness, with an overwhelming disparity in cultivation, would only result in a one-sided beating. Chen Qingyuan was prepared for a fair duel with Wu Jianyan. After all, neither would resort to deadly force, and merely determining a victor would suffice. Outside the gates of the Shenqing sect, Wu Jianyan stood upon the clouds, surveying the surroundings with a detached demeanor, proclaiming to all realms, from this moment forth, no peer may challenge Chen Qingyuan, nor obstruct the gates of the Shenqing sect. Should anyone be dissatisfied, they may challenge me. With this declaration, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, echoing like thunder. What is happening? The prodigies from all directions were left bewildered. Is Wu Jianyan truly supporting Chen Qingyuan? What is the nature of their relationship? Those ambitious prodigies seeking to ascend by stepping on Chen Qingyuan were filled with confusion. In my recollection, Wu Jianyan seldom intervened on behalf of others. Practitioners from the North Songsta region were well aware of Wu Jianyan's reclusive nature. He preferred solitude and shunned companionship. In an astonishing incident, it was rumored that a certain sect saintess from the North Songsta region meticulously devised a scheme to confine herself with Wu Jianyan in a secluded chamber, igniting intoxicating incense to awaken his primal instincts. The saintess harbored no malicious intentions, she merely wished to forge a fleeting romantic connection with Wu Jianyan, aspiring to become his companion. She hoped that if he were to reach greatness in the future, he might remember her fondly due to their shared moment. However, to her astonishment, Wu Jianyan exhibited remarkable restraint, maintaining his clarity of mind. Staring at the saintess, who stood before him in a state of undress, he uttered not a single word, his gaze remained unclouded. Subsequently, he approached the entrance of the chamber and began to strike it with relentless force. Fully aware of the chamber's formidable construction, inscribed with numerous ancient laws, Wu Jianyan persisted undeterred. His hands became bloodied and battered, his internal energy surging uncontrollably, yet he persevered, ultimately breaking through the stone door of the chamber, leaving behind a solitary and desolate silhouette. There is no wall that does not whisper. News of this incident reached many ears. Thus, the tale of Wu Jianyan's aversion to women spread, causing quite a stir. A certain powerful figure remarked, "If this young man does not meet an untimely end, he is destined to stand at the pinnacle of the contemporary world." This clearly illustrated Wu Jianyan's notorious aloofness, as he paid little heed to anyone. Yet, his actions at this moment defied the understanding of countless observers. What on earth is happening? Many began to lose their composure, utterly perplexed. In the void, Yan Qianling, once among the 10 prodigies of the North Wilderness, furrowed his brow and turned to Wu Jianyan, inquiring, "What do you mean by saying that peers should not challenge him?" Chapter 64, The day of the challenge approaches. Visitors from the Dao Yi Academy. Upon hearing the voice, Wu Jianyan turned to exchange glances with Yan Qianling, his tone cold. "I have never heard of a prohibition against peers contending. Are you seeking to protect him?" Yan Qianling, wary of Wu Jianyan, replied in a subdued voice, "He is my opponent." Wu Jianyan spoke candidly, "Before my duel, no one shall interfere." "Your duel?" Yan Qianling paused, taken aback. "You have always been one of the top 10 in the Northern Wilderness, a prodigy of our era. In the past, Chen Qingyuan could stand alongside you. But does he truly qualify as your rival now? Weaklings will never comprehend." Wu Jianyan offered no further explanation on the matter, deeming it futile. Upon hearing this, Yan Qianling's expression darkened considerably. The onlookers, also cultivators, widened their eyes in astonishment. Yan Qianling was a renowned figure in the Northern Wilderness, of exceptional talent and formidable strength. If a genius like him were considered weak, then what did that make the rest of them? Nothing at all. They felt ridiculed yet powerless to retort. "Indeed, you possess great strength and the audacity to back it. However, there are many who surpass you in this world." This statement, uttered by Wu Jianyan, would have crushed an ordinary cultivator beneath Yan Qianling's feet by now. "There are indeed many stronger than I do not dispute that," Wu Jianyan replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice calm. "At least, you do not qualify. You." Yan Qianling gritted his teeth, yearning for a contest with Wu Jianyan. Yet, he lacked the confidence, and the hope of victory seemed exceedingly slim. Mastering his emotions, Yan Qianling decided against engaging Wu Jianyan in battle for the time being. He resolved to first conquer Chen Qingyuan, strengthen his abilities over the coming years, and then regard Wu Jianyan as his next target. Individuals like you only view those temporarily inferior to you as opponents, reveling in the feeling of assured victory, regardless of the heights you may reach in the future. True strength will always elude you. Wu Jianyan never bullied the weak, his gaze was fixed solely on loftier peaks. In a confrontation at the same level with Chen Qingyuan, Wu Jianyan could not guarantee victory, everything remained uncertain. It was this very uncertainty that compelled him to continually fortify his foundation, striving to grow stronger, preparing himself for the unknown. Listening to Wu Jianyan's words, Yan Qianling's expression turned ashen, and he remained silent. Do not elevate yourself too high, be wary of falling. Wu Jianyan continued. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Qianling ceased to hover above the gates of the Shenqing sect, descending to the ground. Waiting within a nearby city for the opportune moment. Had Yan Qianling lingered any longer, he would surely have faced an assault from Wu Jianyan. After dispersing those who obstructed him, Wu Jianyan found a comfortable spot at the foot of the Shenqing sect mountain, seated on the ground, closing his eyes to recuperate. Among his peers, none dared to disregard Wu Jianyan's words. For the next 4 years, anyone bold enough to provoke Chen Qingyuan or disrupt his life would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. When did the little junior disciple's relationship with Wu Jianyan become so amicable? The elders of the Shenqing sect exchanged glances, perplexed by the situation. Matters concerning the youth ought to be resolved by the youth themselves. The moment Wu Jianyan made his appearance, tranquility enveloped the territory of the Shenqing sect, dispelling any clamor. Many elders sighed in admiration, acknowledging him as a top prodigy among the 10 talents, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. Wu Jianyan was poised to engage in battle with his junior apprentice. Would the young disciple be able to withstand the challenge? A sense of unease arose among several elders, as it was the first time they felt that Chen Qingyuan might falter. The oppressive presence brought by Wu Jianyan was overwhelmingly formidable. Despite being one of the 10 talents of Beihuang, why did their junior disciple appear so inadequate in comparison? Elder Dong Wenjun, tasked with protecting the sect, commented. Observing Wu Jianyan, who commanded respect with a mere utterance, while Chen Qingyuan attracted those eager to undermine him, each vying for a chance to outpace one another. In the ensuing 4 years, the Shenqing sect experienced an unusual calm, with no peer daring to challenge them. Even someone as formidable as Yan Qianling found it prudent to avoid Wu Jianyan's brilliance, granting him a measure of respect. Ordinary prodigies certainly would not dare to act recklessly. Within the confines of his quarters, Chen Qingyuan focused on solidifying his cultivation, reinforcing his foundation. He had no intention of breaking through to the golden core stage just yet, opting to wait until after his duel with Wu Jianyan. Only 10 days remained. After calculating the time, Chen Qingyuan felt prepared for the impending battle, his spirit and energy reaching an exceptional state. At the foot of the mountain, Wu Jianyan gradually opened his eyes, murmuring to himself, "This time, I must determine our victor." Regardless of success or failure, Wu Jianyan would find closure for a lingering concern, allowing him to take a step forward and grow even stronger. 8 days passed, leaving only 2 days until the fateful meeting. Suddenly, a guest arrived at the Shenqing sect. A tall youth, clad in a white robe adorned with an intricate pattern of a flower from the other shore upon his left chest, entered with an air of elegance, evading the gazes of countless onlookers as he strode directly through the grand doors, disregarding the barriers in place. The guarding elders and disciples of the Shenqing sect remained oblivious to the youth's presence, passing him by without a second thought. In the next moment, the youth found himself deep within the rear hall, standing before Lin Chongsheng. Only when the youth approached within 10 zhang did Lin Chongsheng sense his presence. Turning abruptly like a startled tiger, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, It was astonishing that Lin Chongsheng realized the youth was so close. Should the youth wish to take Lin Chongsheng's life, it could be accomplished in an instant. From the Dawi Academy, the youth's form appeared somewhat translucent. As if not fully anchored in this space, his features obscured by a veil of white mist, rendering him indistinct. Upon hearing this, Lin Chongsheng's body trembled slightly, his expression shifting dramatically. He quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "It is an honor to meet the emissary of the academy. I apologize for my lack of decorum. Where is the one being assessed?" Thanks to the token that Lin Chongsheng had shattered, the young man could pinpoint the location with precision. It lay within the Yuxia Hall, 100 miles to the west. Lin Chongsheng pointed in that direction. "The individual is in my custody," the white-robed youth stated, his tone calm yet authoritative, leaving no room for defiance. Before Lin Chongsheng could respond, the figure of the young man in white vanished. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the Cloudy Mist Palace, where he found Chen Qingyuan meditating with his eyes closed. Time was of the essence, it was time to depart. A mysterious voice echoed, startling the meditative Chen Qingyuan awake. "Who are you?" Chen Qingyuan asked. Regarding the suddenly appearing young man in white with extreme caution, every hair on his body standing on end. "A disciple of the Dao Yi Academy," the young man replied. After a brief pause, Chen Qingyuan, still on high alert, inquired, "What proof do you have?" "Enough of this prattle," the young man in white retorted dismissively, pointing a finger at Chen Qingyuan, directly sealing the spiritual energy within him and rendering him immobile. Subsequently, the young man took Chen Qingyuan away from the Cloudy Mist Palace, traversing the protective barriers of the Shenqing sect like a wraith, unnoticed by anyone. Suddenly, Gongsun Nan, who had been seated indoors, opened his eyes wide in alarm, his expression shifting dramatically. "Where is Chen Qingyuan?" It was only when Chen Qingyuan had been taken from the Shenqing sect that Gongsun Nan realized he had vanished, as if dissolved into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Was this an illusion crafted by the Shenqing sect, or was it a deliberate act? If it were merely an illusion, Gongsun Nan could somewhat come to terms with it, for the Shenqing sect had once been a formidable force, leaving behind some vestiges of its former glory. However, if it was a deliberate act, Gongsun Nan dared not fathom the nature of such an existence. His heart unsettled for a long time. "Senior, I have a crucial confrontation ahead, may I finish it before I leave?" Chen Qingyuan implored, his body immobilized, yet his voice still capable of pleading. Chapter 65, The Duel Postponed. En route to the Dao Yi Academy, the young man in white regarded Chen Qingyuan with an impassive gaze, pausing his advance and slowly shaking his head. "The time for the assessment has arrived, tardiness is unacceptable. Is there no way to make an exception?" Chen Qingyuan implored again. "The rules of the academy are immutable. Should you arrive even a moment late, you forfeit your eligibility for the entrance examination." The young man in white firmly declined Chen Qingyuan's request, elucidating the gravity of the situation. However, Chen Qingyuan hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. After a moment of contemplation, he shifted his approach. "Senior, may I speak briefly with a friend? I assure you it will not take much time." "Very well. Should you pass the assessment, you will become a member of the Dao Yi Academy." Considering the faint possibility of camaraderie, the young man in white nodded in acquiescence. As long as it did not impede the matter at hand, allowing Chen Qingyuan to bid farewell to his friend was permissible. "Please, senior, restore my ability to move." A flicker of joy appeared on Chen Qingyuan's visage. With a snap of his fingers, the young man in white released the restrictions binding Chen Qingyuan. Immediately, Chen Qingyuan retrieved a thread of sound transmission to reach Wu Jianyan, saying, "Old Wu, come this way." Standing at the foot of the Shenqing sect, Wu Jianyan heard the familiar voice, a glint of confusion crossing his eyes. Chen Qingyuan's voice. Why was it not coming from within the Shenqing sect? With this perplexity in mind, Wu Jianyan followed the guidance of the transmission, making his way into a remote mountain nearby the Shenqing sect. Where has Wu Jianyan gone? The surrounding cultivators began to stir, noticing his sudden departure toward an unknown direction. Upon entering the secluded mountain, the young man in white sealed the void, preventing outsiders from probing with their spiritual senses. "What brings you here?" Wu Jianyan inquired, frowning as he spotted Chen Qingyuan beneath a grand tree. "This is rather complicated, we shall discuss it in detail later. At present, I wish to inform you that our duel will likely be postponed." A sheepish smile crossed Chen Qingyuan's face as he uttered these words. He truly did not intend to leave Wu Jianyan in the lurch, rather, it was a matter of necessity. For years, Chen Qingyuan had diligently prepared, never anticipating such circumstances. The arrival of the Dao Yi Academy's representatives was indeed fortuitous, occurring just 2 days before their scheduled duel. "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Wu Jianyan's expression hardened, an icy glint flashing in his eyes, causing the temperature around them to plummet. Old Wu, I sincerely apologize, I promise we shall have a proper fight in the future. If you are displeased, we can engage in multiple battles until you are satisfied. Chen Qingyuan genuinely wished to confront Wu Jianyan on equal footing, to fulfill that yearning. Alas, fortune had not favored him, and the timing was dreadfully unfortunate. Chen Qingyuan, you ought to be acutely aware of my principles. A promise made is more significant than life itself. Wu Jianyan's demeanor grew stern, his tone sharp, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. Last time, Chen Qingyuan found himself in a perilous situation and was unable to fulfill his promise of a duel, which Wu Jianyan could understand, thus forgiving him. However, this time, Chen Qingyuan unexpectedly intended to renege again, pushing Wu Jianyan to the brink of exasperation. I comprehend your plight, hence I intended to engage in a proper confrontation with you. Yet, unforeseen circumstances arose. Alas! Truth be told, Chen Qingyuan was also tormented by guilt. Unforeseen circumstances? Is that merely your excuse? Wu Jianyan remained skeptical. Indeed, I have no reason to deceive you. Chen Qingyuan insisted earnestly, affirming the veracity of his words. Humph, Wu Jianyan scoffed. If I wished to evade, why would I even reach out to you? Seeing Wu Jianyan's reluctance to believe him, Chen Qingyuan endeavored to clarify. You are cunning, how can one ascertain your sincerity? The news of Chen Qingyuan's inability to fulfill the duel infuriated Wu Jianyan, leading him to doubt every word uttered by Chen Qingyuan. Just as Chen Qingyuan prepared to elucidate further, a cold voice resonated from a distance, "Time's up, we must depart." Who? Upon arriving, Wu Jianyan had not detected the presence of a third individual, only noticing Chen Qingyuan. The sudden voice caused Wu Jianyan's heart to plummet, his body tensing up to the utmost alertness. The young man in white had been standing beside Chen Qingyuan, concealing his physical form and suppressing his aura with arcane techniques. Senior, could you possibly grant us a bit more time? Chen Qingyuan turned to the young man in white. There is no time left, it cannot be done. It was not that the young man in white lacked compassion, but rather that there was indeed little time remaining. And they had to hasten to the Dawi Academy to avoid delaying significant matters. As he spoke, the young man in white revealed his true form, finally allowing Wu Jianyan to see him. Who are you? Wu Jianyan gazed at the suddenly materialized young man, feeling an inexplicable tremor within his soul, sending dangerous signals. Nevertheless, Wu Jianyan maintained his composure, betraying no fear upon his countenance. The young man in white cast a glance at Wu Jianyan but offered no response. A mere glance caused Wu Jianyan to feel as if he were being crushed beneath countless titanic mountains, nearly collapsing to the ground. Old Wu, can you now understand my predicament? Chen Qingyuan wore a wry smile, expressing his helplessness. Such a formidable individual, how could he appear in the flowing star domain? Wu Jianyan exerted every ounce of strength to lift his head, committing the young man's general figure to memory, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. I can empathize. Yet you have still breached your promise. Wu Jianyan's initial remark touched Chen Qingyuan, leading him to believe the matter could be resolved amicably. However, the latter part tightened Chen Qingyuan's heart, inducing a sense of unease, and next time we meet, I shall grant you no excuses for evasion. The day we encounter one another shall be the day of our battle. You cannot hold this against me. Please do not harbor resentment, Chen Qingyuan pleaded with genuine helplessness. Wu Jianyan gazed deeply at Chen Qingyuan, remaining silent. Whoosh! The young man in white, unwilling to squander any more time, pointed at Chen Qingyuan and vanished. In the depths of the mountains, only Wu Jianyan remained, as the inexplicable pressure of terror gradually dissipated. After catching his breath, Wu Jianyan gazed into the distance. His eyes resolute, when they meet again, a battle is inevitable. Such a formidable existence, Chen Qingyuan, was indeed beyond his capacity to confront. However, while Wu Jianyan understood this, he could not suppress his anger. A promise, once made, must not be broken. This is the unwavering belief that has guided Wu Jianyan throughout his life. After a brief respite, he silently departed from the Fulyu star domain, his destination unknown. Meanwhile, practitioners from various star realms awaited Chen Qingyuan's appearance, eager for the anticipated confrontation with Wu Jianyan. Yet, when the day of the duel arrived, both were nowhere to be found, leaving countless spectators bewildered and at a loss. Senior brother, where has the junior brother gone? The elders stared at Lin Chongsheng, their faces etched with concern. Chapter 66, The Back Door. No examination required. Lin Chongsheng sighed softly, contemplating for a moment, and ultimately resolved to disclose the matters concerning the Dawi Academy. This issue held immense significance. Lin Chongsheng sealed the surrounding void and permitted only the core members of the sect to enter, to prevent eavesdropping by certain factions. Are you aware of the Dawi Academy? Lin Chongsheng surveyed the assembly, his expression grave. The elders exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Thus, Lin Chongsheng began to narrate the intricate details of the situation. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Shenqing sect, numerous foreign cultivators emerged, all seeking to create trouble for Chen Qingyuan in hopes of establishing their own renown. Despite their considerable efforts to investigate, they remained baffled as to why Chen Qingyuan had not engaged in battle with Wu Jianyan. After much deliberation, they resolved to wait a little longer, unaware that even 2 more years of waiting would prove futile, for Chen Qingyuan had already departed from the flowing star domain. Chen Qingyuan's body, seemingly beyond his control, was led by a youth in white through the shattered rifts of the void, traversing the vast star sea with extraordinary strength. Moving at a pace surpassing that of many elite sects' grand teleportation arrays. 3 hours later, Chen Qingyuan arrived at a place reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Here, countless high mountains intertwined, and a gentle mist wafted through every corner, adding an air of mystery to the locale. Verdant greenery blanketed the ground, and the lakes sparkled with crystalline clarity, occasionally revealing spirit fish leaping from the water, tracing elegant arcs in the air. As Chen Qingyuan gazed into the distance, it appeared that a magnificent palace loomed above, suspended amidst the encircling mountains, indomitable in its grandeur. Stop dawdling, let us proceed. The youth in white released the restrictions binding Chen Qingyuan and strode forward. Oh! Chen Qingyuan snapped back to reality, promptly following in the footsteps of the white-clad youth. As they walked, he marveled at the enchanting scenery of this mystical realm, which resembled a hidden utopia. Old Wu, it is not my intention to break my word. I shall surely engage you in a fair contest upon our next encounter. The thought of Wu Jianyan's exceedingly serious gaze prompted a deep sigh from Chen Qingyuan, who silently acknowledged that Wu Jianyan held his promises in higher regard than life itself, thus he had no thoughts of retreat, fully prepared for an all-out battle. Little did he expect that the people from the Dawi Academy would arrive unexpectedly, yet again causing him to miss the chance for confrontation. At the foot of the mountain lay a staircase of jade leading upward, each step floating independently in midair, shrouded in thick mist, as if one were treading upon clouds. Ascending towards the heavens, the youth in white led Chen Qingyuan upwards. Upon closer inspection, a colossal palace came into view, leaving Chen Qingyuan awestruck. Above the palace, 2 characters were faintly inscribed, Dawi. Both the palace and the structures within were predominantly white, crafted from exceedingly precious jade. The entrance to the academy stood about 30 meters high. And at the threshold, a transparent barrier shimmered in the void, occasionally revealing strands of faint golden Dao patterns, enigmatic and mysterious. At the entrance stood over 100 exceptionally gifted young individuals, evenly split between males and females. These individuals hail from various locales, none of whom Chen Qingyuan recognizes. Certainly not from the flowing star domain or its vicinity. The group shares a connection with the Dawi Academy, having attained the qualification for the entrance examination. Every millennium, the Dawi Academy selects suitable candidates, ultimately admitting only the top 10, making the competition exceedingly fierce. Upon his arrival, Chen Qingyuan soon heard an ancient voice reverberating through the void. Time is up, the assessment officially commences. A youth clad in white leaped to a high vantage point, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the multitude of candidates below. Subsequently, the white-clad youth flicked his fingers, conjuring a dark vortex that led to an unknown mystical realm. Entering this realm would initiate the assessment. As the examiner for this entrance test, the white-clad youth gestured downwards, causing a glimmer of light to flicker at the candidates' foreheads, instantly elucidating the specific rules of the assessment. This evaluation aims to gauge each individual's character, talent, perseverance, and integrity, among other qualities. The mystical realm is rife with numerous trials, and rankings will be determined by points accrued. The 10 individuals with the highest scores will ultimately become students of the Dao-E Academy, with the assessment period spanning 5 years. With a swift motion, a portion of the candidates plunged into the vortex without hesitation, eager for the forthcoming challenges. As Chen Qingyuan prepared to enter, he was unexpectedly halted by a gentle force. "What is the matter, little one? You need not undergo the assessment." A kind voice resonated in Chen Qingyuan's ear. Unheard by others. "Why not?" Chen Qingyuan asked, momentarily taken aback, surmising that this voice must belong to a powerful figure from the Dao-E Academy. In the void, the white-clad youth had already dispatched the other candidates into the mystical realm, leaving only Chen Qingyuan behind. Upon observing the laws manifesting around Chen Qingyuan, the youth quickly grasped who was intervening and turned his gaze towards the depths of the academy, seemingly in inquiry. "Zhao Ichuan, this individual need not take the assessment." A voice echoed in the ears of the white-clad youth. "Why?" Zhao Ichuan, the name of the white-clad youth, bore a significant status within the Dao-E Academy, enabling him to serve as an examiner. "He is from the Qing sect of the Emperor's State. Is that reason sufficient?" An elder within the academy conveyed telepathically. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ichuan's pupil slightly dilated, and a hint of undeniable astonishment flickered across his brow. Subsequently, he glanced down at Chen Qingyuan, his expression softening. "That is sufficient." Having received the answer, Zhao Ichuan acquiesced to Chen Qingyuan's exemption from the assessment, harboring no reservations in his heart. The Qing sect of the Emperor's State had devolved into the mysterious Qing sect of the Northern Wilderness's flowing star domain. The higher-ups of the Dao-E Academy were well aware of the immense contributions the once mighty Qing sect had made for the stability of the world long ago. In times past, as the Qing sect gradually declined, the then Holy Master, unwilling to allow the sect's legacy to fade, made a fateful choice to relinquish all resources in the Emperor's State, consolidating the remnants of the sect's heritage, severing the ties of cause and effect across the realms, rendering the Qing sect invisible to the eyes of the world, leaving no trace of its whereabouts. After many years, countless individuals in the imperial capital believed that the Qing sect had been eradicated. Only a select few among the elite powers were aware of its continued existence, though they could not ascertain its current location due to the absence of causal constraints. Little did they know, the Qing sect had been renamed the Shenqing sect, nestled within a relatively remote starfield in the northern wilderness. "No wonder you insisted on my personal retrieval of this young man. It all makes sense now." Zhao Ichuan's previous uncertainties evaporated as he cast a profound glance at Chen Qingyuan before turning to the assessment secret realm, to avert any unforeseen occurrences. Chen Qingyuan stood in place, utterly bewildered. "What is happening?" "Young lad, follow this path into the depths," the elder's voice resonated once more in Chen Qingyuan's ears. As soon as the words were spoken, the mist parted to reveal a white cloud pathway leading into the heart of the Dao-E Academy. Chapter 67, The Mysterious Elder in Black. Chen Qingyuan hesitated momentarily as he traversed the Jade Gate barrier, gradually making his way deeper into the Dao-E Academy. Along the path, he encountered no one, with dense fog obscuring his surroundings, leaving only the road ahead visible. After a duration equal to the burning of an incense stick, he still had not reached the end of the path. The elder, somewhat disdainful of Chen Qingyuan's sluggish pace, employed a mystical technique, allowing him to pierce through space and land in a picturesque courtyard. A small bridge spanned a babbling brook, and a riot of flowers bloomed vibrantly. Occasionally, a gentle breeze caressed his face, accompanied by the melodic calls of birds. Along the lakeside, numerous willow trees stood tall, their countless branches cascading gracefully over the water's surface. The breeze stirred the willow branches, creating an endless array of ripples upon the lake. At the shore, an ancient pavilion housed a venerable elder clad in black cloth, savoring the rich aroma of a robust tea with an expression of sheer enjoyment. Chen Qingyuan unexpectedly appeared outside the pavilion, momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, he bowed respectfully to the elder seated within. "I am Chen Qingyuan, here to pay my respects to you, esteemed elder. Come in and take a seat." The elder in black responded warmly, turning to Chen Qingyuan with a gentle smile. "Yes," Chen Qingyuan replied without hesitation, cautiously stepping into the pavilion and seating himself opposite the elder. Once settled, he mustered the courage to meet the elder's gaze and softly inquired, "Esteemed elder, why am I not required to undergo an assessment? Is it that you do not intend for me to become a student of the Dawi Academy? Or is there another reason? From the moment you shattered that token, you became a student of the Dawi Academy," the elder stated, devoid of any pretense of superiority. Embodying the demeanor of a kind elder, he personally poured a cup of tea for Chen Qingyuan, gently sliding it across the table to him. "Oh!" Chen Qingyuan was taken aback, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Had he inexplicably become a member of the Dawi Academy? Wasn't there supposed to be an assessment? What was happening? Stunned, it took him a while to regain his composure. "Esteemed elder, you are not jesting with me, are you? What do you think?" The elder replied, his lips curling into a faint smile, his gaze as deep as an abyss. A being of such caliber as the elder had no reason to jest with a junior like him. However, Chen Qingyuan hesitated, deciding to voice his lingering doubts. "It's just that I feel somewhat uneasy entering without having done anything." "You indeed have not done anything. But someone has acted on your behalf," the elder remarked with a knowing smile. "Someone acted on my behalf?" The suspicion on Chen Qingyuan's face deepened at these words. Suddenly, he recalled his benefactor, his master, who had left him the token and the letter regarding the Dawi Academy. Could this matter be related to his master? In truth, Chen Qingyuan had never truly met his master, only having seen their portrait. "Please, esteemed elder, enlighten me," he implored, rising to bow respectfully. "Rise," the elder commanded, pressing his hand in the air to bid Chen Qingyuan return to his seat. "First, you must pay me homage as your master, and then I shall provide clarity." "Pay homage?" Chen Qingyuan's pupils dilated, and his body trembled slightly as he stammered, "Senior, you must be well aware of my background. I already have a master." The old man in black chuckled softly, "Indeed, I am aware. 200 years ago, I had an encounter with your master and spoke of your affairs. It was made clear then that if fate allowed, I could take you as my disciple, and your master would not oppose it." "You met my master?" Chen Qingyuan was taken aback, calculating the timeline. 200 years ago coincided with the period of his birth, a time he could not remember. Of course. That was the first and last time they met. Upon recalling this, the old man in black sighed deeply, feeling a sense of regret for not having met sooner, along with a touch of lament. "You are not deceiving me, are you?" Chen Qingyuan murmured softly. "At my age, would I have any need to deceive you?" The old man in black retorted with a light laugh. "That may not be the case. The older one gets, the more cunning one becomes, making it difficult to discern deceit." This thought lingered in Chen Qingyuan's mind, though he dared not voice it. "That makes sense," Chen Qingyuan replied, feigning agreement. From the subtle changes in Chen Qingyuan's expression, the old man in black discerned that he was skeptical and continued. "Your master once visited the Dawi Academy and took away a token. Whenever that token shatters, it shall signify your journey to the Dawi Academy." "Oh, I see." Chen Qingyuan did not question this, for it was indeed a fact. "This is a letter left by your master along with the special Dao imprint of the Shenqing sect. Take a look." The old man in black produced a jade slip and a letter. With a mixture of curiosity and uncertainty, Chen Qingyuan first opened the letter, recognizing the handwriting immediately as his master's, identical to what he had seen before. Next, a strand of his consciousness entered the jade slip. revealing the core secret techniques of the Shenqing sect, ancient powers that were never meant to be disclosed, even beyond the Dao-I Academy's capacity for forgery. The letter's content was simple: if a powerful figure from the Dao-I Academy wished to take you as a disciple, you should agree. It would be beneficial and harmless. Have you finished reading? The old man in black asked, observing the dazed expression on Chen Qingyuan's face, his voice raspy. Yes, I have. Chen Qingyuan came back to his senses and nodded gently. Could it possibly be a forgery? Chen Qingyuan pondered this more than once while gazing at the letter and jade slip before him. However, he quickly considered that the old man before him had no reason to deceive him. If he truly intended to ensnare him, there would be no need for such elaborate measures. If you do not mind my humble qualifications, I would be honored to become your disciple. With that, Chen Qingyuan performed a ceremonial bow. Third, he bowed his head, awaiting the old man's response. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. The old man in black stroked his beard, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Then, he gently assisted Chen Qingyuan to his feet, increasingly finding him pleasing to the eye. Master, Chen Qingyuan murmured softly, lowering his gaze. Mem. In the eyes of the elder clad in black, the glimmer of satisfaction emerged. At that moment, he was transported back to events of yesteryear, as vivid as if they had transpired only yesterday. 2 centuries prior, Shang Wanrong arrived at the Dao-I Academy, emanating an overwhelming aura that compelled the elder to retreat. Who is your companion? The elder inquired. Let us engage in battle fast, Shang Wanrong replied, and without hesitation, he launched an attack. To avoid causing an uproar, the two retreated to a secluded realm for their confrontation, which lasted 3 full days. As for the outcome, it yielded no victor. Exhausted from their clash, Shang Wanrong revealed his name and his affiliation with the Shenqing sect from the Flowing Star domain. Your prowess is unparalleled. Why have I never heard of you before? The elder pondered, perplexed that the Dao-I Academy had failed to uncover such a formidable presence hidden within the remote regions of the northern wasteland. If you are unfamiliar with the Shenqing sect, are you aware of the Qing sect in the Imperial Province? Shang Wanrong stated plainly, having no intention of concealing his identity. You are a descendant of the Qing sect from the Imperial Province. Upon hearing this, the elder was taken aback, instantly filling in the gaps of his fragmented historical knowledge. After a thorough exchange, the elder confirmed Shang Wanrong's identity and treated him with great respect. You must have come here with a purpose, the elder remarked. I seek the protection of the Dao-I Academy for an individual. Shang Wanrong, dressed in light fabric, with white hair yet youthful features, emanated an ethereal presence. Who is it? The two locked eyes, and the elder's expression turned grave and serious. Chapter 68, the Vice President of the Academy and a 2-century pact. As I uttered these words, a complex expression flickered in the depths of Shang Wanrong's eyes. Why must a disciple of a fellow Taoist be safeguarded by the Dao-I Academy? Could you elaborate? The elderly figure in black, having clashed with Shang Wanrong, was acutely aware of the latter's formidable prowess. If Shang Wanrong could not resolve a predicament, it seemed improbable that the Dao-I Academy could fare any better. I am bound for the abyss of demons. Initially, Shang Wanrong had no desire to interfere in this matter, yet having grasped the profound convictions upheld by the esteemed ancestors of the Shenqing sect, he could not remain passive. Ultimately, he chose to tread the same path as his junior brother. Shang Wanrong's disciple was none other than the former sovereign of the Shenqing sect. 100,000 years ago, the sovereign of the Shenqing sect depleted all reserves, severing the causal ties with the imperial province and relocating the entire sect to the Flowing Star domain. Furthermore, he sealed the transmission of the sect's teachings, thereby liberating future generations from the burden of their ancestors' aspirations, allowing them to live in peace. Though this act bore a hint of selfishness, the sovereign had no alternative. Without such measures, the Shenqing sect risked losing its last vestiges of lineage. However, subsequent events unfolded in stark contrast to the sovereign's expectations. Perhaps the heavens refused to release the Shenqing sect, or perhaps its disciples were too extraordinarily gifted. approximately every 10,000 years. A disciple of remarkable talent emerged from the Shenqing sect, breaking through the intangible seals and awakening the memories of the sect's legacy. Once infused with this awakened memory, they could swiftly elevate their cultivation and comprehend myriad laws. In the previous era, the sovereign of the Shenqing sect, Feng Changxian, reached astounding heights of cultivation within a mere century after activating the legacy memories. Consequently, Feng Changxian feigned death, severing ties with the Shenqing sect, and journeyed to the imperial province under the guise of Zongxian Daoist. Prior to subduing the abyss of demons, Zongxian Daoist traversed the myriad forces of the imperial province, feeling a sense of injustice for the ancestors of the Shenqing sect. Ultimately, he discerned that the seal of the abyss was weakening and, without hesitation, charged forth. Today, Shangguan Rong, akin to Feng Changxian, has awakened the memories of the legacy and opted for a similar path. Before departing, Shangguan Rong's greatest concern was for the Shenqing sect. Thus, he arrived at the Dao Yi Academy, hoping that the academy, in light of the countless merits accumulated by the Shenqing sect over the years, would extend its protection. I assure you, I shall not allow the Shenqing sect to descend into decline, and I will take good care of your disciple. The elder in black, having unraveled the intricacies of the situation, felt an even deeper reverence for the Shenqing sect. Across endless ages, how many powers have managed to achieve what the Shenqing sect has? In the beginning, the abyss was jointly suppressed by the foremost sects of the imperial province. As time wore on, the powerful sects grew unwilling to sacrifice themselves, shifting the burden entirely onto the Shenqing sect. Had it not been for the esteemed ancestors of the Shenqing sect, the seal of the abyss would have long since shattered, resulting in countless lost lives. Should that child enter the academy, allow him to cultivate independently, do not interfere with his path of practice. Moreover, the child's karmic ties are formidable. Shangguan Rong offered a kind-hearted warning. The Dao Yi Academy has existed for a duration far exceeding that of the Qing sect to which you belong. Thus it harbors no fear of causality, declared the man in black with confidence. Believe it or not, there are certain matters that Shangguan Rong cannot divulge. According to the regulations of the Dao Yi Academy, those who enroll must study under the guidance of a teacher. Should your disciple join the Dao Yi Academy in the future, they must adhere to the same rule. The man in black made it clear that this is not an attempt to poach students, but rather a matter of protocol. If you are unperturbed by the ramifications, then feel free to accept them. I have no objections. Shangguan Rong responded, acknowledging that while this causality may be daunting, it possesses the potential to transform into a magnificent fortune. Oh, I am indeed eager to meet your disciple, the man in black replied, his interest piqued. Subsequently, the man in black conversed with Shangguan Rong for a while longer, after which Shangguan Rong left behind letters and jade slips before taking his leave. After a wait of 2 centuries, the token, a wooden plaque, finally shattered, and the man in black felt a sense of anticipation. Upon first laying eyes on Chen Qingyuan, he began to scrutinize him, striving to comprehend his essence. For reasons unknown, every time the man in black believed he had discerned Chen Qingyuan's true nature, an impenetrable mist would obscure his vision, an exceedingly strange phenomenon. This lad is indeed extraordinary. The man in black mused inwardly, filled with anticipation for Chen Qingyuan's future. Returning to reality, Chen Qingyuan found himself with an unexpected master and, feeling somewhat uneasy, inquired, "Master, I am yet to learn how to address you." The old man replied, "I am called Yu Chenran, the Vice Dean of Dao Yi Academy." Chen Qingyuan was taken aback, his newly appointed teacher held such a formidable title. The title of Vice Dean alone is quite impressive. Modesty, modesty, Yu Chenran said while stroking his beard, feigning humility. "Master, may I now seek your guidance to resolve my doubts?" Chen Qingyuan bowed respectfully, asking, "Your master, that is, Shangguan Rong, arrived at the Dao Yi Academy 2 centuries ago." Following this, Yu Chenran recounted the events of that time. However, he refrained from mentioning anything regarding the predecessor of the Shenqing sect, the Qing sect of the imperial province. The causality entangled with the Qing sect is immense. And revealing such information to Chen Qingyuan now would only burden him further. For countless years, while the Shenqing sect has suppressed the demon abyss, it has also antagonized numerous forces, especially the demon race. Should the details of the Shenqing sect's origins be exposed, the consequences would be dire. Thank you, Second Master, for clarifying my doubts. Chen Qingyuan grasped the situation. It was revealed that his master, Shangguan Rong, had forcefully acquired a token, a wooden plaque, then subsequently left it for him. What do you mean by Second Master? Yu Chenran maintained a stern expression. You have two masters, thus this title serves to differentiate. Chen Qingyuan grinned, providing an explanation. It is unnecessary, omit the second from your address, Yu Chenran stated seriously. Yes, Master. Chen Qingyuan dared not counter. Please take a seat. Yu Chenran nodded in satisfaction. Yu Chenran is, in essence, a mischievous old soul. Initially, he harbored little interest in Chen Qingyuan, however. Due to the persistent assertions of Shangguan Rong regarding Chen Qingyuan's immense potential, Yu Chenran's curiosity was piqued, compelling him to take Chen as his disciple. Defiance fuels my whims. Thus, I shall pursue what I desire. Seated upon a stool, Chen Qingyuan gradually relaxed, sipping the tea before him. Suddenly, he found himself with an additional master, such is the unpredictability of life. Master, is my esteemed master still alive? This question had long plagued Chen Qingyuan. As he could scarcely believe that Shangguan Rong had passed away so suddenly, it seemed far too suspicious. Yu Chenran gazed into the distance, his expression grave, revealing a complex tapestry of emotions, admiration, self-doubt, and a hint of concern intermingled in his eyes. Chapter 69, The Profound Depths of the Academy I Do Not Know. Yu Chenran replied softly after a long pause. Once one ventures into the abyss of demons, life and death remain uncertain. He held great admiration for the sages of the Shenqing sect, who, aware that the path ahead was fraught with peril, steadfastly upheld the ancestral edicts, willingly embracing their fate. Master, does the Shenqing sect harbor secrets? Are you aware of them? Chen Qingyuan felt a sense of unease regarding certain peculiarities within the sect. Unlike other sects that had venerable ancestors who, in their twilight years, withdrew into the shadows, the elder generation of the Shenqing sect had all vanished, leaving behind only tombs. As the new generation of disciples matured, the elders had suddenly fallen, and he pondered the uncanny coincidence of such events. You are not yet qualified to learn these truths. Yu Chenran refrained from revealing the history of the Shenqing sect, contemplating, when you reach that juncture, you shall comprehend everything. Even if I were to disclose it now, you would not grasp its significance. The founding ancestor of the Shenqing sect had created a secret technique that, upon the emergence of a prodigious individual, would activate ancestral memories, revealing all concerning the abyss of demons and the location of the array's focal point. Furthermore, the wills of the successive sages would infuse the inheritor with spiritual energy, enabling rapid growth within a remarkably short span. Most inheritors of the Shenqing sect could only perceive the ancestral lineage and grasp the entirety of its essence upon reaching the late stage of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. What steps must one take? Chen Qingyuan was intrigued by the mysteries of the Shenqing sect and was eager to discover the whereabouts of his master, Shangguan Rong, and whether he still walked among the living. At the very least, one must enter the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Yu Chenran had engaged in discussions with Shangguan Rong, thus possessing a general understanding of these matters. I understand now, thank you for your guidance, Master. Presently, Chen Qingyuan was merely at the celestial spirit realm, a vast distance from the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Let us not dwell on these matters any longer. Yu Chenran shifted the topic, revealing a dark ring from his palm and presenting it to Chen Qingyuan. This is a token of our meeting, accept it. Thank you, Master. Chen Qingyuan graciously received the ring, his face alight with gratitude. Do not tarnish your master's reputation, otherwise, I shall break your legs. This was Yu Chenran's first time taking a disciple, and should word of it spread, it would undoubtedly shake the entire Daoi Academy. Over the years, Yu Chenran had encountered countless prodigies yet had never entertained the thought of accepting a disciple until this moment. By becoming Chen Qingyuan's master, he would have ample reason to protect him. Though Yu Chenran believed himself inferior to the numerous luminaries of the Shenqing sect, he could not allow the inheritor of the sect to suffer humiliation. This era subtly differed from the past, and it was highly plausible that the secrets of the Shenqing sect would be unearthed. When that time came, the myriad forces offended by the sect would inevitably come to their doors. Despite the Shenqing sect having suppressed the abyss of demons for countless years, accruing immeasurable merit, how many would genuinely express gratitude once the truth was revealed? Most of the elite forces of the imperial province had regarded the Shenqing sect merely as a pawn to be exploited, sending each generation of its strong to subdue the abyss of demons while reaping the rewards. The forces have not yet trampled upon the Shening sect, which is already a commendable outcome. Indeed, the disciple vows not to bring shame upon his master, Chen Qingyuan declared with a respectful clasp of his fists. Be gone. Yu Chenran waved his hand, signaling that Chen Qingyuan could take his leave. Master, where am I to go? Chen Qingyuan, having just arrived at the Dawei Academy, was utterly unfamiliar with the surroundings and had nowhere to turn, standing motionless in place. I had forgotten, Yu Chenran exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, pointing his right index finger towards the void beside him, causing a passageway to emerge in that ethereal space, the destination unknown. You may depart now. Very well. Take your time savoring your tea, Chen Qingyuan replied. He then stepped into the circular passageway, arriving at an exquisitely refined locale. This was a manor, surrounded by 3-meter-high walls constructed of white stone, coated with a smooth layer of white paint, devoid of any seams. Through the open gate, one could glimpse over a dozen bamboo houses within, alongside a clear pond adorned with several willow trees, beneath which rested stone tables and chairs. The innermost bamboo house, 3 stories tall, appeared to serve as a resting place, while the remaining houses each had their distinct purposes. Above the gate, a finely crafted plaque bore the inscription Yunshi Residence. Every corner of this place seemed to exude an aura of scholarly elegance, isolated from the world, akin to a utopian paradise. Young man, you shall reside here from now on, and your assigned duties will be allocated after 5 years. Yu Chenran's voice echoed in Chen Qingyuan's ears, advising him to swiftly enhance his strength, lest he face repercussions later on. Should the other candidates discover that Chen Qingyuan had taken a shortcut, they would undoubtedly seek him out for an explanation. In the playful skirmishes among the younger generation, as long as nothing too consequential occurred, the higher echelons of the academy would remain uninvolved. Understood, Chen Qingyuan replied as he entered the Yunshi residence. Suddenly, a token materialized in Chen Qingyuan's hand, inscribed with the characters Yunshi. Upon grasping the token, he felt an immediate binding with its laws, comprehending its usage and the purpose of each bamboo house within the Yunshi residence. With a thought, he invoked an invisible barrier that sealed the Yunshi residence, prohibiting outsiders from entering. Each bamboo house appeared ordinary, yet upon pushing the door open, one would step into an enigmatic realm. Every cultivation chamber within the Dawei Academy possessed such intricacies, their laws so profound that the average individual would find them incomprehensible. Let us see the library, he mused. Following the flagstone path, Chen Qingyuan arrived at the entrance of a modest thatched bamboo house. He used the token to unravel the restrictions placed upon the door and pushed it open. A hum resonated as he did so, revealing a luminous white vortex before him. After a moment's hesitation, he took a step forward. Instantly, an unforgettable scene unfolded before his eyes. A seemingly endless corridor, 3 meters wide, stretched out before him, flanked by towering bookshelves. One level held ancient tomes, yellowed with age, another displayed jade slips, while yet another was filled with fragments of texts and more. The collection of books here encompasses the histories of various star domains, including Beihuang and Disho, detailing the illustrious lives of top-tier powers and the extraordinary deeds of ordinary cultivators. It features tomes on weapon forging, jade slips of doorways techniques, insights into formations, the art of puppet crafting, alchemical methods, and more. A cursory glance led Chen Qingyuan to estimate that the total number of books and jade slips in this place exceeds 1 million. Moreover, this is merely a fraction of the texts that Chen Qingyuan can freely peruse. The core materials are undoubtedly housed in another section of the Dao Yi Academy. Is this the profound heritage of the Dao Yi Academy? Chen Qingyuan felt a tightening in his throat, incredulous. Even with an unparalleled memory and relentless study, it would take centuries to consume the entirety of these volumes. To attain a deep understanding or to integrate the knowledge, one could only select a mere portion for study. What, then, lies within the other bamboo houses? For the time being, Chen Qingyuan refrained from exploring the texts. Stepping out of the library with a gaze filled with curiosity directed at his side. Chapter 70, the two vice presidents prepare to break through their cultivation. On the left side of the library, a modest plaque hung from a bamboo house, proclaiming it as the training hall. Chen Qingyuan entered the training hall with the same technique, making his way to a compact space adorned with a variety of spiritual treasures and weapons, each inscribed with special prohibitions against removal. Additionally, the space featured unique buttons capable of selecting puppets of varying cultivation levels for combat practice, thereby enhancing practical combat abilities. These puppets, crafted by a teacher from the academy, possessed formidable strength within the same realm, not to be underestimated. To Chen Qingyuan's astonishment, even puppets of the Tribulation Transcendence stage were present. How absurd! He stared incredulously at the button sealed before him. With his current cultivation, he was not yet qualified to activate all the puppets. Only the button for the celestial spirit realm was illuminated. The existence capable of forging Tribulation Transcendence puppets was indeed remarkable, leaving Chen Qingyuan speechless, his eyes brimming with astonishment. The depth of the Dao Yi Academy's heritage was truly unfathomable. Following this, Chen Qingyuan examined the layout of the other bamboo houses. The Tranquility Hall housed special principals. Those in disarray could come here to stabilize their Dao heart. Regular meditation sessions in the Tranquility Hall for a few hours yielded immense benefits for the Dao heart and even enhanced one's spiritual power. The Cultivation Hall, rich in spiritual energy, was fortified by a robust defensive barrier, ensuring peace from disturbances. The Artifact Refining Hall contained numerous precious ores and tools for weapon crafting. As he walked through, Chen Qingyuan was genuinely astounded. This was true opulence. He had previously been far too modest in his aspirations. Upon entering the cultivation hall, he noticed a transparent barrier revealing a premium spiritual vein beneath, explaining the hall's exceptionally pure spiritual energy. Furthermore, the hall was inscribed with an extraordinarily powerful gathering formation, significantly accelerating the absorption of spiritual energy for practitioners. Finally, Chen Qingyuan stepped into the only 3-story loft. It felt refreshingly ordinary, housing a simple tea room and kitchen, along with a wardrobe and wooden bed. The interior dividers were adorned with flowers, occasionally releasing delightful floral fragrances. He mused that even a pig residing here could effortlessly awaken its spiritual intelligence and embark on the path of cultivation. After resting for several hours, Chen Qingyuan entered the cultivation hall to begin his seclusion. Meanwhile, those chosen for their exceptional talents from the northern wilderness were engaged in fierce contests within the secret realm, including several young prodigies of the nascent soul stage. In the ancient pavilion by the lake, Yu Chenran was severing tea when a purple-clad elder approached, walking on water and directly seating himself before Yu Chenran, producing a flask of fine wine to drink heartily. The elder, named Lin Wenqiu, shared an equal standing with Yu Chenran as the vice president of the Dao Yi Academy. There were 2 vice presidents who had managed the academy over the years, ensuring no disturbances arose. As for the president, he had vanished for many years, his whereabouts unknown. "You, old fool, have actually taken on a disciple, how peculiar indeed," remarked Chenran. Lin Wenqiu has a penchant for indulging in alcohol, while Yu Chenran finds solace in the art of tea tasting. At times, they engage in candid conversations reminiscent of close friends, yet other moments reveal a fierce rivalry, where a mere disagreement can escalate into conflict. The intricacies of their relationship defy simple explanation. "Mind your own business," Yu Chenran retorted. What is this lad's background? Isn't it worth mentioning? As for the matters concerning the Shenqing sect, Lin Wenqiu was momentarily in the dark. You can figure it out yourself. Yu Chenran dismissed the need for elaboration. Retrieving a jade slip and tossing it towards Lin. The jade slip contained extensive records about Chen Qingyuan, detailing his age, cultivation achievements, and encounters with various individuals. Notably, it also mentioned the Ghost Doctor and the Chonggang Sword Immortal. However, information regarding the Tianyuan remained elusive, while other details were largely accurate. To have formed a benevolent connection with the Chonggang Sword Immortal signifies that this young lad possesses extraordinary fortune. Lin Wenqiu dismissed the Ghost Doctor as a mere provincial physician, insignificant in the grand scheme. Yet, upon seeing the Chonggang Sword Immortal's name, he was genuinely taken aback. The Chonggang Sword Immortal was a legendary figure from 10,000 years past. A formidable warrior who dared to draw his sword against the heavens. It would be no exaggeration to claim that even combined, Lin Wenqiu and Yu Chenran would likely fall short against the Sword Immortal at his peak. He is the heir of the Qing sect, Yu Chenran stated matter-of-factly. What did you say? Lin Wenqiu sputtered, nearly choking on his drink, eyes wide in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. Yet, upon witnessing Yu Chenran's earnest expression, he felt no doubt, murmuring, so that how could this old fellow suddenly take on a disciple? This child must not come to harm. Yu Chenran declared with an authoritative countenance, leaving no room for dispute. The heir of the Qing sect must indeed be safeguarded. Lin Wenqiu's expression turned grave as a thought crossed his mind. This young lad had ventured into Tianyuan. What had transpired? If you inquire of me, who shall I ask? Yu Chenran too was curious about the circumstances within Tianyuan, yet lacked the means for investigation. Was he to journey into Tianyuan himself? That would be tantamount to courting death. Ordinary folk remain oblivious to the terrors of the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, but as a high-ranking member of the Dawei Academy, he possessed some understanding. It was said that a powerful figure, having lived for many years, resided within Tianyuan. For this young lad to emerge alive from such a place surely meant he harbored secrets. Lin Wenqiu furrowed his brow. I advise you, some matters are best left unprobed. Be wary of igniting a perilous situation. Although Yu Chenran was equally intrigued, he would not intentionally pursue information regarding Tianyuan. I am aware, I am not foolish, Lin Wenqiu, clad in purple, asserted. Not foolish? Huh? Yu Chenran shot him a glance, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Speak plainly, spare me the cryptic remarks. Lin Wenqiu, now act, jabbed a finger at Yu Chenran's nose, declaring, I am currently troubled, and have nothing further to discuss with you. Your presence is quite bothersome, do leave at once. Such was the unceremonious manner in which Yu Chenran conversed with his old comrade. Laozi stubbornly refused to depart, challenging the world to confront him. Lin Wenqiu huffed and glared in defiance. Within the abode of Yunxi, in the sanctum of cultivation, Chen Qingyuan sat cross-legged in midair. Retrieving the precious elixir bestowed by the ghostly physician, resolved to enhance his cultivation further. Countless strands of pure spiritual energy wafted around Chen Qingyuan whenever he had need. The energy would seamlessly penetrate his being. His foundation was already remarkably solid, it was time to advance a step further. The supreme Tao bone within him quivered slightly, inducing a sensation akin to flesh being torn apart. As he refined the elixir and absorbed the spiritual energy, Chen Qingyuan's body underwent a transformation. His aura gradually shifting in resonance with the changes within. Chapter 71, 3 Golden Pills, the exquisite trials. Not long after, a luminous moon emerged behind Chen Qingyuan, gradually transforming from transparency into a tangible form. After several more hours, the moon began to diminish, coalescing into a golden pill the size of a fist. Clearly, Chen Qingyuan had successfully condensed a golden pill, significantly enhancing his strength. Yet, he did not cease his cultivation, he continued to refine his abilities. A resonant hum echoed as the golden Tao bone within him radiated an intense aura of law. enveloping Chen Qinyuan's form and adorning his exterior with a layer of enigmatic Dao patterns. This is not my limit. Chen Qinyuan could distinctly sense that his body harbored immense potential, particularly emanating from that mysterious Dao bone. Thus, he endeavored to solidify his foundation, exploring a pathway of the golden pill that had previously eluded his understanding. A month later, a somewhat dark red orb manifested at the center of his brow. Gradually, the crimson sphere floated behind him, exuding the aura of the laws inherent in the realm of golden pills. 2 golden pills. Yet, this was still not the extent of Chen Qinyuan's capabilities. Ancient texts recorded that, during a breakthrough, exceptional prodigies might forge 2 golden pills within themselves, an exceedingly rare phenomenon. With only a handful among millions of cultivators. Golden pills symbolize the foundation of transcending the heavens, typically categorized into inferior, medium, and superior grades. It is widely acknowledged that an ordinary genius can effortlessly condense a superior golden pill. Qin Yutang, who once battled Chen Qinyuan, exemplified such talent. Beyond these, there exist earthly, heavenly, and sacred grades. The difficulty of establishing a foundation for earthly grade or higher golden pills is formidable, demanding not only stringent innate talent but also testing one's character, perseverance, and fortune. A century ago, Chen Qinyuan possessed a heavenly grade foundation for his golden pill, with prospects of advancing towards the great ascension. Regrettably, in the eyes of the red-clad maiden from the abyss of heaven, even a heavenly grade foundation bore flaws, leading her to incapacitate Chen Qinyuan, compelling him to restart his cultivation without leaving any hidden dangers. The 2 golden pills currently coalesced within Chen Qinyuan remained in a peculiar state, yet to solidify, leaving uncertainty about the ultimate level they could achieve. Just when Chen Qinyuan believed he had reached his limits, an extraordinary event unfolded. The golden Dao bone seemed to awaken, causing his body to tremble slightly, as a powerful force surged throughout him. A faint Dao sound resonated from within the bone, echoing in Chen Qinyuan's ears. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, the profound essence emerging from within, reminiscent of the law patterns from the very end of time. With a powerful hum, the golden Dao bone elevated Chen Qinyuan's innate talents to new heights, allowing him to surpass his own limitations. Days later, the 3rd golden pill was formed, shimmering with radiant luster. In total, 3 golden pills floated in alignment above Chen Qinyuan's back. With resolute determination, Chen Qinyuan formed hand seals and whispered an incantation. The golden pills returned to his body, becoming an inseparable part of him. Simultaneously, the nebulous laws surrounding the golden core began to crystallize with increasing clarity. Chen Qinyuan was steadfastly striving to withstand the pressure exerted by these laws, ensuring that his resolve remained unshaken. This was the crucial moment for shaping the quality of the golden core. A single misstep could render a century of torment in the abyss utterly futile. In the past, the red-clad maiden had initially guided Chen Qinyuan in mastering numerous arcane techniques and imparted to him the true path of the golden core. Once he had comprehended these teachings, she erased his cultivation, sparing the essence of his body and preventing it from aging. If you fail to meet my expectations, I shall render you powerless once more, she had once proclaimed. Whenever Chen Qinyuan reminisced about these events, he felt as though countless ants were crawling over his skin, a sensation most unsettling. The thought of being rendered powerless again was excruciating. At that time, he had asked the red-clad maiden, "Why must I forge an immaculate foundation for the golden core?" In response to his inquiry, she had not provided a direct answer but gazed into the distance, her eyes brimming with untold stories. In due time, you shall understand. Accepting this, Chen Qinyuan ceased his questioning and surrendered to the flow of fate. An overwhelming tide of pressure bore down upon him, inducing a sensation of suffocation. Numerous parts of his body bore bloodstains, flesh torn and raw, as crimson ichor flowed from his wounds, staining his garments. The endeavor to forge 3 golden cores was nearly beyond his endurance. If I persevere, all shall be well, Chen Qinyuan gritted his teeth. Drawing in the pure spiritual energy from the void, executing the foundational techniques of the golden core. This technique had been imparted to him by the red-clad maiden, And it had taken him an entire year to master. In his recollection, his century-long existence within the abyss had been characterized by relentless cultivation for the first 90 years. Followed by a decade spent regaining his composure after his powers had been stripped away, allowing that which he had previously learned to become instinctual. In summary, the trials of cultivation within the abyss were exceedingly brutal. If given the choice, he would prefer never to return. Buzzing incessantly, the 3 golden cores within him trembled, resonating with the sounds of the Tao. The agony of his corporeal form, coupled with the soul-wrenching sensation, amalgamated into a lung of torment, causing beads of sweat to form on Chen Qingyuan's brow as he gritted his teeth in determination. The greater his innate talent and fortitude, the finer the quality of the golden cause. The quality of the 3 cores was breaking free from its shackles, ascending from inferior to middling, and swiftly rising to superior. To elevate all the golden cores to the ultimate grade, Chen Qingyuan needed to endure further, without a hint of relaxation. Should his spirit falter for even a moment, all would be lost. Thus, he persevered through 3 grueling months, elevating the quality of the golden cores to the earth grade. In doing so, he had shattered 2 of his teeth and had grown numb to the pain of his physical form, as though he had lost all sensation. Was he on the verge of collapse? Chen Qingyuan's consciousness began to blur, yet he still did not relent. Previously, he had possessed but 1 golden core, surmounting to the heavenly tier through sheer willpower. Now, with 3 golden cores, the challenge was magnified exponentially. At least within the ancient texts recorded to date, there has never been a mention of a prodigy possessing 3 golden elixirs of such exceptionally high quality. No. I cannot bear to endure the company of that woman any longer, it is far too tormenting. A cacophony of voices urging him to relinquish his pursuit echoed in Chen Qingyuan's mind, but suddenly, he recalled the maiden in red, and clarity returned to his thoughts, enabling him to persevere once more. Despite the alluring and enchanting figure of the maiden in red, her merciless nature instilled a lasting fear in Chen Qingyuan. At that time, she had presented him with 2 choices regarding whether to become her partner in the Tao. Chen Qingyuan resolutely chose the latter. Only someone devoid of reason would consider uniting with the maiden in red. He was determined to see if enduring this trial would be the end of him. Should he falter, it was certain that the maiden in red would drag him back to the abyss, subjecting him to yet another round of torment. Rather than relieving that ordeal, he preferred to wager his very life in this endeavor, striving to reach the conclusion. 3 earthly-grade golden elixirs, should word of this spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the realm. Yet, Chen Qingyuan remained unsatisfied. According to the maiden in red, anything below the sacred grade was deemed worthless. Thus, he must press onward, seeking even the faintest glimmer of hope, even if it meant risking his life to grasp the level of sacred golden elixirs. Whether he would succeed remained contingent upon his own fortuity. Chapter 72. I am unworthy of being this saintess in the northern wasteland, within the Flowing Star region. The battle between Chen Qingyuan and Wu Jianyan ended abruptly, leaving countless spectators bewildered. After some time spent gathering intelligence, it was revealed that Wu Jianyan had long departed from the Flowing Star region. With their fears alleviated, various prodigies began to challenge Chen Qingyuan directly. Are you afraid to fight, Chen Qingyuan? The 10 talents of the northern wasteland are not so formidable. How can someone as timid as you be worthy of such a rank? Many voices rose in loud discourse, and disparaging remarks reached the ears of the higher-ups at the Xianqing sect. Some disciples of the Xianqing sect, unable to contain their anger, sought to intervene. However, their actions were swiftly quelled by the elders. They are the pinnacle of the younger generation, you are not their match. Though the disciples felt indignant, they recognized this truth. Lamenting their own weakness, persevere in your cultivation. One day, you shall surpass those individuals and ascend to greater heights. Utilizing the external pressure, the elders motivated the disciples within the sect, instilling in them a profound understanding of the significance of strength. Of course, the Xianqing sect still had a few prodigious disciples who were not sent out to engage in combat. There was no need, those challengers had come specifically for Chen Qingyuan. If the younger disciples lacked the ability to subdue all their opponents, winning against one or two would be futile, leading only to embarrassment. Since Chen Qingyuan is not present at the Shenqing sect, all of you may withdraw, one elder declared as he stepped outside. Whether the various prodigies would believe this was left to their own discretion. Wu Jianyan's sudden departure suggested that Chen Qingyuan had indeed left. Yet, we encircle the Shenqing sect. When exactly did Chen Qingyuan escape? In the shadows, Yan Chenling pondered this matter. Given his understanding of Wu Jianyan, it was inconceivable for him to vanish without a trace. Some unforeseen event must have occurred. After coming to this conclusion, Yan Chenling departed the Flowing Star region, preparing to retreat to a suitable location for seclusion and cultivation, aiming to elevate his prowess. Chen Qingyuan, you may evade for a time, but can you truly escape for a lifetime? Before leaving, Yan Chenling cast a lingering gaze towards the direction of the Shenqing sect, murmuring, "One day, we shall meet again. And then I shall witness your capabilities as one of the 10 talents of the northern wasteland." Meanwhile, at the Tenyu sect, ever since Qin Yutong's battle with Chen Qingyuan, his foundational golden Dan had been shattered, leaving him in a state of confusion, devoid of his former vigor. What has transpired? The sect master, Qin Yong, inquired solemnly, addressing the dozen or so physicians before him. The young sect master's golden Dan has been destroyed, and he harbors inner demons. We are powerless to assist him. One physician sighed, stepping forward to respond. Is there truly no hope? Qin Yong, having nurtured Qin Yutong for many years, found it unacceptable that his potential had been extinguished before it could flourish. If the ghost doctor intervenes, there may still be a chance for recovery. The physicians unanimously concurred with this sentiment. Qin Yong fell into silence. It was said that the ghost doctor had a favorable relationship with the Shenqing sect and had previously intervened to assist Chen Qingyuan. If he wished for the ghost doctor's aid, the prospect seemed bleak. Damn it. Qin Yong dismissed the group of physicians. His gaze fixed upon the dazed Qin Yutong lying on the bed, his face contorted with anger as he muttered curses under his breath. When Qin Yutong had sought trouble with Chen Qingyuan, Qin Yong had refrained from intervening, believing that with Qin Yutong's capabilities, nothing serious would ensue. Little did he anticipate such dire consequences. Meanwhile, at Dongi Palace, the high-ranking members of the sect were deliberating on important matters when suddenly the sound of a bell resonated through the air. Everyone rose in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment, all staring in the same direction. The bell of Yanxue City. At last, someone from Dongi Palace had passed the trials of Yanxue City. Could it be that girl, Shishue? The ancient bell's chime signified the acknowledgement of the ancestral will. Bai Shishue had been in Yanxue City for quite some time, had it not been for the illumination of her soul lamp. Those within the sect would have long presumed her dead. Let us go and see, commanded Sect Master Du Ruosheng, clad in a flowing blue gown, as she hurried towards the secret realm of Yanxue City. At the terminus of Yanxue City stood a black ancient bell. Bai Shishue, dressed in a flowing white gown, stood there with a complex expression on her face, shame, regret, pain, and a hint of longing. During her trials, she had faced peril on several occasions, finding it exceedingly difficult to extricate herself. Despite her exceptional talent, she barely reached a commendable level, falling short of even the standard of an ordinary prodigy. After centuries of cultivation, Bai Shishue had yet to break through to the Golden Core stage solely through her own strength. She required the aid of elixirs. In the face of death, a mysterious light surged from within her, safeguarding her foundational essence and sparing her from catastrophe. She caught a whiff of a familiar scent. The aura of Chen Qingyuan's Dao. At that moment, the memories she had forcefully sealed surged into her consciousness. I have left a mark within you, one that resonates with your being and will gradually transform your constitution, granting you safety once. Chen Qingyuan had spoken these words calmly a century ago. Yet they had cost him dearly. A vision flickered before Bai Shishue's eyes at a recollection of her conversation with Chen Qingyuan. Brother Qingyuan, why do you refuse to assist me in advancing my cultivation? Your talent has not reached the pinnacle, it requires more time to solidify your foundation. Pursuing rapid breakthroughs indiscriminately will not serve your future well. Brother Qin Yuan, you are the apex genius of this era, while I am but an ordinary disciple. Do you truly wish to become my Dao partner? I do. Why? It is destiny. Initially, Chen Qinyuan regarded Bai Shishue merely as a stranger reminiscent of a departed acquaintance. As time passed, Bai Shishue developed affections for him, persistently following in his footsteps. Their acquaintance blossomed into romance. Before long, Bai Shishue was taken under the wing of an inner sect elder named Yao Susu as her direct disciple, a recognition that seemed unwarranted given Bai Shishue's talent. Yao Susu's willingness to accept her was entirely due to Chen Qinyuan's influence. Both sects were aware of their relationship and established a verbal engagement, intending to select an auspicious day for their union in the future. Shishue, I may need to venture into a perilous place, uncertain if I shall return alive. Must you go? Indeed, it is imperative that I go. I shall await your return. Should I inadvertently meet my demise, you must live on with purpose. Do not speak such nonsense, regardless of what transpires, I shall remain here for you, through a millennium, through eternity, until the end of my days. A century ago, when Chen Qinyuan was preparing to venture to the abyss, he had a fleeting encounter with Bai Shishue. Upon my return, let us solemnly unite in matrimony. If I do not return, you may seek a worthy companion and live well. Chen Qinyuan felt an inexplicable pull, compelling him to journey to the abyss. Without the bond of a Dao partner, they could not share a chamber. During their time together, Chen Qinyuan often employed spiritual elixirs to strengthen her foundation, elevating her innate talent several tiers. If you perish, I shall guard your grave, unwavering and devoted. At that moment, Bai Shishue spoke with tear-filled eyes. However, when faced with true trials, Bai Shishue did not uphold her vow. Upon Chen Qinyuan's return, he refrained from reproaching her. He understood, yet could not forgive. This destined romance was fated to be unfulfilled. Everything I possess is a gift from him. Glancing back at the treacherous trials, tears glimmered in Bai Shishue's eyes, her heart aching. That year, news of Chen Qinyuan's demise reached her, shattering her spirit. Her mentor, Yao Susu, could not bear to witness her anguish and forcibly sealed away part of her memories, allowing her to gradually heal. A solid foundation is requisite for aspiring to greater heights and witnessing more splendid vistas. Only now does Bai Shishue comprehend the depth of this wisdom. Had it not been for Chen Qinyuan's assistance, her foundation would have harbored numerous flaws, rendering her incapable of passing this trial. Shishue, you have truly succeeded. At that moment, the higher echelons of Dongi Palace arrived. Observing the tearful countenance of Bai Shishue, the assembly was perplexed, yet their faces betrayed an unmistakable joy. Particularly that of her mentor, Yao Susu. According to ancestral tradition, those who pass the Yanshua city trial shall become the holy maiden of Dongi Palace. Yao Susu was immensely excited. Once Bai Shishue ascended to the role of holy maiden, her status as a mentor would certainly rise. Master, I am unworthy of this title, Bai Shishue said, looking at the esteemed assembly with a self-deprecating smile, fully aware of her own capabilities. What? The faces of the crowd shifted dramatically. Chapter 73, The Matters of the Abyss Remain Unresolved. A strange dream, child, do you comprehend the words you utter? Yao Susu approached Bai Shishue with a face full of concern and urgency. Indeed, Bai Shishue replied slowly, her spirit in disarray. To pass this trial is not a testament to my abilities, but rather a stroke of fortune. In this world, luck is also a form of strength. Yao Susu continued. But Bai Shishue offered no response, her gaze drifting toward the horizon, the direction of Shenqing sect. Tears shimmered in her eyes, her heart pierced by an unbearable ache. Perhaps she had truly harbored feelings for him. Perhaps she had once hoped for his safe return. In her past, she was merely an inconspicuous ordinary girl. After meeting Chen Qinyuan, she transformed into the celebrated beauty of the realm, garnering the attention of many. I have erred, failing to fulfill my promise to you. Between us, this lifetime may hold no more fateful encounters. Was it truly that Bai Shishue's memory was lacking, which caused her to remain indifferent toward Chen Qingyuan's return? No. It could only be said that her affection for him was intermingled with too many vested interests. On the day Bai Shishue reunited with the returning Chen Qingyuan, she felt a flicker of shame and remorse. However, upon realizing that Chen Qingyuan had become a shell of his former self, that fleeting sense of guilt vanished, leaving her with an air of indifference, as though gazing upon a stranger. Were all the memories she shared with Chen Qingyuan sealed away by Yao Susu? How could that be? To seal away memories of a person without harming their body or foundation, if Yao Susu possessed such capabilities, she would not merely be an inner sect elder, she could traverse the world with ease. In other words, it was Bai Shishue's own fault, not that of anyone else. She knew well that Xin Yutang did not genuinely care for her, yet she had consented to the marriage alliance, all to ascend within the Tianyu sect and reap the benefits. Master, have there been any recent news of Chen Qingyuan? Bai Shishue turned to Yao Susu, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke his name. Well. Yao Susu hesitated, uncertain how to respond. Standing nearby, the sect leader, Du Ruosheng, interjected. According to reliable sources, Chen Qingyuan remains one of the 10 heroes of the North Wasteland. Not long ago, he fought against Xin Yutang, defeating him and rendering him incapacitated. He is currently recuperating. At these words, Bai Shishue's delicate form quivered slightly. Indeed, he remained as extraordinary as in days gone by, unmatched by mundane mortals. I have severed our fates, perhaps it was destined. A person like me has no right to stand by his side. Moreover, it is my own failure to persevere that has led to this outcome. Reflecting upon this, Bai Shishue smiled, mocking her own naivety and lack of loyalty. The life and death experiences in Yensno City had profoundly illuminated just how good Chen Qingyuan had once been to her. Regrettably, all was in the past, never to return. With a sudden thud, Bai Shishue's vision darkened, and she collapsed to the ground. After enduring countless trials and tormenting her own heart, she could bear no more. Take her down to rest, we must ensure she suffers no harm, commanded Du Ruosheng, gazing at the fallen Bai Shishue. Immediately, an elder approached to examine her condition and escorted her back to the sect for treatment. From this day forth, Bai Shishue would hold the esteemed title of Saintess of Dongyi Palace, her status elevated above that of many elders. The disciples who had entered the sect alongside her were taken aback upon hearing the news. Once an ordinary inner disciple, she had astonishingly ascended to the role of saintess, truly remarkable. Recently, the situation regarding the demonic cave in the Fulyu Star domain had escalated to a critical level. A palpable demonic aura emanated from the depths of the cave, resulting in the corruption of numerous disciples from Tianyu sect, rendering them neither human nor ghost. In a ruthless decision, Tianyu sect annihilated the corrupted disciples to avert a catastrophe. Quickly inform the leaders of all sects to convene at Tianyu sect to discuss the matter of the demonic cave, ordered sect master Qin Yong, his anxiety palpable. At this rate, the cave would likely erupt within a few years, with dire consequences. Approximately a decade prior, Tianyu sect had invited a master of formations along with powerful figures from various sects to address the demonic cave issue, setting up numerous grand formations. They had hoped these formations would effectively suppress the cave's laws, but to their dismay, their impact was negligible. Now, significant changes were occurring within the cave, and cracks had begun to appear in the surrounding formations, signaling an impending crisis. Days later, the foremost powers of the Fulyu Star domain gathered to deliberate on the matter of the cave, an oppressive atmosphere permeating the air. Should the cave erupt, it would likely unleash a torrent of demonic energy, transforming countless beings into demonic entities. However, my concern extends beyond this. I fear that a formidable demon lurks within the cave. An elder from Shenqing sect, his face etched with worry, voiced his opinion. To genuinely resolve the cave's threat, one must penetrate its depths and dismantle its core. Yet, the danger of such an endeavor is immense, success is uncertain, and survival upon entry is not guaranteed. Many understand this grim reality. To conclusively resolve the cave's menace, one must venture into the lion's den. There exists no alternative. The grand formation set 10 years ago was thought to temporarily contain the cave, yet only a decade later, it is already in turmoil, disaster looms. Nevertheless, the experts of Tianyu sect are unwilling to risk their lives for this cause, and the other sects are even less likely to do so. The notion of self-sacrifice sounds noble, yet in practice, countless would secretly deride such folly. Senior brother, what do you think we should do? Dong Wenjun inquired, turning to Lin Chongsheng, seated above. The elders collectively looked to him, hoping he might provide a reasonable solution. Should the cave erupt, it would inevitably impact everyone in the Fulyu Star domain, and Shenqing sect could not evade its repercussions. Let us first observe the actions of Tianyu sect, Lin Chongsheng replied, withholding his inner thoughts. If it truly came to the point of needing to venture into the lion's den, while others hesitated to face death, he would willingly gamble his life for the attempt. His motivations were not solely for Tianyu sect but for the innocent beings of Shenqing sect and the Fulyu Star domain. In recent years, Lin Chongsheng often found himself succumbing to drowsiness, subsequently drifting into dreams. He envisioned a realm far grander than the abyss of Tianyu sect, where figures clad in the garb of Shenshon sect surged forth in relentless waves. The imagery within these dreams remained indistinct, leaving Lin Chongsheng with a sense of obscurity. Upon awakening, he inexplicably shed 2 streams of clear tears. Confounded by his own state, he pondered whether he had succumbed to madness or encountered a divergence in his cultivation. Lin Chongsheng was a practitioner at the 5th stage of tribulation, possessing the highest innate talent among his peers in Shenshon sect. As his cultivation steadily progressed, the frequency of his dreams increased. No matter the methods Lin Chongsheng employed, he could not avert the arrival of these visions. Initially, he believed himself to be enshrouded in delusion, yet gradually, he became aware of an unsettling anomaly. In his dreams, he discerned a vague silhouette, although the details eluded him. He was certain it was an ancestor of the Shenshon sect. He had previously encountered the likeness of this ancestor within the ancestral hall, leaving no room for error. Master Shabwa, have you truly departed from this world? One day, Lin Chongsheng experienced the same dream once more, with the imagery sharpened slightly. Upon awakening, a flicker of doubt regarding the sudden demise of his master and Shabwa ignited within him. Thus, after much inner turmoil, Lin Chongsheng resolved to undertake a bold decision. Chapter 74, Exhumation and the Sacred Golden Elixir. Lin Chongsheng made his way to the ancestral cemetery, where he established a unique barrier to ensure that no one would discover his presence. He then bowed 3 times before the grave of his master, Feng Changxian, muttering, "Master, please do not hold it against me. If I am mistaken and disturb your eternal rest, I shall kneel before your tomb for 100 years in penance." After speaking, Lin Chongsheng took a deep breath and waved his sleeve. With a tremendous force, the grave was uprooted, revealing a coffin of black and gold. Subsequently, he extended his palm to unlock the enigmatic seal on the coffin, causing the lid to fly aside with a thunderous crash. Upon gazing into the coffin, Lin Chongsheng was rendered speechless. Inside lay not a corpse, but a decayed scarecrow. A technique of feigned death. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, his eyes sparkled with a mix of excitement, uncertainty, and a hint of concern. This suggested that his master had once employed a unique method to simulate death, extinguishing the soul lamp of the soul hall, and he might still be alive. Reflecting on this, Lin Chongsheng turned his gaze to the grave of his uncle, Shangguanrong, saying, "Uncle, I beg your forgiveness." Upon uncovering the coffin, he found it was indeed the same, a mere withered stalk instead of flesh and blood. For the next hour, Lin Chongsheng opened the tombs of ancestors within the sect's history who had died under mysterious circumstances. Out of 10 coffins, 9 were empty, while one contained a true corporeal remains. He reverently returned the genuine ancestors' bones to rest, bowing 3 times in apology. What could this possibly mean? After restoring the cemetery to its original state, Lin Chongsheng sat dazed upon the ground, unable to comprehend the revelations. Remarkably, It was the first time in the 100,000 years since the Su-NQ sect relocated to the Flowing Star domain that anyone had dared to excavate graves to verify the authenticity of their forebears' remains. Initially, the incarnations possessed formidable mystical laws, rendering the living unable to perceive the truth, resulting in the ancestors being buried with great honor. However, after many years, the power of those laws waned, revealing the true forms of the incarnations. Some ancestors had taken the form of stone, others of wild grass, and some even of fish bones, likely remnants of meals long past. Could this be related to the dreams I have been having? Lin Changsheng often dreamt of receiving the will and legacy of the sect's ancestors, a fate that would unfold within the coming years, and at that time, he would grasp the entirety of these mysteries. For now, he sat in bewilderment, gazing skyward with a heavy sigh, silently praying for the continued existence of his uncle and master. In a mysterious space within the northern wilderness, the Dao Yi Academy, Chen Qingyuan continued to endure relentless agony, experiencing excruciating pain every moment, with neither body nor soul afforded a moment's respite. At this juncture, Chen Qingyuan resembled a bloodied figure, his flesh torn asunder, exposing stark white bones in a horrifying spectacle. 3 golden elixirs had reached the earthly grade, progressing towards the celestial grade. Beyond enduring, Chen Qingyuan saw no other recourse. The innate Dao born within Chen Qingyuan is gradually enhancing his physique and 3 golden elixirs. As long as he can withstand the pressure, all will be well. Whenever the weight becomes unbearable, he recalls the torment he endured from the crimson-clad maiden, igniting his fighting spirit and enabling him to persevere a little longer. He would rather perish on the path of cultivating his golden elixirs than return to the company of that woman. Clinging to this conviction, Chen Qingyuan has endured for over 5 months. Then, a mysterious light surged forth from within him, elevating the 3 golden elixirs to a heavenly grade, exuding an overwhelming power that distorted the void within the secret chamber. Yet, a heavenly grade elixirs are still insufficient. In his former self, Chen Qingyuan would have been satisfied with this achievement. However, the crimson-clad maiden imposes rigorous standards. Anything below sacred grade is deemed worthless. Only by enhancing the quality of his elixirs to sacred grade can he evade being dragged back to the abyss by her. The thought of being rendered useless again is enough to extinguish his will to live. If you are truly reliable, then spare me from death. I shall handle everything else. Chen Qingyuan attempted to converse with the golden Dao born within him, determined to fight with all his might. The runes of the Dao principles inscribed upon the Dao bone flickered, seemingly responding to him. He then produced a vast number of high-grade spirit stones while absorbing the pure spiritual energy wafting through the void. It was a gamble. As the words left his lips, Chen Qingyuan spat out a mouthful of blood, forcibly elevating the quality of his elixirs. Suddenly, terrifying phantoms and ancient Dao diagrams manifested behind him. At one moment, he felt his soul being expelled by the power of the golden elixirs, drifting outside and rendered exceedingly weak. In the next instant, the golden Dao bone played a crucial role, pulling his soul back into his body and solidifying his foundation. At Dao Yi Academy, by the lakeside pavilion, 2 vice presidents, engaged in tea and wine, simultaneously sensed the shift in the laws of the universe. They exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave, and began to calculate. Did you discover anything? After a lengthy pause, Yu Chenran inquired of his old companion. Nothing to be found. Lin Wenqiu, clad in purple, shook his head, his gaze deep and tinged with worry. The alteration in the laws of nature, compounded by the uncertainty of its cause, is indeed troubling news. I hope it won't lead to great chaos. Yu Chenran sighed heavily. The principal has been missing for 5,000 years, and there's no telling when he might return, Lin Wenqiu pondered. A storm is brewing. This era is unlike any before, and Dao Yi Academy may no longer remain in the shadows. 5 millennia ago, the principal detected an unusual trace and instructed the 2 vice presidents to safeguard the academy before vanishing without a trace. During this time, the vice presidents and several instructors ventured out multiple times to investigate, but none managed to locate the principal. Given the principal's capabilities, it is unlikely that anyone could have slain him. However, there is concern that he may have inadvertently touched upon some forbidden cause and effect. Let go of these thoughts. If one has arrived, then one should find peace within. The two vice deans ceased their discussions, gazing at the reflection of the slanting sun upon the lake. Each lost in their own contemplation. Over a year had passed since Chen Qingyuan entered seclusion, and for 2 long years, his body had been ravaged, with flesh peeling away and bones exposed. The golden Daobon emanated a faint glow, enveloping his internal organs. Chen Qingyuan had grown numb to the pain of his body, with only a vague consciousness persevering. Each moment stretched into an eternity. Thud. 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 At this moment, the beating of his heart resonated with greater intensity, akin to the resounding of drums. Chen Qingyuan's eyes seemed to have been baptized by a rainbow, radiating with dazzling light. Boom! A surge of warmth emanated from his heart, coursing through every part of his being. Simultaneously, 3 golden elixirs underwent transformation, rotating within his dantian. Chapter 75, The Manifestation of Potence, the world in all 3 golden elixirs, each a paragon of excellence. Such an occurrence has never before been chronicled in ancient texts. It is unprecedented. The rarity of a dual golden elixir is already extraordinary, let alone in the case of someone like Chen Qingyuan. Should this news escape into the world, it would undoubtedly ignite a furor across the realm, drawing the attention of cultivators from the Imperial Province, Northern Wilderness, Western Frontier, Southern Domain, and Eastern lands to Chen Qingyuan's side. At that juncture, Chen Qingyuan would find himself bereft of tranquility, standing at the vortex of a grand tumult, where a mere misstep could lead to his annihilation, leaving no trace behind. In this world, there exist many nefarious arts capable of transmuting another's golden elixir into one's own. If all 3 of Chen Qingyuan's exceptional golden elixirs were to be unveiled, despite the prestige and honor it would bestow upon him, it would also usher in tremendous peril. Indeed, it has succeeded. As he gazed inwardly at the 3 golden elixirs, a flicker of exhilaration and joy gradually illuminated Chen Qingyuan's eyes. At this moment, he was drenched in blood, his wounds ghastly, and his breath somewhat erratic. Years prior, with the foundation of a heavenly-grade golden elixir, Chen Qingyuan had swept through the flowing star region and its surrounding peers, encountering no worthy adversary, earning his place among the 10 prodigies of the Northern Wilderness. Now, having reforged his foundation and coalesced 3 sacred golden elixirs, the magnitude of his future achievements is unfathomable. In Chen Qingyuan's memory, he had never encountered a similar phenomenon in ancient texts. The world is vast, and even the most formidable beings find it challenging to grasp the entirety of existence. The 5 continents are expansive, each occupying thousands of star realms, which in turn house innumerable stars. Nevertheless, the foundation of sacred golden elixirs remains exceedingly rare, with typically no more than 100 individuals possessing such a foundation in any given era. Those endowed with such a foundation, provided they do not meet an untimely end, are destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, living for 30,000 years, basking in the wonders of the world. With the formation of the golden elixirs, his cultivation naturally surged. Golden elixir realm, early stage. Chen Qingyuan had no time to ponder the 3 golden elixirs within him and hurriedly set about mending his injuries. The spirit stones surrounding him had been depleted by more than half, had it not been for the pure spiritual energy within this secluded chamber. The resources consumed would have multiplied several times over. At the moment the sacred golden elixirs were forged, a myriad of phenomena erupted in the heavens and earth, astonishing countless beings. Over half of the Northern Wilderness was illuminated by shimmering golden light high above, as if auspicious entities soared among the clouds, while the brilliant light of star rivers pierced through the boundless void, descending upon the realm of mortals, an enchanting aurora captivating all eyes, evoking awe and astonishment. What could have caused such celestial phenomena, spreading across various star realms? Those of profound cultivation faintly perceived the resonant sounds of ancient bells echoing from the depths of the cosmos, each note piercing the soul and causing involuntary tremors. Were there 3 suns in the sky? Shortly thereafter, a certain star realm in the northern wilderness witnessed the phenomenon of three suns shining simultaneously, sending countless individuals into a state of alarm, their expressions filled with terror and disbelief. The spiritual veins stirred, the laws of the universe became tumultuous. This direction is at the Dawi Academy. Yu Chenran sensed the changes in the northern wilderness and was struck with astonishment. Subsequently, he unexpectedly discovered that the independent realm of the Dawi Academy was experiencing unusual phenomena. Utilizing profound techniques, he traced an imperceptible thread of law, directing his gaze towards the direction of Yunshi residence. Immediately, Yu Chenran swiftly arrived at Yunshi residence, promptly sealing the space to prevent anyone from perceiving the abnormalities present. Even the other vice president, Lin Wenqiu, remained oblivious. It was not the intention of the master to steal your secrets, but rather, you have caused too much commotion. My apologies. Yu Chenran noticed that Chen Qingyuan was situated within the cultivation hall and discreetly employed arcane techniques to observe. To his astonishment, upon looking, he was rendered speechless. At that moment, Chen Qingyuan was in the process of mending his injuries while stabilizing the foundation of his golden core. Hence he had not utilized the special jade bracelet for concealment. With ease, Yu Chenran beheld the three golden cores within Chen Qingyuan's body, standing in shock. He muttered in disbelief, three cores standing together, a flawless divine product. Even though Yu Chenran had encountered numerous tempestuous trials, the sight before him was utterly startling. The Dawi Academy possessed profound heritage, with a history steeped in tradition, and the library contained records of many historical events. However, Yu Chenran had perused various significant ancient texts and had never encountered any mention of three divine golden cores. Is this lad truly human? Yu Chenran was momentarily dazed, at a loss for words. In that instant, his eyes reflected both shock and envy. Had it been anyone else who witnessed the yet-to-be stabilized divine golden cores within Chen Qingyuan, they would surely have harbored ulterior motives, willing to go to any lengths to claim the golden cause for themselves. The merits of the Qing sect, have they fallen upon you? Yu Chenran speculated, filled with anticipation for his disciples' future. To safeguard Chen Qingyuan's secret, Yu Chenran deceitfully claimed that he had caused some disturbance during his cultivation, resulting in signs of disorder in the laws governing the Dawi Academy's space. As for the anomalies occurring throughout the northern wilderness, they may well be the emergence of certain extraordinary treasures. The people within the academy harbored no doubts about Yu Chenran's words. Three divine cores were a rarity throughout the ages. Until Chen Qingyuan matured fully, Yu Chenran was determined to conceal this secret by all means, ensuring Chen Qingyuan's safety. Should certain ambitious old-timers learn of this, Chen Qingyuan's future would likely be fraught with peril. Thus, Yu Chenran did not even confide in his old companion, Lin Wenqiu. The fewer who knew, the less danger there would be. Meanwhile, in the northern wilderness, at the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, there existed a bizarre space, where a simple bamboo dwelling stood amidst an expansive landscape, accompanied by a gently flowing azure stream that seemed to stretch endlessly. Within the courtyard of the bamboo house grew peculiar flora, unlike anything found in the mortal realm. The sun in the sky cast its light upon this land, yet curiously, regardless of the passage of time, the sun refused to set, as if perpetually suspended in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it could be discerned that this sun was not genuine but rather an illusion conjured by a spiritual treasure. With a soft click, the tightly shut bamboo door swung open, revealing a woman clad in a crimson gown who emerged from within. She was the enigmatic mistress of Tianyuan, the red-clad maiden who had been guiding Chen Qingyuan along his journey. Her figure was tall and graceful, with features that could only be described as painterly. Although obscured by a dark veil, her prominent nose and eyes, sparkling like stars, hinted at a breathtaking beauty concealed beneath. The flowing crimson fabric of her gown accentuated her exquisite form and noble demeanor. Adorning her waist was an intricately crafted jade pendant, with a crimson ribbon cascading down her side, fluttering delicately like the wind. Her raven tresses were secured by a wooden hairpin, which seemed to draw her from the celestial realm to the mortal world, infusing her presence with a touch of earthly allure. Barefoot, she tread softly upon the ground, ensuring that no dust or grime could tarnish her pristine essence. Had she succeeded? The red-gowned maiden gazed up at the holiday sky, as if piercing through the illusory confines of this realm to glimpse the wonders beyond, murmuring to herself. A smile graced her lips, and a glimmer of longing flickered in her eyes. Chapter 76, The True Origin of Chen Qingyuan, the longing of the lady in red when they next meet. Who knows when that will be? If it were possible, the lady in red would wish to remain by Chen Qingyuan's side, never to part. Yet, she cannot. She must remain in the abyss of heaven, hoping that her longing may drift gently on the breeze, eventually reaching Chen Qingyuan's heart. In this lifetime, your smiles have multiplied beyond all those of the past. Shedding your mask, allowing you to live without such difficulty, is one of the few ways I can assist you. May you not hold it against me in the future. Each time she recalls the smile upon Chen Qingyuan's face, warmth envelopes the lady in red, dispelling the loneliness and coldness of this desolate abyss of heaven. Her thoughts meander along this thread of memory, leading her back over 2 centuries. 200 years ago. The lady in red gazed down at the sleeping infant in her arms, tears welling in her eyes. Gently caressing the boy's cheek, she murmured, "Let me take charge in this life." Subsequently, she transmitted a message to Shangguanrong of the Shenqing sect, summoning him to the outskirts of the abyss of heaven. Having just awakened his ancestral memories, Shangguanrong was startled and intrigued by a sudden voice in his mind. When he arrived at a certain location within the abyss, he beheld the lady in red approaching with the infant in her arms. "Who are you?" he inquired. "You need not know," she replied, withholding her identity as she placed the infant upon a stone beside him. "Take this child away, in time he will fulfill the will of the Qing sect." Upon hearing Qing sect, Shangguanrong's body tensed. He had only recently learned of the sect's history, a closely guarded secret, and was astonished that this enigmatic woman had revealed it so effortlessly. This child? He pondered. However, recalling that the abyss was a place of great peril, he realized that this mysterious woman must possess a significant background, and knowing of the Qing sect should not overly surprise him. The merits of the Qing sect had gone unnoticed by the heavens, yet when the time was ripe, justice would be sought. The lady in red's gaze remained fixed on the slumbering infant, filled with reluctance at their impending separation. The abyss was far too dangerous, and she feared she might not care for the child properly, not wishing for him to grow up devoid of joy. Her hope was for him to experience a semblance of normal life among mortals, ensuring that he would not endure such suffering again. "Dare I ask, the esteemed one, how shall I care for him?" Shangguanrong inquired, unable to refuse. A mere glance into the lady's eye sent tremors through his very soul. Despite having awakened his ancestral memories, he felt no courage to harbor any disrespect. Moreover, Shangguanrong yearned to advocate for his sect. Yet he found himself woefully inadequate in strength. Learning from the lady in red that this infant would one day seek justice for the Qing sect ignited a spark of hope within him. "Everything is up to you," she stated. "Do you have any further requests?" Shangguanrong asked once more. "Be kind to him," the lady in red urged, trusting in the character of the Qing sect successors. She felt at ease entrusting the child to their care. This allows the child to live a carefree life in the Qing sect while also allowing the sect to cultivate a hint of benevolent fortune. Indeed, Shangguanrong nodded earnestly, providing his assurance. He then carefully cradled the infant and departed. The woman in the red dress gazed longingly into the distance, her heart heavy with reluctance. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Would this journey lead to a conclusive end? The emotions within the woman were profoundly intricate, rendering her unable to divert her gaze. She could never forget the figure of Chen Qingyuan in his first life, clad in silver armor and wielding a silver spear. At that time, Chen Qingyuan was cold and distant, seldom gracing the world with a smile. He toiled relentlessly, day after day, to shatter the shackles of this realm and repel the foreign beings. Ultimately, he was defeated in that battle. Soon after, the abyss of demons emerged in the imperial capital, threatening to devour everything. Fortunately, the ancestors of the Qing sect had laid down a formidable array, imprisoning the abyss and preventing the situation from spiraling into chaos. It was for this reason that the woman in red resolved to send Chen Qingyuan to the Shen Qing sect. Had it not been for the Shen Qing sect's guardianship over the past 300,000 years, the calamity of the abyss would have erupted long ago. And Chen Qingyuan's lingering soul would never have lasted to this day, let alone have another chance. Through 8 cycles of reincarnation, the remnants of Chen Qingyuan's soul gradually began to mend. The woman in red devoted countless hours to crafting him a corporeal form, heralding the arrival of his 9th life. This new body was exceedingly fragile, necessitating that she allow Chen Qingyuan to grow stronger for a time. When the moment was right, she would employ special methods to summon him back to the heavenly abyss. Firstly, this would grant her the opportunity to spend time alone with Chen Qingyuan, marking the happiest period of her life after countless years. Secondly, she would wholeheartedly assist him in reestablishing his foundation, enabling him to achieve what he once could not. As for tormenting Chen Qingyuan, that was purely a personal vendetta, a form of delightful retribution. If not now, there would be no opportunity in the future. Each time she bullied Chen Qingyuan, her heart brimmed with joy, presenting an exterior as cold as an ice lotus, while secretly reveling in her playful malice. She often wondered if she would ever be able to leave the heavenly abyss in this lifetime. Within the abyss, the woman in red slowly closed her eyes, yearning for the moment she would reunite with Chen Qingyuan. Having lived for so many years, she had become one with the laws of the heavenly abyss, unable to move even a step away. To force her exit would invoke the causal repercussions of the laws of time, leading to divine retribution, resulting in her demise. Yet, it mattered little. As long as he remained alive, there was hope. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she turned and returned to her bamboo cottage in the northern wilderness. Strange phenomena persisted for several days, causing significant upheaval. Many factions speculated that a rare treasure had descended, dispatching numerous experts to investigate, yet to no avail. Others believed a prodigious being favored by the heavenly path had been born, searching for individuals that met the corresponding criteria. In summary, the northern wilderness grew increasingly chaotic, with the younger generation engaging in more frequent rivalries. Unbeknownst to Chen Qingyuan, the central figure in these events, he remained oblivious to the turmoil surrounding him. Time relentlessly flows, and the humble master Yu Chenran has remained outside Yunshi residence, patiently awaiting. It was not until the 4th year of Chen Qingyuan's seclusion that he finally solidified his Dao body and cultivation. Aware of the significance of the 3 Dan sacred products, Chen Qingyuan promptly concealed the true appearance of his golden Dan with a jade bracelet, fabricating the guise of a heavenly-grade golden Dan. Upon exiting his retreat, Chen Qingyuan spotted Yu Chenran standing at the entrance of Yunshi residence and exclaimed, "Master, what brings you here? Please, do come inside." Yu Chenran scrutinized Chen Qingyuan for a moment, noting the aura of a heavenly-grade golden Dan, and quietly acknowledged that this young man's secrets were indeed numerous, managing to deceive even his discerning eyes. Observing Yu Chenran's grave expression, Chen Qingyuan nodded slowly, graciously welcoming him inside. Chapter 77, The Third Pact. Never have regrets. Within the confines of the room, Chen Qingyuan poured a cup of tea for Yu Chenran and softly inquired, "Master, do you have something to convey?" The human heart is inscrutable. Unless absolutely necessary, one should refrain from revealing their true self. Yu Chenran did not directly address the matter but instead offered a veiled admonition. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan's eyelids flickered slightly. He was not foolish. He discerned the underlying meaning of Yu Chenran's words, feeling a sense of unease. Surely, his esteemed master would not harbor ill intentions towards him. "Do not let your thoughts run wild. If I wished to harm you, would I have waited until now?" Through the gaze of Chen Qingyuan, Yu Chenran surmised something and playfully nudged him, chiding, "You rascal, do not indulge in such fanciful notions." He. The disciple has not entertained such thoughts. Chen Qingyuan chuckled, feeling somewhat reassured by the rationale of his master's words. Humph. Yu Chenran rolled his eyes at Chen Qingyuan, retorting, "Your thoughts are transparent to me. However, I must admit, upon seeing you for the first time, I was taken aback and felt a tinge of envy. If you desire it, master, I shall procure it for you, Chen Qingyuan jested. Get lost, do not repulse me with such nonsense. With Chen Qingyuan's light-hearted banter, the bond between the master and disciple deepened, and the atmosphere became notably more relaxed. Please, master, keep this matter confidential for me, Chen Qingyuan earnestly requested. Do you think I am foolish? Yu Chenran crossed his legs and took a sip of tea. I shall personally safeguard your path, lest any mistakes arise. Regarding the matter of the 3 sacred pills within Chen Qingyuan, even to those trusted within the academy, Yu Chenran would remain silent, determined to keep it to himself. Thank you, master. Chen Qingyuan felt a warm sentiment wash over him as he bowed deeply. Enough. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, procure some fine tea leaves for me. This tea is quite unsatisfactory, Yu Chenran remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction, deciding it was time to take his leave. Given Chen Qingyuan's intelligence, he would undoubtedly refrain from foolish actions. Thus, Yu Chenran felt it sufficient to provide a gentle reminder without excessive elaboration. Yes, master. Chen Qingyuan smiled wryly as he escorted him out. Safe travels, master. Once Yu Chenran departed, Chen Qingyuan sat alone in the room, feeling a wave of apprehension wash over him. This time, it had indeed been a narrow escape, and he was grateful that the breakthrough had occurred within the confines of the Dawi Academy. Had it transpired elsewhere, it would have undoubtedly caused significant turmoil. With a long sigh, Chen Qingyuan's spirits began to ease. He then directed a thread of consciousness into the space of the jade bracelet. He had not forgotten his pact to the girl in the red dress the last time they spoke. She mentioned that he could only learn of the 3rd agreement upon reaching the Golden Core realm. Now that the moment had arrived, Chen Qingyuan entered with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. Buzz. Within the mysterious confines of the jade bracelet, a line of words materialized: suppress the 10 talents of the northern wilderness, excluding yourself. What? Upon reading the 3rd pact, Chen Qingyuan's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed in shock. Isn't this request somewhat excessive? The 10 talents of the northern wilderness are among the most formidable of their generation. Let Chen Qingyuan suppress them all. Is it not akin to trampling upon the entire cohort of fellow cultivators in the Northwestland? Perhaps we could negotiate a different arrangement. Chen Qingyuan murmured softly. Indeed. Let us retract the previous agreement. If you marry me, everything can be discussed. As soon as Chen Qingyuan activated the restrictions of the jade bracelet, the maiden in the crimson dress would be able to engage in a brief dialogue with him through the bracelet. I suddenly found this new arrangement to be rather fitting, rendering further discussion unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyuan quickly changed his tone, fearing he might unwittingly leap into a den of tigers. What a jest! To be bound as a partner with this woman would mean a lifetime of unrest. In a flash, Chen Qingyuan's consciousness withdrew from the space of the jade bracelet, sealing its restrictions to avoid hearing the voice of the maiden in red. Suppressing the 10 heroes of the Northwestland was no trifling matter. Chen Qingyuan felt a headache brewing over this predicament, sighing heavily, alas. Although he had cultivated a foundation of the 3 Den sacred grade, his own cultivation level remained rather feeble, making it impossible to contend with those top-tier prodigies in the near future. Unless he were to reveal all of his golden core, there would be no chance of victory. However, should the matter of the golden core come to light, a multitude of troubles would inevitably follow. After all, there was no imposed deadline from her he could afford to delay. Chen Qingyuan had originally aspired to live a low-key life, aiming to earn a modest sum of spirit stones through legitimate means, indifferent to the worldly titles and fame. The examination at the Dawi Academy must be drawing to a close. Calculating the time, only a year remained. If they were to discover that Chen Qingyuan entered the academy without undergoing the examination, it would undoubtedly seem unfair, and they would not be kind to him. Ultimately, in this world, only the strong command respect. If Chen Qingyuan did not demonstrate genuine prowess, he would find it difficult to gain acceptance. Moreover, The two vice-deans could not disclose the fact that Chen Qingyuan was the heir of the Qing sect. Everything would fall upon his shoulders to confront. If he could not even resolve these troubles, how could he hope to inherit the will of the Qing sect? When faced with adversity, one must prepare to counter it. Chen Qingyuan resolved to set aside these troubling thoughts, continuing his meditation and cultivation, solidifying his foundation while also seeking to comprehend the subtle benefits of the sacred Great Golden Core. Time passed swiftly. A year seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. Over 100 participants took part in the assessment, with only the top 10 being accepted as disciples of the academy, while the rest would be returned to their original places. Given that the Dao-Yi Academy existed within an independent and mysterious realm, even those who sought its location would find no trace of it. Today, the assessment concluded, and the hundreds of individuals stood at the entrance of the Dao-Yi Academy, their injuries visibly mending at a remarkable pace, their chaotic auras gradually stabilizing. Some bore expressions of joy, while others appeared despondent, fists clenched in frustration. The most tormented of all was the one who placed 11th. He fell short of the 10th by a mere few points. Had he exercised a modicum of care and avoided a single mistake, the 10th position would have been his. Alas, opportunities are singular and do not present themselves anew. The first place was awarded to Song Ningyan. Dressed in white, Zhao Yichuan, the examiner for this occasion, announced the final results. He stood suspended in the void, gazing down at the young woman positioned at the forefront. Song Ningyan, a cultivator at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, adorned in a dark-hued gown, possessed an exquisite beauty complemented by her frigid gaze and reclusive nature, expressing no fondness for engaging in conversation. You possess the autonomy to choose your instructor. The first place often comes with certain privileges. Zhao Yichuan provided information about several lecturers for Song Ningyan's consideration. Unexpectedly, Song Ningyan lifted her gaze to meet Zhao Yichuan's, her tone cool as she declared, "I choose you." Taken aback by her response, Zhao Yichuan momentarily faltered but swiftly regained his composure, a smile gracing his lips. "Very well, but do not regret your choice." Chapter 78, the assessment concludes. Chen Qingyuan becomes the target of criticism. Zhao Yichuan is notoriously strict at Dao-Yi Academy. Although many have been his students in the past, they were ultimately driven away. On that day, upon his arrival at the academy, Chen Qingyuan was directly exempted from the assessment by Yu Chenran. This displeased Zhao Yichuan, who promptly confronted Yu Chenran, the vice president. Only when he learned that Chen Qingyuan was the heir of the Qing sect did Zhao Yichuan relent, deeming it reasonable. Had it not been for this connection, he would have certainly opposed the decision and might have clashed with the vice president. "I have no regrets." Song Ningyan, who secured first place in the assessment, undoubtedly possessed formidable strength, effortlessly surpassing her peers, her pride soaring high. Let us hope for the best. Zhao Yichuan's previously stern demeanor softened into a light chuckle. At this moment, in Yunxi residence, Yu Chenran's voice resonated in Chen Qingyuan's ears, "You impudent boy. The entrance assessment has concluded, you must come over." "Master, what do you need me for?" Chen Qingyuan queried, gazing into the void. "Though you have been admitted, many formalities remain incomplete. Just go as instructed, and do not dawdle." Having already tricked Chen Qingyuan into becoming his disciple, Yu Chenran was not about to hold back. What did it matter that he was the heir of the Qing sect? He was still my apprentice. Discipline and reprimand were necessary, with no mercy given. Understood. With a wry smile, Chen Qingyuan donned a fresh, light-colored garment and made his way toward the mountain gate. Before long, he arrived at the entrance. Upon seeing Zhao Yichuan standing imposingly in the air, Chen Qingyuan bowed deeply to show his respect. Zhao Yichuan nodded in return, a flicker of warmth momentarily breaking through his cold demeanor. "This fellow seems considerably more amiable, probably out of respect for my master," Chen Qingyuan mused inwardly. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Yichuan was not swayed by the vice president's influence, but rather by the Qing sect itself. "Step forward." Zhao Yichuan gestured for Chen Qingyuan to stand in the front row. During Chen Qingyuan's approach, Zhao Yichuan had already announced the names of the top 10 candidates. placing them at the forefront. With Chen Qingyuan included, there were 11 individuals in the front row. The gazes of the onlookers converged on Chen Qingyuan, filled with curiosity. Where did this person come from? I recognize him, he stood next to me before the assessment, yet he seemingly did not participate. What gives him the right to stand among those who passed? Does anyone know him? Furrows of confusion marred the brows of the crowd, murmuring among themselves. The northern wilderness is vast, and while Chen Qingyuan may have some renown, many had yet to encounter him. Hey! Who are you? What is your name? A talented individual named Wang Qing, positioned in the 11th place, expressed his dissatisfaction loudly. Observing the discontent among the crowd, Zhao Yichuan remained aloof, choosing to watch the unfolding drama without intervening. As for me, Chen Qingyuan, noticing all eyes upon him, did not shy away but answered candidly. I hail from the Shenqing sect, and my name is Chen Qingyuan. Upon hearing this, numerous faces displayed expressions of astonishment. Wang Qing's gaze focused intently on Chen Qingyuan, exclaiming, "The 10 talents of the northern wilderness, Chen Qingyuan." Chen Qingyuan chuckled softly, tacitly acknowledging the statement. The woman in the black dress standing to his right, Song Ningyan, furrowed her brows and coldly inquired, according to the rules of the Daoyi Academy. Those undergoing admission assessments cannot be named among the 10 talents of the northern wilderness and should act with discretion. What is your situation? Is there such a rule? I was unaware of it. Chen Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback, genuinely hearing this for the first time. You are unaware. The crowd regarded him with peculiar expressions, unable to fathom how Chen Qingyuan could be oblivious to the academy's regulations while simultaneously exempt from the assessment. For countless years, it had been a steadfast rule that students and candidates of the Daoyi Academy could not participate in the selection of the Northern Wilderness 10 talents. Given the remote location of the Shenqing sect, it was indeed plausible that he remained uninformed. Moreover, his master, Yu Chenran, had never mentioned this to him. I truly did not know, Chen Qingyuan admitted, a look of bewilderment on his face as he lamented. I was rather puzzled as to which scoundrel chose me as one of the Northern Wilderness 10 talents, disrupting my peaceful days. However, he questioned. What does the Northern Wilderness 10 talents have to do with the candidates of the Daoyi Academy? Upon hearing his lament, the crowd began to genuinely believe that Chen Qingyuan was unaware of the situation, and many cast him looks of admiration tinged with sympathy. You are finished. Song Ningyan scrutinized Chen Qingyuan with a smirk, her lips curling into a cold smile. What do you mean? Chen Qingyuan, hearing her words, felt even more perplexed. I merely expressed my thoughts on the Northern Wilderness 10 talents, or how could that lead to my demise? Can you clarify your words? Just as he was about to press further, Zhao Yichuan, standing aloft, interjected, the scoundrel you speak of is I, ha? The instant Chen Qingyuan heard this, his body stiffened. His expression transformed dramatically as he met Zhao Yichuan's gaze, his voice quivering slightly. Senior, what did you say? The recent lists of the Northern Wilderness 10 talents were compiled by me, Zhao Yichuan stated matter-of-factly. Boom! With this revelation, Chen Qingyuan felt as if struck by lightning. His mind blank as he stood there, dumbfounded, momentarily unable to process the information. Since time immemorial, the list of the Northern Wilderness's prodigies had been disseminated by the Daoyi Academy to inspire the younger generation and facilitate their swift development. Those with ties to the Daoyi Academy were eligible to participate in the annual admission assessments, thereby rendering them ineligible for the list. The Daoyi Academy had always operated in secrecy, unknown to the world, wishing to prevent its students from being exposed and thus violating ancestral teachings. For countless years, Chen Qingyuan had been an anomaly, both a member of the Northern Wilderness 10 talents and a student of the academy. 2 centuries ago, Yu Chenran had realized that the Shenqing sect, situated in the Flowing Star domain, was the long-lost Qing sect. However, he had kept this information to himself.